Chapter 341. Luo Su sprinkled an ice field on the floor, slowing down everyone. She was about to start her group attack skills. The person called the Star Lord used some prop and threw it into the air. A semicircular transparent film protective cover quickly expanded and instantly covered the entire mining area. Everyone, come on. I have blocked the energy of the game players, and they can't use their skills, the Star Lord said proudly. Luo Su found that her group attack skills really couldn't be used. Su, we can't use our skills and props. Battle pets can still be summoned. Long Zimo released all 3 battle pets. Little Turtle's group anti-injury skill was maxed out. Luo Su released 3 battle pets, Panda Xiaohan, Xiaobai, and Bucktooth Rabbit. Xiaobai assisted, and Panda and Bucktooth Rabbit added blood. Long Zimo raised his submachine gun and started to fire wildly. The Star Master released a barrier with his bare hands, and the bullets hit it, but they couldn't penetrate it. Long Zimo and several battle pets attracted all the firepower. Luo Su took the opportunity to move. She rode the fire Kirin and rushed out quickly, attacking the enemy from the side. Items and skills were disabled. She couldn't even open the space, couldn't use the magic cube and energy ball. Fortunately, she had some weapons in the backpack of ordinary players. Bang, bang. She fired out with the weapon in her hand, injuring several enemies. However, the Star Lord pulled up an all-round barrier, and neither cold nor hot weapons could break through the defense. And when their skills were used, they hid in the barrier and launched attacks from a distance. Boom. The Star Master used a big move. Long Zimo had no shield or firewall to protect him. He had to rely on his equipment to resist the attack and lost 100,000 HP in one go. There were only 6 combat pets around him. Except for the Bucktooth Rabbit, who ran away quickly, all the others were killed. The opponent's group attack skills also bombarded him. Long Zimo avoided most of the skill attacks by running quickly, while taking drugs to recover HP. Bucktooth Rabbit gave him a blood recovery skill, and he recovered 30,000 HP instantly. Luo Su rode on the Fire Unicorn and rushed up. The Fire Unicorn was full of fighting spirit, and the flames were burning violently. It leaped forward, broke through the enemy's barrier, and rushed into the enemy's position. Roar. The Fire Kirin sprayed a column of fire, and there was a wailing at the scene. Bucktooth Rabbit, you are worthy of being the Fire Kirin. I don't obey anyone but you. Luo Su, thank you, Dead Rabbit. Bucktooth Rabbit, the biggest joke of the year. 2 dual Star Masters were suppressed by a half-baked Star Master. They have special skills, but can't use them. It's also a kind of sadness. Luo Su, Dead Rabbit, get to the point directly, or I will let the Fire Kirin turn you into a roasted rabbit. Bucktooth Rabbit, your Star Master has entered dormant mode, and you need to reactivate the combat mode. Luo Su was furious. You idiot rabbit, why didn't you say so earlier? Luo Su said to Long Zimo in the team. Zimo, activate the combat mode of the Star Master. After that, she took out the Star Master and clicked to activate it. Boom. A powerful pressure spread out, and the entire mining area trembled slightly. At this time, she remembered a voice in her mind. The purple gold twin stars enter combat mode? At this time, everyone in the opposing camp was immediately excited. It's the Star Master. Our Star Master is back. We are saved now. Only the Star Master's eyes were filled with fear. Double Star Masters. He fled without hesitation. But as the real Star Master, Luo Su knew every corner of her star very well, and could teleport to any corner. With a swish, she teleported in a second and blocked the Star Master's way. The man knew he couldn't escape, so he knelt down with a plop. Star Lord, spare me. I was blind and didn't recognize your Star Lord aura just now. I misunderstood. Pa! Before he finished speaking, Luo Su slapped him with a star palm. The man turned into a ball of lavender energy, and items exploded all over the ground. Luo Su's Star Lord device absorbed the energy, and her star energy value increased a lot. For the first time, Luo Su used the star power on her own star's territory, locking the entire mining area and sensing information from every corner. With a thought, she broke the player's energy shield and killed all the supervisors and guards in the mining area. She also found that after activating the Star Master device, she could open a special space and return to the novice village at any time. But when she thought about the fact that there was a resource-rich mine here, and so many human miners, it would be a pity to just leave. She was still thinking about it when Long Zimo teleported over. Su, should we go to the other 3 main stars and take away all the ore warehouses? Long Zimo said. Luo Su smiled, of course, but before that, I want to clean up this mine. Long Zimo was surprised. Is this possible? Luo Su released Dolly and asked him to call out all the people in the mine in the shortest possible time. Dolly ran to the guard booth at the entrance of the cave and pressed the notification bell for emergency evacuation of the mine. Miners in the mine ran out one after another. All of them were covered in dust. What's wrong? Why did you finish work so quickly today? Is it not time for lunch yet? Dolly gathered everyone near the warehouse. Luo Su locked the entire mine area and currently stored crystal ore. Ding! 100,000 primary blue crystal ores are obtained. The entire mine was extracted by the power of space and soon collapsed. Luo Su's space was filled with millions of primary crystals. She activated infinite fusion to fuse the primary crystal ores into super crystals. The energy purity of each crystal is different. It takes about 30 primary crystal ores to fuse one super crystal. Sister Luo Su, how do we deal with these miners? Dolly asked. The miners knelt down one after another. Boss, please save us. As long as we can return to the 9 stars, we are willing to work for you like slaves. Save us, Dolly said. If these people are not taken away, they will soon be taken away by other star masters, and will continue to work as miners in the dark until they die. Dolly explained, if you die in the game, you will be sent to various stars to work as miners. Once a miner dies, it is real death. Luo Su asked Long Zimo, what do you think? Chapter 342. Long Zimo talks to Luo Su secretly. I suggest taking them with you. In the future, these people will be managed by Su Imo and Xiaoya, and they will be responsible for agriculture and medicinal herb planting. Now that the 9-star continent is in trouble, food will become increasingly scarce. We must prepare in advance to ensure that we are self-sufficient in food and medicinal herbs in the future. Luo Su secretly admired Long Zimo for his long-term vision. She brought everyone back to the Sunlong continent. They were placed in a temporary refugee camp in the suburbs. After a special doctor examined their bodies and confirmed whether there were any mutated viruses, they could stay. Before Luo Su left, Dolly told her that in addition to the mining area, Zixing also had agricultural and plantation areas, and there were also a large number of human laborers in the industrial area. In fact, Dolly hoped that Luo Su could rescue his brother Danning by the way, but he didn't dare to say it clearly. After all, his brother had been very unfriendly to Luo Su before. Luo Su left Sunlong continent and returned to the novice village. She left Xiaoya and the others in the novice village, and only Jiang Hao followed them to continue exploring. They returned to Zixing, and with the unique induction of the Star Lord, she quickly found the secret room on the underground floor of the warehouse. It turned out to be a grain warehouse. Jiang Hao looked at the full warehouse of grain, all of which were rice, flour and grains, weighing more than 2,000 kilograms. Luo Su took away a whole warehouse of grain. Zixing has mining areas, agricultural areas, industrial areas, main urban areas and dungeon areas. Luo Su and the other two came to the main urban area in stealth. There was a sign on the city gate with a few big words written on it. Humans, pigs and dogs are not allowed to enter the city. Jiang Hao was angry and was about to smash the sign, but was stopped by Long Zimo. Don't be impulsive, so as not to alert the enemy. Let's go into the city first to see the situation. Jiang Hao had no choice but to give up. The three entered the city. There were not many pedestrians on the street. All the people walking around were aliens. Occasionally, 2 soldiers patrolled on flying vehicles. They all looked like their original bodies. Although they looked like humans, most of their skin was crocodile skin, and their facial features were ugly and full of sharp teeth. There were only a few shops open on the street, most of which were restaurants, selling mostly pasta such as steamed buns, and there were also shops selling weapons. They walked to the end of the street and found a bookstore. The best-selling book turned out to be How to Manage Human Slaves. It can be seen how bad the status and situation of humans are here. At this time, the street suddenly became lively, and many people ran in the same direction. I heard that the slaves in the industrial zone rioted. Now several barbaric humans, who led the instigation, have been arrested and are ready to be shot. Let's go and watch the excitement. Luo Su and Long Zimo looked at each other and nodded to each other. The three came to a square, which was crowded with aliens, all shouting to kill the riot leader. On the stage, 3 bloody humans were hanging, their heads hanging heavily, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Jiang Hao couldn't wait any longer and wanted to rob the execution ground. Seeing him so impulsive, Luo Su asked, "Do you know them? Why are you robbing the execution ground?" Jiang Hao, "I don't know them. I just saw injustice." Long Zimo smiled. "Go ahead." At this time, a flying vehicle descended from the sky, and a man with purple skin walked down from it. The people in the audience were very excited and shouted Purple Star Emperor. Jiang Hao took out 2 daggers, took advantage of the chaos to quietly approach the audience, and flew up to the stage in stealth. Luo Su and Long Zimo's group attack skills had already been launched. When Jiang Hao came on stage, all the aliens in the audience had turned into balls of energy. The purple-skinned alien on the stage was shocked when he saw the scene, and hurriedly turned around and wanted to rush into the aircraft. With a puff sound, its entire body exploded and turned into a ball of purple energy, the energy concentration of which was much higher than that of the half-baked Star Master in the mining area before. The items in its backpack exploded all over the floor. Jiang Hao had already quickly rescued the 3 humans who were hung up. Luo Su, Jiang Hao, the items on the stage belong to you. After that, she took the 3 humans into the space and treated them in the treatment cabin. Jiang Hao picked up a small purple Star Master device, and before he could react, it had already sunk into his chest. He was slightly stunned, and found that the energy nearby was constantly being absorbed, and he faintly felt that the energy in his body was getting stronger and stronger. Is this what it feels like to be a Star Master? Jiang Hao was surprised. Jiang Hao, quickly absorb the energy from the audience seats. We have to move to another place. Long Zimo said. Luo Su locked onto the entire main city and launched a group attack. Super Harvest X10 combo. The entire main city area was filled with purple star energy. The Star Master devices of Luo Su and the other 2 automatically turned on the absorption mode, and the star energy value continued to rise. After Jiang Hao's Star Master device absorbed all the energy, it automatically upgraded, and its capacity and power became larger, until the energy of the entire city was absorbed. They went to the agricultural and industrial areas respectively, rescued more than 20,000 human laborers, and brought them back to the resettlement camp for Wu Ti to deal with. They also collected tens of thousands of tons of food and industrial products, along with the planting base equipment in the agricultural area and several sets of advanced equipment in the industrial area. She brought the planting base equipment back to the novice village and found a flat area near the river to place it. In this way, the novice village had an additional ready-made planting shed area, which was handed over to Xiaoya and Su Mo for management. Advanced industrial equipment should be handed over to the official person in charge, and things like industrial production should be handed over to professionals to play the greatest role. Finally, Luo Su also took back the 2 copies of the Purple Star copy area. One is the King copy, and the other is the Gold copy. She also unexpectedly discovered that the copies can be merged and upgraded. She decided not to upgrade first, and wait until all the copies of other stars are collected, and then upgrade them together. Let's go and visit other main stars, Luo Su said with a smile. Luo Su displayed the aircraft she had just received, and the 3 of them boarded it. Relying on the Star Lord's positioning sense of the main star, she quickly found another main star, the Golden Planet. With a previous experience, she followed the same method and quickly rescued all the human laborers on Venus. Wu Ti's resettlement camp could no longer accommodate them, and those who passed the physical examination were sent to various resettlement villages one after another. Near these villages, ready-made agricultural and residential areas soon appeared, all of which were migrated from Venus. They collected a lot of minerals, food, industrial machines, and even weapons on Venus. Next, Long Zimo led the way to his blue main star, and the main star of Dragon Star. On the main star of Dragon Star, Jiang Hao said happily, "We have absorbed the energy of 4 planets, and the energy of the Star Master is very powerful." Luo Su thought for a while, and said, "Well, all the workers have been sent back. The agricultural area of Songlong continent has also become very large, and the official industrial production chain should also be perfect. After we take these 2 dungeon areas, we can retreat. Long Zimo, we should move faster. We have taken 4 main stars, which is equivalent to destroying several resource points behind the enemy. I am afraid it will soon attract attention." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge aircraft appeared in the sky. Such a large aircraft could actually approach silently. Luo Su smiled bitterly. "You really got it right. Jiang Hao, Crow's Mouth. Long Zimo, Chapter 343. Luo Su and the others quickly hid in the nearby building to observe the situation. She was ready to return to the novice village at any time. But she was really envious of this large aircraft. "What a big aircraft, I wonder if I can grab it," Luo Su said. Jiang Hao was very upset. Shouldn't he be worried about his own safety at this moment? Why was he still thinking about the aircraft? "Do you want to cut off the firewood from under the cauldron?" Long Zi asked silently. Luo Su shook her head, In the flying state, the kinetic energy is too strong, I can't draw it. Wait until they land and get off the spaceship, and see if we can steal it. I attract the firepower later, and you guys can act accordingly. Long Zemo said, quietly releasing the turtle and adding an anti-damage shield. Luo Su remembered something, and released the Bucktooth Rabbit. Luo Su, Bucktooth Rabbit, do you know this spaceship? Bucktooth Rabbit, you're dead, don't drag me down. After saying that, the Bucktooth Rabbit hid back in the Battle Pet warehouse. Luo Su, released the Bucktooth Rabbit again. Luo Su, if you don't explain clearly, I roast the rabbit meat right away. Bucktooth Rabbit, that person is coming, run for your life. Luo Su, who is it? Bucktooth Rabbit, the father of the 7 stars. You destroyed his 4 stars and sent him to die. As soon as Bucktooth finished speaking, a strange energy wave came over. Buzz. Time and space seemed to be imprisoned. Luo Su hurriedly opened the special space, and it was indeed imprisoned, and he could not teleport back to the novice village. Fortunately, the space can still be opened, and skills and props can still be used. Bucktooth Rabbit, your teammates must stay within 5 meters of you, otherwise they will die. Luo Su, why? Suddenly, the Bucktooth Rabbit was lifted up by an invisible force. An old hoarse voice said angrily, you traitor, I'm going to stew you. Bucktooth Rabbit, save me, master, save me. Luo Su thought and locked the Bucktooth Rabbit and recovered it. Luo Su was surprised, can't recover it? Bucktooth Rabbit, master, kill me, kill me. Luo Su was speechless. Do you want me to save you or kill you? Bucktooth Rabbit was anxious. If you kill me, I can be resurrected, but if it kills me, I will really be reduced to ashes. Luo Su killed the Bucktooth Rabbit with a thought. Battle Pet Bucktooth Rabbit died and entered the week period. Countdown 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Luo Su said to Long Zemo and Jiang Hao, time and space are imprisoned. We can't go back to the novice village, and you two must stay within 5 meters of me. There is danger outside 5 meters. Jiang Hao, why? Luo Su, the father of the 7 stars is here. The son of the 7 stars was created by him, and his ability is far superior to the 7 suns. The Bucktooth Rabbit said that if the battle pet is killed by it, it will never be resurrected. Long Zemo looked at the people coming down from the aircraft one after another in the distance. Which one is the 7 stars' father? Luo Su, I don't know, I heard he's an old man. A group of people came down from the aircraft. Strangely, they were not aliens, but human. Luo Su saw the 4-star master and the 5-star master who escaped last time among those people. Zemo, since we can't avoid a fight, we should strike first. Luo Su said. Jiang Hao, my skills and props are disabled. Strange, mine can still be used. Luo Su said. Long Zemo, maybe he is not a star master, so he is suppressed. Jiang Hao, please forgive me for a moment, go into space and hide. Luo Su said. Okay. Jiang Hao has always been very sensible. Luo Su released all the pets, concentrate firepower, sneak attack, and then put the pets away. Long Zemo had this idea, and his 3 pets were ready. Boom. Crackle. Bang. Luo Su and his pet used their skills at the same time, and dozens of energy balls were thrown out. With a concentrated sneak attack, they killed a group of the lowest level guards and followers of the other side. The 4-star master lost half of his health. Their follower doctor immediately added blood, thus exposing the identity of the doctor. Concentrate firepower and kill their doctor first. A golden protective shield was propped up on the opponent's position, blocking the line of sight. I can't see them. Long Zemo said in shock. This protective shield is like a one-way transparent glass. We can't see them, but they can see us. Luo Su said, opening his flame golden eyes to check, and said, I can see them. Luo Su threw an energy ball, which was blocked by the golden protective shield and exploded on the periphery. However, during the first sneak attack, the dozens of energy balls thrown at them had already superimposed more than a dozen layers of poisoning damage on them, which lasted for 3 minutes. Suddenly, Luo Su felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and instinctively teleported away, followed closely by Long Zemo. Boom! The building they were in just now was razed to the ground. What a close call! Luo Su was horrified. They fled quickly, and their attacks followed them like a shadow. It was the Star Master device on us that was located by them. Luo Su suddenly remembered this. Turn it off first, and we will fight with our own skills, Long Zemo said. The two fled, taking out the Star Master device and shutting it off. The Star Master aura on them disappeared. Sure enough, there were no more intensive attacks and tracking. The two quietly moved behind the enemy and heard someone say, "Since they have shut down the Star Master device and lost the power of the two stars, there is nothing to be afraid of. Let's kill them. Father Xing hasn't spoken yet. Don't act on your own. Don't be careless. You stay in the tent and wait for me," the old voice said. Whoosh. Suddenly, a white figure flew out from the golden protective shield. Bang. A sneak attack. Long Zimo was hit by a punch and flew more than 3 meters away. "So weak, it seems that the secret core is not with you," the old man said. "However, you should know what the fate of traitors is, Long Xingzhu." The old man punched again, but Long Zimo teleported and escaped. Zimo. Seeing him leave 5 meters away, Luo Su hurriedly chased after him. Long Zimo was very angry. His skills were suppressed, and he could not exert his full strength. He stood up again and opened the Star Master device. Since they were fighting head-on, there was no need to hide the Star Master's aura. Luo Su also opened the Star Master device. Luo Su and Long Zimo stood opposite the Star Father, only a dozen meters away. "You two little thieves, today I will send you to heaven," the old man said, and took out an oversized black Star Master from his chest. The black Star Master rotated rapidly, forming a black vortex, like a small wormhole. Luo Su and Long Zimo felt that the Star Master in their bodies was being pulled by a powerful force, and their bodies moved forward slowly and uncontrollably. Luo Su was light in weight, so she was sucked in faster. Long Zimo hugged Luo Su, trying to stabilize her temporarily, but unexpectedly, a voice exploded in his mind. "Ding! Alarm! You are too close to the secret core. Please withdraw to a safe distance of 5 meters immediately, otherwise the Star Master device will be swallowed in 60 seconds. Luo Su also received the same prompt. "Ding! A swallowable dual star device has been detected. Do you want to swallow it? Stay within a 5-meter range, and it will automatically swallow in 60 seconds. Luo Su tried hard to push Long Zimo away. Long Zimo used both hands to hold her tighter. "Please swallow my Star Master energy." Luo Su shook his head in pain. "No, without the Star Master device, you will die." Chapter 344. "Zimo, there must be another way." Luo Su shook his head painfully. Long Zimo looked at the Father of Stars approaching step by step, and said with red eyes, "There is no time." As he said that, he took out the Star Master device with one hand, and pushed it to Luo Su, and suddenly he felt his hand was empty. The Star Master device disappeared. "Ah! Ah!" The two were surprised, and saw that the Star Master device had been sucked into the black hole on the chest of the Father of Stars. Boom! For a moment, the Father of Stars exuded a more powerful aura. Long Zimo felt his body go empty, and he collapsed unwillingly. "Zimo!" Luo Su was shocked. "Ha ha ha!" Father of Stars laughed wildly. "The power of these 2 suns is indeed extraordinary. If I can gather the power of the 7 suns, I will be invincible. Ha ha!" After saying that, he turned his eyes, and stared at Luo Su excitedly. Luo Su took advantage of the fact that Long Zimo still had 1 blood bar left, and hurriedly activated Daodu's blood recovery skill. But he found that he could not use Daodu's skills. Did Daodu and the others enter the wasteland planet? She was anxious, and was about to put Long Zimo into the space. Suddenly, there was a buzz. She felt dizzy, and couldn't concentrate on the space storage. At this moment, the skill of the Star Father came over. Bang! Her body was hit hard, and she flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Puff! She spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole blood bar was reduced by 1/3. She gritted her teeth and stood up. But the buzz that interfered with the mental power. The sound was still lingering in her ears, and she couldn't concentrate her mind and use her skills. She could only throw props. She took out a stone tripod and smashed it. Bang! The stone tripod fell at the feet of the Father of Stars. A poisonous mist filled the air, and a large number of poisonous insects crawled out. The Father of Stars put up a protective shield for himself, and then used skills to kill the poisonous insects. There were too many poisonous insects, and he couldn't get away for a while. Luo Su took the opportunity to activate the potion, resurrected the Bucktooth Rabbit, and released all the battle pets. Bucktooth Rabbit, oh my god, it's so unfair to let me out to die at this time. Luo Su, let's fight together, or we all die together. Bucktooth Rabbit, what the hell is a fight? Originally, if you two sacrificed one, the 4 stars would still be able to fight, but now that the Father of Stars has absorbed 2 stars, no one here can kill him. Bucktooth Rabbit said. He added some blood to her. and decisively hid back in the battle pet warehouse. Luo Su was sad. Little turtle, master, I will accompany you to the end. Little fool, master, I will accompany you to the end. Fire Kirin, master, I will advance and retreat with you. Bucktooth Rabbit appeared, cursing, idiots, what kind of heroes are you two? Bucktooth Rabbit said, adding a skill to each teammate to increase vitality and continuously restore blood. Little Turtle counterattacks, and Xiaohan continuously restores blood. Ding, your battle pet Bucktooth Rabbit contributes its fighting spirit to you, and all your resistances increase by 30%. Luo Su was moved and his confidence doubled. The battle pets rushed forward. But Little Turtle and Xiaohan are both meat shields, close range attacks, slow speed, and weak combat power. Luo Su rode on the Fire Kirin and started to attack. Because his mental power was suppressed and interfered, he could not use skills or activate space storage. He had to take out a magic cube and smash it. It hit the back of the Father of Stars. Bang, the target's health was reduced by half. The Father of Stars was shocked, turned around, waved his hand to put away the golden protective shield, and his men rushed up to help kill the poisonous insects. But the poisonous insects kept crawling out of the stone tripod. Destroy that stone tripod! The Father of Stars commanded. Luo Su smashed the Rubik's Cube again. This time, the Father of Stars was prepared and disappeared on the spot with a teleportation. The Rubik's Cube hit the stone tripod and exploded. Bang, infinite instant kill. The dozens of people who were originally killing poisonous insects and destroying the stone tripod were instantly killed, and the energy and items on the ground exploded. The poisonous insects were also blown to death, and the stone tripod was missing a corner, and no more poisonous insects came out. Luo Su rushed to grab the Star Master device on the ground, but he was still a step late. The Star Master device of the 4-Star Master and the Double Star device of the 5-Star Master were all taken away by the Father of Stars first. He teleported a few hundred meters a second and held up a golden protective shield at the same time. He hid in the protective shield and absorbed the Star Master device. Bucktooth Rabbit, 5 stars merged into one, it's over, barbecue. Chapter 345. Luo Su saw that Long Zimo's health bar had only the last drop of blood left, and she was immediately anxious. Zimo, hold on a little longer. She took out a bunch of bamboo shoots and asked Panda Xiaohan to watch over him and continue to add blood. But Long Zimo's blood was restored very slowly. Now time and space are imprisoned, and he can't return to the novice village. His mental power is suppressed, and he can't enter the space. Boom. With a strong breath bursting out from the golden protective shield a few hundred meters away. Luo Su looked at Long Zimo worriedly, and then quickly fled away. She wanted to lead the battle farther away to avoid hurting Long Zimo. She still had 2 protective items on her body, which could withstand 2 fatal blows. She planned to attack with the Rubik's Cube, hoping to create an infinite instant kill opportunity. She crushed a clone item, and 2 clones appeared behind her. She and the clones separated and attacked the Father of Stars from different directions, hoping to distract him and find an opportunity to smash the Rubik's Cube. After absorbing the 5 stars, the Father of Stars became so powerful that it was unimaginable. Almost every attack he made was the power of a big move. Luo Su rode on the Fire Kirin, dodging left and right, and occasionally flying into the air, barely avoiding the dense attacks. She had no chance to attack at all. But the 2 clones were only half as strong as hers, and were quickly killed. Luo Su stopped and looked for a way to break through. Suddenly, she felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, and hurriedly accelerated and moved sideways. With a boom, the place where she had just stood was smashed into a big hole by the skill. Being crushed like this was really passive, and she had to find a way. Reverse this situation. She held the stone tripod in her left hand, and the magic cube in her right hand, and smashed them out one after another. Bang! The stone tripod fell at the feet of the Star Father. Poisonous fog and poisonous insects emerged instantly, and just as the Star Father was dealing with the poisonous insects, her magic cube flew in front of him. Unexpectedly, a wicked smile appeared on his face. I saw an unfathomable black vortex appeared on his chest, like a small cosmic wormhole, swallowing the magic cube in the blink of an eye. Ah, Luo Su secretly said badly. The magic cube was her biggest reliance at the moment, and now it was lost. After the Star Father swallowed the magic cube, his power increased greatly, and the black wormhole even appeared colorful light. Bucktooth Rabbit, you are still sending him energy, it's speechless. Luo Su, I don't want to either. Ding, Bucktooth Rabbit contributes all of its fighting spirit to you, and all your resistances are doubled. Ding, Your fighting pet Bucktooth Rabbit is downgraded from War General to level 0, entering the week period, and the countdown is 100 days. Luo Su was surprised. She found that all her resistances were improved, and her mental strength was also free of troubles, so she tried it. Super Harvest X10 Combo. Super Harvest X10 Combo. But the Star Father seems to have a high resistance to attacks like game skills. Luo Su's skill critical hit only caused him to lose more than 3,000 HP. But the Star Father has 5 million HP. Luo Su was depressed. She activated the acceleration to escape far away, trying to keep a distance and buy herself more time. Think about how to deal with it. The survival game was created by the people in their predator camp. They have a way to restrain the damage of game skills. They, the predators, do not fight with game skills, but with star energy. So if they want to deal with Star Father, they can only use the star energy of the Star Master. But her Star Master is of a very low level, only 2 stars, while the opponent is 5 stars. How can she overcome this level gap and defeat him? Luo Su remembered that Star Father's Star Master swallowed her magic cube and became more powerful. Could it be that the Star Master will become stronger by swallowing something containing energy? She took out an energy ball and let the Star Master absorb the energy ball. Star Master device gains poison element energy. Star energy value plus 100. Luo Su was overjoyed. Riding on the Fire Kirin, while escaping, he strengthened the Star Master device. 548 energy balls swallowed. The Star Master device had a dark green light. More than 400 low-level props from the robbery swallowed. The Star Master device had a gray light. 500,000 primary green crystal ores swallowed. 660,000 primary yellow crystal ores swallowed. Except for the blue crystal ore, all other crystal ores were swallowed, and then the prompt sound was heard. Ding! Your Star Master device is upgraded to a 3-star device. Luo Su was overjoyed. But she was hit by the opponent's star skill without paying attention. Boom! In one go, she lost 100,000 HP. The Fire Kirin turned on the Master Protection mode and began to spray 360-degree rotating flames. It pushed the Father of Stars back several hundred meters, buying Luo Su some precious time. She fed the Star Master device with everything she could swallow in her backpack without hesitation. She swallowed the energy blue core dropped by the 5-star boss. She swallowed the shelter. Ding! Your Star Master has been upgraded to a 4-star device. Stone tripod swallowed. It still needs 70% to upgrade to 5 stars. But there was really nothing left in her backpack to swallow, and she really couldn't feed the Star Master enough. She opened the Battle Pet warehouse. There were quite a few junk battle pets she picked up. They were all obtained from the 4 main stars before, more than 300 in total, all fed to the Star Master. It still needs 50% to upgrade to 6 stars. At this time, she raised her eyes and caught a glimpse of the large spaceship. She smiled unkindly. Chapter 346. Luo Su patted the Fire Kirin and said, Xiao Qilin, help me hold the enemy back, I be done soon. Roar. Under the cover of the blazing fire of the Fire Kirin, Luo Su quietly slipped down and teleported behind the spaceship. The Fire Kirin flapped its 2 golden wings, flew up, and quickly bombarded the Father of Stars. The Father of Stars hurriedly activated a golden protective shield. Boom. There was a loud noise. The huge fireball of the Fire Kirin bombarded the golden protective shield, which shook violently for a while, but did not fall apart. The Father of Stars used a big move to counterattack. Bang! Bang! Paw! Paw! The strange star skill, with its powerful hidden power, hit one of Fire Kirin's legs, causing blood to flow. Fire Kirin was injured, and its health bar was still 2/3 full. Luo Su was anxious, and it took her a full minute to devour the giant spaceship. Giant spaceship, devour, star energy 90%. Small spaceship, devour, star energy 100%. Ding! Your Star Master has been upgraded to 5 stars. Luo Su was delighted. It was finally 5 stars. They are both 5 stars, but the chances of winning are not big enough. It would be better if I could be 1 level higher than him. Luo Su opened the space and looked at the 6 copies she collected, 3 king copies and 3 gold copies. The copies also contain energy. I wonder if I can swallow them? She tried to swallow the copies. Ding! Your Star Master device is upgraded to 6 stars. She was full of confidence, called the Fire Kirin back, and rode on it. At this moment, she was riding on the golden Fire Kirin, like a female general, with the Star Master device on her chest shining brightly. Boom! Her star energy was released, causing a faint energy fluctuation in the air. Oh! The Father of Stars stared at her inquiringly. He sneered. I didn't expect that you could become so much stronger in such a short time. This is good, otherwise, the opponent is too weak, and it would be boring to fight. He held up the colorful Black Star Master, and 3 black energy waves formed quickly. He just waved his hand. 3 black energy wave balls rushed towards Luo Su, breaking through the air at a rapid speed. Luo Su tried his best to dodge, but maybe the speed of the energy wave was too fast, so he still couldn't dodge. The Fire Kirin swallowed one for no apparent reason. The other 2 exploded beside Luo Su. Boom! Boom! Luo Su was blown away and fell from the Fire Kirin. Under normal circumstances, the Fire Kirin would automatically protect its master and would not fall. But now the Fire Kirin swallowed a black energy ball, choking it and making it sneeze repeatedly. It grabbed its long golden tail and jumped wildly. Luo Su felt a sharp pain and her health bar was half gone. She gritted her teeth and quickly climbed up and selected a 5-star skill, Thunderstorm Meteorite, on the Star Master interface. At this time, there was a burst of lightning and thunder and meteorites falling in the area where the Father of Stars was. Crackle. Boom. This time, a burst of damage floated above the Father of Stars' head, reducing 30,000, reducing 30,000, and reducing 80,000 with a critical strike. The Father of Stars was not to be outdone, and 2-star skills came down. Luo Su was fixed, and could not take a step. Bang! Bang! A huge battery fell on each side of her, 1 positive pole and 1 negative pole, and then a strong current appeared between the 2 batteries. Crackle. Luo Su was electrocuted to the point of doubting his life. The Fire Kirin was also shaking. After a burst of electric shock, the Fire Kirin's golden fur was burned into corn silk. It had previously looked majestic, but now it became a little cute. But it didn't like this new look at all. Roar. It waved its long tail as a whip, whipping left and right, smashing the 2 huge batteries into pieces. Fire Kirin, such a good battle pet, it's a waste to give it to you, the Father of Stars said with contempt. He swung the Black Star Master in his hand and smashed it over. The Star Master was all black, but it was flashing with colorful lights all around, with a devastating aura. Luo Su was surprised. Can you play like this? She decisively turned on the swallowing mode, urged her Star Master to meet it. Her Star Master quickly spun out a vortex with a diameter of more than 2 meters, like a big mouth, swallowing the Black Star Master in one gulp. Luo Su was surprised. It really works. The Star Master was still spinning rapidly, and a violent roar came from my ears, causing the surrounding airflow to flow rapidly. A huge vortex was formed. Luo Su rode the Fire Kirin and retreated dozens of meters at a high speed. However, the Star Father stood there calmly, as if he didn't care about his star being swallowed. Boom boom. Luo Su's Star Master was still spinning rapidly, and the vortex was getting bigger and bigger, and the color slowly changed from colorful to black. Luo Su felt his body soften, as if all his strength had been drained away. He collapsed on the back of the Fire Kirin. He stared at the Star Master in midair in disbelief. How could it be? My Star Master is obviously 1 level higher than his. How could it be swallowed by his? Ha! Mine is a 2nd level 5-star, and yours is a 1st level 6-star. Which one do you think is higher? The Father of Stars laughed wildly. He then said, but then again, your Star Master can indeed swallow my Star Master across levels, because you have a secret core. It's a pity that you country bumpkins, with such a powerful thing, don't know how to use it. Ha ha, however, I am very grateful to you for helping me steal the secret core from Emperor Huang. So letting you die knowingly is also a way of repaying you. Father of Stars said, waving his hand to take back the Star Master device. The moment the Star Master device entered his body, a powerful energy wave was sent out like an atomic bomb. Swish. Bang! Bang! Pa! The surrounding buildings were flattened to the ground. Luo Su felt a pain in his body and lost consciousness. Chapter 347. All the buildings on the White Star were destroyed. Luo Su woke up in a daze. Because she had just experienced the explosion of star energy, her eardrums were slightly painful. Although she woke up, she found that she was pressed by the huge wings of the Fire Kirin and could not move. She smelled a strong smell of blood. Xiao Qilin. The Fire Kirin lay on the ground, seriously injured. The reason why it was still alive was entirely due to the Phantom Beast's keen ability to sense crisis. In the first few seconds before the energy wave exploded, it crouched at the fastest speed and opened its huge wings to protect its whole body. Its wings were covered with feathers as hard as dragon scales, and with the energy of the Phantom Beast, it barely escaped. Although it was not killed instantly, it was inevitably seriously injured. Fire Qilin heard the call of its master, and endured the pain to move its broken wings away a little, fearing that it would hurt its master. At the moment of the explosion, Luo Su had already used a protective item. It could resist a fatal attack. The item blocked most of the damage, and Fire Qilin protected her with its body and wings. She survived. But Qilin was seriously injured. With a thought, she took Qilin back to the pet storage to heal. At this time, she found that the position of the panda Xiaohan was empty. She had released Xiaohan before to protect Long Zimo. Now Xiaohan is dead. Where is Long Zimo? Zimo! Luo Su called out weakly. No response. She saw in the team information that Long Zimo's health bar turned black again, and she became even more anxious. But she couldn't use the blood recovery skill now. She struggled to get up. She vaguely saw a figure approaching slowly. The man held a colorful vortex in his hand, which was particularly dazzling. Luo was anxious, and mustered all his mental strength to activate teleportation, and his whole body drifted back 7 or 8 meters. But how could Father Star let her go? The energy of a supreme player is considerable, and it has reached the stage of being harvested. If it is distributed according to the position, it will not be his turn to harvest. Now he picked one for free. Father Star approached step by step, raised his hand, and was about to harvest Luo Su. But at this moment, the Star Master in his hand suddenly lost control and flew backwards. Star Father felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he felt that his star power was being taken away. He used a skill to blast backwards. Boom! The feeling of being taken away disappeared, and the Star Master returned to his hand. He turned around angrily. He saw a familiar tall figure standing in front of him. He was shocked. Star Master Long, aren't you dead? Long Zimo smiled coldly, and raised his eyes slowly. Father of Stars was immediately shocked. Black pupils? You are not Dragon Star Lord. Who are you? Everyone knows that only those who are cursed will have black pupils. But there is another little-known secret in this world, that is, Emperor Huang was born with black pupils. Although Father of Stars only saw Emperor Huang's back from afar in the hall, the terrifying pressure from the Emperor level made people tremble and surrender involuntarily. But the person in front of him was obviously not Emperor Huang. So there is only one possibility: this person is cursed, because there was no star energy fluctuation on his body, that is, there was no Star Master device. Could it be that the person who just deprived the star power was not him? The Father of Stars looked around vigilantly. There was a Star Master consciousness placed on the entire white star, carefully sensing it. There were only 3 people on the entire white star. In addition to him, there was the black-eyed man in front of him, and the weak woman just now. In this way, there was nothing to be afraid of. The Father of Stars activated the Star Master device, and began to attack. The sky was full of star energy arrows, with powerful explosive power, flying out. Such arrows can shoot this cursed man into a hedgehog, nail him to the ground, and he will meet the King of Hell immediately. As soon as the Star Father used his skill, a triumphant smile appeared on his lips. Long Zimo sneered, raised his hand, and a puff of black smoke emanated. When those star energy arrows hit the black mist, they instantly disintegrated, and were swallowed by the black mist. When the Star Father saw this scene, his face turned pale. However, before he could think about it, a black shadow had teleported in front of him. A pair of black pupils stared down at him, with unspeakable weirdness and evil. The Star Father felt fear and despair from the bottom of his heart, and he hurriedly put the Star Master device into his body, prepared to escape. Unexpectedly, a thick black fog wrapped around his body, and he could not move for a while. He watched helplessly as a pair of hands wrapped in black fog sucked towards his chest. A huge suction force forcibly peeled the Star Master device from his body. The Star Father fought desperately with his mind. But he found that even if he had merged the power of the 7 suns, he still felt that he was vulnerable in front of this person. He endured the severe pain in his body and asked, "Who are you?" Long Zimo exerted force with both hands, and pulled the last bit of star power out of the Star Father's body. He looked very cold and said, "You don't deserve to know." Chapter 348. The Father of Stars' eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness, and he slowly fell down. Luo Su looked at Long Zimo, who was surrounded by black mist, and was very worried. He hurriedly asked, "Zimo, are you okay? Has your curse recurred? But now I can't use Daoda's blood recovery skills. What should I do?" She remembered that the last time in the interstellar hunting ground, Long Zimo was like this, and then disappeared. Curse? The Emperor Huang was stunned. His black pupils met Luo Su's anxious eyes, and in just a few seconds, he had extracted all the information about Long Zimo in Luo Su's mind. He sighed secretly. This is the 33 years of his life after rebirth. It's too. Emperor Huang hadn't found the right words to describe the complexity of his heart at this moment. He found that there was an intruder consciousness called Dragon Star Lord in his body, trying to wake up. He cleared the consciousness of Dragon Star Lord. Suddenly, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. He fell to the ground. Beep, alarm, the imprisonment system has a bug and starts to enter the repair mode. ZMO. Seeing that Long Zimo had fainted again, Luo Su thought that the curse had taken effect, and was extremely anxious, so he immediately took him into the space. He used the treatment cabin to treat him, and watched the black mist on his body gradually dissipate, and his complexion began to improve, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Hao, you help me keep an eye on him, and call me immediately if anything happens. Luo Su urged. Okay. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. Luo Su exited the space, and found a colorful Star Master under his feet. This Star Master absorbed too much energy, and the outer ring changed from the original star shape to an ellipse. At first glance, it looked like a colorful pebble. Luo Su squatted down, and picked up the Star Master device. As soon as she touched it, the entire Star Master device quickly sank into her palm. A prompt sounded in her mind. Ding, Star Master returns to position, open the star system. With a whoosh, a picture of the vast universe appeared in Luo Su's mind. She easily found the location of the 9 stars. The 9 stars are in the vast universe, an inconspicuous Hongyu star system. Luo Su was shocked. Isn't this star system just a map of the universe? She was still surprised when she heard Jiang Hao calling her. Beiku, Do, and the others have returned to the novice village. Let me tell you something. Have they arrived home? Luo Su was overjoyed. Okay, we go back right away. She exited the universe map. She was about to return to the novice village. She took a look and found that there were still 2 copies confiscated on the White Star. 1 gold copy and 1 king copy. Both copies were hidden underground, and were not damaged at all. Luo Su put both copies into the space. Then he went back to the novice village. Luo Su found that the yard was full of people, and his grandmother was crying and laughing while holding his mother, forgetting everything else. Seeing Luo Su coming back, his grandmother asked in disbelief. Su, tell me, is this true? Am I dreaming? I can't bear to wake up from such a good dream. Grandma was so happy. For a mother, nothing is more joyful than regaining what she lost. Luo Su was also very happy, and said to his grandmother with a smile, Grandma, you are not dreaming, Dad and Mom are really back. Grandma hugged her daughter whom she had not seen for many years, tears streaming down her face. Great, my Xiaoyun is still alive. Mom. The scene of a century-long happy reunion was staged in the yard. Grandma Long and Aunt Jiang sat on the side, watching with both joy and sadness. She thought of her son and daughter-in-law. How she wished they were still alive. When she thought of this, Grandma Long was overwhelmed with grief and burst into tears. Xiao Jiang, why can't I see Zimo? Isn't he back? Chapter 349. Under the arrangement of Grandma Long, 3 tables were set for a sumptuous dinner. The whole village came to eat together to celebrate the reunion of Luo Su's family. The dinner was very lively, and did not end until 9 o'clock in the evening. In the evening, Daodu insisted on sleeping with his parents. After working for many days in a row, Luo Su was really tired. He hugged Daodu and lay down, and fell asleep unconsciously. After taking a bath, Long Zimo came out and saw the mother and son sleeping soundly, and his heart was warm. But he was insomniac. Ever since he defeated Starfather and came back, he always felt vaguely that he seemed to have forgotten something important. But when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember anything. The consciousness and memory of Emperor Huang were hidden again by the mysterious confinement system in his body. He knew nothing about Emperor Huang now. Luo Su also knew nothing. Starfather, who knew his identity as Emperor Huang, had been killed by the temporarily awakened Emperor Huang. Every time Long Zimo was on the verge of death, the dormant consciousness of Emperor Huang in his body would desperately break through the confinement and save himself out of instinctive self-protection. Every time he saved himself, he exhausted the power that Emperor Huang had quietly accumulated, and fell into deep sleep again. Only by removing the imprisonment system in his body can Emperor Huang's consciousness and power truly awaken. But Long Zimo didn't know that there was such a confinement in his body. He didn't even know his true identity. Zimo, why are you still not asleep? It's so late. What are you thinking about? Luo Su woke up and saw Long Zimo leaning against the head of the bed, with a frown on his face. Nothing. Long Zimo reached out, and took her into his arms. A little foot lifted the quilt, stretched out from the bed, and rested on Long Zimo's belly. Luo Su laughed, covered the little guy with the quilt again, and said, "Go to sleep, it's getting late." Long Zimo smiled, and lay in the quilt. The chubby little foot on his belly rose, and fell with his breathing. A dreamless night. Early in the morning, the birds outside were chirping happily. "Zheng Yun, hurry up, today is the flower festival, if you go too late, you won't be able to find beautiful flowers." A young man's voice urged. "I'm here." There was a sound of trotting footsteps. "Xiao Jing, why are you dressed so casually? Today is Huaqiao Festival, aren't you going to give flowers to Qiner?" Luo Su suddenly opened his eyes, and saw Long Zimo's equally surprised expression. "This is... Did he enter the game?" The two hurriedly lifted the quilt, and Dowdu was sleeping soundly with a flushed face, so they breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the system prompt sounded in their ears. "Welcome to the survival game. This level is the surprise of the Flower Festival. This level prohibits all supernatural powers. All players will play the game as ordinary people. I wish you a happy game." Luo Su was speechless after hearing this sad system prompt. This game system is as deceptive as ever. There is no reminder of the conditions for passing the level. But I didn't expect Long Zimo to be interested. Interesting, this level of the game is actually in ancient times. Luo Su raised his eyes. Long Zimo in front of him still had the same figure and appearance, but he had long hair, which was definitely the appearance of a handsome man in ancient times. Long Zimo teased, "Madam, is your husband handsome?" Snort. Luo Su smiled, lifted the quilt, and got out of bed, just SOSO. SOSO, third in the world? Long Zimo smiled. Luo Su smiled and ignored him. She checked and felt bad. "Zimo, you can't go back to the novice village in this level of the game. Skills and talents are disabled. Star abilities are invalid in this level of the game. Only the space backpack can be used. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. Let's go to this Huaqiao Festival, and have some fun," Long Zimo said calmly. When Dowda heard that there was something fun, he immediately jumped out of the quilt. "Dad, I want to go and have some fun too." Chapter 350. These ancient clothes have no buttons. The three members of the Luo Su family took great effort to put on the 3 layers of ancient clothes here. Do you think the ancients were bored? They designed the clothes so complicated. Luo Su was sweating. Wearing this dress is much more complicated than fighting a boss. If she was not worried about being seen as an object of onlookers, and not being able to play happily, she would have taken a few sets of sportswear in the space, and went out. Dowdu was wearing a hanfu, so cute. The beauty of this family of 3 attracted many people's attention as soon as they went out on the street. Especially the girls, who came over intentionally or unintentionally. "ZMO, I should have asked the innkeeper for some soot to wipe you off. You see, your beauty is too attractive. How can we collect information like this?" As soon as Luo Su finished speaking, a man blocked her way. "This girl is as beautiful as a fairy. I fell in love with her at first sight. Please accept the wreath I made carefully." Luo Su, turning his head to look at Long Zimo. Long Zimo's face turned from sunny to cloudy. Dowdu snatched the wreath and put it on his head happily. "Thank you, uncle." After Dowdu finished speaking, he jumped forward. The man was immediately angry. "Hey, whose child is this? So unruly. Today is the flower festival, and you let the child out. It's too outrageous. I don't know how his father taught him." When he said the last sentence, he was scared away by Long Zimo's murderous eyes. Puff. Luo Su laughed. "How dare you laugh? You are the one who deserves to be wiped off the dust from the bottom of the pot the most," Long Zimo said. As soon as he finished speaking, he was blocked by 3 girls. The 3 girls were shy, and had to team up to be brave enough to come up and talk to him. "Sir, this is my bracelet. Please accept it." "Sir, this is a bracelet I made myself. Please accept it." Seeing that he didn't reach out to take it, the 3 girls put the bracelet on his wrist directly, and took the opportunity to pull his hand. Long Zimo's face became more and more gloomy. He threw the bracelet away hastily. At this time, the people on the whole street were angry, and stood up one after another, glaring at Long Zimo. It seemed that Long Zimo's behavior was unforgivable, and aroused public anger. Dowdu was so scared that he ran back in a hurry. "Oh my god, it's so scary." Luo Su suddenly had an idea and hurriedly picked up the 3 straw bracelets on the ground and said, "Sorry, my brother accidentally dropped them." Luo Su stuffed the 3 bracelets into Long Zimo's hands. Everyone on the street immediately returned to their normal state and took their positions as if nothing had happened. She felt something was wrong. Normal people's expressions and emotions would not switch so quickly. She decided to give it a try. She snatched the 3 grass rings from Long Zimo's hand and threw them on the ground. Shwa! Everyone on the street stared at her in unison. She became the only person in the world who did not follow the rules. The whole world will be her enemy. The longer this state lasted, the more angry the people around her became. I saw several people with red eyes. Long Zimo quickly bent down to pick up the grass ring on the ground and put it on his wrist. Shwa! The people around him calmed down and returned to their positions as if nothing had happened. Luosu took Daodu's hand and came over to Long Zimo and said, I understand. Gifts given by others cannot be thrown away on the street. Keep them for now. We will find a place where no one is around to throw them away later. Chapter 351. Luosu and Long Zimo have mastered a rule of the game. They were secretly happy, but unexpectedly a disaster happened. Daodu suddenly threw the wreath on the ground and shouted, Mom, there are a lot of bugs on the wreath. Coincidentally, a carriage passed by and crushed the wreath into pieces. Shwa! All the people on the street were extremely angry and stared at Daodu. She wanted to put Daodu in the living space. System prompt. This level of the game does not support this function. It's over, Luosu said. Long Zimo picked up Daodu and said, Run. But the props were disabled. Without the road shoes, the running speed was much slower. The 3 of them fled frantically, but there were too many people on the street. There were people chasing and blocking them in every corner. There were even more people holding sticks, knives, and other things, running out of the houses on both sides of the street and joining the team chasing them. Luosu rushed forward while fighting. But there were too many people. Without skills and props, it was too difficult to break through the siege by ordinary fighting. At this moment, a whistle suddenly sounded from the tower. Luosu and Long Zimo looked up. They saw a tall man standing on the tower. He grabbed 2 thick ropes in his right hand and swung them hard, and the ropes fell down. Luosu grabbed the ropes without hesitation, quickly made a movable ring, put it on Daodu, and fastened it. She made a gesture to pull up, and the man on the tower hurriedly pulled Daodu up. She grabbed another rope and climbed up quickly. Zimo, be careful. Luosu and Dodo quickly reached the top of the tower and finally threw down a rope. Zimo, come up quickly. Luosu shouted from above. Since Dodo was pulled up to the tower, the target of everyone on the street has shifted to the tower. The crowd rushed to the tower, and no one paid any attention to Long Zimo. He felt that there was no need to escape, but Dodo was still on the tower. Looking at the crowd crowded on the stairs of the tower, Long Zimo felt a little uneasy. Even if he went up to the tower, he would not be safe. Looking at the carriage that just passed by and crushed the wreath, it was still parked in front. The carriage driver also joined the team chasing Daodu. At this moment, the carriage was empty. He drove the carriage over and closer to the tower. Su, he shouted and pointed at the carriage. Luosu knew what he meant. He wanted her to take Daodu down and ride in the carriage out of the city together. Okay. Luosu told the person who saved them about the situation. The person looked at the crowd that was rushing up the tower frantically and felt that hiding on the tower was indeed not a safe strategy. Long Zimo quickly drove the car out of the city gate. The man and Luosu threw the rope to the other side of the tower and let it hang outside the city. Luosu slid down quickly with Dodo on his back. The man also slid down from another rope at the same time, and they just reached the ground. Bang! 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 With a few sounds, those who were chasing them jumped down from the tower like dumplings. Some of the people who jumped down from the tower landed on their heads and died on the spot, while those who did not land on their heads still climbed up. He limped after Daodu. Get in the carriage! Long Zimo shouted. Luosu and the other 2 got on the carriage, and Long Zimo whipped the carriage and drove away quickly. There were still many people chasing after them, but they were not as fast as the carriage. He soon left the chasing crowd far behind. It was clearly broad daylight, but the farther he got from the city gate, the darker it got. Luosu felt something was wrong. She remembered that she had just glanced at a wooden sign at the city gate, which read, Huaqiao Festival, don't leave the city. Thinking of it, she felt a little uneasy. She told Long Zimo about the raft she saw at the city gate. Long Zimo said, I also feel that something is wrong outside the city. He pulled off the 3 grass rings on his wrist and threw them into the grass on the side of the road. The carriage ran forward along the rugged mud road. After running for about half an hour, it was completely dark. Once it got dark, no matter how much the horse was whipped, it would not move anymore. The strange man who was sitting in front of the carriage with Long Zimo jumped off the carriage and pulled the horse rope hard to move forward. But the horse struggled fiercely, raised its front hooves high, and neighed. "There's nothing we can do. The horse won't go," the strange man said dejectedly. Luo Su opened the carriage curtain and looked ahead. She saw some light behind the woods ahead. "There seems to be some light ahead. Could it be a village?" she said. Long Zimo stood up, stretched his neck and looked for a long time, and said, "There is some light. It's not far ahead. Let's go over and take a look." Luo Su and his companions got out of the car. Long Zimo held Daodu in his arms. Luo Su took out 2 flashlights from his space and handed one to the strange man. "Big brother, thanks to you for saving us just now. I don't know your name yet?" Luo Su asked him. The strange man took the flashlight and said, "My full name is Hong Xiangnan. I'm older than you, so I call you Brother Nan." Luo Su smiled and said, "Okay, Brother Nan, when did you enter the game?" "I woke up in the middle of the night last night and found that I had entered the game. I came out to collect supplies overnight. There was a curfew in the city, and I finally managed to get 2 ropes. I didn't expect that they would come in handy," Hong Xiangnan said. "Thank you for saving us." Luo Su thanked him sincerely. They chatted for a while, walked along the road, turned a corner, and finally saw an inn not far ahead. There was a big red lantern hanging outside the door, and the sign was clearly written, "Chili Inn outside the city." "There is actually an inn here." Luo Su was surprised. Nangu looked around and said, "There is actually an inn in this desolate mountain. It can't be the inversion of Lanru Temple, right? Never mind, let's find a place to stay first." Long Zimo carried Daodu into the inn. The dew was heavy at night, and if they stayed in the wild like this, I'm afraid the little guy would catch a cold. They entered the inn. "Dear guests, are you staying overnight or staying in the hotel?" The shopkeeper stood at the counter, looking them up and down with a smile. Chapter 352. Stay in the hotel 2 rooms. Long Zimo said. The shopkeeper looked at their clothes and saw that they were all ordinary people. He said in a bad attitude, 2 rooms, 2 taels of silver. So expensive? The 3 were dumbfounded and scraped together money. Each player had only 250 coins in his backpack. He also took out Daodu's share and finally got 1 tael of silver. "Ask for a room." The shopkeeper handed them the key to the room and said, "The room at the end of the corridor on the left side of the 2nd floor." Long Zimo and his group went up the stairs and came to the guest room on the 2nd floor. It was a very small room, with an area of no more than 5 or 6 square meters. There was only a 1.2-meter wooden bed, 2 wooden stools, and a small round table in the room. The bedding was old and rotten, and it also exuded an unpleasant smell. Hong Xiangnan opened the only small wooden window in the room, moved a small wooden stool, and sat beside the bed. "You guys go to sleep, I keep watch. I feel that this is a shady shop. Don't do anything to us in the middle of the night." "How can we sleep? We opened this room just to give the child a place to sleep," Luo Su said. She took down all the old quilts and mosquito nets and threw them on the ground, then took out the quilts and pillows from the space and made the bed. Only then did Long Zimo put Daodu on the bed to sleep. "I didn't expect you to have storage tools," Hong Xiangnan said. Luo Su didn't intend to hide it from him. He saved them in the city without caring about his own safety. He must not be a bad person. Luo Su took out food and a pot of hot tea, put them on the table, and said, "Brother Nan, come and have something to eat together." Hong Xiangnan didn't bother to be polite with them, picked up a box of hot food, and buried his head in eating. He hadn't eaten a single grain of rice since he came out late last night, and was starving. Suddenly, there was a teasing sound downstairs. Luo Su walked to the window and looked out, only to see 2 men and a woman standing in the backyard of the inn. The woman was giving a wreath to one of the players. They were standing under a tree, talking and laughing. "It looks like things are going to be rough tonight." Luo Su stepped back from the window and said, "Never mind, we stay in the room tonight. No matter what noise we hear, don't go out," Long Zimo said. Luo Su was full, and he took out 2 folding beds for naps. "You 2 can make do with each other for the night. You can't sit alone to keep watch." Long Zimo said, "If I had known, I would have found a place to sleep in the car. If I could have taken it, I would have taken it a long time ago. This level of the game disables all supernatural powers. I can only take some things I can move from the space, and I can't store them remotely. This is already very good. At least we don't have to eat the human meat buns in this black shop." Long Zimo said. As soon as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Sir, I'm here to bring you some hot water. The waiter's voice came from outside the door. But they could vaguely see through the crack in the door that there was more than one person standing outside. Long Zimo responded loudly. No, we've gone to bed. Sir, you must be tired after traveling all the way, so let me bring you some hot water so you can wash your feet before going to bed. The people outside the door were not giving up. Long Zimo said coldly, No need, we need to rest, Hugo. There was no movement outside the door. They should have left. Hong Xiangnan glanced at the door and said, Shoo. Long Zimo made a gesture to silence, pointed to the crack under the door and whispered, They are still outside, no one has left. Suddenly, with a bang, the door was kicked open from the outside. 5 or 6 burly men with knives were about to rush in. Long Zimo kicked everyone out with a dragon-style shadowless kick. Bang! The big men outside the door fell backwards, like tarot cards, and finally crushed the corridor fence and fell downstairs. The shopkeeper hiding outside the door was horrified. Emma, this time I hit a wall. He walked towards the stairs dejectedly, and was about to go downstairs. Long Zimo said, Shopkeeper, if you dare to play dirty again, I will tear down your store. The shopkeeper turned around and said with a smile, These people are nearby bandits, who often come here to rob. We who run a shop and do business dare not speak out. Thank you for getting rid of this harm for the people. Long Zimo, you'd better tell the truth. No one is allowed to disturb us before dawn. The shopkeeper said with a smile, Yes, 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 sir, please go to bed early. In his heart, he was thinking, Dawn? You still want to see the sun tomorrow? Dream on. Long Zimo returned to the room and closed the door. It's really a shady shop. Hong Xiangnan frowned and said, I'm afraid they won't give up. They may have some tricks in the second half of the night, such as poisoning in the middle of the night. Luo Su said, a little worried. So he took out 4 gas masks and distributed them to them. Carry them with you, just in case. She took 2 masks and went back to bed, pulled the breeze in front of the window, and accompanied Dowdy to sleep. The inn was quiet, the guests seemed to have rested, and the group of people who were beaten just now did not move again. Hong Xiangnan kept watch. Luo Su accompanied Dowdu, and gradually fell asleep. At this moment, the moon in the night sky turned green. In the dense forest behind the inn, something was waking up, and waves of rustling sounds came from far to near, all coming towards the direction of the inn. Chapter 353. Qilian outside the city. Hong Xiangnan was the first to hear the noise outside. He quietly came to the window to check. He found that the backyard was brightly lit. There was a group of people dressed strangely in the yard, and a charming woman in purple gauze stood in the front. They seemed to be talking about something, but they were a little far away, so Hong Xiangnan couldn't hear clearly. At this time, several guests in the inn walked to the purple gauze woman unconsciously like sleepwalking. The purple gauze woman waved at them, and they opened their mouths, and a huge white reptile crawled out of their mouths. Then the guests fell to the ground one after another, with blood flowing from their mouths. The purple-veiled woman took out a wooden box, and put a few white reptiles in it. Is the woman raising an insect? Long Zimo's voice suddenly sounded behind Hong Xiangnan, which scared him. How come there is no sound when walking? It's scary. Look at those dead people, they all have bracelets or wreaths on their bodies. Long Zimo discovered this detail. Hong Xiangnan was surprised. Yes, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed it. Fortunately, I didn't go out today, and didn't meet those strange women. Just then, they heard a series of strange noises. It sounded like the sound of insects crawling. As the two were surprised, they saw dense reptiles crawling in from the window. Be careful. The two hurriedly stepped back, and took out their weapons to clean up the insects. But there were too many reptiles, and they couldn't kill them all. We can't stay in this inn anymore. We have to find a way to get out, Hong Xiangnan said. Long Zimo woke Luo Su up, and prepared to leave the inn. There was a noisy sound outside the corridor, and occasional screams. Bugs, so many bugs. Ah, if you hold a bug, it will get into your mouth and nose. Run for your life. Bugs that eat people, it's so scary. Luo Su took out the straps, and carried Dowdu on his back. After taking out the safety precautions, they opened the door. The corridor outside was in a mess. People kept rushing out of the room in fear. Some people had reptiles all over their faces, and those insects were gnawing at their skin and eyeballs. The man screamed miserably. Go! Luo Su and the other two held a musket in their hands. Hong Xiangnan raised the musket in his hand, sprayed flames to drive away the insects, and cleared the way in front. Luo Su carried Dodo on his back and walked in the middle, and Long Zimo walked at the end, holding a musket to clean up the insects that followed behind. There was a smell of burning insects in the air. They have muskets. Help, take us out. The whole inn was in a mess, with players and NPCs, and it was difficult to distinguish them. Luo Su and the other two walked very fast, ignoring others. They came to the first floor, and saw the shopkeeper, and a group of people blocking the door of the inn, not letting anyone leave. Get out of the way, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Long Zimo said coldly. Don't even think about leaving. At this time, another group of people appeared behind them. They were attacked from both sides, and were trapped for a while. Luo Su looked back and found that the group behind him were all young women, led by a charming woman wearing purple gauze. This purple gauze woman had the strongest aura among them. The one in purple is their leader. She can use goo. We have to be careful. Long Zimo reminded. The purple gauze woman stared at Long Zimo, her eyes filled with hatred for no reason, and gnashed her teeth and said, the more handsome a man is, the more dangerous he is, and the most damnable. After she finished speaking, she raised her hand and threw a wooden box at him. Long Zimo had seen this wooden box before, which was used to hold the Insect King. Long Zimo pulled Luo Su to dodge urgently. The wooden box hit the counter, and with a pop, it fell to the ground and opened. A large white Insect King crawled out from inside. Chapter 354. Luo Su raised her musket and sprayed it, but the Insect King was not afraid of fire. When the flames touched it, it jumped more vigorously, and its speed increased a lot, but its skin was shiny, without any signs of being burned. Long Zimo was dealing with the group of people behind him, and Hong Xiangnan also wanted to deal with the shopkeeper and his clerk in front. Only Luo Su had time to deal with the Insect King. Seeing that the fire could not burn the Insect King, she took out an axe and chopped it down. With a crack, the Insect King was chopped into 2 pieces. But even though it was split into 2 pieces, the Insect King was still alive, but became 2 Insect Kings. What a hell! Luo Su took out his crossbow and shot 1 arrow at a time, nailing the Insect King to the floor. Gee! The 2 Insect Kings were twisting their bodies desperately, and they also sprayed some unpleasant green mucus. Luo Su was worried that the Insect King would become more Insect Kings after it disintegrated, so he had to pull out the arrow and throw it into the space backpack with the Insect King. After being put into the space, the Insect King became a dead thing. Unexpectedly, the little beast living in the space actually likes to eat the Insect Kings, chewing them raw and hard, and in the blink of an eye, it ate up 2 Insect Kings. Good guy, Luo Su secretly admired. Decided to collect a few more for it to eat. She exited the space, and saw a few open wooden boxes on the ground. The Insect Kings inside had already crawled to Hong Xiangnan's feet. Swish, swish, swish. Luo Su nailed up the remaining 3 Insect Kings with a crossbow, and then manually collected them into the space. The little beast's eyes suddenly lit up, and it pounced on it and started to chew. After dealing with all the Insect Kings, Luo Su turned around to help Long Zimo deal with the people behind. This group of people is more difficult to deal with. The purple-veiled woman has strange body movements, and it is difficult to get close to her. And her subordinates are all extremely brave. They seem to be controlled and have no sense of pain. They fight with their lives. Long Zimo is alone against this group of abnormal humans, using an axe to attack at close range, and it is difficult to determine the winner for a while. Luo Su took out 2 guns from the space, and gave one to Long Zimo. The 2 of them are very good at shooting, and they shot each of them in the head, and quickly cleared out the purple-veiled woman's subordinates. The purple-veiled woman was furious, and casually scattered a burst of green powder. Luo Su felt dizzy, and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Long Zimo supported her in time. Su, be careful, I deal with her. Luo Su nodded and took 2 steps back. 1v1 style. Long Zimo obviously had the upper hand, and quickly killed the opponent's leader. Ding! Complete the hidden task, and get a reward of 100 taels of silver. Hong Xiangnan also dealt with a group of people led by the shopkeeper, but there were still many crawlers and mutants in the inn. Luo Su and his 2 companions stepped out of the inn, and were teleported back to the city. The street was still bustling with people, mostly young boys and girls exchanging wreaths of flowers and grass to express their feelings. As Luo Su and his companions walked on the street, another person came to give Long Zimo a grass wreath. I'm already married, and don't plan to take a concubine. Sorry. The girl was stunned, her face turned red, and she said angrily, Then why are you here in Huaqiao Street? Only then did Long Zimo realize that there was a wooden sign on the street. The sign reads, Huaqiao Street, also known as Matchmaker Street, is open exclusively to people who need a blind date. Luo Su also discovered the wooden sign on the street. Matchmaker Street? Why did the game system send us to this blind date street? Is there a hidden mission? Long Zimo, let's leave this street and go somewhere else. Okay. As Luo Su and his group left Huaqiao Street, they heard the system warning. Ding, you have left the game area. Please return to the game area, Huaqiao Street, as soon as possible. Luo Su and his group were speechless. I had no choice but to step into Huaqiao Street again. The warning in my mind finally stopped. Let's go, find a private room in a restaurant, sit down, eat something, and see what to do next. Long Zimo said. There are so many people on the street giving Huaqiao festival gifts, and wandering around on the street like this is just asking for trouble. Luo Su and his group of 4 went into a hotel called Xiangmenle and asked for a private room. This private room has a large window, from which you can see the whole Huaqiao Street. Luo Su took a look and said, This is not bad, let's take a rest here. They ordered a lot of delicious food. After the dishes were served, they found that there were reptiles that eat human flesh in the inn. Chapter 355. Luo Su felt sick and hurriedly helped Dao Du back a few steps. Hong Xiangnan and Long Zimo cleaned up the bugs. Hong Xiangnan said, I didn't expect the situation in the city to be so bad. Luo Su felt strange. Isn't the insect king dead? Why are there so many insects? Long Zimo thought for a while and said, maybe there are more insect kings outside the city. Maybe there are also some in the city. Hong Xiangnan, then we have to find the person who controls the insect king first. Luo Su nodded and said, the game system sent us back to the city and stipulated that we can only stay on this street. The insect king we are looking for should be on this street. At this time, there was a noise and fighting in another private room. It seems that we can't stay in this restaurant anymore. Hong Xiangnan said. Long Zimo said, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a scream from the private room next door. Bang. The door of the private room was pushed open, and a little girl of about 11 or 12 rushed in. The girl was like a frightened bird. After entering, she immediately locked the door and hid behind it, trembling. Luo Su stood up and was about to ask her some questions to see if there was any more information about the bugs. Unexpectedly, the door was kicked open, and a group of people with dull eyes rushed in. The little girl was knocked to the ground and shouted for help. Long Zimo and Hong Xiangnan rushed up and knocked down the group of people who rushed in. But those people continued to climb up, and even though they were stabbed several times, they still continued to attack people. These people have no sense of pain. They can't be killed by chopping, just blow their heads off. Long Zimo said, swinging his axe and hitting them one by one. Bang! Bang! The heads of those who fell to the ground were cracked, without brain matter, and a 3-finger-sized white worm crawled out. Soon, 5 or 6 white fat worms crawled on the ground. These fat worms were different from those in the inn. They did not attack people directly, but killed each other. Chiji their mouth parts open wide, and they moved quickly while opening, chasing their own kind. I saw one of the fat bugs bit the tail of another bug and swallowed it quickly. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed the whole bug. After swallowing it, its body doubled in size, visible to the naked eye. Its speed and strength increased significantly, and it continued to swallow other bugs. Soon it swallowed all 5 or 6 bugs and turned into a big bug that was more than 10 centimeters in size and half a meter long. Chi-chi. Its voice became much stronger. There were no more bugs on the ground to swallow, and it began to attack people. Long Zimo raised his axe and split the flying insect in half. But it didn't die. Its 2 halves fluttered on the floor and turned into 2 insects. Let me do it. I have a way to deal with it, Luo Su said. He raised the crossbow in his hand and shot a few arrows. Knock! Knock! The 2 fat insects were nailed to the floor by the arrows. They struggled violently and couldn't break free for a while. They still chirped in their mouths. Luo Su manually pulled out the arrows with the insects on them, put them into the space, and fed them to the little beast. The little beast was so full of food that it grew bigger. Dad. The little girl knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Among those who were shot in the head, there were her relatives. At this time, a fat woman rushed in. Mom. The little girl cried even harder when she saw the fat woman. Dad. The fat woman glanced at the people on the ground and was in great pain, but reason told her that it was more important to escape with the child. Let's go. My uncle's carriage is waiting for us downstairs. She pulled the little girl up and rushed out the door quickly. After watching this scene, Luo Su and the others got more information. Bugs will parasitize people's brains and control their behavior, Luo Su said. Long Zimo nodded. Yes, the scary thing is that these bugs can quickly become stronger by devouring their own kind. Hong Xiangnan felt terrified and said, if all the bugs in the city were swallowed by the same bug, what kind of terrifying existence would that be? Luo Su turned his head and looked out the window at the messy street. People were constantly being shot in the head, and bugs were crawling all over the ground, showing a large number of bugs evolving. It's really possible. Look, the bug evolution war outside has already begun. Luo Su looked out the window and said. Chapter 356. Long Zimo thought of a possibility. Will the condition for passing this level of the game be to defeat the giant insect king? Luo Su thought it was possible. Then let's kill the insects outside first to prevent them from evolving too powerful. Hong Xiangnan nodded. Yes, we will destroy its evolutionary nutrients to weaken its combat power. The three of them discussed it, took out their equipment, and prepared. Daodu also shouted to come down to kill the insects. This kid is very brave. Hong Xiangnan looked at Daodu's long-barreled muskets, and said with a fearless look. Luo Su smiled and said, there is no way. He was born in troubled times, and has to learn to adapt to the environment. He started playing games with me to fight zombies, when he was 2 years and 8 months old. He often cried at first, but then he gradually adapted. Hong Xiangnan asked again, how old is he now? Almost 6 years old. Luo Su said. I didn't expect that this child entered the game earlier than me. No wonder he is so brave. Hong Xiangnan said with a smile. Long Zimo squatted down and said to Daodu, don't get close to the bugs outside. After you go out, follow Dad closely. Okay, Dad. Daodu nodded vigorously. The 3 adults and 1 child, fully armed, hurried out of the restaurant. Shiji. As soon as they came out, they encountered a large bug, which was twice as big as the one that swallowed 6 bugs upstairs just now. Whoosh, whoosh, the 3 of them attacked at the same time. The large bug was pinned to the ground by 3 arrows, and could not move. Luo Su collected them into the space in one fell swoop. All the weapons they had were crossbows, which were mainly used to restrain and pin the insects, and also made it convenient for Luo Su to pick them up manually into the space. Daodu took the musket and sprayed around first. If there were larvae on the ground, they were also burned clean. The 3 adults and 1 child cooperated tacitly. After walking more than 10 meters, they had already harvested and killed a lot of insects. It would be great if the firebird was here. I would roast the big insects for it to eat. Daodu said with sweat on his forehead. Your musket can only kill larvae, but you can't burn big insects to death. Luo Su said with a smile. Daodu took out a small crossbow from his bag. I want to kill big bugs too. After saying that, he aimed at a big bug not far away. Swish. The big bug was nailed. Yeah. Daodu made a victory gesture. Hong Xiangshan looked at Daodu and secretly admired him. He had such determination and fighting power at such a young age. It was really admirable. It took them an hour to clean up the whole street, and then they received a system notification sound. Complete the cleaning progress of Huaqiao Street. Open the map of the 3 nearby streets. When Luo Su heard the map, he remembered the map system in his mind. He opened it, and found that except for the 4 nearby streets, the rest of the map was still gray. However, there was a flashing red cursor in the southeast corner of the map. What is that red cursor? Based on past experience, this will be an important hint, and we must find a way to find that place. ZMO, let's go southeast. There is a glowing thing on the map over there. Luo Su reminded. Okay. Long Zimo agreed. Hong Xiangnan felt strange. There was no open map at this level of the game, but Luo Su seemed to have some extraordinary abilities, and could always bring surprises to the team. If they could form a team for a long time, the survival rate would be greatly improved in the future. Long Zimo, where are you from? Hong Xiangnan asked. Long Zimo looked at him, and said nothing. Oh, I don't mean anything else. I just want to be friends with you. I'm from Shuemu Planet. Hong Xiangnan explained. Shuemu Planet? In which galaxy? Luo Su was surprised. He remembered that among the 12 planets in the Hongyu Galaxy, there was Shuemu Planet. In the Red Mist Galaxy. Hong Xiangnan said. Neither Luo Su nor Long Zimo had heard of this galaxy. However, Luo Su quickly found the Red Galaxy on the cosmic map. It was larger than the Hongyu Galaxy, and not too far from the 9 stars. We are from another galaxy, not too far from you, and the network is not connected. Luo Su said. Oh, that's it. Hong Xiangnan said. Let's go, we continue to clean up. We can sweep the 3 nearby streets. Long Zimo said. They came out of Huachia Street and followed the game's prompts. They walked to another nearby street. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? Luo Su seemed to hear a familiar voice. It's Aunt Shirya. Daodu recognized Shirya's voice. It sounds like Shirya to me. After Long Zimo finished speaking, he looked at a low wooden building next to him. Shirya's voice came from there. Hurry up, save people. Luo Su said hurriedly. Su, you and Daodu stay outside to meet them, don't come in. Long Zimo and Hong Xiangnan rushed into the wooden building together. Aunt Shirya, we are here to save you. Daodu shouted towards the wooden building. Shirya heard Daodu's voice, and stuck her head out from the top floor of the wooden building. She was surprised and happy to see Luo Su and Daodu downstairs. Daodu, Luo Su you guys. Shirya said, looked back, and was terrified, saying, don't come up. Before she finished speaking, she was suddenly hit by something. Bang! With a sound, her body hit the wooden fence. The wooden fence was broken, and she fell straight down the stairs. Ah! Chapter 357. Luo Su and Do Do were so frightened when they saw Xiaoya falling from the roof that their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Xiaoya grabbed a clothesline on the balcony on the second floor tightly, and the whole person was suspended in the air. Just then, Long Zimo and Hong Xiangnan arrived on the second floor, and the two of them worked together to rescue him. But at this moment, there were a few flutters on the roof, and a huge insect jumped down. Bang! It fell to the ground. It landed right in front of Luo Su and Do Do. The two of them broke out in a cold sweat. Luo Su hurriedly pulled Daodu away. The huge bug fell from the third floor, and its belly burst open. In a moment, countless bugs of all sizes crawled out of its cracked belly. Luo Su and Daodu ran 50 or 60 meters before they dared to stop. Looking back, Long Zimo and the other 3 were killing the bugs. Mom, don't be afraid, I protect you. Daodu raised his crossbow and said with a firm look. Luo Su gave him a thumbs up and praised him with a smile. Daodu is awesome. Not long after, Long Zimo and the others had finished cleaning up and hurried over. Daodu, are you all right? Long Zimo asked. Daodu straightened his chest and said, it's okay, I will protect Mom, don't worry, Dad. Long Zimo touched his head and praised him for being a little man. Xiaoya, when did you enter the game? Luo Su came over and asked Xiaoya. Last night, when I heard the prompt sound, it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and Su Mo didn't prompt me. I was so nervous. Xiaoya said. Have you seen other people in the village? Luo Su asked again. No, since I entered the game and found that skills and props were disabled, I have been hiding in this wooden building and dare not come out. Xiaoya said a little embarrassedly, and added, I didn't expect that there was a huge cocoon on the roof, and the giant worm crawled out of that cocoon. If I hadn't met you, I'm afraid I... Luo Su saw that she looked frightened and comforted her, saying, it's okay, we will go through the level with you next. Yeah. Xiaoya nodded. Luo Su's team became 5 people. She took out some equipment and food and shared them with Xiaoya. Xiaoya quickly put on her equipment, ate something simple to fill her stomach, and then continued to explore the southeast with everyone. He walked and killed bugs all the way. It took him half a day to finally reach the red cursor position in the southeast. Is this a school? Luo Su and others stood in front of a big door and looked up at the big words on the plaque, Songyun College. The gate of Songyun College was open. Looking inside, the playground in front was empty. Let's go in and take a look. Long Zimo said, walking in front, and the others followed. Songyun College is very large. There is a playground at the entrance, and in the middle are 2 rows of our school, classrooms, and a library. There is a garden lake, and a small garden in the back before reaching the dormitory area. Luo Su and his friends walked around the entire Songyun College and found nothing. The entire college was empty and very clean. Unlike the streets outside, which are full of reptiles and mutants, there is not a single bug in the academy. It's strange here, too quiet. Longzi expressed his intuition. I have the same feeling. Luo Su said. Such a big academy, where are all the people? They found that the students' backpacks were still on their seats in the classroom, and the books were still open on the desks. It seemed that the students were still in class here a second ago. At this time, there was a sound of bubbles coming out of the water in the garden lake behind the school. Hearing the noise, Luo Su and his companions ran to the window to check. They saw that the lake in the garden behind them was boiling like a pot of water that had just been boiled, and wisps of black mist were coming out of the water. There is something strange in this lake, Hong Xiangnan said. Long Zimo picked up a scroll and threw it into the lake. The paper scroll was already burning before it fell into the water. Ah! Everyone was shocked. I didn't expect that the temperature on the water surface was so high. Luo Su was surprised. What is under this lake? Xiaoya said anxiously. Chapter 358. Luo Su and his companions stood by the window, looking at the boiling lake in front of them, horrified. At this moment, with a gurgling sound, a headless corpse emerged from the water, and then the second one. More and more. Did everyone here die in this lake? Hong Xiangnan said with wide eyes. Why are those corpses headless? Xiaoya asked in a low voice. There may be a ferocious monster under this lake. Luo Su squinted his eyes and stared at the lake. Xiaoya felt a chill run down her spine after hearing this. Well, then let's leave here as soon as possible. Now your combat skills are disabled, and I can't add blood. How can we beat a monster like that? Long Zimo frowned and said, the condition for passing the game is likely to be to defeat this monster, and we can't escape. At this time, the lake was full of corpses, and the air was filled with a foul smell. It stinks, I'm about to vomit, Daodu said, covering his nose. Luo Su took out some masks, and everyone put them on. Hula. Suddenly, there was a big noise in the lake. The water on the lake's surface was stirring rapidly, gradually forming a huge vortex. The huge vortex was spinning rapidly upwards, and soon exceeded the lake's surface. Puff! A huge black insect jumped out of the vortex. It lay on the ground, and its body was more than 2 meters tall. Fuck, it's so big? Hong Xiangnan stared at the ridiculously large insect in front of him, and swallowed nervously. The giant insect's body was bulging, as if it had many balls in its stomach. Chi-chi. The giant insect seemed to be particularly sensitive to the breath of living people. As soon as it came ashore, it kept shouting at the classroom where Luo Su and the others were. Luo Su distributed weapon clips to everyone, 1 submachine gun and 1 crossbow for each person, and laid out 2 boxes of magazines and quivers, asking them to take whatever they could. Luo Su handed Long Zimo 2 grenades. Only 1 per person, you take the lead. Long Zimo took it, and put it in the player's backpack. While equipping his weapons, he warned, everyone must keep a safe distance from the monster. Luo Su squatted down and tidied Daodu's clothes. Daodu, this time, your mission is to protect yourself and hide behind the rockery. Don't come out, understand? Xiaoya came up and took Daodu's hand, and said to Luo Su, I don't have as much combat experience as you. I will help you watch Daodu. You can just fight with peace of mind. Okay. After Luo Su finished speaking, he warned Daodu, you must listen to Aunt Xiaoya and don't run around. Daodu nodded, okay mom. Everyone was ready soon. Long Zimo and Hong Xiangnan rushed out first, followed by Luo Su and Xiaoya with Daodu. Xiaoya took Daodu to the back of the rockery. Long Zimo, Hong Xiangnan, and Luo Su stood more than 30 meters ahead and fought the giant insect. Long Zilong and Hong Xiangnan held submachine guns, stood on both sides of the giant insect, and fired. But the bullet hit the skin of the giant insect, as if it hit thick cotton. The bullet was embedded in it, but no blood was seen. Puff, puff! The giant insect spurted out a pool of black mucus from its mouth, which was stinking. There were 2 heads in the black mucus. Luo Su felt sick. This was the most disgusting game for her. She took out more than a dozen bottles of alcohol from her backpack and threw them out. Finally, she lit a rocket and shot it out. Bang! Hula! 2 sounds, flames burned on the giant insect. Chiji! The giant insect squirmed its body, spit out mucus, and then rolled on the mucus. All the fire on its body was extinguished. Fuck, this bug is pretty smart. Hong Xiangnan cursed. After the giant bug put out the flames on its body, it suddenly arched its body and turned its head to face Luo Su. Suddenly, with a puff, 2 heads flew out of the giant bug's mouth and flew towards Luo Su. Luo Su was 10 meters away from it. She dodged urgently and avoided the giant bug's attack. The head finally hit the rockery behind her. With a bang, a large piece of the rockery was shattered. Everyone present was shocked. Such a strong attack power. Xiaoya, take Daodu and hide away. Luo Su turned around and shouted. Xiaoya hurriedly took Daodu and left the vicinity of the rockery. The skin of this stink bug is simply a bulletproof vest. I used up 2 magazines and didn't see it, Hong Xiangnan said. I tried the grenade to see if I can kill it. At this time, with a few puff-puff sounds, the giant bug turned around and sprayed head missiles towards Long Zimo. Bang! 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 Long Zimo dodged sideways and avoided the head missiles. The heads hit the classroom wall behind him, making several big holes. Zimo, find a way to throw the grenade into its throat, Luo Su shouted. But now the giant insect is still launching head missiles attacks. Long Zimo keeps dodging and can't stop at all. Luo Su raised the gun in his hand and aimed at one of the giant insect's eyes. Bang! One of the giant insect's eyes was blinded, and green blood gushed out. Chi chi chi! The giant insect howled angrily. Luo Su and his two companions fought with the giant insect for more than an hour, and finally exhausted it. It opened its mouth and screamed unwillingly. It seemed to be trying to scare away the enemy with its scream. Luo Su and Long Zimo took the opportunity to pull the grenade and threw it into the giant insect's big mouth, and then the three of them quickly retreated. The giant insect swallowed the two grenades in its mouth with a fierce gulp. Boom! A loud noise. A huge hole was blown out in the playground, and the giant insect had been disintegrated. Everywhere were the remains of the giant insect, its head, and mucus. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the hidden boss of Huachia Festival, clearing the game, and getting 8 million survival points, 50,000 game points, and a special gift from Huachia Street. Luo Su looked at the exquisite Huachia Festival gift in his hand, not knowing what it was for, and threw it into the space. Xiaoya and Dao came over to join everyone. A blue portal appeared in front of them. Hong Xiangnan gave the Huachia Festival gift to Luo Su and said, "Captain, I'm leaving. I give you this gift as a souvenir. See you later, brother." Long Zimo came up to say goodbye to him. "See you later?" Hong Xiangnan said to Long Zimo with a smile. After saying goodbye to everyone, Hong Xiangnan turned around and walked into the portal. "Let's go, we're going back too." Long Zimo picked up Daodu, Luo Su pulled Xiaoya, and the four of them walked into the portal together. The light changed, and they only felt that the light in front of them was dark, and they heard the sound of a ship. Woo woo. The four of them were all shocked. Why didn't they return to the novice village? They were on the deck of a huge cruise ship at the moment. It was night, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and there was no starlight. A system prompt sounded in my mind. "Welcome to the survival game. This level of the game is Horror Cruise. I wish you a happy game." Chapter 359. Luo Su was depressed. Why are we in the game again? Is it a bug? Long Zimo couldn't figure it out either. This is the first time I've entered the game twice in a row. Xiaoya was a little nervous. This cruise ship looked scary. This is the first time we've encountered this situation. Luo Su looked at the skill interface and said sadly, "Unfortunately, this level not only disables skills and props, but also the space backpack." Long Zimo opened the player backpack, which was empty. It seems that this time, I can only find supplies in the game again, and the game difficulty has increased. Xiaoya said with a frown, "I used to have a first aid kit in my backpack, but now it's gone." "Xiaoya, don't worry, there will always be a way when the boat reaches the bridge." Luo Su opened the map system. The map cannot be recognized. Well, this level of the game really has to start from scratch. It's too cold outside. Let's go into the cabin and look for Hong Xiangnan by the way, maybe he has also entered the game. Long Zimo, Luo Su, and the other four quietly entered the cabin. She couldn't use her fiery eyes and golden pupils talent skill. The cabin was pitch black, and she was really blind. Long Zimo walked in front with a weapon, Luo Su followed behind with Do Do on his back, and Xiaoya walked at the end with a weapon in her hand, trembling with fear. Roar. In the darkness, a low roar stimulated everyone's nerves. "Ah!" Xiaoya was startled and hurriedly grabbed Luo Su's clothes and asked, Luo Su, just now, what was that sound?" "Shoo!" Long Zimo shushed them in front. Roar. Suddenly, a sound came from his right. He reacted quickly, and swung out with his two axes. Puff puff. Two cuts hit the opponent. But the opponent did not fall down and rushed over again. Long Zimo was shocked. A monster without pain, he took 2 steps back, swung the axe, and hit the place where the sound came from. Bang! The monster fell to the ground. The system prompt sounded in his mind. "Kill the zombies, and get a flashlight X1 as a reward." Long Zimo took out a flashlight from his backpack and turned it on. A beam of light tore through the darkness. Suddenly, an extremely hideous face was illuminated, close at hand. "Ah!" Xiaoya behind screamed. The zombie was stunned and attracted by the scream. Long Zimo took the opportunity to swing the axe. Puff! Another zombie fell to the ground. He got the second reward item, a bottle of mineral water. "I killed a monster. Did you get any reward?" Long Zimo asked. No. Luo Su shook his head. No, no. Xiaoya was still in shock. I killed 2 zombies, and got a flashlight, and a bottle of water, but no survival points or other rewards. Long Zimo explained the situation. It seems that this level of the game is very unusual, Luo Su said. Yes. Long Zimo shone the flashlight on the bodies of the 2 zombies on the ground and said, Do you see the uniforms on them? They are all crew members of this ship. The situation is not good. Luo Su frowned. Roar. Xiaoya's scream attracted several zombies. You take the flashlight. I clear the monsters. Long Zimo handed her the flashlight. Luo Su passed the flashlight to Xiaoya. She raised her crossbow and stepped forward to help Long Zimo kill the monsters. The 2 killed 5 or 6 zombies, but there were still zombies pouring in from outside the door. Luo Su worked left and right, waiting for an opportunity to finish off the zombies. The zombies here were different from the previous ones. They moved very quickly. She and Long Zimo, one close-range attack and the other long-range attack, cooperated very well. But the quiver on her equipment only had 50 arrows, which were quickly used up. The other quivers were in the space and could not be taken out. I have no arrows, Luo Su said to Long Zimo. After killing the 2 zombies in front of him, Long Zimo turned around and handed her an axe and a dagger. These are all weapons dropped by monsters, Long Zimo said, but unfortunately they were all close-range attacks. I have another quiver on my equipment. Xiaoya took down the quiver and gave it to Luo Su. Luo Su gave her a dagger for self-defense. They passed through the cabin and came to the stairs. This is the top floor. There are probably more zombies below. You have to follow me closely, Long Zimo said, took out a headlamp he had just picked up and put it on himself. Okay. Because Luo Su was carrying Daodu, for safety reasons, he followed behind to assist in killing monsters remotely. They walked down the stairs quietly. The zombies saw the light and rushed over. Luo Su raised the crossbow, which was a modified military crossbow with high damage and could also hit the head from a distance. She received some rewards for killing monsters one after another. Kill the zombie and get a reward of bread X1. Kill the zombie and get a reward of quiver X1. Luo Su cleaned up the small monsters and turned to see Long Zimo chopping a big zombie. She decisively assisted, and after a series of intensive head attacks, the big zombie finally fell down. Kill the small zombie leader and get a reward of quiver X2, bread X2, and milk X2. Luo Su handed a quiver to Xiaoya. Xiaoya, load the quiver so you can also attack remotely. Xiaoya took the quiver and loaded it, ready for battle. After defeating the leader, they found 2 bundles of gauze and a bottle of disinfectant iodine in the room on this floor. As they were about to go downstairs, a woman's scream suddenly came from the top floor. Help! Luo Su and Long Zimo looked at each other in surprise. Didn't they just come down from the top floor? There were no other players. Chapter 360. Luo Su, someone seems to be calling your name, Xiaoya said in confusion. Luo Su listened carefully and heard the girl's voice again. Sister Luo Su, help me. This time, Long Zimo also heard it. It's really your name. Is it someone from the novice village? Let's go up and take a look, Luo Su said. Luo Su and his group of 4 quietly went up to the roof. At the other end of the deck, they saw a short-haired girl using her hands and feet to hang. On a flagpole, 2 zombies were waving their claws and fangs. The girl saw the light and shouted for help. Luo Su used a flashlight to look for a few times, and then recognized the person, and was surprised. Xiao Yu. Is it Sister Luo Su? I am Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu from Wuyuan country on Guala Star, Lung Chen's cousin, please save me. Xiao Yu was afraid that Luo Su would not remember her, so she said a lot. The 2 zombies under the flagpole were attracted by the light. Long Zimo killed the zombies in no time. Xiao Yu slid down the pole. Sister Luo Su, I was so scared. Luckily you guys came in time, Xiao Yu said with tears in her eyes. Why are you here? Luo Su asked her. Xiao Yu said in shock, I had a nightmare again. I dreamed of the terrifying scene of you guys in danger. I was so scared that I couldn't control my emotions for a while, and was teleported here again. When Long Zimo heard this, he remembered that he had seen this girl in this small village on Guala Star last time. Her ability to predict danger was impressive. Luo Su was surprised. So, you were teleported into the game by your own predictive ability? Xiao Yu nodded. After I came in, I received a system prompt and knew it was a game. Luo Su was secretly surprised. There is such a way to enter the game. It's really weird. Luo Su invited to join the team. Xiaoyu is a king level 8 player, the weakest in the team. Luo Su gave her a long dagger that he had just obtained from killing monsters. Your dagger is for your protection. You can follow for a few days without killing monsters, Luo Su said. Xiaoyu took the dagger and thanked him quickly. Only then did she realize that Xiaoyu was also in the team. Since she and Lang Chen moved to the Sanlong base, she often went to dungeons with Xiaoyu. Sister Xiaoyu, you are here too. Xiaoyu greeted Xiaoyu happily. Yes, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu smiled. She was so scared downstairs just now that she didn't hear Xiaoyu's voice. Let's go quickly. It's windy on the deck, Long Zimo said. They went down one floor, and the cabin was much warmer. Xiaoyu called Luo Su. Luo Su, it's tiring to carry a child like this. Why don't you put Dao down, Xiaoyu, and I will help you take care of him. Mom, I promise not to run around, let me down. Dao said. He was not comfortable being tied to his mother's back. Luo Su put Dao down, and the two ants held his hands on the left and right. Luo Su raised his crossbow with confidence and followed Long Zimo's pace. This cruise ship has 8 floors in total. They are now on the 7th floor and are going down the stairs to the 6th floor. They went down the stairs and shone the flashlight over. There were many zombies dressed like tourists in colorful clothes in the corridor. There are a lot of zombies on this floor, Long Zimo said. The 2 zombies closest to him were only 3 meters away. Puff. 2 times, they were shot in the head by Luo Su's long-range attack. Kill the zombie, and get a reward of electric baton X1. Luo Su then realized that the zombie was wearing a cruise ship security uniform. She gave the electric baton to Xiaoyu and the others for self-defense. Long Zimo had already rushed up and killed 3 or 4 zombies. He picked up a pistol, which could also attack from a distance. However, the bullets were limited, so he planned to save them for the critical moment. After they cleared the zombies in the corridor, zombies occasionally rushed out from the rooms on both sides. After they cleared all the rooms on the 6th floor, they found a warm coat in the closet of a luxurious room. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. The food we have collected is enough for one day. Why don't we rest here until dawn? Luo Su suggested. Long Zimo checked the room. This is a 1-bedroom luxury suite. Judging from the layout of the room, the previous owner of the room came here for a honeymoon. The door of the room was closed before, and no zombies could get in. The room was quite clean and tidy. That's fine. Long Zimo found a brand new gray men's sportswear from the closet and changed out of the bloodstained clothes. Long Zimo closed his eyes and rested on the sofa in the living room and kept watch at the same time. Luo Su brought Dao and Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu to rest on the 1.8-meter big bed in the room. At dawn, Xiaoyu had the nightmare again. The scream woke everyone up. Xiaoyu, did you have a nightmare again? Luo Su woke up and found Xiaoyu sitting up and panting in sweat. Yeah, what a terrible dream. On this cruise ship, there was blood everywhere, on the floor, on the ceiling. It's so scary. Xiaoyu was still immersed in the nightmare, and she was still scared. Luo Su was shocked. From the perspective of Xiaoyu's foresight, Xiaoyu's nightmare is likely to be some scenes that will happen in the future. The whole ship is covered in blood. How many people must have died? How many survivors are there on this cruise ship? Luo Su thought of the unknown danger that might happen, and he was a little worried. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyu. It's just a nightmare. You will be fine when you wake up, Xiaoyu said to Xiaoyu in a gentle voice. Xiaoyu nodded and shook her head. At this time, a long whistle sounded from the ship. Beep. The system prompt sounded in everyone's ears. Dear players, please note that the cruise ship is about to arrive at the next port, and you, as crew members, are about to welcome the first batch of special passengers. Serve these passengers well, and you will receive unexpected rewards. If you are complained by passengers, you will be punished with horror. Crew? Luo Su then realized that the clothes on all of them had become crew uniforms. Even Daodu's clothes were a smaller version of the crew uniform. Luo Su jumped off the bed, opened the door, and saw Long Zimo, who was wearing a crew uniform, standing by the window of the living room and looking out. Zimo, did you hear the system prompt? Long Zimo turned around, nodded and said, I heard it. We have become crew members, and we don't know what kind of passengers we will face. Luo Su came to the window, and saw that the pier was not far ahead. At this moment, the scenery outside is beautiful, the sun is shining, and the dock is bustling. The overly normal scene seems unreal, which makes Luo Su vaguely worried. The system prompt sound rang again. On the ship, the difficulty of each floor is different. The lower the floor, the higher the difficulty, and the richer the reward. Players who successfully reach the first floor and complete the task within 10 days can pass the game and leave this cruise ship. Players who fail the task will become permanent crew members of this cruise ship and cannot leave the game. Only 10 days. Luosu said worriedly. Chapter 361. The system prompt sound continues. Warm reminder. From 6 to 1800 hours every day, players must stay on their own floors. Those who visit other floors will be severely punished. There are 2 ways to go down. One is to automatically go down after completing the reception task of the day, and the other is to break through the floor at night by strength. Break through the floor by strength? Long Zimo and Luosu looked at each other and finally understood. It turned out that they went from the top floor to the 6th floor to fight monsters in the middle of the night last night, and accidentally broke through the 3rd floor. That is to say, we started with the 3rd level of game difficulty. Long Zimo said. That's how I understand it. Today, the 5 of us have to do the reception task on the 6th floor. In fact, there are only 4 people who can do the work, and doubt it can't help much. Luosu analyzed the situation and said. Just then, there was a sound of the doorknob turning. There's someone outside. Long Zimo glanced out the window. The ship hadn't entered the dock yet, so the people outside should be players. Knock, knock, knock. People inside, get out. A man's rough voice came from outside the door, and his tone was quite unfriendly. Long Zimo was a little unhappy. I go meet them. Luosu hid behind the door, holding his weapon and ready to fight, nodding to Long Zimo. Long Zimo opened the door halfway, looked at the group of people outside with cold eyes, and said nothing. His aura of majesty without anger made the people outside look 3 points lower. There were 5 or 6 people standing outside, led by a bald and slightly fat man. The bald man restrained his arrogance and said, This level of the game will start soon. Come out and exchange the rules of the game. Don't hold us back. Have you played it before? Long Zimo asked coldly. The younger brother behind the bald man rushed to answer, Of course I have played it. If you don't want to die, you'd better cooperate, otherwise you won't know how you died after the game starts. Long Zimo sneered, Really? I want to see who dies first. The bald man glared at the younger brother behind him, turned around and asked Long Zimo, How many people are there? He felt that Long Zimo was so confident, there must be many people in the room. Let's talk about the rules of the game. Long Zimo got straight to the point. The bald man was a little angry. This man didn't play by the rules. The younger brother behind him said, Boss, this man doesn't know what's good for him. Let's teach him a lesson and teach him the rules of the underworld. The bald man smiled and said, The rules of the underworld are to exchange what you have. Both parties exchange game information 1:1. The party with less information can exchange it with materials. Long Zimo understood. It turned out that they were here for the supplies, and they were robbing in a roundabout way. He said loudly, Okay, in that case, let's start. All of you come out and sit down to talk. The bald man was a little impatient. Time is running out. If you want to talk, hurry up. I will exchange supplies for information. Long Zimo said. 10 bags of bread or 10 bottles of water for a piece of news. The bald man said. Long Zimo put 10 bags of bread on the ground. Talk. The bald man saw the bread and said the first rule of the game, when receiving visitors, you have the opportunity to obtain information about the visitor's preferences. Long Zimo sneered, This one doesn't count. Don't talk about the rules that everyone knows. Talk about some hidden rules. You dare to play tricks on me? The bald man threw the cigarette, butt in his hand, and said angrily, Don't waste your time talking to him. Just destroy him. The bald man's brothers have long lost their temper. In the past, they would just kill people and rob them. I don't know what happened to their leader today. Seeing this tender-skinned man, he actually became polite. Fortunately, their leader's patience was soon worn out, and he said, Go! At this time, a group of more than a dozen people rushed out from the corner of the wall, each holding a weapon, rushing towards him with murderous intent. Long Zimo flew out, and 2 axes appeared in his hands. The bald man was shocked by his brave posture and retreated repeatedly. His group of younger brothers rushed forward fearlessly. Long Zimo originally wanted to take the initiative and capture the leader first, but he didn't expect that these people were quite brave and chopped at him with long knives. He had no choice but to be rude, and swung an axe, shooting left and right, knocking down 3 or 4 people. The others hesitated. Go ahead. He's alone, and the woman behind him is weak, not to be feared. The bald man encouraged his men to deal with Long Zimo, but he himself did not dare to take a step forward. Swish. 2 sounds. 2 arrows flew towards the bald man, who was a little short, and hit the 2 tall men in front of him. Both arrows hit his head, killing him on the spot. Oh! Everyone was shocked and looked at the weak woman. It was a pity that Luo Su didn't hit the opponent's leader with one move. She took a running start, stepped on the wall, jumped up, and shot 2 arrows in a row. Swish! Everyone dispersed. The bald man was slow to react. As soon as he turned around and tried to run, an arrow pierced his back and another arrow hit his thigh. Ah! Everyone was shocked. This woman is too strong. Chapter 362. As soon as Luo Su's feet touched the ground, she shot the arrows in her hand again, and every time she attacked, someone fell to the ground. Long Zimo's surroundings also fell, and only 4 timid people were left hiding far away at the stairs, but they didn't dare to take another step down. Seeing Long Zimo approaching step by step, those people fell to their knees and begged for mercy. "Brother, spare us. We were forced to do this, and we didn't mean to rob you." Long Zimo stopped and said coldly, "Speak. The one who talks the most about the rules of the game, I will spare his life." They rushed to answer. Visitors are difficult to deal with. If you know the preferences of visitors, and cater to their preferences, it will be easier to pass the level. There are as many visitors as there are players in each round of the game. If you run to other floors during the day, you will die miserably. Your rule doesn't count. Luo Su raised his crossbow and said to the person who said the collapsed floor. The man shuddered and stammered out another rule. Give money to visitors to increase satisfaction. That's more like it. Luo Su said, and then asked, "But where can we get the money?" The man replied, "Complete the task to get money reward. Kill the players who have completed the task. You can also pick up money." Long Zimo asked, "Didn't you complete the task? Your boss still doesn't have a penny?" The few people looked depressed and said, "We were robbed." Luo Su was surprised. There are so many of you, and someone dares to rob. The few people told their experience. It turned out that they had entered the game a few days ago, and the time limit for completing the game was 15 days. There were many players at the beginning, and there were hundreds of people on the top floor on the first day. Later, many died in internal strife, and half of them died during the game mission. They were originally scattered in guerrillas, but were later conquered by Baldhead and his several confidants. As the team grew, they slowly fought to the 5th floor, but they could not enter the 4th floor no matter what. There was a group of very strong players on the 4th floor. There were not many people, only 10 people, but each of them was very strong. "Is he stronger than us?" Luo Su asked. The men nodded, then shook their heads, and continued to talk about what they had encountered last night. "Last night, at dawn, the people on the 4th floor suddenly attacked us. We were caught off guard and more than half of them were killed or injured. In the end, we surrendered all our supplies and left the 5th floor to survive." Luo Su was puzzled. All players only had to reach the 1st floor to pass the level and leave. Logically, all players should be eager to go down. Why did the people on the 4th floor go to the 5th floor last night? The men shook their heads. "I don't know. There were originally 10 of them, but only 8 were left last night. Could it be that the people on the 3rd floor also caught up with them?" "Have you seen the people on the 3rd floor?" Luo Su asked. "No. I haven't seen them either." The men shook their heads. Beep. The ship's whistle sounded long. The system prompt sounded. "Attention, crew members. The ship will enter Yachting Wharf in 5 minutes. Please be ready to welcome guests." As soon as the system prompt sounded, all the bodies and bloodstains on the ground disappeared instantly. Luo Su looked at Long Zimo and asked in a low voice, "What should we do with these people?" "Keep them, maybe they can be useful," Long Zimo said. At this moment, the layout of the entire 6th floor suddenly changed. It was a guest room just now, but now it has become a restaurant. Xia, Xiaoyu and Dowda came out from the back kitchen. All 3 of them looked confused. "Boss, all of us have to line up and stand to welcome guests, so that we can get visitor information," the person coming down from the 5th floor said. "Everyone come and line up," Long Zimo said, letting the people on the 5th floor line up in front. Long Zimo was next to them, followed by Luo Su, Daodu, Xiaoya, and Xiaoyu. A few minutes later, a guest appeared out of thin air at the door of the restaurant. "Welcome." Chapter 363. Everyone looked. The person who came was a woman in strange clothes, with a half mask on her face, revealing her mouth and eyes. There was a name tag on her head that read, "Number 1 Female Alien." Luo Su also saw a set of numbers under the name, 888. What does this mean? She wants to spend 888 yuan? Or did she carry 888 yuan Xiaoyu saw another message, curiosity. The female alien sat down by the window. A young man on the 5th floor came forward to greet the guests, and the guests quickly ordered the menu. The menu was sent to the kitchen. Everyone saw the menu, and was immediately in trouble. The menu read, a meal that satisfies me. Luosu was surprised, satisfying meal. This range is too wide. Why don't you ask her what her dietary preferences are, sweet, salty, or spicy? The people on the 5th floor hurriedly shook their heads. The young man who ordered the dishes said, I forgot to tell you that if the game level is a restaurant, there are 2 more game rules. First, you cannot ask questions to the guests, and second, you cannot steal food from the kitchen, otherwise you will be considered to have failed the game. You cannot ask questions? What a weird rule. Luosu was speechless. Did anyone see the hidden message? Longzi asked silently. Luosu was about to talk about the set of numbers, but Xiaoyu said the hidden message she saw first, curiosity. Everyone analyzed this hidden message, combined with the strange clothes the guests wore, thinking that the guests should like new and strange food. Who among you is good at cooking? Long Zimo asked. Xiaoyu said, I know a little bit about common home cooking, but I really don't know how to make new and unique delicacies. Long Zimo looked at the others, all of whom shook their heads and stared blankly. Now the last Xiaoyu suddenly raised her hand. Let me try. You? Everyone was shocked. Xiaoyu is the princess of Wuyuan Kingdom, born with a golden spoon in her mouth, and has been pampered since she was a child. She can cook? Xiaoyu smiled and said, I have been picky since I was a child, and the chefs have come up with all kinds of new and unique delicacies for me. One of them is a baked ice cream, which tastes cold and hot, fragrant and sweet, and is delicious. Later, I had an idea and learned from the chef. I didn't expect that I could learn it in one go. The chef said that I had talent. Since then, I have fallen in love with making it. Luosu suddenly realized and said, then I will leave this delicacy to you. Xiaoya and Dodo, as well as 2 people from the 5th floor, helped Xiaoyu. The waiter who took orders stood straight behind the guests, ready to be dispatched at any time. Luosu and Long Zimo sat behind the cashier. Those people on the 5th floor are really experienced. It seems that they have really completed the task. Long Zimo said. Luosu came over and whispered, Zimo, I also saw another hidden message from the guest, which is a set of numbers 888. I don't know what it means. Long Zimo was surprised. 888? Combat power? Luosu widened his eyes and whispered, yes, it could be combat power. Why didn't I think of it? Luosu thought it might be combat power, and was a little confused. Then 888 combat power, is it high or low? Long Zimo opened his personal information and said, 888 combat power, it's quite high. We have disabled all superpowers at this level, and my combat power is only 627. Luosu also checked his combat power after his superpowers were disabled. Mine is 666, Daodu's is 588. It seems that if the customer really makes trouble, we can still defeat him if we join forces. Long Zimo came to a conclusion. Luosu nodded and said, let's take a look first. Try to satisfy the customer and leave. The first mission is just mine clearance. The 2 made up their minds, and saw the young man from the 5th floor, who was taking orders jogging over and said, Boss, the customer is impatient and asked us to perform a show. Perform a show? Luosu and Long Zimo were stunned. Chapter 364. Luosu pulled the waiter into the cashier counter. Let me ask you, has anyone killed a visiting NPC before? Luosu asked in a low voice. The waiter was shocked. Is this woman crazy? She actually wants to kill the NPC? He shook his head hastily and said firmly, this method won't work. I heard that some players tried it, and the result was a complete annihilation. Luosu saw the fear in his eyes and said, I know, go ahead. The waiter took 2 steps, turned back and said, but she wants to watch the show, what should I do? Luosu casually said, perform a show for her. The waiter was embarrassed. I don't know how to perform a talent show, sister. Why don't you dance for her? Long Zimo's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said, if you don't want to die, find a way yourself. He himself hasn't even seen Luosu dance. Performing for others? Don't even think about it. At this time, another person from the 5th floor came out of the kitchen. When he heard that the guest wanted to perform a talent show, he immediately volunteered. In his opinion, it was better than doing dirty and tiring work in the kitchen. He was a trainee for a year. The trainee boy went up, bowed to the guest, and then began to perform his talent. Luosu watched it for a while, and it was true that this trainee was really good, and the dance was cool and seductive. He thought that the guest should be satisfied now. In the end, he never expected that the guest rushed up and beat him up. You danced like this, who are you trying to tease? Are you looking for death? Luo Su was speechless. Was this guest deliberately looking for trouble? The door curtain of the kitchen was lifted, and Xiaoyu came out with the food. On the white plate, there was a small and exquisite food. The guest tasted it. It was so cold and hot, wonderful. The guest ate all the food in one breath. Then, she threw down a stack of money, took Xiaoyu, and said she would take her back to be her private chef. Xiaoyu was frightened, her legs went soft, and she collapsed to the ground. Sister Luo Su, help me. Luo Su and Long Zimo rushed out and stopped her. This guest, she is the only chef in our restaurant. Please forgive me for not being able to go back with you. Long Zimo said in a cold voice. The guest looked up at Long Zimo and immediately became interested. It doesn't matter if you don't want her. Why don't you come with me? I haven't seen such a cold and exquisite person like you for a long time. It must be delicious. The guest said, looking straight at Long Zimo. Luo Su was furious. Emma, uncle can tolerate it, but aunt can't. With a roundhouse kick, the female alien was kicked out. Bang! The female alien fell heavily to the ground. Ah! Everyone was shocked. Long Zimo raised his lips and said, Wife, let me do the fighting, don't get tired. This scene was seen by the second visitor who had just arrived. This number 2 was a yellow-haired boy. When he came in and saw someone being beaten, he immediately applauded. Luo Su was speechless. Could there be a normal person among these guests? The female alien climbed up, with a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were fixed on Luo Su. Then she took out a small wine flask from her strange clothes, and drank a whole flask. Then her arrogance was ignited. Luo Su saw the number above her head, which soared from 888 to 2,000. She was shocked. Could that really be her combat power? She turned to look at the new yellow-haired boy, who also had a number on his head, 711. She felt something was wrong, and whispered to Long Zimo, I don't know what that woman drank just now, but now her combat power has soared to 2,000. Long Zimo said calmly, It's okay, let me do it. The yellow-haired boy was still watching the show, but when he saw that the female alien's combat power soared to 2,000, 3 times higher than his, he immediately lost his composure. You guys take your time, I have something to do and I leave first. The yellow-haired boy disappeared after saying that. Luo Su saw that the progress bar of receiving customers had turned to 1/9. The female alien took out a bow and arrow, her eyes full of anger. You are dead. Luo Su said, Xiaoyu, go back to the kitchen, leave this to us. Xiaoyu got up quickly, and ran into the kitchen with Xiaoya and Daodu. Except for the one whose leg was broken, the other 3 who came up from the 5th floor also hid in the kitchen. How terrible, they actually went against the NPC. That guest looks very cruel, will we be wiped out? It seems that we can't escape today. You don't even dare to fight, you are so cowardly. Seeing the 3 uncles were so scared, Daodu said contemptuously. Ah, you little brat, what do you know? The one outside is a purple guest, you can't afford to offend him. Xiaoya was angry. Guests are divided into different levels? You didn't tell me the rules of the game, it's so unfair. We just remembered it. Who knew your boss was so bold to offend the guests? The waiter on the 5th floor said. At this time, there was a bang 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 sound of fighting outside, which sounded very fierce. Daodu was anxious and picked up a kitchen knife on the chopping board and rushed out. He was held down by Xiaoya and Xiaoyu. Daodu shouted, Let me go, I want to help my parents fight. The 3 people on the 5th floor were ashamed when they saw this. It turned out that this little brat was the child of those 2. They are really a family, and they are not afraid of death. Chapter 365. There was a commotion in the kitchen. Xiaoyu and Xiaoya were worried that Daodu would go out and cause trouble. The 3 people who came up from the 5th floor were worried that they would be implicated and wiped out. However, this situation was soon broken by 2 game system prompts. Ding, your game mission failed, and you will remain on the cruise ship as a crew member forever. System notification. The player on the 6th floor illegally killed the visitor and was blacklisted. Players on other floors must kill all the blacklisted people within 3 days before they can continue the game, otherwise it will be considered a failure to pass the level. The joy of Luo Su and Long Zimo's counter-killing of the NPC was extinguished by these 2 system prompts. This is a broken game. It's too much. I will destroy it sooner or later. Luo Su was furious. Long Zimo smiled. Yes, I support you. Let's kill the system. Luo Su smiled when he said that. Look, what is this? Long Zimo picked up a glowing gear from the ground gear. Is this, dropped by that NPC? Luo Su took the gear and checked it. At this time, there was an additional message prompt in front of her. Cruise ship accessories 1/100. Luo Su said to Long Zimo, this is a cruise ship accessory. I have a message prompting me to collect 100 of them. I don't know what they are used for. Long Zimo was surprised. It may be a hidden mission. Maybe we still have a chance to leave. Hidden mission? You can only drop one accessory after killing one NPC. Even if it drops 100%, you have to kill 100 NPCs. Luo Su was a little worried and said, we have become the public enemy of the whole ship now. Can we still hold on until the end of the mission? Long Zimo took her shoulder and said, as long as we work together, there will always be a solution. Luo Su buried her head in his arms and rested for a while. After dark, the endless battle will begin. Long Zimo hugged her and comforted her. Take a break if you are tired. He glanced at the clock on the wall, 10 o'clock in the morning. There are still 8 hours until 6 o'clock in the evening. After 6 o'clock, zombies will appear, and players from other floors will also come up. Now they have no skills, limited weapons, and the situation is extremely serious, but he cannot be afraid, let alone retreat. Behind him were Luo Su and Do Do, his father-in-law, mother-in-law, grandmother, and the entire Sunlong. Dad, Mom. Do Do's voice interrupted Long Zimo's thoughts. Luo Su turned around from Long Zimo's arms. Do Do. Mom, what's wrong with you? Do Do threw himself into his mother's arms, looking at her with concern in his big black and white eyes. It's okay, just a little tired. Luo Su smiled and said. Do Do pushed a chair over. Mom, sit down and have a rest. Good, Dado is really good. Luo Su was very relieved. The little guy pushed another chair over and asked his father to sit down. Long Zimo touched Daodu's hair and praised him for being great. Xiaoyu and Xiaoya came over. Xiaoya asked worriedly, Boss, Luo Su, what should we do next? Are we really going to stay on this ship forever? She was very worried that if she couldn't go back, her daughter was still so young, and Suemo had to be both a father and a mother, and he had to play the game. What should he do? Xiaoyu was also very anxious. The visitors on the ship were very difficult to deal with, and there were endless zombies to kill at night. If this kind of life of fear and anxiety were repeated every day, it would be worse than death. The 3 people who came up from the 5th floor walked out with dull eyes, and they were completely desperate. It's over, we are really dead this time. Not only the monsters want to kill us, but also the players and NPCs want to kill us. We won't survive tonight. I'm only 21 years old, I don't want to die. The 3 young people murmured, and then cried bitterly. Long Zimo was immediately furious. His eyes turned cold and he said, if you keep crying, I throw you down to feed the fish. The 3 people felt aggrieved and angrily retorted. Isn't the result now your fault? We're all going to die anyway, can't we cry? That's right, we're all the same. We won't survive tonight anyway. You don't care whether we cry or laugh. If you want to leave here alive, just listen to my command. Whoever doesn't want to live, I can help him now. Long Zimo said, and stood up with an axe. The 3 people couldn't believe their ears. You really have a way to leave here? Chapter 366. Long Zimo said, if you believe, stay. If you don't, you can leave. The 3 looked at each other. It's come to this point. They'd rather believe it. Besides, where else can they go? The waiter said first, we believe it. What should we do next? There are still 8 hours before the battle begins. We have to make a battle plan first. After confirming that none of the 3 of them had participated in close combat training, Long Zimo began to integrate resources. Long Zimo asked them to take out all the supplies and weapons they had and redistribute them to make sure they were put to good use. Long Zimo, please introduce yourselves and tell us what your specialties are. The enemy is numerous, and we are few. Only by making full use of all the supplies and talents can we maximize our use. Everyone agreed with this statement, but the 3 people began to have a dilemma. My own specialties? I can open locks. Is this considered a special skill? The shortest of the 3 asked. Long Zimo nodded, yes, this is also a specialty. What's your name? The man said, my name is Zhang Tai, I'm 25 years old this year. I was a locksmith before entering the game. It's a craft passed down from my ancestors. Yes, John the locksmith. Long Zimo handed him a toolbox. From now on, you will be responsible for anything that needs to be unlocked. Okay. John the locksmith took the toolbox. Long Zimo looked at the other 2, what about you? One of the dark and thin men said, "My name is Song Bang. I'm 26 years old this year. I live by the sea, and I'm a fisherman. I don't have any special skills except fishing." Long Zimo handed ropes and fishing nets to Fisherman Song. "If there is any need to tie up materials, tie up enemies, etc., you will be responsible." Fisherman Song nodded. Long Zimo looked at the last person. The man began to introduce himself. "My name is Etuan. I am 21 years old this year. I was a college student before entering the game. I don't have any special skills. I am usually good at playing basketball and almost always shoot three-pointers, but this specialty seems to be useless." Long Zimo thought for a while and said, "Etuan, you are a mobile personnel. Wherever there is a need for help, you go." "Okay," Etuan responded. Long Zimo gave everyone a ranged weapon and a dagger. The remaining weapons were kept by Luo Su and Long Zimo. Xiaoyu and Xiaoyao were equipped with orange crossbows and quivers, which they kept for themselves. Everyone collected all the food in the kitchen and distributed it equally according to the number of people, enough for everyone to eat for 3 days, and put it in their backpacks. They also took away everything in the kitchen that could be used as weapons. Long Zimo thought for a while, and said, "We are mainly on guard against players. Monsters are nothing to be afraid of." He called everyone to come over to work. "Come on, let's push the cashier counter to the stairwell leading to the 5th floor." Several large items in the restaurant on the 6th floor were stuffed into the stairwell, blocking the way up from the 5th floor. "This should delay some time," Long Zimo said. "After 6 o'clock, when the monsters on the 6th floor are refreshed, we will kill them first and try to get more weapons and some supplies. After we kill the monsters, we will rush to the 7th floor as soon as possible and then block the stairs." Everyone knew Long Zimo's plan. After they accepted the task of receiving guests, the guest rooms on the 6th floor were changed to look like restaurants, but the positions of the 2 staircases remained unchanged. Luo Su silently went over Long Zimo's plan and felt that it would work, and she was relieved. She said, "Everyone sit down and eat something and take a rest. Tonight will be a sleepless night." But they just sat down and hadn't started eating yet, and something unexpected happened. A man suddenly appeared out of thin air at the door of the restaurant. Everyone saw the name tag number 3 on his head. They were shocked. "The third guest? Didn't we fail the mission? Why is there a visitor?" Chapter 367. Everyone felt miserable. "I thought that in the last few hours, I could have a good rest and prepare for the battle in the evening. Unexpectedly, trouble came to me." The new visitor saw the body of the female alien and pulled a tablecloth to cover it. When he turned around again, his aura changed. His eyes were full of anger, and a wave of skills bombarded him directly. Bang! In a hurry, Luo Su and Long Zi protected Do Do and left, but they were still affected by the edge of the skill, and were slightly injured. Xiaoya and the 3 people on the 5th floor reacted a little late, and were not able to dodge. They were hit by the opponent's skills, and suffered varying degrees of injuries. Luo Su felt a little tricky. NPC visitors can use skills, but players are banned from all skills and props. This is why players are afraid of NPCs. The man's eyes were red, his chest rose and fell because of anger, and he shouted, "I want you to be buried with her." Luo Su stared at the name tag of the new visitor, number 3, Alien Master, 1800. Zimo, his combat power is 1800. Long Zimo took out his pistol. Luo Su raised his crossbow, and the 2 of them started to fight back from the left and right. Xiaoyu and Xiaoya took Daodu and retreated behind the cashier. The 3 wounded on the 5th floor supported each other, and hid directly in the kitchen. Only Long Zimo and Luo Su were fighting against the Alien Master. The Alien Master was very strong. After a set of skills, Long Zimo and Luo Su were both injured. Luckily, there were more than a dozen bottles of blood recovery medicine on the equipment bar of the 2, which could keep more than 2/3 of the blood volume. Long Zimo's gun was blown off, and his palm was bleeding. Luo Su wiped the blood foam from the corner of her mouth, thinking that if she fought like this, she would lose sooner or later, so she had to think of other ways. She launched an attack while attracting firepower, so that Long Zimo could take a break. Daodu was very anxious when he saw that his parents were injured, so he pulled up the slingshot and shot it hard. Bang! An egg hit Master Yi's face. Everyone was dumbfounded. Master Yi wiped his face, and the yellow and white egg liquid was all over his face. This childish attack was not very aggressive, but it was extremely insulting, and he was immediately furious. He shook the egg liquid in his hand, and was about to find out who did it, but his eyes were blurred by the egg liquid. He couldn't see anything. "Come on, use a big move, and kill them all. He raised his hand, but at the critical moment, puff! A small bag of flour hit his forehead, spilling flour all over his face. Ha ha! Dowdu laughed. I let you bully my parents, and I beat you up. Little bastard, I kill you. Master Yi was furious and used a wave of skills. Boom! The tables and chairs within 5 meters of the restaurant entrance were blown apart. Luckily, Dowdu was at the cashier counter at the back kitchen entrance, far enough away. And Long Zimo and Luo Su had already rushed up with weapons when Dowdu smeared flour all over the man's face. Puff! Puff! Master Yi had an axe stuck in his neck and a long dagger in his abdomen. He immediately fell to the ground with blood pouring out. Items exploded all over the floor. Luo Su picked up a glowing nut. Obtained ship accessories, 2/100. There was also a small crossbow and 2 quivers on the floor, 2 bags of food and water. Luo Su also found a ring prop on the finger of the alien master. She took the prop off and tried it outside the door. A wave of energy blasted out, breaking a section of the iron fence 3 meters away. What a powerful force! Luo Su exclaimed. She turned around and saw Long Zimo taking out hemostatic drugs and gauze. Xiaoya ran out. Boss, let me help you bandage it. Xiaoya is a doctor after all, and she is skilled in bandaging their wounds quickly. Dad, does it hurt? Dowdu looked at his father's hand wrapped in gauze, with a distressed expression. It doesn't hurt after applying the medicine. Dowdu is great. You helped a lot just now. Long Zimo praised. Luo Su came over, and Xiaoya cleaned the scratches on her face. Luo Su saw that everyone was injured, and was worried that someone would come to pick a fight again, and it would definitely not work if she fought hard. So everyone was asked to start making some arrangements. You 3, bring in the 2 bodies at the door. Luo Su said to Song Yuan and the others. Luo Su asked them to set up a table in the corner, and then put the 2 bodies in the clothes of the crew members, disguising them as crew members. From the door, it looked like the 2 crew members were sitting with their backs to the door. Use these 2 bodies to attract the enemy's attention, Luo Su said. Then, he asked them to make several hidden hiding spots in the store, and then they hid in them separately. We have to be snipers, hide in several places, and shoot from point to point. Once the enemy appears at the door, we will take the initiative and catch him off guard as soon as possible. Long Zimo nodded and praised. This is really a good idea. Our current equipment and strength are not suitable for a long battle. A quick battle is the best way. Yes, the first wave was dodged by the enemy, so we used Dowdu's method to remedy it. Use slingshots to shoot eggs and flour to interfere with the enemy's vision, delay the enemy's skill time, and buy time for us to finish off the enemy, Luo Su said. Everyone discussed the battle plan. Then they returned to their positions. Luo Su and Long Zimo hid in the trenches made of chairs and benches on the left and right sides of the door. The 3 people on the 5th floor hid in the pile of debris in the corner outside the door, so that they could make a comeback from behind. Xiaoya, Xiaoyu and Dowdu hid at the cashier counter, where there were several trays of eggs and packaged flour. They held weapons and were ready for battle. As expected, another fat visitor appeared at the door number 4. Before the visitor could stand still, a wave of fierce attack shot him into a hedgehog. Obtain ship accessories, 4/100. This time, the NPC actually dropped 2 quest items. Luo Su picked up a poisonous hidden weapon from the items that were scattered all over the ground. She already had a ring item, so she gave this poisonous hidden weapon to Long Zimo. In this way, they ambushed 3 visitors in a row. They harvested a bunch of items, including a rifle. Long Zimo's hand was injured, and he could only fight with one hand. She gave the rifle to the fisherman Song who were hiding outside the door in ambush. The fisherman Song quickly threw the body at the door into the sea, and then continued to hide and wait. There were still 2 hours before 6 o'clock. At this time, 3 visitors appeared at the door at the same time. Number 7, number 8 and number 9, 3 sturdy warriors. Luo Su and the others were stunned at first. Then a wave of attacks swept up. The 3 visitors were shocked at first, and all 3 of them were injured to varying degrees, but not fatally. Wow! The 3 hiding outside the door were exposed first, and they turned around to attack them. Long Zimo and Luo Su attacked the one on the far left at the same time in perfect harmony. They killed one very quickly. But the price was heavy. He Tuan was killed by the 2 men. Song Yuan's rifle killed one. But Song Yuan and Zhang Taijiang were both injured by the last guest's skill. Luckily, Luo Su and Long Zimo finished the last guest quickly. Today's 9 guests have all been killed, and no one should come again. Luo Su said and walked out. Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu came out to help and bandage their teammates' wounds. Luo Su picked up 3 glowing objects on the ground. Get ship accessories, 10/100. Chapter 368. Luo Su collected the items that had exploded on the ground. Everyone cleaned up the battlefield briefly, then gathered together to discuss what to do next. Luo Su looked at everyone's injuries. Except for Song Yu's serious injuries, Long Zimo and Zhang Sujiang were in good condition. Luo Su also had some minor injuries, but they were not serious, and would not affect the continued battle. Long Zimo looked at the clock on the wall. It's still an hour and a half before 6 o'clock. Let's eat something now, and then rest. After eating, Luo Su sorted out the supplies. She divided the medicine into 2 parts. Half was given to Xiaoyu, and the other half was given to her and Long Zimo. She and Long Zimo were the main combat forces, so they had some medicine on them to be prepared. They got a lot of things in the afternoon, including a rifle and 3 cold weapons. The rifle was the most practical, but there were too few bullets, so they could only be used at critical moments. Because the player backpack could not hold too many things, she kept the necessary things and distributed the rest to everyone. Dowda took a nap on the swivel chair at the cashier counter. 1.5 hours passed quickly. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The layout of the 6th floor returned to the original guest room. Fortunately, the things blocking the stairs were still there. The people on the 5th floor couldn't get up for a while. But the monsters on the 6th floor were refreshed. There were many zombies, and there were 2 small leaders. Luo Su and his group fought quickly. They quickly cleared all the monsters and obtained some supplies. The most exciting thing was that the 2 small leaders Mu also dropped ship accessories. Now Luo Su had 12 accessories in his hand. They searched the room on the 6th floor and found a magazine and a small medicine box. At this time, there was a sound coming from the stairs to the 5th floor. Other players were coming up. Long Zimo said decisively, "Let's go to the 7th floor." They quickly went up to the 7th floor. There were also many zombies on the 7th floor, with 3 leaders, but fortunately there were no players. They cleared the zombies on the 7th floor as quickly as possible, and then pushed a few large pieces of furniture together to block the stairs leading to the 6th floor. Just after blocking the stairs, there was a noise from the 6th floor. No one on the 6th floor. Where did they go? They must have gone to the 7th floor. You can see that the stairwell on the 7th floor is also blocked. They moved quite quickly. They cleared all the zombies in a few minutes. They killed an NPC. Their strength should not be underestimated. What are you afraid of? We have so many people. Let's go straight to the 7th floor. Luo Su listened to their conversation and estimated that there were about a dozen of them. People from the 5th and 4th floors should have come up. She felt something was not right. The longer it took, the more people would come up from the lower floors. She found a position where she could see several people down the stairs. She pulled up her crossbow, killed 2 of them, and then turned around and left. There was a commotion downstairs, and then all kinds of attacks came up, but the stairwell was stuck by several large objects. It would take a while to get it open. What was even more troublesome was that there were snipers on the 7th floor guarding the stairs. Anyone who approached the large objects on the stairs would be shot dead. After 4 of them were killed, they dared not to venture forward again. The people on the 7th floor occupied the high ground, and the geographical location was excellent. They retreated and discussed countermeasures. Luo Su and Long Zi waited at the staircase for a long time. They didn't see the intruders coming up, and thought they had retreated. Unexpectedly, they found another way, and climbed up from the window of the room, which scared Xiaoyu and the others to scream. Fortunately, the 2 people who emerged from the window were killed by random arrows. Chapter 369. Long Zimo said, Su, I will go to patrol the rooms to prevent them from climbing up the windows again. Is it okay for you to stay here alone? Luo Su nodded and made an okay gesture. There are too many windows on the 7th floor. Almost every room has a window. Xiaoyu and the other 3 patrolled separately, but they still couldn't stop the people on the 6th floor from climbing up the windows. John the locksmith was injured in one leg. Fortunately, Long Zimo came to support in time and shot all the people who climbed up the windows. No one dared to force their way in on Luo Su's side. She opened the blacklist at the top of the information interface, which had the names of the 7 of them, with her and Long Zimo's names at the top. Every player can see this blacklist, and she wondered how many people were downstairs who wanted to kill them. After they killed more than a dozen people, there was suddenly no movement downstairs. Long Zimo felt something was wrong. Su, it's too quiet downstairs. I'm worried that they are planning something bad, and they might force their way up in the second half of the night. I feel the same way. Luo Su frowned. This was exactly what she was worried about. Long Zimo said, I go to the top floor to clean up the zombies and prepare a retreat. Luo Su nodded, okay, be careful. Yeah. Long Zimo raised his crossbow and prepared to go to the top floor. When passing by the room, Xiaoya called him. What's wrong, Xiaoya? Boss, Song the fisherman has a severe fever, but we only have ordinary trauma medicine now. Xiaoya was a little at a loss. Long Zimo went forward to check. Under the light of the flashlight, Song Yuan was barely conscious. Increase the amount of anti-inflammatory drugs. Whether he can hold on depends on him. Long Zimo said, and saw Song Yuan's supplies placed by the door, and took away a few ropes. Xiaoya, I'm going to the rooftop to clean up the monsters. You keep an eye on the window. If you see someone climbing up the window again, blow the whistle. Long Zimo reminded. The whistle was found from the items dropped by the players. There were 2 in total. One was given to Daodu, and the other to Xiaoya. Okay. Xiaoya touched the whistle hanging around her neck, and nodded in agreement. Long Zimo quietly sneaked up to the roof. There were not many zombie monsters on it, but there was actually a purple elite monster. The elite monster was more powerful than the previous small boss. He used the stairs to block the position, and slowly grind the elite monster to death. Ding! Kill the zombie elite. Get ship accessories X5, rifle X1, magazine X1. He looked at the roof. Except for a thin iron door, it couldn't stop the enemy's footsteps, so he made some arrangements with ropes. Soon after, he heard the sound of a whistle downstairs. His heart tightened. Someone was attacking? He hurried downstairs and headed straight for Xiaoya's room, where the whistle sounded. Xiaoya beat down several nearby enemies, who climbed through the window, but on the other side of the outer wall, a dozen players were almost at the bedside. Long Zimo rushed over to clear the people outside the window, but at this moment, dense gunfire came from Luo Su's side. They are attacking in a big way. Everyone, keep your position and kill them with all your strength. Long Zimo shouted. There were too many people on the outer wall. After killing one wave, there was another wave. Long Zimo's rifle had used up a box of bullets, but it couldn't withstand too many enemies. Luo Su hurried over and said, the stairs can't bear it anymore. Let's retreat to the roof. Long Zimo said, you take Daodu and the others to retreat first, and I cover you. Luo Su asked everyone not to retreat first. Xiaoyu and Daodu rushed up the stairs, and Xiaoya helped Zhang the locksmith limp out of the room. Luo Su, Song the fisherman is no longer alive, let's retreat quickly. Luo Su saw that the fisherman Song was still lying on the bed. She went up to check on him, but could no longer feel his pulse. She turned around and retreated decisively. Luo Su saw that the others had already gone up the stairs, and turned back and shouted, Zmo, it's done. She covered him at the stairs, and as soon as he came up, she immediately closed the iron door on the top floor. Long Zmo whispered to everyone, let's go to the stern. Everyone came to the stern, where there were 3 ropes, 2 thick ropes hanging down, and 1 rope that had not been thrown down yet. Long Zimo picked up the rope that he hadn't thrown down and tied one end to Daodu. In order to avoid being discovered by the enemy, we must turn off all the lights when we slide down. Long Zimo warned. Which floor are we going to? Xiaoyu asked. The first floor. Luo Su and Long Zimo said in unison. The others were surprised. Ah, isn't it said that the deeper you go, the stronger the monsters will be? Will it be too dangerous for us to go directly to the first floor? Xiaoya was also scared. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Long Zimo said. Let's go! If they can't find us, they will find the roof soon. Luo Su said, putting away the weapon. She grabbed the rope and stepped out. I go down first to explore the way, and make sure the foothold is safe. Zimo, you will follow behind. Okay. Long Zimo said. There was still 1 rope left, so he asked Xiaoyu to go down first and help take care of Daodu. Xiaoyu was a little afraid of heights. She slid down with her head held high. Fortunately, it was dark all around and nothing could be seen. Visually, it was nothing. As long as we overcome our psychological fear and slide down the rope, we would be fine. Long Zimo tied the rope for Daodu. Worried that Daodu would be scared, he squatted down to counsel him. Daodu, Daddy will slowly lower you down, and Mommy will catch you below. Don't be afraid. Unexpectedly, the little guy was very brave and said, I know, Daddy, I won't make any sound, just let me down. Long Zimo touched the little guy's head and said, Daodu is really brave, great. Long Zimo began to slowly lower Dao down. Xiaoya, you go down from Luo Su's rope now. She should be almost at the bottom, Long Zimo said. Luo Su reached the first floor and turned on a night light from the room on the 7th floor. With the weak light, he quickly cleared several zombies nearby and kept the area within 7 or 8 meters safe. Soon, Xiaoyu and Daodu also came down. Long Zimo took Xiaoyu's rope up, tied up the injured John the locksmith, and quickly lowered him down. After confirming that everyone had reached the first floor, Long Zimo took out a sharp steel knife and cut 2 of the ropes, leaving only the last one. Bang! Bang! At this time, the iron door behind him made a banging sound. He stepped out of the fence and slid down without hesitation. When he reached the 4th floor, he jumped lightly and landed on the 4th floor deck, then quickly cut the rope. It created the illusion that they had landed on the 4th floor. Then he used the remaining large piece of rope to put on the railing on the 4th floor, swung lightly, and reached the 3rd floor, and then pulled the rope down. He used the same method to slide down from the 4th floor, floor by floor. When he reached the 1st floor, he retracted the rope. Luo Su had already cleared a large area of monsters in the cabin. They killed monsters with bows and crossbows in a very low-key manner, trying not to make too much noise. Long Zimo said, "They have reached the roof and will soon find that we have gone downstairs, but I have made some changes on the 4th floor, and they will probably chase us to the 4th floor." Luo Su nodded, "Let's go deeper inside, and try not to turn on the flashlight. This night light has a very small light range, and it cannot be found from the outside." Long Zimo nodded, "I hope we can make it until dawn." Chapter 370. The cruise ship was moving slowly on the dark sea. A group of people were searching on the rooftop. Soon, someone found a rope on the railing at the stern. "No wonder we can't find them. It turns out they slid down from here to the floor below. Let's go downstairs and look for them." Luo Su and his group were in the cabin on the 1st floor. The 1st floor was an entertainment venue, with shopping malls, casinos, restaurants, etc., all gathered on this floor. It was just that it had been in use for a long time, and there was a damp and moldy smell. They entered a shopping mall. After walking a few steps, they encountered a purple monster. Elite monster? Luo Su was surprised. This was the first time she saw an elite monster on this cruise ship. "Yes, elite monster. I just fought it on the rooftop and got 5 ship parts at once," Long Zimo said. 5 parts? Luo Su's eyes lit up immediately. Holding the crossbow, they started to kill. Everyone fired at full power, and quickly solved an elite monster. Ding! Killed a zombie elite. Hit ship parts X5, quiver X2, magazine X1. The glowing parts exploded all over the ground, and Luo Su hurriedly picked them up. It really exploded 5. Great! With your 5, we now have a total of 20 accessories, Luo Su said happily. Long Zimo handed the 5 accessories to her. The others didn't know what the 2 bosses wanted those accessories for, and didn't dare to ask. Luo Su said, "If we find more elite monsters to fight, won't we get 100 soon?" Long Zimo smiled and said, "I'm afraid there won't be so many elite monsters." As soon as he finished speaking, a large wave of monsters surrounded him. At this time, everyone saw their information bar flashing. "Alert! You killed an elite monster, causing the monster group to hate you. All monsters on this floor are in active attack mode." Active attack mode? Everyone was shocked and panicked when they heard the noises around them. Luo Su and Long Zimo had already started attacking. Others also raised their crossbows and fired continuously. Puff, puff! In the dim light, various muffled sounds came one after another. The monsters fell one after another. Items fell to the ground. Not good. 3 elite monsters are coming. Luo Su looked at the 3 monsters that looked particularly tall in the dim light and warned, "I will pull the monsters to fly them, and you concentrate your firepower to kill the same one together, and make a quick decision." Long Zimo said, and took the lead in attacking with a wave of poisonous props, taking away the hatred of the 3 elite monsters. He kept moving, trying to avoid the monsters' attacks. He also had to attack whenever there was a gap. The elite monsters had skills, but fortunately the orange suit on Long Zimo had high enough defense. Luo Su also used props to attack. The props' attack had great lethality, and the invisible energy wave caused the 3 monsters to lose blood silently. Everyone focused on the same monster, and after a few minutes, the first elite monster was killed. But Long Zimo did not feel relieved. Under the hostility mechanism, other monsters continued to gather here. Dowda raised the hidden weapon on his wrist, and kept clearing the monsters behind his father. He ran to the left and then to the right, His short legs kept running, and he was already sweating profusely. But the little guy saw his father taking on all the monsters by himself, so he didn't complain about being tired, and continued to fight monsters with all his strength. Time passed by minute, and finally the last elite monster was killed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Luosu quickly cleared the remaining monsters with a 3-arrow bow. Luosu looked at the information panel and found that there were already 30 cruise ship accessories. After fighting this wave of monsters, everyone was so tired that they sat on the ground. Dowdu was so tired that he leaned against his mother's back. He said in his childish voice, "Oh, I'm so tired of fighting monsters." This made everyone burst into laughter. The little guy is really great. My son is the same age as you, but he has never played games. I used to think that the child was too young and was afraid that he would not be able to handle it. Now that I see Dowdu is so brave, I think I underestimated the child's adaptability. Zhang the locksmith looked at Dowdu and thought of his own son. Luosu persuaded him. It is difficult for a child to play games alone when he is young. If you can avoid playing games, try to avoid it. I had no choice. When I played the game for the first time, I was directly dragged into the game with Dowdu. Dowdu was only 2 years old at that time. We had never killed a chicken before, and we were chased and forced to fight back. In the game, the evil side of human nature is magnified. We have been fooled many times and suffered a lot. Later, we slowly learned to protect ourselves. Everyone listened and admired her secretly. In everyone's impression, Luosu seemed to be omnipotent. Every time there was a crisis, as long as she was there, it could always be properly resolved. I didn't expect that she had such a hard experience. Long Zimo opened a bottle of drink and handed it to Luosu. "Thank you." Luosu took the drink and looked up at him. His eyes were full of tenderness and warmth. Luosu lowered his head and smiled. "But all that is in the past. Right now, I am very pleased that Dowdu can face the game so calmly and bravely. Dowdu is the best." Xiaoya praised with a smile. "Yes, Dowdu is the bravest child," Xiaoyu said happily. Everyone chatted, and the atmosphere relaxed a little. Toot toot. A long flute sounded. The wind started to blow on the sea. The sound of waves hitting the hull of the ship. It was clearly audible. "It's a bit cold. Let's walk around this mall and see if there are any warm clothes," Luosu said. "Okay, I feel cold too," Xiaoya stood up and said. Long Zimo found a flatbed truck in the corner. It had rubber wheels and was not very noisy when pulled. He pulled it over, let Zhang the locksmith sit on it, and pushed him. They found a batch of autumn clothes in the cabinet of a clothing store. Everyone put on autumn clothes and felt much warmer. At this time, the wind outside was stronger. The boat began to shake. "Mom, this boat is like a cradle. It makes me want to sleep," Dowdu said, yawning. Luosu hugged him. "Dowdu, if you are sleepy, take a nap. Mom will carry you." Dowdu shook his head. Dad said, "I am a man. I want to grow up. Mom is very tired to carry me." Long Zimo smiled. "Come, Dad will hold you to sleep." He picked up Dowdu vertically. Dowdu lay on his shoulder, yawned twice, and fell asleep in seconds. The 4th floor. A group of players swept the entire floor, but did not see the people on the blacklist. Where did they hide? Did they go down to the 3rd floor? No way, there are only 6 of them. How dare they go to the 3rd floor? When everyone was wondering, they heard a monster roar, deafening. Roar. They turned their heads in horror. Following the light of the flashlight, they looked over. They saw a huge monster head with a pair of big red eyes staring at them. It turned out that the monster boss was standing in the open area in the center of the 1st floor. It was so huge that it was as tall as 4 floors when it stood up. Roar. The monster boss punched the fence on the 4th floor, smashing a large piece of it. The people on the 4th floor only saw the monster's head. And Luosu and the others on the 1st floor only saw the monster's 2 huge feet. Chapter 371. The monster boss stamped his feet hard, and the cruise ship shook even more violently. "Oh my god, this monster is so big! It wasn't here just now. Where did this big monster come from? This monster looks thick-skinned. How can we beat it?" Xiaoyu and the others were surprised. Luosu and Long Zimo had expected that the 1st floor would not be so simple, but they didn't expect that the monster boss would appear directly. At this moment, all the players on the ship received a hidden task issued by the system. Hidden mission. All players are requested to destroy the monster boss and protect the cruise ship within half an hour. Otherwise the cruise ship will be damaged too much and will sink directly. Bang! Bang! The monster boss started to work left and right, violently demolishing the building. The windows on the third and fourth floors around were all smashed in an instant. Hurry up, kill it, there is only half an hour left. Look, someone is attacking the monster on the first floor. It's someone on the blacklist. They actually ran to the first floor. Could they have invited this monster? I'm really going to die because of them this time. How can we kill this boss with such high defense? The players above complained. But there was no other way. The system issued a unified task, and all players could only work together to fight the boss. Luo Su and the other 6 people attacked with all their strength. But the monster boss was so tall that it was difficult for them to hit it above the waist. In addition, the monster boss had thick skin and flesh, and the crossbows could not penetrate its skin at all. Their attacks were like tickling. The monster ignored them, and just waved its fists to attack the players on the 4th floor. No, this monster's skin is too thick. Crossbows can't hurt it at all, Xiuya said depressedly. Long Zimo kept changing positions to find its weakness. Soon, he found it first. Everyone, attack with me, the same part. Long Zimo shouted loudly. Then everyone focused on attacking the monster's crotch. Although this move is quite insidious. But it really works. Luo Su and his team used 4 guns and 2 attack props, firing at full power. The monster boss was furious with pain. Roar. It launched a more crazy round of attacks. Boom. The players on the 4th floor were blown away. Many people were seriously injured. Why did this boss suddenly get furious? It was those rubbish on the 1st floor who did it. What did they do? They were blasting the monster's ass. Fuck, we should go down to the 1st floor to fight too. It's so unfair to be a target on the 4th floor. The people on the 4th floor fought all the way to the 1st floor. Luo Su saw that there were 20 or 30 of them. Most of them were injured and staring at them angrily. What are you looking at? If you don't want to die, kill this boss quickly. We can settle our grudges later. Long Zimo shouted. The people coming down from the 4th floor thought it made sense. Time is limited. Now is not the time to start an internal conflict. They started to fight the boss with all their strength. Seeing the monster boss getting more and more furious, plus the crowd, the swords and guns were blind, it was really unsafe. Luo Su whispered to Long Zimo, let's go upstairs to fight. Long Zimo picked up Daodu, then called his teammates to go upstairs together. Because the inner wall of the 4th floor was basically knocked down, the sight was the best, so they decided to stay on the 4th floor to fight. Zimo, let's knock out its eyes first. Its facial features should be weak, Luo Su said, aiming at the monster's eyes. Swoosh. A burst of energy bullets was fired from the attack props on her ring, hitting the target. The monster's eyes were blinded, and its fists began to attack violently. A punch smashed a balcony. Bang! Bang! The knockdown walls fell down one after another. For the people fighting monsters on the 1st floor, this was simply a huge rock falling from the sky. A piece of the outer wall could kill several players. In addition, the monster's angry giant legs stomped from time to time, which could crush people into meat paste. They've gone to the 4th floor to fight again. How the hell can we fight monsters properly? If they fight like this, we'd be killed by them. The players had no choice but to move to the 2nd floor and continue fighting. Time passed quickly, and there were only 10 minutes left, but the monster still had half of its health. Long Zimo shouted loudly, everyone, follow me and focus on attacking the monster's head. The Luo Su team cooperated fully. Time passed by minute, and finally in the last 30 seconds, the monster was killed. Luo Su heard a system prompt. Ding, kill the monster boss. Get 30 cruise ship accessories, 1 sound prop, horn, and 5 magazines. Luo Su checked the cruise ship accessories 65 out of 100. There are still 35 missing. In addition to Luo Su, other players also received different item rewards, but she was the only one who got the cruise ship accessories. After defeating the boss, everyone just breathed a sigh of relief. But trouble came. The players downstairs rushed up and surrounded the 6 of them. Chapter 372. Luo Su and the other 6 were surrounded by 20 to 30 players. It's time to settle accounts, a middle-aged man with a goatee said among the players. This man looked quite prestigious. He should be the leader temporarily selected from this group of people. Long Zimo cleared his throat and said, are you their leader? Listen to me, we have a way to take everyone away from here within 2 days. Everyone thought it was ridiculous when they heard it. How to leave? This cruise ship is like a ghost ship, it cannot be controlled by humans. That's right, don't believe his lies. Kill them. We hurry up and continue the game. That's the only way to pass the level and leave here. They are desperate. They want to make up an excuse and fool us. No way. Many people don't believe that Long Zimo has a way to leave. Some people can't wait and want to kill them. Luo Su raised the prop in his hand and blasted it towards the opposite building. A piece of the outer wall of the building opposite was blown off. Ah! Is this an attack prop? Everyone was surprised. Yes, and it can be used for group attacks. Do you think your body is stronger than that wall? Luo Su said, holding up the prop and facing the people who were surrounded. She said firmly, if a fight really breaks out, we are not afraid. It is not certain who will win or lose. Seeing that she was so confident, everyone hesitated. What's more, the prop in her hand was really powerful. If a fight really breaks out, both sides will definitely suffer. The middle-aged man with a goatee squinted at Luo Su and asked, tell me, how are you going to take us away? Luo Su said, I can't tell you the specific method, but if you are willing to cooperate, I can take you away at dawn. Brother Dong, don't be fooled by her. Brother Dong, I think we can try. Give them one day. If they can't take us away before 6 p.m. tomorrow, it won't be too late to kill them. Yes. Anyway, we have more people, so killing them won't take a minute. I don't think it's appropriate. Don't fall for their trick. Those people had different opinions. Some wanted to kill them immediately, while most agreed to wait for another day. Everyone looked at the middle-aged man with a goatee. The man with a goatee spoke up and said, then wait for another day. Some people who were not convinced attacked directly. Long Zimo's props launched a wave of poison attacks, and several people who rushed in front fell down one after another. Does he have a group attack item? The people behind him stopped in their tracks. Don't be impulsive. The man with the goat beard said, if you are willing to wait for one more day, follow me to the 5th floor now. If you don't want to wait, I won't force you, but since I said I would wait, I will never attack. We will follow you. More than half of the people were willing to wait for one more day. If it weren't for the abnormal game rules, they would not want to kill each other. Most of the people left. There were still 3 or 5 people who stayed there, holding submachine guns in their hands, and the fighting spirit in their eyes was very obvious. Luo Su and Long Zimo were in perfect harmony, attacking at the same time, taking the initiative and directly launching a wave of props group attacks. Eliminate the trouble forever. Luo Su picked up the flashlights placed around and said, let's go, we continue to sweep the lower floors and kill elite monsters. Okay. The 6 of them came to the 3rd floor and fought monsters for a while. Long Zimo said, there are 2 tails behind. Luo Su said, I have discovered that they have no weapons in their hands. They should be the spies sent by Go Beard. I didn't expect that goatee guy is quite resourceful. Long Zimo said. Luo Su deliberately raised his voice and said, who cares? As long as they abide by the agreement, I don't mind taking them away with me. If they betray me, I won't let any of them go. Long Zimo told Xiaoya and Xiaoyu, you too, keep a close eye on the 2 people behind you. If you find them showing their weapons, shoot them directly. Okay. Xiaoya and Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. John the locksmith had an injury on one of his feet. He used 2 wooden sticks as a crutch and limped behind Luo Su's family of 3. Xiaoya and Xiaoyu held their guns and covered the rear. Luo Su and Long Zimo worked hard to clear the monsters, with Dao assisting. After they cleared the entire 3rd floor, there were only 2 elite monsters. After killing the elite monsters, Luo Su obtained 10 accessories. There are so few elite monsters on this floor, and there are only 75 accessories now, and there are still 25 missing. Now there are only monsters on the 2nd floor. It seems difficult to collect 100 tonight. Luo Su said. It doesn't matter, if it's not enough, kill a few more visitors tomorrow. Long Zimo said with a smile. They continued to go down to the 2nd floor to look for elite monsters. There were 4 elite monsters on the 2nd floor. Luo Su was very depressed, only 5 left. But all the monsters were killed. Continue collecting tomorrow. Long Zimo said. In order to prevent someone from attacking in the middle of the night, they found a large suite and lived together with 6 people. Long Zimo and John the locksmith rested in the living room and kept watch. The others rested in the room. Chapter 373. Nothing happened overnight. Luo Su and the others got up early to prepare. Everyone gathered around the coffee table to eat breakfast. According to convention, there should be 6 visitors today for the 6 of us. Luo Su said. Long Zimo took a sip of his drink and said, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to deal with the visitors this time. Don't forget, the lower the floor, the harder the task. Luo Su nodded, yes, everyone must be very alert today. Everyone nodded. Xiaoyu asked, should we still use the ambush method? Luo Su thought for a moment and said, try it first, And if it doesn't work, we think of other ways. After breakfast, they searched all the rooms and collected some necessary supplies. Long Zimo tied a few ropes on the railings of the second-floor balcony just in case. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Warm reminder. The cruise ship is about to arrive at the Mingzhou Pier. Please be prepared to welcome a new round of visitors. After the system prompt sound, the visitor progress bar appeared on Luo Su's information panel, 0/6. That means there are 6 visitors. Luo Su remembered the game rule of sending money, and said hurriedly, everyone take out all the money, and see how much there is in total. It may come in handy in an emergency. Everyone took out all the money in the player's backpack. 6 people, a total of 3,000 yuan. This time it is a restaurant again, and it seems that today's visitors are diners again. They are prepared for an ambush first. This time, Long Zimo hid outside the door. Beep beep. The cruise ship entered the dock, and soon the first guest came. It was another female alien. From the outside, they looked exactly the same. But this time, her combat power was no longer 888, but 5,000. Everyone was stunned for 2 seconds, and then they attacked fiercely. The female alien lost half of her blood, and she reacted quickly, and then disappeared directly. Everyone was shocked. Ah, disappeared? Did she run away? What if she went back to get help? Long Zimo was really a pessimist. As soon as he finished speaking, the female alien came back with a master with a combat power of 8,000. The NPC with 5,000 combat power was already a tough bone to chew, but now it has become 2. It has to be chewed. Since it has been fought, it is destined not to end peacefully. Everyone followed the previous agreement that if there are multiple guests, they will focus on attacking the first one to appear. So, they all attacked the female alien in tacit understanding. It sounds slow, but in fact everything has been done in just a few seconds. While they were attacking, the 2 NPCs had already blasted out their skills. Bang! The glass door of the restaurant was hit by the skill and shattered. Daodu hid alone at the cashier counter. Pull up the slingshot, and eggs and flour kept flying out. Luo Su and Long Zimo's props frequently launched attacks, and quickly killed the female alien. The alien master still had half of his blood left, and he began to be furious. Especially after being hit on the forehead by an egg, and his face was covered with egg liquid, he became even more furious. He rushed into the store angrily with flour all over his head. Everyone was very anxious because after this alien master was furious. Immune to damage. In a hurry, Long Zimo pulled a rope, chased in, and put a rope around the man's neck from behind, dragging him back desperately. But he never expected that the strength of this strange master was too great, and Long Zimo was not at the same level of strength as him. The strange master grabbed Long Zimo's arms with his backhand and threw him over his shoulder one by one. Bang! Long Zimo was thrown to the ground heavily, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't get up for a while. Everyone was anxious. Daodu was so anxious that he almost cried. Dad. Chapter 374. Daodu was extremely anxious. Dad. Seeing that the attack of the alien master was about to come. But Long Zimo was still lying on the ground, and he couldn't recover for a while. At the critical moment, Luo Su pushed the table in front of him. Bang! The skill attack of the alien master hit the table in front of Long Zimo, and the wooden table was smashed to pieces. Luo Su rushed out, attracted firepower, and covered Long Zimo. Others kept attacking with guns, but fortunately, the immunity of the alien master only lasted for 1 minute. Daodu's egg and flour attack was also constantly harassing him, making him very embarrassed. He wanted to rush up and tear the little guy to pieces. If Long Zimo hadn't rushed out just now, he might have succeeded. Now he was being entangled and beaten by Luo Su again. He punched Luo Su away, but fortunately she blocked it with her arm in time, so she didn't hurt her vital parts. While attacking Luo Su, the strange master was shot into chaff. He widened his eyes in astonishment, probably because he noticed that his immunity time had passed. Bang! The tall body of the alien master fell to the ground with a bang. Items exploded all over the ground. Everyone quickly swept the battlefield, and Luo Su obtained 4 ship accessories. It turned out that each NPC on the second floor had 2 cruise ship accessories. Luo Su looked at his information panel, 99/100. 1 more is enough. There are 4 more visitors coming later. Everyone worked together to throw the 2 NPC bodies into the sea. At this time, Long Zimo had recovered. Except for some soft tissue damage to his tailbone, there was nothing serious. Luo Su found an item from the hair products dropped by the Alien Master NPC. Alien Master Bracelet, defensive item, The wearer can activate immunity to damage once in battle, lasting 1 minute, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Luo Su was surprised. This is so useful. She hurriedly put it on her wrist. Everyone replenished some ammunition, returned to their positions, and continued to wait for an ambush opportunity. Soon the third guest appeared, still the yellow-haired boy. His combat power was 3,000. Because no one lined up to welcome him, they didn't see the customer's hidden information. As soon as the yellow-haired boy appeared, the aura around him became a little strange. Did everyone forget to attack? Everyone stared at him as he walked to the cashier. Long Zimo and Luo Su's heartbeats were strong, but it seemed that their brains were controlled by someone. Little boy, do you have food? Daodu suddenly reacted and replied, Uncle, there is food. What do you want to eat? What signature dishes do you recommend? The yellow-haired boy asked again. This question stumped Daodu. He didn't know what dishes were there. He didn't recognize any of the words on the menu. But at this time, the other adults were still hiding in their own hiding places, and no one came out. Daodu was a little scared, but he still tried to calm himself. Yes, Daodu said, his eyes swept over the eggs and flour on the cash register, and casually said, signature omelette. The yellow-haired boy was a little surprised, but soon smiled again and said, okay, then I have a signature omelette. Daodu nodded, pretending to be relaxed. Said, okay, but I have to call the chef's sister. They just played hide-and-seek with me, and they are still hiding now, The yellow-haired boy nodded and found a seat near the cashier. Luo Su and the others finally returned to normal. They heard the conversation between Daodu and the NPC just now clearly. Now that they can move, they hurriedly put away their weapons. Luo Su crawled out from under the table. He saw that Daodu had already called Xiaoyu and Xiaoya into the kitchen. She glanced at Long Zimo's position, hiding outside the door. She turned around and said cheerfully, Hey, a guest, I make you some tea. Soon, she came out with a pot of tea. When she was making tea for the guest, she found that he was playing with a cruise ship accessory in his hand. She asked boldly, Brother, what is that in your hand? The yellow-haired boy stopped what he was doing. He smiled and said, This is a material. I heard that one can be sold for 3,000 yuan on the black market. Luo Su was secretly surprised. So you are going to sell it on the black market? The yellow-haired boy nodded. Luo Su remembered that when he was making tea for the guest just now, he reminded the guest to make a good impression, so he saw a hidden message. This guest loves money. Luo Su pretended to be surprised and asked, Oh my god, what kind of material is so valuable? Can you lend it to me to see and broaden my horizons? Luo Su just asked casually, not expecting the other party to agree. Unexpectedly, the yellow-haired boy handed over the accessories very generously. He smiled and said, Since the beauty wants to see it, of course you can. Thank you. Luo Su held the accessories in both hands, looking very careful, as if he was afraid of breaking them by accident. This made the yellow-haired boy very proud. But the next second, shwa, the accessories in Luo Su's hand disappeared out of thin air. The yellow-haired boy suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. You. This woman actually took the materials away in front of him. Luo Su didn't care about the yellow-haired boy's reaction, because at this time, all the accessories in her backpack also disappeared. At the same time, a system prompt popped up in her mind. Ding! Congratulations on collecting 100 cruise ship accessories and gaining control of this cruise ship. Chapter 375. The yellow-haired boy was anxious and asked, Where did you hide my things? When he got excited, Luo Su felt that her brain was out of control again, and she stared at him blankly. She realized that the yellow-haired boy's most powerful skill was mental control. Luo Su's eyes were very anxious. This mental control was no different from being frozen. If he took action now, it would be difficult for him to escape. Fortunately, the yellow-haired boy controlled his emotions and said patiently, Give me back my things quickly. Luo Su could move only then. She took out a wad of money and said, Why don't you sell us the materials? The yellow-haired boy really loves money. When he saw the money, his anger turned into joy. He picked up the money and counted it. It was exactly 3,000. He was worried that they would regret it, so he said, Think it over, buy it, and don't regret it. Luo Su nodded, Well, no regrets. The yellow-haired boy put the money in his pocket, but he was still worried that they would regret it, so he decided to leave immediately without eating. After the yellow-haired boy left, Luo Su found that after the accessories disappeared, a virtual ship appeared in her mind. She could control the direction and speed of the ship with her mind. She drove the ship away from the dock without hesitation. Beep beep. The ship slowly drove away from the dock. At this time, The game system sounded an alarm. Beep beep, it is not driving time now. Please pull the ship to the dock immediately. All the players on the cruise ship were shocked. How did this cruise ship break the convention and leave the dock in broad daylight? Didn't it always set sail at 6 p.m. before? Brother Dong, could it be that woman who has found a way to sail? Can she really take us away? The man with the goatee looked deep and went to the balcony to look downstairs. The second floor was quiet, and there was no movement from Luo Su and the others. However, the cruise ship was slowly leaving the dock. He couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Could it be that they really controlled the cruise ship? He really wanted to ask in person, but it was daytime now, and he didn't dare to cross the floor easily. He decided to wait and see what happened. After the cruise ship left the dock, no more visitors boarded the ship. Long Zimo no longer needed to ambush, and everyone gathered together. Susu, can you really control the cruise ship now? Long Zimo asked. Yes, the mind can control it, but I don't know which direction to go, she said. The floor here is too low. Let's go to the top floor to have a look, Long Zimo said. Everyone followed him to the top floor. When passing the 5th floor, he was stopped by Dongo with a goat beard. How dare you cross floors in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid of violating the rules of the game and being punished? Long Zimo smiled and said, Listen, this alarm, the cruise ship has left the dock. You have also violated the rules of the game. Are you really in control of the cruise ship? Goatbeard asked doubtfully. Yes, we have controlled the cruise ship. Now we are on the roof to see the surrounding sea conditions. Now we are on the same boat. If you don't want to die, you'd better be honest, Luo Su said. After Luo Su and the others finished speaking, they went straight to the roof. Brother Dong, should we follow them? Someone asked the man with a goatee. The man with a goatee shook his head. No, let them fight on their own. If they fail, we still have a way out. Brother Dong is wise. If they can win without doing anything, why should they make trouble? If they fail, it has nothing to do with them. They have not violated the rules of the game from beginning to end. The task of clearing the blacklist has 3 days, and they are not in a hurry. Luo Su and his companions went up to the rooftop and were shocked when they saw the sea around them. Is this what the sea looks like during the day? Under the dim sky, the sea is boundless, and the inky black seawater is covered with huge waves. The cruise ship left the dock and sailed to the depths of the sea. Everyone heard a cold system prompt. You have entered the Nether Sea, and the game clearance mission has failed. Good luck. Nether Sea? Luo Su looked at the sea in front of him, and it became very strange. The dark clouds in the sky were gloomy. It looked like it was getting dark. There were strong winds on the sea, huge waves and thunder. The hurricane poured into the cabin, creating waves of ghosts and wolves howling. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Dong, Brother Dong, why did they drive the ship to the Nether Sea? This Nether Sea looks scary, with huge waves outside. Will the cruise ship sink? They are really going to kill me this time. Brother Dong, hurry up and let them drive the ship back to the dock. It's too late. Didn't you hear the system prompt just now that the mission failed? Going back is a dead end. What should we do? The people on the 5th floor were talking and panicking. Brother Dong with a goat beard came to the window and looked out. Outside, there was a dark sea with raging waves, like an angry beast that could swallow the cruise ship into the sea at any time. He began to panic. He didn't care about the rules of the game, and rushed to the roof to find Luo Su and the others to understand the situation. The people on the 5th floor followed him. Chapter 376. Goatbeard went up to the top floor. He saw Luo Su and his group closely watching the situation on the sea. Before he started to ask questions, he was stunned by the terrifying scene on the sea. In front of him, the sea and the sky were all black. The huge waves were accompanied by lightning and thunder. The most terrifying thing was that countless small boats appeared on the dark sea, and each small boat had a big red lantern hanging on it. Although there were strong winds and huge waves on the sea, the red lantern never went out. The red lanterns rose and fell with the boat on the sea. From afar, one could see clusters of faint red lights rising and falling, like ghost lights, which looked very strange on the dark sea. The people on the 5th floor were horrified. Oh my god, is this Netherworld sea hell? Why is the sea water black? Look, there are red ghost lights on the sea, so creepy. Oh my god, those ghost lights are floating towards us. Luo Su looked back and found a group of people standing behind him, and ignored them. Turning to Long Zimo, he said, Zimo, what do you think those red lanterns are? Long Zimo frowned and stared into the distance. After thinking for a moment, he said, It's not clear what they are, but it's certain that they are not good people. Boom! A loud thunder struck the flagpole at the stern, breaking it in half. Then, it started to rain heavily. Long Zimo said hurriedly, "It's not safe here. Let's go down to the 7th floor." Everyone went downstairs to avoid the rain. Luo Su took out a dry towel from his backpack and wiped out his hair. At this time, the man with a goatee came over and asked solemnly, "How should we solve this dilemma now?" Long Zimo glanced out the window and said, "How else can we solve it? When the enemy comes, we will fight him with our generals, and when the water comes, we will block it with earth." He paused, glanced at everyone, and said, "Everyone, take advantage of the free time now. Prepare for war as soon as possible, and prepare more long-range attack weapons. In times of crisis, they may save your life." Everyone was a little uneasy, but they did it anyway. Luo Su added, "Now we are on the same boat. Only if we unite and fight hard against the enemy can we have a chance of survival." Goatbeard looked at the red ghost lights in the distance and said, "Now we can control the cruise ship. Can't we avoid the area ahead?" Long Zimo shook his head and said, "Just because there are so many obstacles ahead, it just shows that our direction is right. If we want to leave the game, we must cross that sea area." Although there is no scientific basis, Long Zimo and Luo Su's intuition is always accurate based on their understanding of the nature of the game system. Okay. Goatbeard was helpless. At this point, he could only trust them again. He turned to his teammates and said, "Everyone prepare. Those who haven't eaten, eat something as soon as possible. Tonight will probably be a decisive battle until dawn." Luo Su and his team went into a suite to rest, and through a large window, they could clearly see the situation in the sea area. Luo Su took out a small gray box and placed it on the coffee table. The other people were attracted to it. Long Zimo asked, "Su, what is this?" Luo Su shook his head. "I don't know. It dropped when I killed the monster boss last night. I didn't notice it at the time, and I just found it when I looked through my backpack." Long Zimo stared at the old box and observed it for a long time. "It's locked. I wonder what's inside." Luo Su turned around and asked John the locksmith, "Can you open this box?" Locksmith John came over with a cane, sat on the sofa, and studied the small box carefully. He took out the tool and tried it, and said, "This is a special lock, a double dragon lock, with lock holes on both sides, and the lock pads on both sides are semi-arc shaped. To open this lock, you must use a relatively soft tool, and touch the mechanism in the center of the lock core at the same time on both sides to open it." Everyone was confused. "Just tell me directly, can you open it?" Long Zimo asked directly. John the locksmith frowned and said, "It's possible, but I don't have the right tools at hand, so it will take some time to open it." "It doesn't matter, your first task is to open it. You don't have to participate in the battle," Long Zimo reminded. John the locksmith nodded, "Okay." The boss valued this small box so much, which made him more curious about what was inside. Chapter 377. John the locksmith began to study the lock. The others replenished their food and took a short rest. Luo Su opened the map system and found that he could view the map on the Nether Sea. The map of the Nether Sea was a long black area, and their cruise ship was at the bottom of the map. In the area in front of them, there was a mark composed of lightning and a skull. I looked out the window, and the place with dark clouds, lightning and red lanterns should be the place with the lightning skull mark on the map. In addition to this mark on the map, there is also a red star mark in the top area. What does that mean? Luo Su thought about it, and felt that it was very likely a portal to leave the Yuming Sea. Luo Su said, "After passing through this minefield, there seems to be a portal behind." Long Zimo was surprised. "Portal? Is your map usable?" Luo Su, "Yes, but you have to pass through this minefield first." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud noise came from the bow. Bang! Everyone was startled at first, and looked out of the window. There were many ghost ships with red lanterns hanging around the cruise ship. The small boats were empty, but they were able to come to my cruise ship despite the strong wind and huge waves. As the ghost ship hit the cruise ship, bang! The red lanterns on the ghost ship suddenly disappeared. And a lantern appeared in the corridor of the cruise ship, red and bright, in front of everyone. Ah, how did this lantern get on the ship? Everyone was startled and scattered. Soon, more lanterns appeared in front of them. Ah, this! Luo Su rushed out of the room, and looked at the lanterns emitting a faint red light. She was so close that she felt curious. What's so strange about these lanterns? She wanted to get closer and take a closer look. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, all the lanterns began to spin. A red energy burst out from the lanterns. Swish, swish. Everyone was unable to dodge, and those standing in the front row were all injured. Ah, these lantern monsters will attack people, someone shouted. Most people scattered and walked further away. Luo Su and Long Zimo had already raised their weapons and started to attack. Bang, bang, bang. Long Zimo took out his gun and attacked fiercely. After the lantern monster was shot, some red energy dissipated and then became smaller. As Long Zimo continued to attack, the lantern monster slowly became smaller, and finally turned into a ball of red mist and completely disappeared. Ding! Kill the lantern monster, and get a temporary damage value increase of 500. Luo Su also killed a lantern monster, and when he got the temporary damage value, his eyes suddenly lit up. Since it is to increase the damage value, then we should concentrate on stacking it to have a higher lethality. She turned to everyone and said, everyone go to the 6th floor first, and leave it to the two of us to clean up here. Xiaoyu, Xiaoya, take Daodu back to the room. Okay. Xiaoyu and Xiaoya took Daodu back to the room and closed the door. Seeing this, everyone ran downstairs. Goldbeard glanced at the red lanterns that kept appearing and turned to go downstairs. After everyone left, Luo Su and Long Zimo tried their best to kill the lantern monster. Prompts kept popping up in the ears of the two. Ding! Kill the lantern monsters in groups, and gain a temporary damage value increase of 2,000. Ding! Kill the lantern monsters in groups, and gain a temporary damage value increase of 2,500. These lantern monsters appeared endlessly, and then attacked collectively. In order to avoid damage, Long Zimo moved left and right. Luo Su activated the bracelet skill of the alien master, immune to damage for 1 minute, and then killed with all his strength. 2 minutes later, all the lantern monsters were cleared. Long Zimo was not immune to damage, and he had used 7 bottles of blood replenishing potions. His attack damage value became 60,000, plus his poison item stack damage. His combat power was very impressive. Luo Su's attack damage value became 100,000. All the red lanterns on the sea disappeared, leaving only a roaring ocean, angrily rolling up huge waves and hitting the cruise ship. Bang splash. The cruise ship was hit by the huge waves and shook violently, as if it would capsize at any time. Crackle. A thick lightning bolt struck the deck of the ship, punching a big hole in it. Zmo, we have to force our way into this minefield, Luo Su said loudly. Long Zmo nodded and said, the lethality of this lightning is too terrifying. Let's go to a lower building to avoid lightning. You control the cruise ship to move forward quickly, and pass through the minefield as soon as possible. Luo Su said, it's already moving at full speed. Luo Su and Long Zmo returned to the room and called Do Do and the others to go to the 4th floor to avoid lightning. Toot. The cruise ship made a long sound, riding the wind and waves, moving forward quickly. Crackle. Dense lightning bombarded the cruise ship. The window glass on the upper floors was shattered by lightning, and rain entered the cabin. The rain mixed with broken glass in the room, and the floor was in a mess. Luo Su and his group came to the 4th floor, and saw Goldbeard and others staying on this floor. Listening to the dense thunder, everyone was terrified. Goldbeard asked worriedly, is it really okay for our cruise ship to force its way into the minefield like this? Chapter 378. Luo Su did not answer. In fact, she was not completely sure. She concentrated on controlling the cruise ship, narrowly avoiding lightning several times, and continuing to move forward at full speed. After being struck countless times, the cruise ship drove for half an hour, and finally passed through the minefield without any danger. Although there were no casualties, the cruise ship had become riddled with holes, and Luo Su and the others were forced to move to the 1st floor. Locksmith Zhang, can the box be opened? Long Zimo asked. It's already opened. I was in a hurry to go downstairs just now, and didn't have time to give it to you, Zhang the locksmith said, as he handed the small box to Long Zimo. Long Zimo took the small box and said, Luo Su, the box is open. Luo Su set the cruise ship to automatic driving mode. Turn around and open the box. Inside was a pearl. Luo Su was surprised. She picked up the pearl and looked at it carefully. At this time, the pearl suddenly glowed, grew larger, and floated into the air. Wow, what is that? Is this the legendary Night Shining Pearl? Everyone was surprised to see the scene. Luo Su and Long Zimo also stared at the white light ball in the air in shock. The white light ball gradually formed a mermaid, and slowly landed in front of Luo Su. Thank you for waking me up, master. I am Yuju. Next, I will be your combat partner, and fight side by side with you. The voice of the mermaid was a girl's voice. Luo Su was surprised. Combat partner? No contract required. Combat partners are war generals, not combat pets. No contract is required. Once a master is chosen, he will be loyal for life and follow him through life and death. The mermaid answered very seriously. Luosu looked at Yuju's combat power. 200,000 combat power. Such a strong assistant, it feels like picking up a treasure. This is... Long Zimo was puzzled. Luosu smiled and said, "This is my combat partner." "Battle pet?" Long Zimo asked again. "You can understand it that way," Luosu said. At this moment, the sea surface in front of him surged violently. Swoosh! The cruise ship was suddenly caught by a huge tentacle, flew into the air, and left the sea surface. Everyone was terrified. The mermaid took action. A wave of water-based skills attacked and blasted up. The huge tentacle felt pain, let go of the cruise ship, and retracted. Bang! The cruise ship fell back into the water, creating a wave of spray. The people on the boat staggered, and some people vomited. Luosu asked, "ZMO, what was that just now?" "It was an octopus's tentacle." Dodo answered first. "Long ZMO, it looks like it to me, but with such a big tentacle, how big an octopus would it be?" As soon as he finished speaking, a huge black octopus suddenly emerged from the water in the sea ahead. "Ah, it's really an octopus. It's so big, our cruise ship is just a toy cruise ship in front of it." Luosu looked at the huge octopus in front of him. Suddenly he realized that the star mark on the map was actually an octopus boss. When Yuju saw the octopus emerge from the water, he hurriedly plop and jumped into the water to fight it. Luosu raised the ring on his thumb and attacked the octopus's round head fiercely. Long Zimo's poison item has hit the octopus boss, causing poison damage to it. Minus 5,000. Bang, bang, bang. Long Zimo launched a round of machine gun attacks, and the octopus brother stretched out several thick tentacles and whipped over. Bang, boom. The cruise ship was almost capsized. Under the violent shaking, several people fell into the water. Chapter 379. Long Zimo came over. "What are you doing? You look so happy." Luosu pointed at the pearl earrings and said, "Three-piece jewelry set, blood recovery set." Long Zimo was slightly surprised and said, "Really? Where did it come from?" "Made of mermaid tears," Luosu said with a smile. Long Zimo saw her happy, and was happy too. What an unexpected gain. This blood recovery set reminds me of the panda Xiaohan. I really miss it. Last time when I fought against Starfather, I put away Xiaobai and Xiaogui, and only released Xiaohan the panda to guard you, and keep replenishing your blood. I didn't expect that the energy fluctuations when Starfather successfully merged would be so lethal that I lost Xiaohan. Luosu thought of Xiaohan, and looked a little sad. Long Zimo smiled, and released Xiaohan the panda. Luosu was surprised. "Ah, Xiaohan? What's going on?" Long Zimo smiled and said, "Xiaohan was indeed killed by the energy fluctuations of Starfather last time, and then he automatically terminated the contract with you. However, Xiaohan turned a disaster into a blessing. After it died once, it magically awakened its Nirvana rebirth talent and came back to life. Later, many emergencies happened, and I forgot to tell you that Xiaohan was still alive." "Nirvana rebirth talent?" Luosu was overjoyed, went forward and hugged Xiaohan, and said happily, "Great, you are still here. Don't just be excited, recontract quickly," Luolongzi said with a smile. Luosu hurriedly opened the points mall, exchanged a battle pet contract book, and was about to recontract Xiaohan. But there was an unexpected discovery. Panda Xiaohan is already a general, no contract is needed. Panda Xiaohan chooses to be your combat partner, and will always be loyal to you. Luosu looked at the general cage above the pet cage. There were two combat partners. One was the bucktooth rabbit, who was still in the weak period, and the other was Panda Xiaohan. Luosu was immediately happy. It turned out that Xiaohan was not dead, and was upgraded to a general. While she had time now, she bought enough combat pet potions for the bucktooth rabbit to use to wake it up from the weak period. As soon as the bucktooth rabbit woke up, it jumped out immediately. Now Long Zimo and Luosu were treating it, and asked confusedly, "Who am I? Where is this? What should I do?" Luosu was speechless. Is this mental disorder? The bucktooth rabbit actually didn't remember who it was. Bucktooth rabbit, calling me out again, it must be bad. After saying that, it went into the space to take refuge. Luosu shook her head. It doesn't matter if she doesn't come out. She released other battle pets. Xiaobai and Xiaogui are fine. They just look very hungry. Luosu released all the pets. "Babies, it's time to eat." As she said that, She took out several plates from the space and placed them on the terrace. Then she distributed the corresponding food to the pets. She was very happy to see all the battle pets eating with relish. Everyone is here, so good? Dowdu saw it and ran over quickly. Wow, there are so many friends. You have to eat well. You have to eat well to have the strength to fight monsters, Dowdu said in a childish voice. Long Zimo laughed. He enjoyed this peaceful and happy time. At this time, Luo Su's parents came up. Luo Su and Long Zimo hurriedly got up to greet them. Dad, Mom. Luo Su greeted them. Long Zimo also greeted them. Mom and Dad, come in and sit down. Lu Qingyun and Luo Hongwa smiled and nodded. Said, we saw a good day for the wedding and came up to discuss it with you. Chapter 380. Luo Su kept thinking about the words of the buck-toothed rabbit in his mind. He was confused. Who is the Emperor Huang? At this time, Long Zimo recovered and woke up slowly. Zimo, how do you feel now? Are you feeling better? Luo Su asked. Long Zimo nodded. I feel refreshed now, as if there is an endless supply of energy in my body. Luo Su was relieved. She remembered the words of the buck-toothed rabbit and asked Long Zimo. Zimo, do you know the Emperor Huang? Long Zimo was surprised. How do you know about the wasteland? When I was unconscious just now, all I could think of was the word wasteland. I wonder if it has anything to do with the wasteland planet. Luo Su said, the Emperor of Desolation is actually the desolate Huang, and the Emperor of Empire. I heard from the buck-toothed rabbit that the Emperor of Desolation was its former master. It also said that it sensed the breath of the Emperor of Desolation on you. Long Zimo was even more surprised, and asked with wide eyes, on me? The breath of the Emperor of Desolation. Indeed, that's what the buck-toothed rabbit said. Luo Su replied. Long Zimo carefully sensed the energy in his body. I really feel that my body has endless power. Luo Su, it means that after you absorb the energy of the Star Master, you integrated it very well, and it is indeed much stronger. Long Zimo tried the protective shield skill. Shua. A golden protective shield appeared in front of him. This protective shield can last up to 10 minutes. Long Zimo said, with some excitement in his eyes. 10 minutes. Luo Su was surprised. Yeah, and the defense effect. It's even better than before. Long Zimo said. Long Zimo kept trying out his skills, and then shared and discussed with Luo Su until the sun set. After dinner, Dowdu was playing with Xia Fanchuan. The two went for a walk by the river and met Master Lao Zhao, who was fishing again, and greeted them. Xiao Dao and Xiuwu are now players of the honor rank, and are elite members of the top players in the organization. But they were still so filial and considerate in front of Master Zhao. You guys take your time fishing, we're going to take a walk, Luo Su said. The two of them walked downstream for a while, and found that there were some glowing fish in the waters downstream. Those glowing fish sometimes gathered and sometimes dispersed, like many moving stars in the night. Luo Su moved his mind, and used the function of collecting living things to catch all the glowing fish in the water. I didn't expect Xiuhua to like it so much. Zimo let Xiaohua out. Here is its favorite food. Long Zimo released the little firebird, and the two birds scrambled to eat the glowing fish. Unconsciously, the two birds ate all the glowing fish. They screamed excitedly, fluttered their wings twice, and flew into the air. The flames on their bodies were particularly dazzling in such a night. Beep! Xiaohua shouted excitedly. After a while, its wings became longer at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the whole body became bigger. Luo Su opened the new interface of the battle pet information. Checked the information of Xiaohua. Sure enough, all the attributes were greatly improved. Both little firebirds became stronger. Long Zimo was very surprised. I didn't expect that there is such a treasure that can improve battle pets in this river in the novice village. Luo Su was also surprised. She was just curious. She wanted to see what the glowing fish looked like. Unexpectedly, she just caught the fish. She received a strong reaction from the little firebird. Luo Su thought secretly. He suddenly found that there were many treasures hidden in this novice village. The panda Xiaohan and the little turtle were both heavenly beasts found in the village. She was wondering how many such powerful creatures were hidden in this small village. Long Zimo had the same idea as her. When we have time, we should carefully investigate every corner of the novice village. Maybe there will be even greater unexpected discoveries. Luo Su nodded. It is really possible. The two chatted as they walked back to where Master Zhao was fishing. The two little firebirds had been collected. Master Zhao, how many fish did you catch? Long Zimo asked with a smile. Master Zhao shook his head and said with a smile, It's strange tonight. I haven't caught many fish in such a long time. Then let's adjust it another day, Long Zimo said. Master Zhao said, you go back first, we will adjust it for a while. Luo Su and Long Zimo returned to the village. What they didn't know was that not long after they left, a terrible thing happened by the river. Chapter 381. Everyone waited until the night finally came. Except for Grandma Long and Aunt Jiang, all the villagers waited by the river early after dinner. Everyone was barbecuing and chatting by the river. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the portal to the dungeon finally appeared. Luo Su used his fiery eyes to check the portal and found a countdown on it. 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 52 seconds. It turned out that this portal had a time limit, and it would only stay for 2 hours each time it appeared. The light blue portal had a strong suction force. As long as he was within 2 meters of it, he would be sucked into the dungeon. Luo Su's family of 6 also entered the game. After Luo Su discussed with his parents, he decided to take his grandmother to experience the game dungeon. Let her get familiar with the feeling of the game in advance. The first time the grandmother entered the game dungeon, she was nervous and excited. She also thought that the fishing dungeon was easy. After the whole dungeon, she caught 60 fish and exchanged for 300 game points. The grandmother used the points to exchange some snacks for Daodu. When the snacks appeared in her hands, she felt very magical and fulfilled. I can earn points to buy things in the future. I, an old woman, can finally make use of my remaining energy, the grandmother said happily. Everyone was very happy. Today's dungeon ended quickly. Because the number of fish in each dungeon is limited, there were many people this time, so it only took an hour. In fact, if Luo Su used the collection skill to catch fish, it is estimated that this dungeon would be over in 5 minutes, but she did not do so. It was not easy to find a dungeon without danger, and she wanted to leave it for the elderly in the village to experience it well. After the dungeon was finished, they found that the portal was still there. So they entered the dungeon for the second time. This time, everyone had experience, and the fishing speed was much faster. It only took 40 minutes to finish this time. The portal is still 20 minutes away, and we can enter the dungeon again, Luo Su said. Although everyone didn't know how Luo Su knew it, they believed her very much. So they entered the game again. When everyone finished the third dungeon, it was already past 12 o'clock in the evening, and the dungeon portal disappeared. But today, we entered the dungeon 3 times, and gained a lot of points. Even my grandmother earned 1,000 points. Luo Su said to everyone, listen to me, your points are used to buy ingredients, and I will buy all the ingredients in the village in the future. My aunt said, oh, how can that be possible? Now we can earn points to buy things, so I can't let you spend money anymore. Luo Su said seriously, I have a lot of points, more than enough to buy ingredients. Now the privilege card of the elderly is invalid. I guess the game has been upgraded, and it may be more difficult in the future. If the old man wants to enter the dungeon alone, it will be difficult without the ability to protect himself. So all your points should be used to buy life-saving game props for yourself. Because most of the life-saving props in the prop mall have a purchase limit, and I can't buy many by myself. Everyone was quiet after hearing Luo Su's words. The game has been upgraded? Xiao Wu was puzzled. Will the old man also have to enter the dungeon alone in the future? What about my master? Xiao Dao said, very worried. Long Zimo said, what Luo Su said is true. I have asked the coaches in the organization to urgently develop a training plan suitable for the elderly. Wang Dajiang suddenly said, I received a system prompt that I can bind with my mother and enter the game together in the future. Lu Qingyan also said that she could bind with her mother, that is, her grandmother Luo Su. Now, there are only Master Zhao and Grandma Long left in the novice village. There is no one to bind. And Jiang is about the same age as Hitsuewa. After training, she should be able to improve her self-protection ability. Long Zimo said there must be other ways, and he thought about it carefully. Chapter 382. After Long Zimo came out of the dungeon, his grandmother and grandma were still discussing the harvest from the dungeon. I got 3 million survival points. Me too, and an orange axe. I can level up a lot. Now I'm in the diamond rank. At this time, Wu Di from the Sunlong headquarters called. Boss, I've already prepared the training plan for the old man, and we can train him anytime, Wu Di said. Long Zimo nodded and said, okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Long Zimo explained the situation to the elders. Grandma Long and the others said that they would immediately participate in the newcomer training, and they wanted to learn more game strategies. Lu Qingyun was worried that Grandma Luo Su would not be able to handle it due to her old age, so she accompanied the elderly to train together. After some experience, she felt that Songlong's newcomer training was very thorough and step-by-step, and this method was also suitable for older people. Luosu saw that Long Zimo was free, so he came to find him. The two of them took advantage of their free time to wander around the novice village. Explored. Another cave was found in the back mountain of the novice village, and there were several panda beasts in it. Luosu took them back to the animal breeding circle. Luosu and Long Zimo received another 200 exploration points. They didn't know what the exploration points were used for yet, so they continued to explore. Luosu and Long Zimo explored every piece of land in the novice village for 10 consecutive days. Finally, they found that there were many beasts in the valley farther away from the novice village. It's just that they are not from the phantom beasts, so Luosu didn't bring them back. My exploration value is now 2,000. Long Zimo looked at his information panel and said. Luosu was similar to him, but he found that the exploration value could be traded. Luosu looked at her exploration value, and it became 4,000/. At this moment, she received a system prompt. Feihua is opening the comprehensive training copy of the novice village for you. Luosu and Long Zimo were shocked. Training copy? The two waited silently for about 5 or 6 minutes, and the system prompt sounded again. The comprehensive training copy of the novice village has been created. There is no limit to the number of training times per day, and death is not real death. After hearing the last sentence, Luosu was relieved. Luosu and Long Zimo led everyone into the comprehensive training copy of the novice village. It turned out that the copy had 3 training modes: sea, land and air, which could be chosen. There were realistic training projects in it, and each project could choose the difficulty according to their own abilities. There were a total of 10 difficulty levels. After everyone cleared the level once, they felt that this dungeon was really useful for novice players. Everyone should train according to their own situation, because everyone's comprehensive ability is strong and weak, and it will definitely be better to play alone. Luosu said. She is relatively weak in air combat, so she chose the solo air combat mode and gained a lot of experience in a few days. This comprehensive training dungeon in the novice village does not have a physical clearance reward, but after each clearance, you can only choose a higher level project. In other words, players cannot repeat a project that they have already cleared. Luosu and Long Zimo cleared the highest level training project on the first day. That is, the comprehensive training copy of the novice village, which they can no longer enter. Fortunately, they both received a special reward for clearing the level. Zimo, I got a flying machine. Mine is also a flying machine. Long Zimo said. Chapter 383. Luosu has made all the preparations. Everything is ready, except for the tornado. Luosu turned around and saw Daodu was heartless, eating snacks and watching TV. So he reminded him, Daodu, there will be a tornado in this level of the game, and we don't know when it will come. If it happens suddenly, you must not run around, and take shelter in the basement with your mother, understand? Daodu nodded. I know, take shelter in the basement when the wind comes. I promise to run faster than a rabbit. Luosu had just finished telling Daodu, when there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Luosu came behind the door, and looked out through the peephole. She found the thick-browed man standing at the door of his room. She asked through the door, Is there something wrong? Can you open the door to talk? The thick-browed man asked. No, if you have something to say, just say it. If not, get out of here. Luosu pretended to be fierce. She didn't have a good impression of this NPC who traveled alone to find a romantic encounter. I'm the traveler who lives opposite you. I heard from the boss that you rented the basement. Can I borrow your place to store some things? The thick-browed man asked. No. Luosu answered straightforwardly. Okay. The thick-browed man turned around helplessly, entered the open door opposite, and then closed the door. Luosu thought something was wrong. Why did he also look for the basement? Did he know that the tornado was coming? So he is also a player? That's why he came to the basement in advance. But think about it. It might be a coincidence. If he is really a player, he will definitely look for the basement first. Who would go to pick up girls when entering the game? She just asked the driver of the sightseeing bus if there was a B&B with a basement. The driver said that all the houses on the South Street had basements. She found this B&B. Although the location was a bit remote and not very lively, it met her requirements. She thought for a moment, and someone knocked on the door again. She looked through the cat's eye and saw that it was a man with thick eyebrows. What do you want to do now? Luosu asked angrily. I pay half of the rent. Can we share the basement? The man with thick eyebrows said. No. Luosu said, turned around and left. Really didn't want to pay attention to him. Luosu let the little white dog out and let it live in the room to guard the door. In the middle of the night, the little white dog suddenly barked non-stop. After Luo Su was awakened, she soon found that the power was out. She felt a little depressed in her chest. At this time, there was a strong wind outside, with thunder and rain. The doors and windows nearby that were not closed well were blown and banged. Is it windy? Luo Su was startled and hurriedly picked up Daodu. He opened the door and rushed out. After walking through a corridor of several meters, they came to the entrance of the basement. Unfortunately, the entrance was blocked by a tent, and the people inside were sleeping soundly. She shouted a few times, but there was no response. She was about to put the entire tent into the space, and suddenly a thunder exploded on the roof. Boom Daodu was also awakened by a loud noise. The people in the tent moved. He unzipped the tent, and saw a flashlight that dazzled him. Who is it? The man with thick eyebrows said, sticking his head out of the tent. Move your tent away quickly, we need to go to the basement. Luo Su said anxiously. You can move it away, but let me take shelter in the basement, said the man with thick eyebrows. Okay. This time Luo Su answered very straightforwardly. The man with thick eyebrows moved the tent away. Luo Su took the opportunity to take out the key and open the basement. Xiao Bai jumped down first. Luo Su carried Do Do into the basement and closed the door. But at the moment of closing the door, a big hand pulled the door. Don't close the door, wait for me, said the thick-browed man. Luo Su went into the basement. Fortunately, she had already taken out some simple furniture after the housekeepers had finished cleaning and left in the afternoon. A bamboo and rattan sofa, a coffee table, and a simple bed. Wow, you have arranged it well here, said the thick-browed man, pulling his tent to an open space and reassembling it. Chapter 384. Luo Su formed a team, and everyone increased each other's status. Zhang Yuan's attribute was to increase the attack of the whole team by 20%, which was quite high. Hello, can you take us with you? The town is destroyed now, and we need to go to the pier west of the town to take a boat to leave. The owner of the BNB asked pleadingly. Yes. We also want to go to the pier west of the town. Please take us with you. Other people also wanted to join the team. But Luo Su understood that these NPCs were ordinary people without special abilities. If they were taken away on foot, it would be difficult to avoid the tornado area. At this time, the system popped up a hidden task prompt. Trigger the hidden task. Escort the town residents to leave. Do you want to accept the task? Luo Su chose to accept the task. Then you have to keep quiet. I will take you with me, Luo Su said. We will always keep quiet, the owner of the BNB said excitedly. Luo Su put the 9 surviving NPCs into the space. The system prompted again. All players please note that the difficulty of this level of the game has been upgraded because a player has triggered a hidden task. Warm reminder, 9 tornadoes are added to this level of the game, and the difficulty is adjusted to hell mode. Ah? Zhang Yuan was confused. What the hell is a hidden mission? The content of the hidden mission can only be seen by the captain. But the difficulty upgrade is for everyone. However, Long Zimo could probably guess that the hidden mission should be related to Luo Su. He said nothing and added a golden protective shield to everyone. Are you ready? The first tornado is coming. Luo Su looked at the dozen tornadoes roaring in the town, feeling like the end of the world. He sighed in his heart, and could only face the challenge. She locked onto the first tornado, that was 2 kilometers away. Super Storage X10 Combo. Super Storage X10 Combo. A string of damage floated around the tornado. Xiao Dao and Xiaowu were surprised. Ah, so this tornado is a monster? Can it be killed? Luo Su smiled. I guessed it, but now it seems that I guessed it right. After that, she released Xiao Bai, Xiaohan, and Bucktooth Rabbit. Assisted in attacking and restoring health for all. Long Zimo's firewall could only resist the tornado for 10 seconds. Zhang Yuan pulled out a delicate bow with his bare hands, pulled it to the full, and 3 translucent energy arrows flew out. Swish, swish, swish. 2 of the 3 arrows hit critical hits, with a damage of 50,000. Luo Su was slightly surprised, thinking that he was an ordinary player, but now it seems that his strength is comparable to Jiang Hao. Long Zimo was in the front mainly to delay the speed of the tornado. Then the whole team attacked with all their strength. Xiaowu threw out a golden frying pan. Bang! A big hole was smashed in the tornado, but the rolling wind quickly filled the hole again. Xiao Bai's lightning hail skill bombarded it, causing considerable damage. Although everyone was fighting hard, the tornado was too fast and only killed half of its health. Its size was half the size, and its power was much smaller, but its speed did not decrease at all, but increased instead. Everyone, avoid the main eye. Long Zimo shouted in front. Then, he was submerged by the tornado. Everyone screamed as they ran away at high speed. Zimo! Boss! But Long Zimo did not respond. Luosu was anxious and began to lock onto the tornado and collect it into the space. Super Collection. Infinite Fusion. Whoosh whoosh. A small wind gathered on Luosu. The tornado seemed to realize that Luosu's destructive power was greater, and it consciously rolled towards Luosu. At this moment, the tornado suddenly twisted out of control. The originally straight wind column became crooked, as if someone was tickling it. Everyone attacked with all their strength while observing the changes in the tornado. But unexpectedly, the tornado suddenly changed direction. It actually retreated, but not far behind it. 3 tornadoes were roaring. Just as it was about to merge with the 3 tornadoes, there was a sudden loud bang. The half-blooded tornado was suddenly blown apart and dissipated in an instant. Everyone was confused. Only Luosu knew that it was the explosion of star energy. At the critical moment, Long Zimo, who was in the eye of the storm, used the power of the star. Ding! Kill the first tornado. Get 10% movement speed bonus, quest item X1. Long Zimo pulled open the 10-layer firewall and quickly retreated. This surprised Zhang Yuan. He thought Long Zimo was dead after being sucked away by the tornado, but he didn't expect that he could kill him. Too strong, he decided to keep a low profile and never offend him. Zimo, I can absorb the tornado and merge it into a hurricane ball, Luosu said. Well, just absorb it, Long Zimo said, and used a big move. Domain destruction. With a rumble, the nearest tornado seemed to be imprisoned and stood still. Luosu activated the space storage, plus infinite fusion. There were more and more hurricane balls in the backpack. Her way of playing was to deprive the tornado of its energy and quickly weaken its power. This time, everyone cooperated very well and quickly eliminated the second tornado monster. Ding! Kill the second tornado, get a 10% movement speed bonus, and a task item X1. Chapter 385. With experience this time, they quickly eliminated the 2 nearest tornado monsters. The whole team also lost half of their health, but with the bucktooth rabbit and the panda Xiaohan, they could not die. Killed the 4th tornado. Luosu checked the progress of the task, May 12th. This efficiency is still quite high. She was happy, looking at the 12 tornadoes in the distance, and her fighting spirit was strong. She took the initiative to attack, and rushed forward shoulder to shoulder with Long Zimo. Quick battle, so as not to have more trouble at night. She looked at the gradually gloomy weather. Her intuition was too good, and there might be changes. They intercepted one of the tornadoes. Ice domain. Luosu tried it, and it really slowed down the speed. Long Zimo's firewall resisted for a moment. Luosu absorbed at full speed, and then merged at full speed infinitely. Crackle. Bang. Swish swish swish. Other teammates and battle pets also attacked with all their strength. In less than 2 minutes, the tornado was destroyed. But this time, there was no quest item as a reward for killing monsters. It's just a 10% speed increase. It turns out that not every monster drops a quest item. Currently, their quest item is still May 12th, and the movement speed of the entire team has increased by 50%. Luosu led his teammates and continued to attack, following the same method. It took an hour to destroy all the remaining tornadoes. Ding! Kill the 16th tornado, get a 10% movement speed bonus, and 1 quest item. My quest shows that the items are complete, Zhang Yuan said happily. He was lucky to meet such a strong team this time. Luosu looked down. They had indeed collected all 12 quest items, and could go to the dock west of the town to hand in the quest. We are so scared, please send us away quickly. My soul is trembling. I don't want to stay here any longer. Luosu listened to the NPCs in the space talking, thinking that even if they hid into space, the game plot would still find them. At this moment, dark clouds gathered, lightning and thunder roared. The light of the whole town dimmed, and the whole style turned into a dark blue color like the end of the world. Boom boom. Suddenly, bursts of loud noises came from all directions. Luosu was startled and looked around. I saw that there were strange movements around the town. The whole town seemed to be covered by a closed wind wall. The wind wall began to rotate rapidly. The huge tornadoes seemed to have the power to destroy the world. The strong wind was accompanied by thunder and hail. Wherever it passed, no grass grew, rivers dried up, trees were uprooted, and even a big hole was sucked out of the hillside. Everyone was horrified when they saw the scene. Oh my God, Is that a huge tornado? This tornado is so big that it can cover the entire town. It's so scary. Luo Su listened to the comments of his teammates, and saw that the huge tornado was gradually shrinking. At this time, Luo Su and his team were in the center of this giant tornado. As the wind wall got closer, they began to feel the wind getting stronger. What should we do? With such a strong wind, if we force our way out, we will probably be torn to pieces. Zhang Yuan asked in horror. Xiao Dao and Shiwu looked at Luo Su and Long Zimo. Although they still had a way out, hiding in Sister Luo Su's space. But what should Sister Luo Su do when she is alone in the end? Thinking about it this way, they will die anyway, so why not just give it a try? Maybe a miracle will happen. Xiao Dao and Xiaowu made up their minds, and tightened their weapons. Zimo, it seems that we have to use our trump card this time, Luo Su said. Daodu's invisibility? Long Zimo asked. Yes, Luo Su said. Long Zimo observed the wind speed, wind force and distance, and said, 5 minutes should be enough to get out, don't fight. Okay. Luo Su turned to Zhang Yuan and said, we use a life-saving skill that can make us invisible for 5 minutes, ignoring any damage, and we will get out of the wind wall as quickly as possible. Okay, I got it. Zhang Yuan nodded. At this time, Fengshan was getting closer and closer, only 100 meters away from them. But everyone felt a strong sense of oppression. Long Zimo's firewall only lasted for 2 seconds before it collapsed. This giant tornado boss is really strong. We can't resist it head-on. We must rush out quickly to save our lives, Long Zimo said. Everyone was ready to sprint. Luo Su activated the stealth skill. Cute baby bubble. Shua. All of them were invisible in an instant. They rushed into the wind wall at the fastest speed. But no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't get through the wind wall, as if the wind wall was too thick. In fact, not only was the wind wall very thick, but the eye of the wind was also moving quickly with them. They ran for 2 minutes. Although the land under their feet changed, they were still in the center of the eye of the wind. Luo Su pulled Long Zimo, and they all stopped. Luo Su said breathlessly, no, this won't work. It seems that we have to defeat it before we can leave here. Chapter 386. Luo Su panted and said, no, this won't work. It seems that we have to defeat it before we can leave here. Then hurry up and kill it, Long Zimo said, releasing all the pets. The little firebird flew all the way forward, causing the tornado to be burned by continuous flames. Luo Su also released all the pets. Everyone went all out. Being in the center of the eye of the storm, everyone felt suppressed, but fortunately they were in invisible state and immune to damage. Luo Su turned on the space storage and infinite fusion functions. Xiao Bai attacked with all his strength, and the damage of the lightning and ice explosion skills was also very high. Luo Su opened the fire eyes, and saw the blood bar of the tornado boss, 10 million blood. She released a skill group attack combo. Super Harvest X10 combo. The damage caused was minus 10,000, minus 10,000, minus 60,000, critical damage. In the 2 minutes of invisibility, only half of the tornado's blood was hit. But once the invisibility effect wore off, the damage they suffered was quite terrifying. Fortunately, Xiao Dao and Xiaowu also released pandas, and with the one on Long Zimo, there were 4 pandas in total, and the group continued to recover health. Zhang Yuan also had 2 battle pets, which could also increase attack. Luo Su rode on the Fire Kirin, and the damage he received was halved. The Fire Kirin's fire damage was also very high, and a critical hit could reduce 100,000 damage. The Bucktooth Rabbit was also busy. Except for Luo Su and Long Zimo, who had high defense and high blood, the group blood recovery of the panda was enough to offset the damage. But the other 3 people lost a lot of blood. The Bucktooth Rabbit acted as a doctor, and was very busy. Mom and Dad, I help you fight the boss. At this time, Daodu ran out, and he had already blasted out with his skills. Luo Su hurriedly carried Daodu onto the back of the Fire Kirin, and riding the Fire Kirin with her could reduce 50% of the damage. Long Zimo's turtle anti-damage shield, 100% anti-damage for the group. This damage is also considerable. But the tornado boss is not a vegetarian. As its rotation frequency increases, the attack becomes faster. Xiao Dao and Xiaowu have already started to take blood-recovering potions. As Long Zimo's attacks on monsters accumulated, his Star Force Rage reached its peak. He clicked on the Star Force's full Rage skill. Boom! There was a loud noise. A strong explosive force blew the tornado boss apart. A huge damage value floated out. Reduce 500,000 HP. This damage power moved everyone. Long Zimo is so strong. Long Zimo added a golden protective shield to everyone, and then continued to use his ultimate move. Domain Annihilation. Mountain Pressure. Critical Blow. Skill Triple Strike, additional power effect. Boom. 3 hits, Tornado Boss's HP reduced by 200,000. Luosu was surprised that Tornado Boss only had 1/5 of HP left. Its attack power weakened a lot as the wind power disappeared. Luosu looked at the huge hurricane energy bomb in the space backpack that was obtained by infinite fusion of wind power. It looked like it had great destructive power. But she didn't dare to use it, fearing that it would backfire. If the wind energy was absorbed by Tornado Boss and became stronger, it would be tragic. She collected the fusion while using her skills to harvest. Finally, with everyone's best efforts, the Tornado Boss was finally destroyed. Ding! Kill the Tornado Boss. Get a permanent speed increase of 100%, 5 million survival points, and a Tornado skill book. Luosu opened the skill and used it for herself. She had the first real attack skill, Hurricane Fury. She tried it and threw a tornado with her hand. The power was okay, but the skill level was too low, so the duration was very short. Let's go and hand in the task. Zhang Yuan was afraid that there would be a few more tornado bosses. Luosu nodded. She set up a small spaceship and asked everyone to get on the spaceship. Long Zimo drove it and drove quickly to the west end of the town. Chapter 387. A ferry docked at the dock west of the town. A person sat on the dock. The spaceship landed near the dock. Luosu brought out the escort and sent them to the dock safely. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden mission and getting a local specialty of the town. Local specialty? Everyone in Luosu's team received the same reward and was very surprised. Luosu checked the reward item information. Local specialty. Players can eat it to immediately improve the physique of low-level players, improve physical fitness, and enhance vitality. Luosu was happy. This local specialty was just right for Grandma. Zhang Yuan gave the local specialties to Luosu and said, "This local specialty is of no use to me, so I give it to the captain as a thank you gift." Thank you. Luosu took the local specialties and thanked him. Luosu collected 12 mission props and handed them to the NPC at the dock. Ding! Congratulations on completing this game, and you will be rewarded with 10 million survival points and a set of orange equipment. Everyone's reward is the same. After Grandma and Lao Zhao put on the orange suit, their overall combat power was greatly improved, and the most important thing was that their defense and health were doubled. The two old people were very happy. They were teleported out of the game and returned to the novice village. These were the two old people in the village. It was their first time to enter the game. Everyone was very worried. They gathered in the yard and waited for them to come back. They were all very happy to see them come back. You are finally back. Everyone is fine. Are you relieved? Hitsuehua said happily when she saw that everyone had returned safely. The novice village is like a big family, and the villagers are as close as a family. Yeah, everyone is back. Don't worry. Grandma Long was beaming. At this time, Xiao Dao handed the local specialties to Master Lao Zhao. Master, please eat this local specialties quickly. Xiao Wu also gave his portion of local specialties to the master, hoping that he could improve his physical fitness as soon as possible. Lao Zhao was grinning from ear to ear. Luosu gave the 2 portions of local specialties in his hand to Grandma. Long Zimo gave 1 to Grandma Long. In this way, the 3 old people each ate 2 portions of local specialties, and 1 portion was left, which was given to Wang Dajiang's mother. After eating the local specialties, the 4 old people said they were very sleepy and went back to rest. The next morning, the 4 elderly people found that their bodies had changed a lot. Grandma, Grandma Long, and Old Zhao had the biggest changes. Not only did all their white hair turn black, but the wrinkles on their faces were reduced by more than half. I feel like I'm a dozen years younger, Grandma said happily. The elderly in the village have to eat the beast meat with special energy brought by Luosu from the game all year round, so they look younger than their peers. Now they look much younger. The physical fitness and comprehensive attributes of several elderly people have improved a lot. Grandma Long and Lao Zhao gained a lot of survival points this time, and their levels were fully upgraded to Diamond level 10, and they can already go to the King's Advanced Dungeon. However, they cannot pass the King's Dungeon by themselves. They waited for the level of Grandma and Aunt to rise, and then waited for other people from China to team up and enter the dungeon. Long Zimo took Grandma and Aunt to brush the daily dungeon, and Daodu went with them. Luosu sat in the yard and drank tea with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, Aren't you doing a dungeon? Luo Su took a sip of tea and asked. I've already done it today. It's pretty boring. Jiang Hao said. Luo Su smiled and said, you're just too idle. You should carry a hoe and go to farm with Su Imo and the others. I have a job too, but I've just taken care of it. Jiang Hao protested that he was not an idle person. It's just that he used to take risks frequently, and his life has been ordinary recently, and he feels that there is no challenge. Luo Su smiled. She opened her skill interface and upgraded Hurricane Fury to the highest level, with 800 survival points left. She upgraded the map system by 1 level. Now her map system can see multi-dimensional maps. The map of the Novice Village, the map of the Hidden Dragon Continent, the map of the Blue Star, the map of the 9 Stars, the map of the Hongyu Galaxy, and finally the map of the Macrocosm. From the map, except for the Blue Star which is green, the other 8 planets of the 9 stars have turned black. In other words, they have become dead planets, with all materials and energy consumed and no life existing. The worst thing is that there is some unknown connection between the 9 stars, as if they all prosper together and suffer together. Luo Su felt a little scared. If one day, Blue Star also becomes a dead planet, where will she go? She opened the universe map again, and set her sights on the Red Mist Galaxy, which is closest to the Hongyu Star Galaxy. Perhaps, she really needs to take a long journey. But where should we start sailing? She opened the map of Hongyu Galaxy again. Hongyu Galaxy has 3 big stars and 9 small planets. The 9 small planets are Jiuxing Continent, and now there is only 1 blue star left in Jiuxing Continent. Now, she is on the blue star, surrounded by 8 dead planets, feeling a sense of vicissitudes of life. Looking at the 3 first-level planets, Cat Star has become a black dead planet. The remaining 2 first-level planets are dark green, and no one knows what the situation is. Let's go, didn't you say you were bored? Let's go to the first-level planets. Luo Su said, standing up. Chapter 388. Jiang Hao jumped up. Are you kidding? Luo Su laughed. Who is kidding you? Jiang Hao's eyes sparkled. Let's go. Who else is coming? Let's get ready first. Long Zimo and the others should be back from the dungeon soon. Luo Su said. Okay. Jiang Hao asked Su Imo for 2 boxes of medicine. Su Imo also came with him when he heard that they were going to explore the first-level planet. At this time, Du Yifan called Luo Su. Luo Su, the people you brought back from the mining area last time have recovered now. I will arrange things for them. There is a guy called Bluetooth, who insisted on following you. Du Yifan said. Bluetooth? Luo Su had an impression of this person. Anyway, he had to wait for Long Zimo and the others to come back before going to the first-level planet, so Luo Su went to the Sanglong base. He met Bluetooth in the base conference room. Bluetooth looked a little thin, with bright eyes, strong features, and a short haircut that made him look a bit heroic and capable. I heard you wanted to see me. Luo Su looked at him and said. Luo Su, I want to follow you. Bluetooth said straight to the point. Oh, I remember you wanted to kill me before? Luo Su raised his eyes and asked. The past is over. You saved me from the mine, and now my life is given by you. Bluetooth said. Why do you want to follow me? Luo Su asked again. Repay a favor. Bluetooth said 2 words sincerely and directly. Luo Su smiled. What rank are you at now? Bluetooth was a little embarrassed. I'm almost at the king rank. I will work hard to level up and catch up as soon as possible. Please believe me. Luo Su smiled. You should improve yourself in the organization, and do your part when the organization needs you, which is the greatest reward for me. Luo Su gave him a set of protective gear and jewelry that he made himself. It was much better than the uniform equipment he was wearing. Keep leveling up. My grandma and grandma have also prepared a king copy, and you can team up together then. There is strength in numbers, and it is easier to pass the level. Luo Su exhorted. Bluetooth said firmly. Okay, when I reach the supreme level, I will be your bodyguard. Luo Su smiled. Let's talk about it when you reach the supreme level. You should work hard to level up. If you don't understand anything, you can ask the 2 coaches in the organization. After Luo Su explained to Bluetooth, he went to his office with Du Yifan. Luo Su, there has been progress in the matter of purchasing crystals that you asked us to do before. We have been using interstellar coins to purchase crystals at high prices, but we haven't received many. Later I found that the medicines made by our pharmaceutical organization and Sumo's pharmaceutical technology were very popular, and there was a shortage of supply. Later we began to cherish them, and could only exchange them with crystals. 100 grams of crystals were exchanged for 10 bottles of medicine, but we received a lot of crystals. Luo Su was slightly surprised. Now the people who trade with Blue Star on the interstellar network are nothing more than residents of 2 first-level planets. You can't get crystals with money, but you can get them with medicine. So the people on their planet have a great demand for medicines. Luo Su said, thinking. Yifan said, yes, but they closed the country and did not allow people to enter or leave the country. They also strictly control the entry of goods. Although we don't know what happened specifically, it can be seen from this that the function of interstellar coins has been weakened. Luo Su nodded, I think so too, so we have to convert interstellar coins into supplies as soon as possible. Once the 2 first-level planets can't hold on, it will be difficult for our blue planet to remain unscathed, because the energy in each galaxy can interact with each other. Now the entire Hongyu galaxy has shown signs of decline, and the fate of Blue Star is not optimistic. Yifan frowned. If Blue Star also falls, what should we do? Luo Su said, next, the boss and I will try to explore new galaxies immediately. If we arrive at a new place, our interstellar coins will be useless, so before that, we must exchange all the money in the organization for supplies. Yifan was secretly surprised. No wonder the boss and Luo Su had entrusted him to exchange most of the interstellar coins for supplies a few months ago. It turned out that they had foreseen this situation. He established an online shared warehouse with the boss and Luo Su. Yifan put the acquired materials into the shared warehouse, and they could take them away at any time. They discussed for a while, and Long Zimo and his team had already come out of the dungeon and returned to the novice village. Let's talk later. We are going to explore the first-level planet to see if we can find a way to other galaxies. Luo Su said. Well, be safe. Yifan said. Thank you for your hard work on the organization's affairs. Luo Su came out of Yifan's office and met Su Jin, who was busy testing the new signal collector recently. Luo Su. Su Jin. Luo Su smiled, took out a gift from her backpack and handed it to her. It was a pair of earrings she had just made, which had much higher attributes than the equipment Su Jin was wearing. Oh, you brought me a gift, thank you. Su Jin was very happy to receive the gift. You have worked hard recently, and you will be even busier next time. You can communicate with Dewey about the specific situation, and you can discuss and solve it together. I have something urgent to do, so I'm leaving first. Luo Su said, and left in a hurry. Chapter 389. Luo Su returned to the novice village. Long Zimo and Jiang Hao were in the yard, drinking tea while waiting for her. Su, are you going to the first-level planet? Long Zimo put down his teacup when he saw her coming back. Yes, I'm waiting for you to come out of the dungeon together. Luo Su said. Let's go, the sooner we go, the sooner we be back. Long Zimo said. Luo Su opened a group, with Long Zimo, Jiang Hao and Su Imo, a total of 4 people. Long Zimo took out several sets of jungle marching uniforms for everyone to wear, with hats and masks all complete. Everyone added protective shields and buffs to each other. When Luo Su was digging for a mansion for the Songlong headquarters base, they had been to 2 other first-level planets. She found the record point and led the team directly to the Rainforest Star, one of the first-level planets. As the name suggests, most of the area of the Rainforest Star is tropical rainforest. Luo Su led them to a small town in the south. Swish. Bang. They didn't expect that a gunfight was going on here. Be careful. Long Zimo pulled everyone to squat down. What's going on here? Jiang Hao asked. We came at the wrong time. How about we go back and come back next time? Su Imo said. Long Zimo said, wait a little longer, take a look at the situation first, and go back if it doesn't work. Luo Su nodded. The gunfight took place on the other side of the wall, and everyone dared not show their heads. Long Zimo recorded a video with his mobile phone, and after watching it, he said, it seems like they are robbing supplies. Is the situation here so bad? Luo Su frowned. Let's go further away. Long Zimo crouched and walked along the wall to the other side of the street. The others followed quietly. They reached the street and turned the corner to a mansion with its door open. The front yard looked very quiet. The gunshots behind were getting closer. Go in and take shelter. They entered the mansion and locked the door. They walked around the backyard and didn't find any movement. It seems that no one lives here, Su Imo said. They quietly entered the lobby on the first floor from the back door. In the luxurious lobby, they saw an old man tied up and tied to a stool. He had a towel stuffed in his mouth, but he was still quite awake. When he saw Luo Su and the others coming in, He kept saying woo-woo. Luo Su thought the old man looked familiar. Luo Su approached him. You are the dream maker. The old man nodded desperately. Woo, woo woo. Luo Su pulled a towel out of his mouth. The old man took a breath and said, I am the one who used a special clone to enter the space last time to give you the invisibility bracelet. Luo Su nodded. Yes, I know. How did you get here? Who tied you up here? Luo Xian asked a series of questions, feeling that things were not that simple. If this man is really from the Dreamer camp, his combat power should not be too low, so how could he be trapped by an ordinary rope? It's a long story. Please help me untie the rope first, the old man said. Luo Su glanced at Long Zimo, who nodded slightly. Luo Su untied the old man's rope. She felt the rope was a little hot, and then she looked at the place where the old man was tied, and there were red marks. This is a rope of confinement. Once you are trapped, you can't use skills. You better not touch it for too long, the old man said. Luo Su put the rope into the space. Thank you for saving me. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Let's leave here quickly, the old man said anxiously. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, the main door of the hall was blown open. An old man with silver hair stood outside. The man had silver hair, but his face looked like that of a young man, and he was extremely ugly. Old widow, do you think you can escape? The man's voice sounded like a demonic sound, which made people feel uncomfortable. Everyone be careful, this man is the demonic sound demon, one of the 8 masters of the plunderer camp. He is very powerful and good at sonic attacks. The old man said, Is he stronger than the Father of Stars? Luo Su asked. The Father of Stars? The corporal who raised 7 dummies? He is not even worthy of carrying his shoes, the old man said disdainfully. Oh. Luo Su and Long Zimo looked at each other, and felt that the situation was a bit tricky. Chapter 390. You guys step back, I meet him, the old man said, stretching his muscles. Old widow, you haven't dared to come out for so long, are you going to be a coward? The demonic sound demon didn't dare to come in, fearing an ambush, and used provocation to lure old widow out. Come out if you want, am I afraid of you? If I hadn't been careless before, I wouldn't have fallen into your trap, old widow said, putting on a protective shield for himself. Shwa. He became invisible. After a while, a fight broke out outside. The 2 old men hid in a golden protective shield and fought. Luo Su's team could not see the scene inside, but only heard the fierce fighting. Luo Su activated his fire eyes to check. He saw 3 old men fighting fiercely inside. Luo Su checked their personal information. Moin, good at magic sound attack, hallucination control. Ingu, good at strange fire attack, instant killing explosive power. Wuxer, good at defense and clone, high blood and thick defense, low attack. Suddenly, the old man Wuxer cursed. Old demon sound, you are a gigolo, and you still rely on your wife to support you in a fight. If you have the guts, come fight me. Hey, all is fair in war, prepare to die. The old woman Ingu sneered. Luo Su and Long Zimo looked at each other. Oops. The old man fell into someone else's trap again. Long Zimo said loudly, Senior, if you need help, let me know. The old man shouted, Go. As soon as he finished speaking, he was knocked out and fell to the ground far away, spitting blood. At this time, the golden protective cover disappeared, and 2 figures appeared inside. The silver-haired Moin and the sinister-looking Ingu stood in front of everyone. The old woman Ingu had a hooked nose, triangular eyes, and a sinister look on her face. She was obviously not a good person. Luo Su raised his hand and cast an ice field at the feet of the 2 men. Long Zimo's firewall had already covered them. You are looking for death, Ingu said angrily. She emitted a blue flame, and the ice field was instantly melted. Long Zimo's firewall was also shattered by the old man Moin. Luo Su was surprised. These 2 old guys were too strong. What level were they? She released the fire Kirin, and she and Long Zimo rode on it. The 2 gained plus 20% attack and 50% damage reduction in the riding state. Ingu saw the fire Kirin, her eyes were burning, and she raised her hand to blast a blue fireball. Cute baby bubble. Luo Su activated the invisibility spell, immune to all damage for 5 minutes. She and Long Zimo released all the battle pets, adding continuous blood recovery and 100% anti-injury status. Ice Domain Luo Su threw out the control skill again. Domain Destroyer Long Zimo used a big move. Super Harvest X10 combo. Battle Pet Xiaobai and Xiaohua also attacked with all their strength, and the 2 little turtles stood in front of Xiaobai. After adding a health boost and continuous blood recovery status, the bucktooth rabbit hid in a house. When the old man Wuxia saw Luo Su riding on the fire Kirin, he had already accepted Luo Su's invitation to join a team. He climbed up and used his skills to restrain the old man Moin. And the old woman Ingu fought against Luo Su and his group alone. She couldn't see Luo Su and his group, so she used all her skills on those battle pets. Except for the fire Kirin that Luo Su rode, which became invisible with her, the other pets could not become invisible. Ingu's skill instantly killed Xiao Bai, Xiao Han, and Luo Su's little turtle, 3 pets. Long Zimo's little turtle was seriously injured. However, the group counter-injury also made the old woman lose 100,000 HP. The old woman cursed, "I didn't expect these ants to have a 100% counter-injury skill." The buck-toothed rabbit filled the turtle's HP. Now only the little turtle was left to fight the monster. Su Imo and Jiang Hao's 4 pets also joined the battle. But they were also cannon fodder that was killed in one move. But they were able to divert the old woman's attention, and buy precious time for Luo Su and Long Zimo. Luo Su and Long Zimo tried a round of skill attacks, but they did not do much damage to the old woman. Only props worked. Long Zimo used a poisoned hidden weapon to add 10 layers of poisoning to the old woman Ingu. Reduce 5,000 poisoning damage per second. Luo Su's hurricane energy bomb smashed over. Bang! The hurricane bomb exploded. The force was so strong that Mayin and Ingu were blown away, but they quickly used their props to protect themselves and stabilize their bodies, so they did not fall to the ground. This time, they lost 100,000 HP each. We underestimated the enemy. Old Mayin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said. He took a deep breath, as if he was holding back some big move. Be careful, he is attacking with Mayin. Old Wuxia warned. A blue fireball from Ingu blasted towards him. He dodged. He joined the group after Luo Su went invisible, so he was not invisible. Ingu chased him and beat him, so he led Ingu to the next street. Luo Su threw a string of hurricane bombs, but at that moment, the magic sound attack of the old man Mo-in came out. Roar. A strong impact came. All the plants in the yard withered instantly, as if their vitality suddenly disappeared. Fortunately, after Daodu's stealth skill was upgraded to the same level as the Supreme, it could resist mental attacks. Luo Su and the others were safe and sound. On the contrary, it was the hurricane bomb she had just thrown out that blew up the old man Mo-in again. But this time he was prepared and crushed a protective item, and didn't lose a drop of blood. After a few rounds, the invisibility skill only had 2 minutes left. Huiqilin's fireballs hit the old man Mo-in densely. He dodged easily, and the fireballs didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Domain destruction. Firewall. Long Zimo used his ultimate move to control him for a few seconds. Luo Su fired a string of hurricane bombs. Bang, bang, bang. The old man was restrained on both sides, and was hit by a hurricane bomb due to his negligence. He was blown away, and spit out a mouthful of blood. He took a large bottle of medicine, and kept his blood volume at 2/3. Luo Su locked the 2-kilometer range. Super Harvest X10 combo. Super Harvest X10 combo. The eagle girl, who was far away in the next street, was hurt. And the group of people who were fighting in the gunfight on the other side of the street were killed instantly with a combo. Luo Su found that the skill did not really hurt the old man Moin, but it could interfere with him. She looked for another chance to kill him with props, but now, he didn't have the Rubik's Cube, and only the hurricane bomb was left with the greatest lethality. But every time she threw it out, the opponent saw it, and could avoid it in advance. And her invisibility only lasted half a minute. Luo Su suddenly thought of a way, that is, don't let him see it. Zimo, hold him back, I have a way. Luo Su said. Okay. Long Zimo put the little turtle away, and when he released it again, he put it directly under the feet of Lao Mo-in. The little turtle has a petrification skill. It froze the old demon for 3 seconds. His firewall was also added, and it held the old demon for 10 seconds. He used a skill to resist, and broke through the control of the little turtle and Long Zimo. But at that moment, his 2 eyeballs disappeared, and blood flowed from his 2 eye sockets. Ah! The old demon screamed in pain. I will kill you, kill you! He immediately lost his composure, and attacked randomly. Ingu heard the scream of the demon, gave up chasing Wuxia, and ran back at full speed. Old demon, what's wrong with you? When Ingu saw the tragic situation of her old man's blindness, she was immediately furious. You ants, all of you go to hell. Ingu's whole body was burning with blue flames, and her fighting spirit and aura quickly increased. Luo Su and others felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Chapter 391. The invisibility skill is about to expire. Long Zemo adds a protective shield to everyone, with an invisibility function. But everyone knows that it is not immune to damage. Suemo adds a shield that continuously restores health to everyone. Luo Su takes Suemo and Jiang Hao back to the space. She and Long Zemo ride on the Fire Kirin and quickly escape. Boom! Ingu's Blue Flame ultimate skill is launched, and all the buildings within 100 meters around her are destroyed. At the critical moment, the old man Wuxia added a protective shield to himself, reducing most of the damage, but still hurt. His HP dropped suddenly. He left a clone behind and fled far away quickly, taking drugs to recover HP. Luo Su and Long Zemo ran in time. The farther away, the less damage. But their continuous HP recovery exposed their position. Ingu quickly caught up. A prop hit Wuqilan. Bang! With a sound, a cloud of green smoke enveloped Luo Su and Long Zemo, and even Wuqilan was poisoned. The poison took effect quickly. In just 10 seconds, Luo Su's HP had dropped by 70,000 to 80,000. The bucktooth rabbit jumped up to add blood to them, but after just one addition, it was slapped to death by Ingu. All the battle pets were killed. Only the Fire Kirin fought with Luo Su and Long Zemo. Ingu's fighting power was too strong. Although the damage was halved in the riding state, Luo Su and Long Zemo were still suppressed, and their health bars exceeded half. On the other side, Lao Moyin and Wuxia, who were half-blood, were fighting desperately, and both were injured. Luo Su activated Daodu's full-blood skill. Shua! In a flash, the health of all teammates was restored. The old man Wuxia was in full health, with a shield, and entangled with the old demon sound at close range. The two of them fought fiercely for a while. Luo Su backhanded an ice domain, and smashed it under Ingu's feet, and Long Zemo's skills also smashed it. Ice domain. Domain destruction. Ingu smashed down a blue flame imprisonment. Luo Su and the others were trapped inside, surrounded by blazing blue flames. Because her level was much higher than Luo Su, the level was suppressed, and the skills were more powerful. Luo Su and the others were trapped. Fire Kirin tried to rush out again and again, but every time he got close to the blue flame, he was forced back by its powerful killing power. Two people and one beast, it became a battle between trapped beasts. Ingu's eyes flashed a trace of cruelty, and a huge blue flame fireball blasted over. Long Zemo put on a protective shield for himself, used star power to protect himself, jumped up, and used his body to resist the blue flame fireball. Bang bang. A violent explosion exploded in the air. The powerful impact broke the blue flame's confinement, but Long Zemo was blown away. Luo Su was also injured by the aftermath. Wuqilan used the Master Protection mode and sacrificed himself. Luo Su escaped. It can be seen how terrifying the power of the blue flame fireball is. If Long Zemo had not taken the initiative to attack, if it had fallen down, he and Luo Su, two people and one beast, would have died without a doubt. Zemo. Luo Su looked back and saw Long Zemo lying on the ground, with black mist coming out of his body. But at this time, Ingu was about to launch the second wave of attack. Luo Su was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and a hurricane bomb blasted over. She beat Ingu back more than 10 meters away. She only had one last hurricane bomb left in her hand. She was looking for an opportunity to kill Ingu, who was also at low health. If she failed, she would immediately retreat with Long Zemo. She made the final plan. A trace of blood foam at the corner of her mouth. She was ready to make the final blow to Ingu. However, at this moment, the magic sound attack of Lao Moyin suddenly attacked from behind. Luo Su felt her body go cold, and all her thoughts were fixed at that moment. Her soul was trembling, and her heart seemed to stop beating. After 5 or 6 seconds, she slowly fell down, and blood flowed from both ears. Ingu said viciously, "Don't kill her yet. I will dig out her eyes to relieve my hatred." Ingu approached Luo Su step by step. Luo Su's eyes were dull, and her consciousness was out of control. Ingu walked in front of her again, squatted down, raised her fingers like dry branches, and stretched them towards Luo Su's eyes that were wide open with fear. Suddenly, a black afterimage rushed over like a gust of wind, and a dagger surrounded by black mist cut Ingu's throat. Ingu's eyes widened in horror, and before she could scream, a lot of blood had already gushed out of her throat, and only a dull gurgling sound was heard. Although Lao Moyin couldn't see the scene in front of him, the powerful pressure at the moment made him feel fear involuntarily. Star energy, the breath of black fog, who are you? Lao Moyin asked in horror. Then before he could say another word, a long knife pierced his body from behind. The long knife suddenly pulled out of his body. He knelt on the ground with his legs, stretched out his hand in the direction of Long Zimo, and shouted weakly, "Emperor Huang saved me." As soon as he finished speaking, the head fell to the ground. The old man Wuxia, who had just been knocked unconscious, stood there, and the bloody long knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. He could no longer support himself, fell to the ground, and slowly closed his eyes. Luo Su received a system prompt. Luo Su's team killed the core members of the system management, which seriously violated the rules of the game. Player Luo Su has been listed as a dangerous person wanted by the whole server. This system has issued a first-level bounty order to the whole server. Kill Luo Su player number HG80666, and you can get 1 billion survival points and 1 billion game points as rewards. All players in various galaxies received these system messages, and were all in an uproar. Everyone in Sanlong continent was in a panic. Because they lived in Luo Su's personal space, they could say that they shared life and death with Luo Su. Everyone in the novice village was worried. I hope Luo Su and the others can return safely as soon as possible. Long Zimo was in pain at the moment. Two consciousnesses were fighting in his mind. Emperor Huang, Long Zimo, you are a part of me, you must listen to me. Long Zimo, I am me, I don't belong to anyone. Emperor Huang, you are too weak now. Quickly open the shackles in your body and awaken all your strength, otherwise you can't save her. Long Zimo probed, aren't you the one who wants her life? Emperor Huang, why would I want her life? I created the survival game to help humans avoid the crisis of extinction. Long Zimo was surprised. It turns out that you created the survival game. You let humans kill each other, and finally harvest the players, and you said it was to avoid the extinction of the human race? Emperor Huang, although humans kill each other in the game, it won't really take their lives. Didn't I set up a mining area so that they can use their labor to obtain game points, and then use the points to revive their game identities? Long Zimo shook his head. No, the survival game is not what you said. You are making excuses for yourself. You wiped out the Dragon Star Lord and hid in my body instead of him. What is your purpose, Emperor Huang? Due to excessive anger, he was suppressed by the imprisonment system again, and fell into a coma. Long Zimo. Nothing to say, right? Long Zimo regained his sanity after chatting for a while, and slowly recalled what Emperor Huang said. Although I don't know what his purpose is, I feel that he is the biggest threat. Chapter 392. Long Zimo looked at Luo Su. He found that there was a red star hanging above her head. Now she has become the target of the top bounty order, and a public enemy of the whole server. Currently, the real world and the game world are integrated into one. In other words, she is also in danger in reality. Su, there is a red star on your head. Everyone can locate your position remotely. You must be careful at all times in the future, and don't stay too far away from me. Long Zimo said worriedly. Luo Su saw that the mist on Long Zimo's body dissipated and his consciousness became normal, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Said, I know. She actually knew what was going on. She wasn't worried about the other people, but if it was the 8 masters that Wu Lao mentioned, she would be afraid. We only met one of them today, and it was already difficult to deal with, which shows that the other 7 are also very powerful. We still can't take it lightly. After all, the reward is ridiculously high. Since ancient times, people have died for money and birds have died for food. There are always crazy people who don't care about their lives. Long Zimo said. Luo Su. At this time, Wu Lao, who was seriously injured next to him, shouted weakly. Senior Wu Lao. Luo Su and Long Zimo went forward to check on Wu Lao's injuries. Bucktooth Rabbit added blood to Wu Lao, but it was useless. Bucktooth Rabbit, Master, I can't do anything. Before, he was seriously injured and forced to take vitality-stimulating potions to hold on until the end of the battle. Now his vitality has been exhausted. Wu Lao trembled and took out a translucent bracelet and handed it to Luo Su. Dream Maker. Identity, codename 078, identity password is 662. Old Master Wu, what are you doing? Before Luo Su finished her words, Old Man Wuxia collapsed and died. Luo Su was very sad. She put away the identity bracelet of the Dream Maker, and put Old Master Wu's body into the space. Luo Su and Long Zimo returned to the novice village, and brought Jiang Hao and Su Imo out of the space. Everyone was waiting for them in the yard. Even several senior executives of the Hidden Dragon base came. Mom and Dad are back. Daodu was the first to notice that they were back. Su, you're back. Lu Qingyan choked up. Her daughter was fine before, but how come she is now on the blacklist of the first-level hunting order? Luo Su. Sister Su, are you okay? Boss Luo Su. Only then did Long Zimo realize that after entering the novice village, the red asterisk hanging over her head disappeared. In other words, in this space, the game system cannot detect her existence? This is good. As long as she stays in the novice village, she will be safe. Luo Su felt warm in her heart when she saw everyone caring about her so much. She smiled and said, "I'm fine, don't worry." Luo Hongwa asked anxiously, "What's the matter with the top wanted order?" Luo Su said, "Oh, we accidentally killed Moin, one of the 8 masters of the plunderers, and his family member Ingu." "What? You killed Moin?" Luo Hongwa couldn't believe his ears. "Yes, we met Senior Wushi who was being hunted by Moin, so we wanted to save his life, but we didn't expect to kill Moin in return," Long Zimo said. "No, that's not right. Senior Wushi was not a match for Moin, not to mention Ingu." Lu Qinyan noticed something strange. "Yes, at their level, you guys alone can't kill him," Luo Hongwa said. Luo Su and Long Zimo looked at each other, then turned to everyone and said, "It was indeed us and Senior Wu who killed him together, but the price was very high. All our battle pets were sacrificed, and later even our Mount Fire Kirin was killed." Her parents still didn't believe it. "Oh, never mind, as long as Susu can come back safely." "Susu, go in and eat, don't pay attention to them," Grandma said hurriedly. Luo Su smiled and said to her grandmother, "Grandma, I'm not hungry yet. Let's bury Elder Wu first, and then come back to eat." Grandma nodded. "Oh." Luo Su and his friends found a place with mountains and water, and buried Elder Wushi. Luo Su stood in front of Elder Wushi's grave. Said, "Elder Wu, you said that this space was created by you, and you are buried here, which is also a good place. In the future, I will definitely protect the peace of this land, so you can rest assured." After burying Elder Wu, Luo Su and Long Zimo went out for a walk to verify where the safe area was. In Songlong Continent, there was no red bounty on Luo Su's head, but when he arrived at Blue Star, it was immediately displayed. They entered the interstellar hunting ground again, and there was also a bounty mark on Luo Su's head. This made Long Zimo feel very worried. It was only in Luo Su's own space that the system could not detect her location. "Susu, stay in the space from now on, and don't leave the space unless necessary, okay?" Long Zimo held her hand and said. Luo Su nodded, "Yes, I know. The reward for the first level bounty order this time is ridiculously high, and people from the first level planets have begun to form teams online to accept the first level bounty order tasks." Luo Su laughed at himself. The reward of 1 billion survival points and 1 billion points is really a good opportunity to make a fortune. If you complete the task alone, it can be said to be a step to heaven. Chapter 393. Luo Su stayed in the novice village for several days. She did not participate in the daily food copy, giving the opportunity to earn points to everyone. The points earned from the copy have already brought her points to 11 figures. She exchanged her points for many life-saving props. Half of them were given to Daodu. Some were given to her family. Grandma was very worried about her safety. "Susu, keep these life-saving props just in case. The 2 you gave me last time have not been used yet." Lu Qinyan also reminded her, "Susu, the pair of rings I gave you can hide your identity information, and the upgrade can extend the time." Luo Su nodded, "Mom, I know, I have upgraded the ring to the highest level, and every time I go to a new place, I can hide my identity information for 5 minutes. "Only 5 minutes, too short," Grandma said, her eyes full of worry. "Grandma, I usually go around the novice village and the hidden dragon continent. These 2 places will not reveal my identity, so don't worry," Luo Su said, hugging her grandmother's arm. Luo Hongwa said, "Susu, although you are quite strong now, there are always better things to do. You still need to be more careful." "I know, Dad." Luo Su was a little scared listening to the nagging of the elders every day. She would sneak out of the house and wander around whenever she had the chance. Long Zimo would accompany her everywhere as long as there was no urgent matter. After a few days, she felt bored, especially knowing that the Hongyu galaxy might not last long. She was very anxious. "Zmo, why don't we continue to explore the first-level planets?" Luo Su looked at Long Zmo and said, "No, it's too dangerous." Long Zmo thought that she was now on the list of the first-level bounty order. At this time, going to the first-level planet was like a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. Even for the 8 masters, 1 billion survival points and 1 billion points were a great temptation. At the same time, he was also worried that during the fierce battle, the consciousness of the Emperor Huang in his body would run out to make trouble. Luo Su knew that he was worried about himself, and hurriedly said, "Listen to me, Daodu's invisibility skill can be used once every 20 minutes, so we can use the invisibility time to explore the first level planet. Although it is a bit troublesome to go back and forth. But we already know that Blue Star can't hold out for long. It's better than doing nothing. Each time we are invisible, we are immune to damage for 5 minutes. Plus my ring hides the identity information for 5 minutes, so we can stay there for 10 minutes each time. Long Zemo listened to her suggestion and felt that this was feasible. The invisibility skill is used every 20 minutes. Each time it is invisible for 5 minutes. Plus the information is hidden for 5 minutes. 10 minutes have passed. After coming back and waiting for 10 minutes, you can continue to be invisible, and the back and forth are point-to-point teleportation. Okay, but there are only 2 of us. If there are too many people, it will be easy to be exposed. Long Zemo said. Okay. Luo Su was happy. Luo Su pulled Long Zemo into the group. Long Zemo used a protective shield to become invisible. The 2 went to the first level planet Rainforest Star again. This time, they went directly through the portal and teleported to other places. When they encountered obstacles, they directly took action to clear them. When they saw materials that could be collected, they took them away without hesitation. In order to make it easier to teleport, they directly took away the portals they passed by, took away the luxury houses they saw, took away the luxury cars they saw, and took away the handsome guys they saw. Forget about this. It's still okay to rob money. Long Zemo saw that the female bandit's aura was back. He put on sunglasses very consciously, and acted as a follower and bodyguard. An important piece of information soon spread on the interstellar network. The female bandit with a first-level bounty order appeared on Rainforest Star. The people of Rainforest Star were happy and worried. The happy people felt that their chance to make a fortune was right in front of them. The worried people were very depressed. The country was closed. How did this female bandit get in? The rainforest officials were very troubled. Look, the traffic was paralyzed when this female bandit came, and the portals were stolen. This is not the most infuriating thing. Wherever the female bandit goes, there will be disaster. She not only steals doors and things, but also mansions. 8 out of 10 calls to the police every day are caused by her. As soon as her trace was discovered, when the official drove the aircraft to chase her, she had already teleported away and took the portal at the other end away. It really makes people hate her. But there is no way to do anything about her. She comes and goes without a trace. How to catch her? Luo Su returned to the novice village and moved a palace back to the village. The whole village was dumbfounded. Emma, is Susu just going to throw the jar into the ground? She's already got a first-level bounty, but she's still causing trouble everywhere. Is she too irritated? Luo Honghua and Lu Qingyun's heads are about to explode. Could it be that their daughter didn't rebel when she was a teenager, but only started to rebel when she was 30? She's been wanted by the system, so she should keep a low profile. So why is she still causing trouble everywhere? Today she's moving back a palace, tomorrow she's moving back a Disney theme park, and the day after tomorrow she's moving back an oceanarium. Xinping Village can no longer be called a village. Luo Su still frowned. Why is there no clue to other galaxies? Long Zemo said, there is another way. What way? Luo Su raised his eyebrows. Long Zemo touched his chin and said, we take the initiative to enter the game, and then meet people from other galaxies, and then go out of the game with them to see if we can use the teleportation function. Then try it, Luo Su said. But it's very risky. Once you enter the game, you will be located by all players and wanted by the whole server. Long Zemo didn't want to use this method. Chapter 394. Luo Su made a decisive decision to try the method Long Zemo said. The 2 returned to the novice village, said hello to everyone, and said that they were going to enter the game and might go to other star systems to explore the situation. This time we may be out for a longer time. If we come back a few days later, please don't worry, Luo Su said calmly. Lu Qingyun was the first to disagree. No, it's less than 2 weeks before your wedding, and you're still running around. That's right, Su, it's so dangerous for you to go out now, Grandma said. Mom and Dad, Grandma is here, it's okay, we try to get back within 10 days, Long Zemo said. No matter how everyone persuaded, it was useless. Both of them are people with ideas and opinions. Once they decide, they will do it without hesitation. They made some preparations. Long Zemo untied the bound props. Let Jiang Hao bind Grandma Long and Lao Zhao. This time, Luo Su didn't want to bring Daodu with him to enter the game at the risk of a first-level bounty order. But she couldn't unbind Daodu because Daodu was a minor. At least, he had to wait until he was 16 years old before he could unbind. In the end, Luosu decided that the three of them would enter the game. This made Grandma and Grandma very anxious. Fortunately, Grandma had Luosu's parents to persuade her, and soon stopped blocking her. But Grandma Long really couldn't understand it. Su was now being watched by the whole server, and she should be careful about what she said and did, but she took the initiative to go out and cause trouble. That's fine, and she even dragged Dowdu to take risks together. This is really irrational. Grandma, it was my suggestion to bring Dowdu into the game. We have reasons to do it. Please believe that we can protect Dowdu. Long Zimo persuaded Grandma earnestly. In the end, Grandma could only pray that they would return safely soon. Luosu, Long Zimo, and Dowdu entered the game transfer station together. Welcome to the survival game. This round of the game is surviving on the glacier. Those who can survive on the glacier for 10 days can pass this round of the game. If the players in this round of the game die, they will really die. Please try to survive and pass the game. Luosu hurriedly took out the spare clothes and shoes for winter from his backpack. Before they were dressed, they were teleported into the game. They felt their eyes light up, and in the blink of an eye, the three of them had arrived in a white glacier world. Ah, it's so cold, Dowdu said while hugging his father's thigh. Luosu quickly dressed Dowdu. She and Long Zimo also quickly put on their winter clothes. Great, this level of the game actually does not prohibit the use of props and skills. Luosu quickly discovered this. With the abundant supplies in the space, the difficulty of the game seems to be much lower. Luosu wanted to take out the flying machine, a small spaceship. The family of three entered the spaceship. The sealed cabin made them feel much warmer. If there is enough fuel, it is okay to keep the heating on, Long Zimo said. You can turn it on for a while, and turn it off when the body is warm. In 10 days, I don't know how much fuel will be consumed, Luosu said. What she actually thought of was that if she was chased by someone during these 10 days, she could fly all the way with the spaceship and avoid danger. But this would cost more fuel. Long Zimo also thought of this. But he was worried that Dowdu would freeze, so they had to drive for a few hours to let Dowdu warm up. Chapter 395. Luosu looked at the glacier, which was completely deserted. I didn't see any other players either. It's hard to meet 1 or 2 people from other galaxies, Luosu said. In the same game, Luosu always wanted to stay away from other players. This time, he was eager to meet a player for the first time. Long Zimo, let's look around. He drove the spaceship forward slowly. In the distance, there were several ice bears fishing around an ice cave. At this time, Luosu found that there seemed to be a human head in the ice cave. Zimo, wait, there seems to be a person in the ice cave. Luosu pointed to an ice cave not far ahead and said. Long Zimo stopped the spaceship in midair, opened the snapshot picture on the screen and zoomed in. It's really a person. Let's go down and take a look. Long Zimo slowly stopped the spaceship on the glacier and maintained a stable flight. Su, the ice on the glacier is not thick and can't support the weight of the spaceship. I will keep flying, you go down and take a look, be careful, Long Zimo said. Luosu nodded and said, okay. She put on her snowsuit and snowproof boots. She jumped off the spaceship gently. Luosu sneaked to the vicinity of the ice cave. This time, she saw clearly that it was a man who was soaking in the ice water. The man was about to collapse, but he didn't dare to get close to the shore. There were 3 ice bears nearby, staring at him. Help! The man fluttered a few times, saw the spaceship parked nearby, and waved his frozen purple arms for help. This action made him lose balance, and choked on a few mouthfuls of ice water. Ahem, is there anyone here? Help me. The man called out twice more. With a splash, an ice bear jumped into the water. The man was scared. He quickly flapped his arms on the water surface to attract Luosu's attention, but it made him lose more energy faster. Luosu locked onto him. Collect. Whoosh. The man in the ice cave disappeared. Luosu locked onto an ice bear on the shore again and activated the collection. Whoosh. One of the 3 ice bears was missing. Luosu followed suit and put the remaining 2 ice bears into the space. Then she turned around and made an okay gesture to Long Zimo. Long Zimo opened a short ladder and Luosu quickly boarded the spaceship. You took those 3 bears too? Are you going to take them back to the village to raise them? Long Zimo asked her with a smile. Luosu smiled. It's spring in the village all year round, and it's probably hard for these ice bears to survive. As Luosu said this, she raised her hand and let the man out. Cough, cough, cough. The man choked on a lot of water and was still coughing violently. This time, Luo Su and Long Zimo finally saw his appearance clearly and were stunned. Hong Xiangnan? Luo Su and Long Zimo said in unison. The man looked up and scanned the faces of Luo Su and Long Zimo, his eyes full of surprise. Luo Su? Long Zimo. So it's you? Soon, he found the red star above Luo Su's head. Ah, Luo Su. So the first level bounty order is really you. When I heard the system notification, I thought it was the same name. Hong Xiangnan seemed to have forgotten the fact that he was almost frozen. Obviously, the fact that the first level bounty order was standing in front of him shocked him even more. How come you also received a first level bounty? Luo Su asked him with a smile, but she was not worried at all that Hong Xiangnan would do something to him. Hong Xiangnan smiled and shook his head. I still have some self-awareness. Don't say you are my friends. Even if you are strangers, I am not interested in this first level bounty. The reward this time is ridiculously high. Maybe all the hidden masters on the planet will come out to compete for it. You must be careful. Are there many hidden masters on your planet? Long Zimo grasped a key point and asked. Achoo! Hong Xiangnan sneezed suddenly. Although the cabin was heated, he had just come out of the ice cave, and his clothes were still wet. Luo Su took out a set of clean clothes and handed it to him. Brother Nan, take a hot bath and change into warm clothes. The bathroom is over there. We can talk later. Okay, thank you. Hong Xiangnan stretched out his frozen and stiff hands, took the clothes and towel from Luo Su's hands, and turned to go to the bathroom. Long Zimo slowly started the spaceship and parked it in a sheltered valley nearby. Luo Su was making tea, and the cabin was filled with the aroma of tea. Long Zimo looked in the direction of the bathroom and asked Luo Su, what galaxy is he from? Red Mist Galaxy. Luo Su handed him a cup of hot tea. Long Zimo took the teacup, took a sip, nodded and said, well, after searching everywhere for something, it's easy to find it. Luo Su drank her tea slowly, but she was thinking about something else. I'm afraid there won't be much free time like this. It's been more than half an hour since I entered the game. Other players can find her location from the information interface. It is estimated that all the ambitious players in the server are rushing here. Long Zimo seemed to know what she was thinking and said, don't worry, the spaceship has a radar function. If other players approach within a few kilometers, an alarm will be issued. Luo Su was surprised. This spaceship has this function? Long Zimo nodded, yes. So relax today and have a good rest. In a few days, I guess I won't be so free. Chapter 396. After taking a shower, Hong Xiangnan changed into warm clothes and came out, feeling more energetic. He glanced at the complete equipment inside the spaceship and asked curiously, how did you get the spaceship? It's so powerful. Luo Su smiled. We also got it with great difficulty. Hong Xiangnan came over and sat down to drink tea with them. Long Zimo continued the previous topic. Are there many hidden masters in your Red Mist Galaxy? As far as I know, there are two mysterious organizations with many masters. One of them is the Blood Wolf Organization, which is famous for its ruthlessness. Hong Xiangnan said. Blood Wolf Organization? Long Zimo felt that this organization, just by hearing the name, was a tough opponent. And the identities of the members of this Blood Wolf Organization are very secretive. No one knows who is a member of the Blood Wolf. But they have one thing in common. In order to grab upgrade resources, they will do anything. Hong Xiangnan said, glanced at Luo Su, and continued, in this game, Sister Luo Su's whereabouts have been tracked, and it is estimated that their people will arrive soon. You must be careful. We must be careful. Now you are on the same pirate ship as us. Long Zimo said half-jokingly. Hong Xiangnan smiled. As a friend, if you encounter danger, I will naturally do my best, but I am worried that I am not capable enough. As soon as he finished speaking, the alarm of the spacecraft survey system sounded continuously. Beep beep, someone broke into the set range. Beep beep, someone broke into the set range. Long Zimo's eyes turned cold and said, I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Luo Su put down the teacup. His eyes became sharp. This time, I don't know how many people will come back. Luo Su locked the maximum attack range of 2 kilometers and enabled group attack. Super Harvest X10 combo. Super Harvest X10 combo. Ding, group kills supreme level players and gets 500 game points. They are also supreme. Long Zimo was a little surprised. It's not surprising. They have always been desperate to grab resources in order to improve their abilities. Luo Su said. Beep beep, someone has entered the set range. Beep beep, someone has entered the set range. Luo Su activated the maximum range group attack, without stopping, and continued to attack with all his strength. But this time, only a few people were killed. And the alarm sounded higher and higher, indicating that the enemy had withstood Luo Su's group attack and was rushing towards us at a high speed. Luo Su didn't know the exact number of people. Long Zimo looked at the monitoring screen and said, 8 people escaped the group attack and came towards us. The strength is quite impressive. It may be the Blood Wolf's people, Hong Xiangnan said. Luo Su continued to attack with his group attack skills. However, the group of people came soon and surrounded the spaceship. Boss, she should be hiding in this spaceship. No matter where she hides, she will definitely die, the man said firmly. Among them, there are 2 nurses and doctors who can add blood, Long Zimo reminded. Luo Su raised his head and locked one of the nurses and doctors. A huge stone suddenly fell from the sky. Bang! Ah! Hongmei! Someone shouted, then turned around and stared at the people in the spaceship with anger. Luo Su released all his pets. Long Zimo's turtle had already added a shield against damage to everyone. The skill of the bucktooth rabbit increased everyone's upper limit of life and continued to restore health for 10 minutes. Panda Xiaohan sat next to Daodu, and Nami was chewing bamboo slowly. The warlike Xiaobai had already attacked with all his strength. Crackle. Bang boom. Lightning, ice, explosion, still so simple and crude. The 2 little firebirds were the only pets released from the cabin. Beep. Beep beep. The contact firebird kept spitting out flames, driving everyone around the spaceship far away. Haha, the 2 little firebirds are still the most powerful. Daodu danced with joy. Once he was happy, he threw out a series of glowing skills, accidentally injuring their last doctor and nurse. Luo Su took the opportunity to finish off the enemy, and a big rock fell down. The opponent dodged the boulder, but could not avoid Long Zimo's ultimate move. Boom! With a sound, the huge pressure was like a mountain, beating the opponent into a pulp. Ding! Kill the player with the Supreme Doctor profession, and get 30,000 survival points as a reward. Boom! With a loud noise. The whole spaceship began to shake. If this continues, I'm afraid the spaceship can't hold on. Zimo, let's focus on the same one, quickly reduce its number, and weaken its strength. Luo Su said, and directly attacked, locked onto the supreme player closest to her, and beat him. The man also noticed the red star on Luo Su's head, and shouted in surprise, the first level bounty mark is on that woman. As soon as he finished speaking, he was beaten into a pulp. Too much talk, noisy. Luo Su was a little annoyed. There were 5 more enemies on the field, all of them were very strong. Luo Su threw stones several times, but they were all dodged. Bang! Luo Su directly threw a hurricane bomb, blowing them back dozens of meters. Suddenly, the spaceship sounded an emergency alarm. Beep, beep, the spaceship is under unknown attack, automatically enters counterattack mode. After the alarm, the spaceship immediately rose 30 to 40 meters, locked the target, and launched tracking missiles one by one. Ah, tracking missiles! With a scream, the man's body was blown to pieces. Ding! Kill the supreme level enemy. Get 20,000 survival points, 2,000 game points. Woyang locks all players within 2 kilometers. Issue a mental attack skill. Mental depression. Mental attack can quickly absorb the opponent's mental power for its own use, lasting for 3 minutes. The enemies on the field found that their mental power values were all empty, and they could not use skills, so they ran away without hesitation. Chapter 397. Luo Su saw that they wanted to retreat. He sneered in his heart, I let you come and go as you please, so I am easy to bully, right? If you don't teach them a lesson, do you think you can just accept the first level bounty order? Long Zimo said, we must kill the chicken to scare the monkey, otherwise any cat or dog will come to cause trouble. While he was talking, the skill was already sent out. A firewall was created, blocking everyone's way. Luo Su's ice control skill was spread out. This was a duel between supreme beings of the same level, and the control effect was quite good. They were immobilized for 10 seconds. 10 seconds seemed short. But on the battlefield, 1 second often determines life or death. 10 seconds, very fatal. Hong Xiangnan raised his hand and used a skill. Hong's curse added a weak state to all enemies, reducing their health by 20%, defense by 20%, and attack power by 20%. Luo Su and Long Zimo took the opportunity to use their ultimate skills. Luo Su used a skill combo, Hurricane Fury plus Super Harvest. Long Zimo's virtual palm crushed the enemy, and with the full support of the battle pets, all the enemies on the field were destroyed within 10 seconds. Ding! Destroy the supreme level team. Get 100,000 points. 100,000 survival points reward. Hong Xiangnan looked at the system prompt. This is the reward for every teammate. He began to have an illusion. Could this so-called first-level bounty order be a cover, and the system is actually giving points to Luo Su in disguise? Luo Su turned her head and saw Hong Xiangnan staring at her in a daze, a little confused. Brother Nan, what's wrong? Luo Su asked. Ahem, nothing, I'm just a little surprised to see your combat power has increased so much. Hong Xiangnan made up a random excuse. You're not bad either, Hong-style curse? This auxiliary is amazing. It can kill the enemy's health by 20% at once, and also reduce defense and attack. It's so practical. Long Zimo said. Hong Xiangnan smiled and said, that was a while ago. I completed a hidden task in the game and got a new skill reward. It's a wonderful encounter, good luck. Luo Su smiled. She and Hong Xiangnan sat down and continued to make tea and chat, while Daodu, Xiaobai and Xiaohan played by the windowsill. Long Zimo activated the spacecraft's automatic maintenance program and counted down for 2 hours. The spacecraft temporarily stopped in the valley for maintenance. Long Zimo received a mysterious message. To the northeast, there is a clue that is crucial to you. Crucial clue? Long Zimo was shocked. Please keep it secret, otherwise the clue will be destroyed. The mysterious hint sounded in his mind again. He looked up at Luo Su and saw that she was quietly sipping tea. It seemed that she had not received the clue, and Hong Xiangnan did not seem to be unusual. Does this mean that he was the only one who received the clue? Long Zimo was puzzled. What was the clue? He wanted to go to the northeast to find out immediately. Unfortunately, the spaceship was under maintenance. He remembered that his spaceship was also stored in Luo Su's space. Su, why don't we change a spaceship while it's still light and continue exploring the glacier? Put this one in your space and let it repair slowly. Long Zimo said. Okay. Luo Su put out another spaceship. This made Hong Xiangnan's eyes go straight. This is a spaceship. Why do they say it's like changing a bicycle? Didn't they say they got it with great difficulty? How come there are 2 identical ones? Brother Nan, let's go! Luo Su called twice, but Hong Xiangnan didn't respond. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him. Oh, let's go! Hong Xiangnan regained his mind and followed Luo Su and the others to change to the spaceship. Luo Su took the spacecraft that needed repair back into space. Seeing Do was bored and dazed, he gave him a simulation headset so that he could play games in the simulation world while training his comprehensive abilities. Brother Nan, we have something that we would like to ask you for help with. The 3 of them were on the sofa, and Long Zimo was making tea. Luo Su was chatting with Hong Xiangnan. What's the matter? Hong Xiangnan was surprised. We want to go to your galaxy to have a look and broaden our horizons. Luo Su said with a smile. Oh, you are on a level 1 wanted warrant now. Do you really want to go out? Hong Xiangnan was a little confused. If it were someone else, they would have lost all hope after being blacklisted by the system. Facing bounties all over the world, it would be too late to hide. This Luo Su is so strong and hard. She doesn't look like a reckless person. What is she relying on? What makes them so fearless? She and Long Zimo together are indeed very strong, but no matter how strong they are, they can't withstand the siege of thousands of people. If they really went to the Red Mist Galaxy, they might be in danger. No, as a friend, he couldn't just stand by and watch. But he heard Luo Su calmly say, "It's okay, we will be careful, and will never let you down." Long Zimo also nodded and acquiesced. Seeing that they had made up their minds, Hong Xiangnan felt that it was meaningless to calculate. These 2 have always been very opinionated and capable, so he had to nod. He asked, "But how can I take you there?" After the game was completed, we were all sent out by the system and went back to our own homes, right? Before the game ends, we will team up with you, hold hands, and then you can click to exit the game. Try this method, Luo Su said. She remembered that once, before the game ended, Jiang Hao pulled her and Daodu out of the game. Then she and Daodu followed Jiang Hao back to Jiang Hao's hidden territory. Oh, I haven't tried this before. Let's try it then, Hong Xiangnan said. Chapter 398. Luo Su and Hong Xiangnan were chatting, while Long Zimo was driving the spaceship to the northeast. A huge iceberg appeared in front of them. Where is this? Luo Su looked out the window and saw a blue ice lake on the top of the iceberg in the distance. I don't know, I just drove and came here, Long Zimo said nonchalantly. Fly, get higher, and see what's on the top of the mountain. Luo Su pointed to the iceberg in the distance and said. Long Zimo piloted the spaceship and slowly ascended. Luo Su opened the map system and found a red icon with a cross on it. Huh? Luo Su was puzzled. What does this mean? In the past, the clues to hidden tasks were all red circles or asterisks. This icon with a cross appeared for the first time. What does it mean? Luo Su was a little puzzled, but since it was already in front of him, he had to go up to see the situation. Long Zimo pulled the spaceship into the air, and the blue ice lake on the iceberg was in full view. This scenery is so beautiful, Luo Su couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The spaceship hovered over the ice lake, and Long Zimo got a very strong feeling that the clue he was looking for was below. And the mark given by Luo Su's map system was also below. Is there something strange in this lake? Luo Su looked at the green dot at his location, which overlapped with the red mark, and he actually felt a little uneasy and curious in his heart. Hua la la. Just then, a red dolphin jumped up from the ice lake. Look, there is a dolphin in that ice lake. Hong Xiangnan pointed at the ice lake below and said in surprise. How can there be dolphins in this lake on the iceberg? Luo Su was puzzled. Dao heard it and jumped over to join in the fun. Where are the dolphins? But his legs were too short, so he couldn't see them no matter how he stood on tiptoe. Squeak. The dolphin jumped out of the water again, still crying anxiously. Long Zimo parked the spaceship on a vacant lot next to the ice lake. The four of them got off the spaceship. Plop. With a sound, the red dolphin jumped out of the water again. This time Dao finally saw it, and he danced with excitement. Mom and Dad, look, dolphins, red dolphins. The little guy pointed at the lake excitedly and said, Puff. With a sound, the red dolphin seemed restless and angry. It jumped out of the water frequently and rushed towards Luo Sutian. Luckily, Luo Su dodged in time. She separated from the other three and dodged to the other side alone. Unexpectedly, the dolphin gift fluttered and attacked her. Then why do dolphins only attack Luo Su? Can monsters also receive a first-level bounty? Hong Xiangnan was very puzzled. But his words gave Long Zimo some ideas. Since the game system can define Luo Su as a wanted blacklist, let all players hunt her down. Similarly, the system can also make all monsters in the game actively attack Luo Su. Originally, dolphins are docile animals. But in this game world, they are defined by the system as tools for revenge. The north wind blew, and Luo Su sneezed suddenly. The dolphin was fighting with it, and rushed over. Luo Su dodged again, and finally the red dolphin hit the icicle with too much force, so that it broke its head and bled. Red blood slowly flowed out of the wound on the dolphin's head. Long Zimo heard a prompt sound. Discovered a special material to remove the confinement in the body, the blood of the Tianqi Sea god. Only then did Long Zimo understand that the so-called clue turned out to be a way to remove the ban. He took out a clean empty bottle and filled it with the dolphin's blood. Long Zimo smelled it and felt that the dolphin's blood was not only not fishy, but also had a faint sweet smell. There was a voice in his mind that kept shouting, Drink it, drink it, drink it. While Long Zimo was still hesitating, Luo Su had already collected all the blood from the dolphin. Even if he didn't collect it, he would still bleed to death. The magical thing is, this originally red dolphin turned grayish-white after the blood on its body was drained. Luo Su discovered that dolphin blood could actually be fused. She activated the infinite fusion function in the space and finally synthesized this red pill. At this moment, her fiery eyes saw a hidden message. Poison pill, extracted from the blood of red dolphins. Poison pill? Luo Su was shocked and turned to Long Zimo, just about to tell him that there was a strong poison in the blood. But it was too late. Long Zimo had already drunk up the fresh blood and licked his lips, with a worried expression. At this time, he saw a red pill the size of a peanut in Luo Su's hand, which was emitting a strong fragrance. Su, give me this red thing? I have a hidden mission. Long Zimo said. Luo Su handed him the red pill and warned him, This is highly poisonous, you must not eat it. Long Zimo nodded and took the pill. The voice in his mind became clearer, Eat this red pill quickly. He tried to restrain himself. In the end, he couldn't help it and swallowed it in one breath. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden mission and getting 1 million survival points. Not long after, Long Zimo covered his aching abdomen. The restraints in his body were being broken bit by bit. He looked extremely painful. Chapter 399. Luo Su was shocked. Zmo, how did you eat the poison pill? Hong Xiangnan was shocked. Poison pill? The blood of that red dolphin is poisonous? Dodo saw his father in pain and went to encourage him. Dad, what's wrong with you? You have to cheer up and get better, Dodo said. Yeah. Long Zmo fell to the ground and gradually lost consciousness. Luosu activated a blood recovery skill. Long Zmo's blood volume became full, but he was still in a coma because of the poison. This scared Luosu. Brother Nan, can you fly a spaceship? Luosu asked Hong Xiangnan. Hong Xiangnan shook his head and said apologetically, I can't fly a spaceship, sorry. Yeah. I'm arranging other things. Luosu put Long Zmo into the living space. There were 2 treatment cabins in the space, and she put Long Zmo in one of the cabins. Watching Long Zmo's complexion gradually improve, she left the space. Daodu, Mommy will stay in the space to accompany his father to recover, okay? Okay. Daodu nodded and agreed obediently. Luosu, run! Hong Xiangnan was horrified. Luosu exited the space. As soon as she exited, she was almost flattened by the monster. She dodged instinctively and escaped. At this time, she looked up and saw a super huge dolphin. It used its chubby body to protect the little dolphin's body and squeaked angrily. Luosu was full of black lines, your child. It's not us who killed it. She died by hitting the iceberg herself. Squeak. Paw, paw, paw. The giant dolphin was completely unreasonable. It only knew that the little dolphin died in the hands of humans. Humans should be buried with their children. It fluttered up suddenly. Its big tail was strong and powerful, paw, 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 and slapped a few times, trying to flatten Luosu. Hurry up and get on the spaceship, Luosu shouted. She rushed up first. She immediately closed the hatch and lifted the spaceship. Hey, wait for me. Hong Xiangnan reacted and ran in the direction of the spaceship. After Luosu flew the spaceship to a certain height, he realized and took Hong Xiangnan into the cabin. At this moment, the ice on the top of the iceberg was broken, and cracks began to appear around the ice lake. Boom boom. The iceberg cracked into many cracks, and the water in the ice lake leaked out. Whoosh. Gaga, bang boom boom. The iceberg cracked. The huge dolphin began to panic and flapped its wings. The iceberg, which was originally just cracked, collapsed with a boom. Ah, the iceberg collapsed. Hong Xiangnan couldn't believe his eyes. The iceberg collapsed, and the ice lake no longer existed. The huge dolphin had nowhere to go, and was still struggling desperately on the cracked iceberg. Finally, more than half of the iceberg collapsed, and the water from the underground river began to pour out. The big dolphin struggled even more violently, and finally a big hole was opened. It plunged into the water, and swam deep into the underground river. Luosu thought he could breathe a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, the alarm system of the spacecraft sounded again. Beep beep, someone has entered the set range. Beep beep, someone has entered the set range. Hong Xiangnan and Luosu looked at each other. Another group of killers has come. Luosu looked at the dense red dots on the radar area and immediately felt bad. The number of killers in this group is several times more than the last wave. How can we fight with just 2 of us? She decisively flew the spaceship to a higher altitude until the alarm sounded, and then she felt relieved. However, not long after, the alarm sounded again. Beep beep, someone has entered the set range. Hong Xiangnan and Luosu were both very surprised. No way, this is already over 10,000 meters in the air. As soon as they finished speaking, they saw a large spaceship that was twice as large as theirs, right in front of them. Chapter 400. Luosu hurriedly pulled up and flew. Bang, bang, bang. The enemy has already launched a fire attack. Beep, beep, the spaceship is under enemy attack. Turn on enhanced defense and full-scale counterattack mode. Luosu pressed confirm, and the spaceship entered automatic state. The spaceship's sensing ability is faster than human reaction, and it can effectively dodge missiles and automatically and quickly counterattack. Luosu locked the enemy's atmosphere and activated the skill. Mental Depression Mental Group Attack. Quickly absorb the opponent's mental power for your own use, which can last for 3 minutes. The opponent cannot use skills to attack, and can only rely on external forces, spaceships or props to attack. She locked the range inside the opponent's cabin again and activated Group Attack. Ice Domain. Super Harvest X10 Combo. Hurricane Fury X10 Combo. The opponent's spaceship seemed to have lost control for a short time, and it fell crookedly to the ground. When it was a few hundred meters away from the ground, it rose again. The opponent's spaceship also entered automatic mode, attacking and driving fully automatically. The dense artillery attack, coupled with the model being much larger than Luosu's spaceship, instantly reversed the situation. Luosu's small spaceship was hit. Bang! Her small spaceship was hit by a powerful shell and lost control instantly. Beep, beep, beep. The spaceship sounded an alarm and fell rapidly. Although Luo Su and Hong Xiangnan had fastened their seat belts, the high-speed rotation still knocked them unconscious. Plop. Luo Su's spaceship fell into the underground glacier cracked by the iceberg below, splashing high waves. The enemy's huge spaceship was still hovering in the air, and the huge rocket shells were aimed at the river's surface, waiting for Luo Su's spaceship to emerge again and destroy it with one blow. Luo Su was awakened by the cold river water. When she woke up, she was still fixed in her seat, and the spaceship was broken with a long crack. The cold river water was seeping in from the crack, dripping and splashing on her. She unfastened her seat belt, left her seat, and found that Hong Xiangnan next to her was still in a coma. Go over and wake him up. Ah, is our spaceship in the water? Hong Xiangnan was a little panicked. Because the spaceship was completely out of control, in addition to continuous water leakage, it was also slowly sinking. What should I do? Hong Xiangnan looked outside the dark water area, panicking. At this time, Dao brought Long Zimo out. Zimo, have you recovered? Luo Su was surprised. Long Zimo looked up at her, with a look of inquiry in his eyes. For some reason, Luo Su felt that Long Zimo's aura was a little cold. Long Zimo glanced at the situation inside the spaceship and said, Dao, go back to the space. Oh! Dao obediently entered the space. He pointed to the 3 seats in the cockpit and said, Everyone sit down and fasten your seat belts. After Long Zimo finished speaking, he sat in the main driver's seat. I don't know what button he pressed, and a transparent glass cover appeared on everyone's seat. Then he pressed the spaceship's self-destruct device. Beep, beep, beep. The spacecraft will self-destruct in 3 minutes. Please evacuate as soon as possible. The entire spacecraft began to vibrate violently. Luo Su and Hong Xiangnan widened their eyes in surprise. Zimo, what are you doing? If you don't want to die, stay in the cabin quietly. Long Zimo said coldly. Long Zimo turned on the radar function, locked the enemy's spacecraft above, and chose to hit it at full speed. Hong Xiangnan was shocked when he saw Long Zimo's operation of dying together. Is he going to die with the enemy? Zimo calmed down. Luo Su shouted. Is he mentally ill? Hong Xiangnan remembered that he had been injured and fainted before. Hong Xiangnan wanted to unfasten his seat belt, but the entire spacecraft suddenly started and flew up at a high speed. Ah! It all happened too suddenly, and Luo Su and Hong Xiangnan were not mentally prepared at all. Puff! Bang! 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 Just as the spaceship broke out of the water, the cabin suddenly opened and the 3 cockpits were ejected quickly. Ah! Luo Su and Hong Xiangnan screamed. Before they could react, there was a violent explosion behind them. Boom! Sparks flew, and the debris of the spaceship flew everywhere. Luo Su turned around and looked at the scene behind her, and she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It turned out that when her small spaceship hit the enemy's large spaceship, it detonated the self-destruction program. The 2 spaceships were destroyed and blown to pieces. Luo Su breathed a sigh of relief. There was a fast-spinning propeller under her cockpit, which stabilized the cockpit and slowly landed on the ice. The 3 of them got out of the cockpit. Hong Xiangnan looked at the tragic scene after the explosion and couldn't help but feel a little scared. Luo Su stared at Long Zimo. Zimo, the spaceship was out of control just now. How did you control it to ascend? Luo Su was puzzled. After the spaceship entered the self-detonation program, it can be temporarily restored to control, only for 3 minutes. Long Zimo said expressionlessly. Chapter 401. Luo Su took Hong Xiangnan back to the space to accompany Dao. Only Luo Su and Emperor Huang were left outside. Luo Su glanced at him and asked, You first swallowed the poison pill of the red dolphin, and then swallowed the blue core. What is your purpose? Are you trying to poison Long Zimo? Emperor Huang smiled evilly and said, Don't worry, I won't let you be a widow. Then what did you do to Long Zimo? Luo Su asked. What else can I do? I am both Emperor Huang and Long Zimo. Do you think I would be so stupid as to hurt myself? Emperor Huang said. There was a man called Dragon Star Lord who said something similar before. I wonder what your relationship is with him. Luo Su asked tentatively. That dummy? He was a product synthesized by someone else using a machine. Even his core of thought was programmed and implanted by someone else. He thought Long Zimo was his nourishment. In fact, all the 7 star sons were just the nourishment created and upgraded by the Star Father. Emperor Huang raised his eyes. What's your relationship with the Star Father? Luo Su suspected that the Star Father must be his subordinate. He has no direct relationship with me. He is a small subordinate recruited by my northern minister privately. That northern minister was one of the people who hunted me down back then. Luo Su felt overwhelmed after listening to what Emperor Huang said. It's too complicated, your relationships. Luo Su said, and then asked, what's going on between you and Long Zimo? Emperor Huang looked at the sunset in the distance, his eyes suddenly a little sad, and said, to be honest, Long Zimo is actually my amnesia after rebirth. Luo Su was surprised. Reborn? Amnesia? Yes, I created the Doomsday Survival Game project. Later, because of the huge interests behind this project, those ministers colluded with my confidants and attacked me. Emperor Huang said. Luo Su was surprised. So this Doomsday Survival Game was created by you? Yes. Emperor Huang nodded. Luo Su whispered, you created such a deceptive game. No wonder others attacked you. What did you say? The Emperor of the Wilderness only heard the word trick. Luo Su shook his head. Nothing. What happened next? Later, I fell into their trap. They teamed up to beat me severely, and put me under a severe mental confinement, trying to make me their puppet. I used the last bit of my remaining rationality to try my best to escape from the wilderness city. By chance, I ended up in Jiuxing and hit the cable car that Long Zimo's family was riding, falling into a deep valley. After the accident, Long Zimo's parents died on the spot. The 3-year-old Long Zimo was brain dead. I took the opportunity to seize his body, and was reborn in him. Emperor Huang recalled. Luo Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? You are the legendary cultivator? How can you be reborn in someone else's body? I am not a cultivator. The technology on our planet is relatively advanced. As long as a person has a brain expansion backup at birth, he can back up his brain thinking anytime and anywhere. At the end of life, the brain thinking can temporarily leave the body and continue to survive. As long as a suitable body is found in a short period of time, it can be reborn. Emperor Huang said. Then why do you have no previous memories after your rebirth? Luo Su asked. I was severely injured and mentally imprisoned, which damaged my brain nerves. Most of my brain thoughts fell into a deep sleep, and only a small blank area of the brain can still function normally. This blank area is like a blank piece of paper, recording all of Long Zimo's memories from the age of 3 to the present. Emperor Huang paused and added, now that I have woken up, the memory of this area has become part of all my memories, and it is also the warmest and most important part of my life. Luo Su was surprised to hear this, and raised her eyes. She found that there was a subtle warmth in his eyes. In other words, you know all of Long Zimo's memories? Luo Su asked. Clearly. Emperor Huang raised his eyes to look at her, and took a step closer to her. Even everything that happened in the hotel that year is still vivid in my mind. You? Luo Su looked at his smiling eyes, and suddenly felt a little angry. But just when she was about to say something, a pair of warm lips covered her, and a pair of strong arms held her in his arms. She widened her eyes in surprise, and her mind was suddenly in a mess. In front of her was Long Zimo's familiar face, and the familiar smell was yes, but the eyes were clearly a little more strange. No, he is not Long Zimo. Luo Su tried hard to push him away, but was held tighter. His lips were domineeringly exploring and demanding. Luo Su paused for a few seconds between resistance and surrender, and the last bit of rationality made her suddenly wake up. She clenched her teeth. Ah, why are you biting me? Emperor Huang let her go, holding his tongue to endure the pain, a little angry. Luo Su changed her mind. You are not Long Zimo. You are not allowed to do this again in the future, Luo Su said, striding forward. If we don't find a suitable place to spend the night, we will all freeze to death tonight. Emperor Huang looked at her back, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He originally only had a rough impression of the memory of Long Zimo after his rebirth. Later, as Luo Su kept asking questions, he recalled these memories in his brain again. He seemed to have lived again, and he deeply felt the happiness of having a home and love for these 33 years. His life for the past 100 years was only black and white. Although it was high above, it was cold and boring. The memory of these 33 years was like a colorful mark, embedded in his life, and could never be erased. There is also a place in his heart where he deeply loves someone, like a seed that has already taken root and sprouted. He prefers this colorful life. He prefers to live as Long Zimo. He is very satisfied with his current state. He has the power of the Emperor of Desolation to protect himself and his family. He has the memory and love of Long Zimo. Su, wait for me. He chased after her. Chapter 402. Luo Su came to a sheltered valley, and set up a luxury RV. Su, are we staying here tonight? Long Zimo asked. Luo Su paused when he heard the familiar tone and turned to look at him. It was Long Zimo's eyes, as warm as ever, without any other distractions. Zimo? It's me. He nodded. Why are you? Luo Su didn't know how to ask. But her feeling was not wrong. The person in front of her was Long Zimo. Yes, I just woke up, Long Zimo said. This was the most reasonable explanation after he reconciled with himself. Then the Emperor Huang. Luo Su didn't want to mention it, but things had to be made clear. Long Zimo said seriously, the real Emperor Huang is dead. His body turned to dust more than 30 years ago. Now only some long-lost memories, and some remaining combat power are left. Really? Luo Su found it difficult to understand how they replaced each other. But in fact, it was like he had opened up his Ren and Du meridians, and the memories and abilities in his body were integrated with each other. Then he just chose to maintain his current way of living. Yeah. He nodded and said with a smile, let's get in the car quickly. It's windy outside. I guess Daodu is bored in the space. Luo Su opened the car door, and the two got in the car. Long Zimo turned on the heating system. The room quickly warmed up, and they took off their thick coats. Long Zimo boiled water and made tea. Luo Su brought Daodu and Hong Xiangnan out of the space, and with them came Xiaoshu and Xia Fanchuan. Xia Fanchuan is a virtual 5D character, originally installed in a small operating ordering system. Later, Long Zimo asked people to extract Xia Fanchuan as a separate program and install it on Daodu's phone watch. In this way, Daodu can play with Xia Fanchuan anytime and anywhere. Xiaoshu volunteered to be Daodu's follower. Now Xiaoshu has grown up a little, white and fat, cute. Daodu also put children's clothes on it, a real little follower. The little beast has strong imitation and adaptability. Now it is not only not picky about food, but also eats whatever Daodu eats, and it has learned to speak. The tone of its speech is exactly the same as Daodu's. Hong Xiangnan is with the three little puddings and is amused by them. This is my dad, this is my mom. Daodu introduced his two friends. Little Rice Ball, hello, uncle and aunt. Little Beast, hello, mom and dad. Hey, you little beast, I'm going to beat you up, Daodu said, raising his chubby little hand. Ah, Daodu brother, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. The little beast learned human language very well, but it was just a little girl's voice. Hee hee. The three adults were amused by these little guys. Luo Su set a table of food and invited everyone to come and eat. Daodu, come and wash your hands and eat. Okay. Daodu ran to wash his hands happily. Daodu brother, wait for me. The little beast shouted and followed. The little rice ball shook his head, unable to stand the two siblings. Fortunately, it was virtual, so he didn't have to eat or wash his hands. At dinner time, 3 adults and 2 kids sat around a table of delicious food, eating and chatting happily. But it was a complete disappointment in the end. After dark, another group of players who wanted the first level bounty reward came, and there seemed to be more than 20 of them. We only want the bounty holder, and the rest of you should leave quickly to avoid hurting innocent people. Someone in the enemy camp shouted loudly. With a boom, the person who spoke, as well as the 3 or 4 people around him, were beaten into a pulp. Long Zimo took a step forward and said coldly, if anyone has any requests or opinions, just raise them. Everyone's eyes were red with anger. The war was about to break out. Luo Su hurriedly put Daodu, Xiaoshu, and a basket of snacks into the space. The 3 of them quietly added status to each other. Long Zimo's little turtle's anti-injury status has been added to the whole team. I was careless just now. The nurses have added blood, and everyone else will go together to complete the task as soon as possible. Someone stood up and gave the order, ordering an all-out attack. Luo Su quietly used a skill. Mental Depression, a group attack of the spirit type, quickly absorbing the opponent's mental power for its own use, which can last for 3 minutes. Bang! The person who gave the order was beaten into a pulp by Long Zimo. The others were stunned, another one-shot kill, no chance to add blood at all. Some people had the idea of retreating. Her teammates are very strong, we can't just go head-to-head, we have to outsmart them. Someone said. Shua. With a sound. Luo Su raised his hand and released an ice field. All the people on the opposite side were frozen for 10 seconds. Hurricane Fury. Super Harvest X10 combo. Super Harvest X10 combo. Long Zimo also attacked at the same time. Mount Tai's Pressure. Field Destruction. Not long after, all the people on the opposite side fell down. Chapter 403. Hong Xiangnan had no chance to take action after adding a defense-breaking auxiliary, and won directly. This time he won 500,000 survival points, and 100,000 points. The rewards for the whole team were the same. He felt that this system was giving points to Luo Su in disguise. He was glad that he was her teammate, not her enemy. After cleaning up the battlefield, they returned to the RV. Long Zimo put a large protective shield on the outside of the RV. The validity period is 1 hour. He turned the alarm system of the RV to the highest setting. The alarm system of this RV was specially improved for the professionals in the organization. The alarm coverage range reached 100 meters. If there was any living creature approaching the RV, it could be sensed within 100 meters, and the alarm would be sounded immediately. They were relieved. We have to hurry up and rest early. I don't know how many enemies will come to harass us tonight, Long Zimo said. Yeah. Luo Su nodded, and she glanced at the bed at the end of the car. Hong Xiangnan felt like a light bulb. The RV had an alarm system, so no one was needed to keep watch. So he volunteered to sleep in the space. Luo Su took him into the space. There were beds in the space, with upper and lower bunks. Dao slept on the upper bunk, and Hong Xiangnan slept on the lower bunk. Xiaoshu and Xiaobai stayed by the bed to accompany Dao. Did Dao sleep? Long Zimo asked as Luo Su just came out of the space. She's lying down, Luo Su said, feeling a little tired. Are you exhausted? Go take a hot bath, I be here. Long Zimo. Luo Su came out of the shower and fell asleep quickly on the bed. She thought Long Zimo was keeping watch on the sofa. Unexpectedly, he climbed onto the bed and went to sleep after taking a shower. Long Zimo hugged Luo Su and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Under the soft night light, Luo Su slept very quietly, with long eyelashes slightly curled up, a small nose, and attractive red lips. Long Zimo kissed her unconsciously. Lingering. The person in the sleep made a low moan. This made the originally insomniac person become even more crazy. Domineeringly attacking cities and territories, constantly demanding, never tired. On this cold and quiet glacier, a passionate atmosphere gradually ignited, as if to melt this glacier. Above the night sky, the stars are dotted, and the colorful aurora embellishes the night sky beautifully. This night was unexpectedly quiet. It seemed that everything in the world was reluctant to disturb the beauty of this night. Luo Su slept until dawn. A warm embrace hugged her. Looking up, she saw Longzi sleeping soundly. She quietly lifted the quilt, got out of bed lightly, and took a shower in the bathroom. The hot water sprayed on her face. She closed her eyes, feeling the warm water temperature, and her mind was full of the scenes of last night. Her body felt like it was electrified, and it felt numb. A pair of warm hands hugged her from behind. She was slightly startled, turned her head, and Long Zimo's lips covered hers. Eat breakfast. Luo Su only heard a vague sentence in her ear, and then fell into the charming water vapor. When the sun rose, Luo Su leaned lazily on the sofa, drinking coffee. The door of the RV was opened. Long Zimo walked in from outside, his face a little weathered. I rode the Black Dragon for a while, and there was no one in the 10 kilometers around. The place in the distance is similar to here, with glaciers everywhere, as far as the eye can see. Yeah. Luo Su handed him a cup of hot coffee. Chapter 404. Have some coffee to warm yourself up, Luo Su said. Long Zimo took the coffee. Took a sip. Coffee with milk but no sugar is the taste he always likes. He finished a cup and said, there are still 8 days left until the game ends. It would be nice if we could spend it quietly like this. Luo Su smiled, I hope so. However, as soon as she finished her words, the alarm of the RV sounded. I go out and take a look. Long Zimo put down the cup and turned to walk out. Luo Su hurriedly got up, put on her thick coat, and went out to check. There was a sound of fighting from the west. She rushed over at full speed. She saw a large group of ice beasts gathered on a glacier 100 meters away from the west of the valley. There were ice beasts pouring out of a big hole in the glacier behind. Long Zimo was trying his best to block them. He used his skills to shoot down, killing a group of ice beasts and breaking the thick ice on the river. Boom! A big hole appeared on the glacier. The cold river was filled with a variety of ice beasts, which kept coming out of the big hole. All the ice beasts had red eyes and attacked Luo Su. Even the ice beasts around Long Zimo rushed towards Luo Su. Su, be careful, these monsters are coming for you. Long Zimo shouted, raising his hand to pull up a firewall in front of Luo Su. So many ice beasts, is this a beast tide? Luo Su was surprised, a beast tide coming towards her. Is this the power of her first-level bounty order? Although she became the target of all the players and monsters in the server, she was not afraid. She would not sit still and wait for death. She locked the 2-kilometer range and began to fight back. Super Harvest X10 Combo. Super Harvest X10 Combo. Ding, kill the ice beasts in groups, get 100,000 survival points. Ding, kill the ice beasts in groups, get 100,000 survival points. Hong Xiangnan, who was playing chess with Daodu, was surprised when he saw his survival points rising. Is the system giving away points again? He was embarrassed to win again by accident. He asked in the team. Luo Su, does Long Zimo need me to come over to help? No, you just stay in the car and help take care of Daodu, Luo Su said. In about half an hour, Luo Su and Long Zimo cleared all the ice beasts. Looking at the densely packed corpses of ice beasts on the glacier, Long Zimo frowned. These people are too much. In order to deal with you, they don't hesitate to modify the game program to let the monsters attack you actively. Luo Su smiled bitterly and said, this game has always been so deceptive. When I developed this game, my original intention was to cultivate more elites and allow the human race to continue. Long Zimo said. You developed the game? Luo Su stood up. Su, listen to me. I have now remembered all the memories of my previous amnesia. The memories before I was 3 years old can be regarded as my previous life. Long Zimo said. Previous life? Luo Su looked at him and asked. Long Zimo nodded. Well, I think so. 33 years ago was a rebirth. So for me, the previous memory of Emperor Huang was a previous life. Luo Su listened to him quietly. It turned out that Emperor Huang's original intention to develop this game was because his planet suffered a devastating blow. There were not many survivors, and most of them proposed to plunder resources from other planets to rebuild their own homes. But Emperor Huang didn't think so. He felt that there was an unknown force behind the destruction of the planet. Only by uniting humans from other planets and becoming stronger together can we find the truth behind it. Only when humans become stronger can we change the future destiny of mankind, instead of being destroyed inexplicably and helplessly. After years of hard work, Emperor Huang and his team found a way. That is, to let humans improve themselves by participating in the Doomsday survival game. Finally, by connecting the game to reality, the game's capabilities can be brought to reality. After the game was launched, the effect was very good, but some people who were blinded by greed began to want to take the game's profits for themselves, so they conspired with their accomplices to do something bad to the Emperor Huang. Later, the Emperor Huang was injured and forced to be reborn, and Long Zimo's life later. Luo Su suddenly realized it. In other words, the original intention of developing this game was actually for the good of mankind, but later it was tampered with by some people with ulterior motives, damaging the interests of mankind and enriching themselves. Long Zi nodded silently. Not only that, if this continues, humanity will eventually go extinct. Luo Su thought about the current situation. The fall of the 9 stars, and the precarious situation of the Hongyu galaxy, were a sign of the extinction of humanity. Luo Su felt that she might not be able to change the fate of the entire human race. But in this chaotic world, she wanted to protect her home and her own little piece of heaven and earth. Let her family survive. She couldn't take care of the 9 stars, she couldn't take care of the blue star, and she would try her best to take care of China. As for her family, she would do her best to protect them. Long Zimo saw that she was distracted and said, Su, let's go back to the RV. They walked and stopped on the glacier. Occasionally, other players or monsters came to attack, but they were all eliminated one by one. 8 days passed like this. Finally, the prompt to pass the game came. They formed a team, held hands, and then Hong Xiangnan clicked to exit the game. Shua. In a flash. Finally, they arrived at Hong Xiangnan's hometown, the Red Sea of the Red Mist Galaxy. Chapter 405. Luo Su and Long Zimo brought Daodu to the Red Sea of the Red Mist Galaxy. It's called the Red Sea because the water isn't red. It's just that a red aquatic organism called red scorpion grows near this sea area. This organism is between animals and plants. It's red all over. It usually floats on the sea surface. It has a very strong reproductive capacity, and can fill this shallow sea area in a short time. Luo Su stared at the red floating objects on the sea surface, a creature between animals and plants. Luo Su picked one up and examined it carefully. It felt like a seaweed plant, but there was a soft structure at its root that looked like a worm's belly. She was curious for a moment, and threw it in to try to fuse it infinitely to see what she would get in the end. Storage. She stored about 100 kilograms of red succulent algae and performed wireless fusion, with a countdown of 5 minutes. Susu, try to see if you can go back to the novice village. Long Zimo reminded in a low voice. Ah, yes, yes. She tried it, nodded and said, sure, I sent Daodu back. That's fine. It's not safe outside. Long Zimo agreed. Luo Su sent Daodu back to the novice village and handed her over to her mother Lu Qingyun for care. Mom, we have found a new galaxy and are ready to start exploring. It's not safe to take Daodu with us. Lu Qingyun took Daodu by the hand and said, leave Daodu to me. You should be careful when you go out. Okay. Luo Su left the novice village and came to the Sanlong base, where she met Du Yifan. She took away more than 50,000 crystals that Du Yifan had purchased for her. She took out 10 red pills and gave them to Du Yifan. Take this to the pharmaceutical department and see if it has any medicinal value. Luo Su said. These red pills are the infinite fusion of the red mayflies she fished out from the Red Sea. Okay. Du Yifan put away the pills. Luo Su took a small flying machine with her. When she returned to the Red Sea, Long Zimo and Hong Xiangnan were waiting for her on a fishing boat by the sea. Let's go, my hometown is nearby, come to my house for a cup of tea, Hong Xiangnan said. He still trusted these two friends. The three of them came to a village by the Red Sea. Luo Su released Xiao Bai. Let it guard 200 meters outside the village, and warn her if a large number of enemies approach. Luo Su and Long Zimo followed Hong Xiangnan into the village. This is an ordinary village, and the villagers are very simple. Seeing Hong Xiangnan come back, they all greeted him warmly. Nanzai is back? Oh, you come back to see your parents again, you are so filial. Nanzi, are you bringing your friends back to play? My family just harvested some fruit, come over and eat them. Luo Su felt good seeing the villagers so enthusiastic. She took out 2 boxes of milk and 2 boxes of fruit from the space, and came to Hong Xiangnan's hometown. Uncle Chi, your Nanzi is back. An auntie ran in front enthusiastically to tell Hong Xiangnan's parents. Nanzi is back? His father walked out of the yard with a pipe in his hand. Dad. Hong Xiangnan took 2 steps at a time and walked forward. Really Nanzai, oh you are so busy with work, don't worry about us all the time, your mother and I are fine. Hong's father said. Looking up, I saw 2 friends following Hong Xiangnan, and they looked unfamiliar. Oh Dad, these 2 are my friends, they just happened to pass by, I brought them over to sit down. Hong Xiangnan said. Well, welcome, come in and sit down. Hong's father entertained warmly. Dad, where is my mother? Hong Xiangnan took a look and didn't see his mother in the house. Oh, the village has called for people to salvage the red sedge. The red sedge has been growing so fast recently that we can't catch any fish in this fishing village. Alas, we have to call for people to salvage for a few days every month. It's time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it only treats the symptoms but not the root cause. Luo Su put the gifts on the table. Uncle, we came here on the way and didn't bring any decent gifts. Oh, you're too polite. You are Nanzai's friends, you are family, why do you bring gifts? Said Hong's father. Uncle, the salvage of red sedge you mentioned just now, is it the Red Sea outside the village entrance? Luo Su asked. Father Hong said, yes, several fishing villages near us have relied on this sea area to make a living for generations. There were only a small amount of red mayfly in the past, but it has multiplied rapidly in the past 2 years, and has filled up the nearby fishing area. This thing is poisonous, and fish and shrimp cannot survive in dense areas. We salvage it every month, but we can never finish it. Alas, everyone in the village is worried when it comes to this. Luo Su and Long Zimo discussed, and decided to go to the beach to see the villagers salvaging red mayfly. As soon as Luo Su and Long Zimo left the village, they received a message from Du Yifan. Luo Su, the red pill you brought back can suppress the virus of the first-level planet with a small amount. This kind of medicine is very popular online now, and is in great demand. Luo Su was happy. Okay, I have a lot of raw materials here, I will put them in the shared warehouse for you later. What are you so happy about? Long Zimo asked with a smile, when he saw her beaming with joy. Luo Su quietly handed him a red pill. This is the red mayfly fished from the Red Sea. It's a synthetic pill. Du Yifan said there's a huge demand for it on the first-level planet. Long Zimo was surprised. He glanced at the endless Red Sea and said with a smile, that's perfect. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Luo Su smiled and nodded. She and Luo Su followed Hong Xiangnan and boarded his fishing boat. They drove slowly towards the distance along a channel that the villagers had set aside to go out to the sea. It took more than 20 kilometers to reach the edge of the red mayfly area. Okay, let's start from here, Luosu said. She locked the maximum range of 2 kilometers and activated the space to collect red mayflies. Collection target: red mayflies. Infinite fusion target: red mayflies. Hong Xiangnan was immediately excited as he watched the large areas of red mayflies disappearing in front of him. "Ah, that's great, thank you very much." He drove the boat and took Luosu and Long Zimo back to salvage from the outermost area. It only took an hour to clean up the entire Red Sea. This made the people in the nearby villages very happy. The young people all knew that the two friends that Brother Nan brought back this time were supernatural beings. The older villagers said directly that they were gods descending to earth, and were very excited. Hong Xiangnan's parents were even more happy and proud that their son had made such a capable friend. The villagers sent local specialties to Luosu and Long Zimo, including eggs, native chickens, salted fish, and bacon. It was really hard to refuse such a kind offer. Luosu and Long Zimo symbolically took a few eggs and stood up to say goodbye to everyone. They were mainly worried that someone might come after them and threaten the safety of the village. "Shall I take you around?" Hong Xiangnan sent them out of the village. "No, we can explore by ourselves when we get here. I have a first-level bounty order on me now, so I can't follow you anymore, so as not to cause you trouble," Luosu said. Hong Xiangnan said with a serious face, "Be polite to me if you treat me as a friend. You come from such a far place, so I have to do my best to be a good host. Besides, you guys have helped the village so much, I don't know how to repay you." Long Zimo patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, we understand your intentions, but it's really inconvenient to take you with us. If we need help, we will definitely contact you." Having said that, Hong Xiangnan couldn't follow him anymore. "Okay, then you guys be careful, and contact me anytime if you need anything." "Okay." Luosu waved and followed Long Zimo out of the village. Chapter 406. After they walked a few miles outside the village, Long Zimo asked, "Susu, where are we going next?" Luosu opened the map system. It was discovered that there was a large area of red chrysanthemums and another sea area about 40 to 50 kilometers away from here. She exited the map system. About a few dozen kilometers away, there is another large area of red chrysanthemums. "Let's go and collect them first," Luosu said as he displayed a small aircraft. Long Zimo was surprised. "This style looks familiar. Is this the aircraft of the base?" "Yes. One of the two we gave as rewards was blown up, and the other is still under repair, which will take another day or two to complete," Luosu said. "The aircraft at the base is a bit old and has fewer functions, but it is enough for transportation." Long Zimo said, "Open the hatch," and the two got on the spacecraft. Luosu shared the map with Long Zimo. After marking the destination, he started the spacecraft and flew to the red algae area in the southeast. When the aircraft reached a certain altitude, Long Zimo started automatic navigation, freeing his hands. The spacecraft enters the automatic flight state, and the system broadcasts the navigation information for you at any time. Luosu opened the space and found that all the red scorpion algae collected before had been integrated. She put all the red scorpion pills into the shared warehouse of friends, and Du Yifan received the prompt and took the pills. He put the collected food supplies into the shared warehouse and stored them for Luosu. Du Yifan, pills should be exchanged for crystals first. If there are no crystals, exchange for supplies, don't exchange for coins, Luosu reminded. "Got it," Du Yifan replied. 10 minutes later, the spaceship arrived at the destination. Luosu and Long Zimo looked down from the spaceship and saw a red sea. This area of red algae was several times larger than the previous fishing village. It was probably because there was no village nearby, and this area of red algae grew wildly, so it had spread to an area of hundreds of square kilometers. "Zimo, lower the altitude of the spaceship, and I will collect it remotely directly on the spaceship." Luosu put forward his own idea. "Understood," Long Zimo responded, lowering the spaceship to within the range that Luosu could collect. Luosu began to collect. A large amount of red sedge was collected into the space, and infinite fusion was carried out at the same time. Long Zimo drove the spaceship and flew over the red sedge area. They worked for 2 hours before they collected all the red sedge. Long Zimo pulled the aircraft up. "Where are we going next?" Luosu opened the map again and found a crescent-shaped island in the sea 100 kilometers away from here. When she was looking for the red algae before, this island was not on the map. Could it have just appeared? There is a small island 100 kilometers away in the south. "Let's go there and take a look," Luosu said, sharing the screenshot with Long Zimo. Half an hour later, they arrived above Crescent Island. The spaceship circled Crescent Island, and Long Zimo said, "This is a deserted island. No one lives there." "Okay, let's go down and explore slowly," Luosu said. Long Zimo docked the spaceship on the shore, and the two changed into jungle exploration clothes and got off the spaceship. Luosu raised his hand to put away the spaceship, and the two walked into the deserted island. Luosu activated the large-scale storage function. Ding, 12 portions of wild rabbit meat, 8 portions of pheasant meat, 10 portions of squirrel meat. "Wow, there are a lot of game here," Luosu said. The two walked for more than an hour tired and thirsty, and stopped to rest for a while. They decided to go back to the novice village. Luosu took Long Zimo back to the novice village yard. It was lunchtime and everyone was there. Luosu handed all the game to Master Zhao in the kitchen. Looking at the hundreds of kilograms of game, including rabbit meat, pheasant meat, Master Zhao's eyes were wide open. "Where did you get so much game?" Xiao Dao and Xiaowu were also excited, knowing that Luosu and his friends were exploring the jungle again. On a deserted island, Luosu said, sitting down and eating something with Long Zimo. After eating, Luosu created a shared warehouse for the novice village. The shared warehouse of the novice village, the password is 758,866. Everyone can open it with the password, Luosu said to everyone. Master Zhao hurriedly took out a pen and wrote down the password. "Deserted island. Sister Luosu, take us with you. We also want to explore the deserted island," Xiao Dao and Xiaowu said. "Have you finished your daily dungeons?" Long Zimo asked. "Xiaowu, except for the food dungeon in the evening, all others are completed. They can go with you," Long Zimo said to Luosu. Luosu pulled Xiao Dao and Xiaowu into the group, and then took Sumo with him. "I heard that the medicines on the Star Network are very popular now. I take you to see if there are any medicines you need." After they changed their clothes, a group of 5 people set off to the deserted island. "If you find something useful, you can put it in the player's backpack first. If you can't fit it, put it in the shared warehouse of the novice village," Luosu said. At noon, they came to a stone mountain. "Look, there are colorful stones here." Xiaowu picked up a piece and looked at it in the sun. It was crystal clear. Long Zimo picked up a piece and received a system prompt. "This is ore." Luosu locked the depth of 10 meters and started to store it. Ding, 10 cubic meters of primary crystal ore are obtained. Luosu was shocked. The density of this ore is so high, it is actually a whole block of ore. She locked onto a deeper place and continued to collect. Ding, 30 cubic meters of primary crystal ore are obtained. A few hours later, half of the entire island was dug up. Luosu looked at the 1,000 cubic meters of ore in the space backpack and joked that she didn't expect this to be a crystal ore island. She put the fused red pill into her friend's share to do Yifun, and also put some of all the game for them. She emptied 2 grids of her backpack and started the infinite fusion of primary crystals. "Today's harvest is good. I dug up more than a dozen rare medicinal herbs. I took them back to plant, and should be able to mass produce them," Suemo said happily. "We also hunted a lot of game," Xiao Dao said. Long Zimo said, "We have completed the exploration of this island and are ready to set off for the next stop." Luosu opened the map. There is nothing special nearby on the map. "We are going to explore the land." Chapter 407. Luosu sent Xiao Dao, Xiao Wu, and Su Imo back to the novice village. Xiaoya gave her 2 boxes of potions. "Luosu, this is a newly made potion. Be careful when you go out there." "Okay, thank you, Xiaoya." Luosu gave her 100 red gnats. "It is said that this pill can inhibit the virus. I leave some for you as raw materials." Before Luosu left, Master Zhao stopped her. This time, there were too many game harvested. It would take too long to eat them all. Some were left in the refrigerator. Master Zhao added seasonings and grilled the rest. "Luosu, store these barbecues in the space. When you are away from home, you can take them whenever you want." "Okay." Luosu put all the barbecues in the space. At this time, Grandma hurried downstairs. "Grandma, what's wrong?" Luosu asked. Su, you haven't been out for a while, have you? Your wedding is next week." "I know, Grandma. We will be back in 2 or 3 days." Luosu smiled and said to the grandmother, "Oh, this is a major event in life. Why are you so careless?" The grandmother was anxious. "Mom, don't worry. Susu and Zimo are both sensible people." Lu Qingyun came downstairs and saw your daughter in a hurry. So she knew that the things outside were over. Yeah, I won't talk to you anymore. Zemo should wait for a long time. I'm leaving, Luo Su said, and teleported away directly. Long Zemo was studying the terrain nearby, and saw Luo Su coming back. Su, it's good to be back. I asked Hong Xiangnan for a map. You come and take a look. Long Zemo opened the electronic map, and projected it on the big screen. The people of this red fog planet mainly live in the coastal areas in the southeast. The west is a plateau area, and the north is covered with snow all year round and few people live there. So Before Luo Su finished speaking, suddenly boom. There was a loud bang. The spacecraft was attacked fiercely. Not good. Long Zemo hurriedly controlled the spacecraft, and took off urgently. Luo Su locked the surrounding 2 kilometers, and launched a group attack. Dejected. Super Harvest X10 combo. Super Harvest X10 combo. The spaceship dodged several attacks, and soon stabilized. At this time, they found that there were 3 small spaceships around. Buzz. A mental attack came. Luo Su's mental power was strong enough, so she was not affected much, but she felt a little dizzy. Luo Su's mental depression skill drained the mental power of most players. Only this player, who was more advanced than her, and good at mental attacks, was not affected at all. Zemo, there are players who are higher level than us this time. Be careful, Luo Su warned. She and Long Zemo released all the pets, and the turtle's 100% anti-damage shield was added first. 2 pandas were chewing bamboo in the corner of the cabin. 2 flamingos were spraying fireballs outside to distract the enemy. Let's focus on the spaceship on the left first, Long Zemo said, enabling the autopilot, and choosing the mode of circling back and forth within 1 kilometer. This aircraft is not a fighter, and it is not loaded with shells. It cannot be used to fight back with the spaceship. It can only be used as a simple transportation aircraft. However, its automatic defense system is still good, and it can make its own judgment and dodge missiles. Luo Su and Long Zemo joined forces, concentrated their skills to attack, and quickly wiped out the people in one of the spaceships. The spaceship lost control. Luo Su took the opportunity to put the spaceship into space. Ding, group kill supreme players. Get 1 million survival points, 100,000 points. Ding, congratulations on getting a small spaceship. Next, Luo Su and Long Zemo used the same method to take away the other spaceship. Only the larger spaceship in the middle was left, chasing them relentlessly. That high-level player is on this 3rd ship, Long Zemo said. He raised his hand, and added a golden protective shield to the group. First kill the other players on his ship. I have drained their mental power, and they can't use their skills for the time being. Luo Su said the battle plan. Long Zemo nodded, and used a big move, but the opponent was not hurt at all. That high-level player has a strong group protective shield, and the skills can't break the defense. I try the star ability, Long Zemo said, activating his sexual ability, and blasted over with a big move. Bang! The opponent's spaceship shook violently. Broken defense. Luo Su activated the attack skill. Ice Domain. Hurricane Fury. Super Harvest X10 combo. A string of green damage values floated up on the opposite side. Luo Su was overjoyed. He quickly sent out a series of combos. The 2 flamingos desperately sprayed fireballs around the opponent's spaceship, interfering with the line of sight. But the opponent's aircraft, with combat functions, directly attacked with a cannonball. Long Zemo felt the spaceship flip over and lose control. The cube bubble Luo Su activated the stealth skill. The 2 quickly left the cabin, and a few seconds later, the spaceship crashed to the ground and exploded. In the cabin of the enemy plane, more than a dozen people cheered in unison. Only a man with a sinister look was very calm. He wore a mask on the left side of his face, and a small scar was exposed on his chin. Everyone be quiet. He raised his hand and shouted. Everyone fell silent. The system did not prompt to complete the task, which means that Luo Su is not dead. The masked man narrowed his eyes and said, No way, her spaceship crashed. Is she indestructible? Someone raised an objection. She should be dead. Her location is no longer displayed on the map. Someone else said, I can't see her location here either. She should be dead. I guess it's the system prompt delay. Someone added. At this moment, the 2 people in the corner fell silently, and their bodies disappeared. Unknowingly, 4 people were missing from the crowd. Everyone, come and have a look. There are no other aircraft on the radar, and no information about other people. The person driving the spaceship said. Others also went to have a look. No one noticed that the 2 people at the back suddenly disappeared. Everyone, wait a minute. The masked man noticed something was wrong. How many people were originally in our cabin? Why do I feel like there are fewer people? Someone stood up and said, there are 19 people on our ship. Everyone counted and was immediately confused. 13? Yes, I counted 13 too. The masked man looked solemn. He used a group attack skill and found no damage value in the cabin. Are they not in this cabin? The long-range attack can be silent and kill 6 of us. It seems that their strength should not be underestimated. Start the spaceship and attack the nearby airspace indiscriminately, the masked man said. Luo Su released the turtle to attract everyone's firepower. She and Long Zimo killed 2 more people in perfect harmony, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. Ah! 2 more people are missing. Everyone panicked, and there was a commotion in the cabin, with skills blasting everywhere. Luo Su and Long Zimo took advantage of the chaos and quickly killed 5 or 6 people with the speed of teleportation. In addition to the masked man, there were 3 other people at the scene, hiding in the corner and trembling. The masked man attacked, but still couldn't find the enemy. He was afraid and took out a prop to crush it. Schwa. He also became invisible. But he was not immune to damage. Luo Su used a skill to attack the group, and the damage value floating above his head exposed his position. Long Zimo locked onto the masked man and pestered him. Luo Su quickly eliminated the 3 players of the same level. Only the last enemy was left. There were still 2 minutes of invisibility time. Chapter 408. Luo Su opened his eyes. The enemy's information bar was displayed. Lung Daoba, one of the 8 masters of the plunderer camp, good at invisibility, critical strikes, sneak attacks, and mental attacks. The biggest killer move, ignoring the opponent's health, one-shot kill, disadvantage, close combat. Luo Su sent out a skill combo. Ice Domain. Hurricane Fury. Super Harvest X10 combo. The skill damage is not high. Long Zimo directly activated the power of the star. Bang! Lung Daoba lost 1/3 of his health in one go, and his invisibility effect failed. He hurriedly summoned his pet sunflower to assist in healing. Long Zimo released a smaller version of the Black Dragon to deal with its sunflower. Lung Daoba was shocked. Black Dragon? You, who are you? Could it be? Could it be that person? Back then, more than a dozen of them couldn't kill him together. In the end, he was seriously injured and escaped. There has been no news for so many years, and people thought he was dead. But now, his pet Black Dragon appeared. His sunflower's health value of 200,000 was killed in 1 second. Scarman felt something was wrong. He took out a prop and was about to crush it. He was discovered by Luo Su in time and confiscated it using the power of space. Roar. The Black Dragon roared, and a cloud of black mist lingered in front of it, and a tall figure appeared in front of Lung Daoba. Ah! After seeing Long Zimo's appearance, he turned pale and his eyes widened. He said in a trembling voice, Wang Emperor? You are really not dead? The Black Dragon sprayed a cloud of black mist, which wrapped around Lung Daoba's throat. Long Zimo released the power of the stars and controlled his body. Lung Daoba was unable to move, his throat was tightened, and he made a painful sound, his face was flushed, and his eyes were terrified to the extreme. If you tell me where Huangdu is now, maybe I can spare your life, Long Zimo said in a cold voice. Lung Daoba blinked desperately to show his agreement. Long Zimo stuffed a black object into his mouth and said, The energy bead of the Black Dragon, if I don't help you take it out within 12 hours, you can wait to be blown to pieces. After saying that, he let him go. Cough, cough, cough. Lung Daoba knelt on the ground and coughed violently. I will take you to Huangdu. Please let me live. My clan will go into exile and never come back. Long Zimo snorted coldly. That depends on your performance. Lung Daoba stood up. Let's set off now and take you to Huangdu. He drove the spaceship and drove quickly towards the Red Sea. Luo Su and Long Zimo looked at each other, then one on the left and one on the right, and now beside Lung Daoba. This made Lung Daoba's already trembling legs tremble even more. He stammered to explain. The entrance to Huangdu is in the depths of the Red Sea. The spaceship flew to the vicinity of Crescent Island, switched to diving mode, and then plunged into the sea. As it continued to go deeper, the light around it dimmed. Lung Daoba turned on the spaceship's external lights. After a long time, he finally dived to the bottom of the sea. There was a circular square paved with stones here. The spaceship slowly stopped in the center of the square. A strange wave was scanning the spaceship. Identity confirmation in progress. The owner of the spaceship, Pavilion Master Lung. Please conduct identity verification. Pupil verification passed. Consciousness verification passed. Transmitting for you. Luo Su and Long Zimo looked at each other, and suddenly felt the light in front of them brighten, and the spaceship arrived at an airport. Welcome Pavilion Master back to Huangdu. After the spaceship stopped, Lung Daoba begged, Emperor Huang, we have arrived in Huangdu. Please help me remove the bomb in my body. Long Zimo sneered. Why are you in such a hurry? We will release you after we leave safely. Lung Daoba was speechless. He knew that the other party was cheating, but he could do nothing. His life was in the hands of others. Who is in power in Huangdu? Long Zimo asked him. Long Xiangqian. Lung Daoba said. Long Xiangqian? Long Zimo was shocked. Back then, this Long Xiangqian was his uncle. He had supported him since he ascended the throne at a young age. I didn't expect that everything was an illusion. Take me to see him, Long Zimo said. But he is recuperating in seclusion and won't see anyone, Lung Daoba said with embarrassment. Recruiting? Has he changed his career to cultivating immortals? Long Zimo thought it was ridiculous. He has been in poor health in recent years. I heard that he took his son's body and just transplanted a replacement brain. It's still in the running in stage. I can't find him, Lung Daoba explained. Luo Su was surprised. Is it possible? When a person gets old and his body ages, he changes to a younger body and then transplants his brain. This is exchanging his son's life for his own life. This old man is really cruel. Then take me to the core base of the game, Long Zimo said. Lung Daoba was shocked. You want to go to the core base? What do you want to do? Long Zimo stared at him and whispered, I can detonate the Dragon Ball poison pill at any time. Do you want to try it? Long Zimo said, quietly urging the star power. Lung Daoba only felt a burning sensation in his abdomen and was immediately panicked. He hurriedly said, No, I take you there now. Chapter 409. Lung Daoba gave each of them a black robe. Put on this black robe, put on the hat, follow me. Don't let anyone see anything unusual. Luo Su and Long Zimo put on the large black robe, covered half of their faces with the hat, followed Lung Daoba, and got off the spaceship. Master Lung. Master Lung is back? People nearby greeted him. Lung Daoba just nodded and hurried past, followed closely by two men in black robes. This black robe can be said to be the uniform of ordinary subordinates, and everyone is used to it. They walked out of the parking lot, passed through a hall with only a few people, and entered an elevator. Lung Daoba pressed F12, and the elevator started slowly. Luo Su found that this elevator was not going up, but down, and stopped at the -12th floor. They got out of the elevator, and came to a light metal door. A prompt sounded. Ding, please show your pass. Lung Daoba took out a golden card, scanned it, and identified it. Master Lung is applying to enter the main base. Please select the reason for entering the core base of the game this time. 1. Daily maintenance. 2. Bug elimination. 3. Extract energy once a month. 4. Upgrade program. Lung Daoba chose 3. Extract energy. He hasn't extracted energy this month, so he has an excuse to enter. Allow access. A light gate opened on the first door, and they were teleported to the second door. There was a sign on the door, Energy Extraction Room. Only I can go in. You wait for me outside. Lung Daoba whispered. Long Zimo nodded. He turned on the access control system. Verified fingerprint, passed. Verified pupil, passed. Lung Daoba, I will stay in there for 30 minutes. Long Zimo nodded, and watched Lung Daoba disappear into the second light gate. Luo Su looked at the light gate and asked Long Zimo, he will not do anything after he leaves our sight. He dare not, I can detonate him at any time. Long Zimo said, looking around, and was about to take Luo Su to find the back door. Suddenly, shua! A burst of light shone on the two of them, and they were sucked into the portal. They entered the energy extraction room. Luo Su and Long Zimo were both surprised. How could they come in without identity recognition? Luo Su quickly glanced around. This energy room was different from what she imagined. The furnishings here were a bit like a gym. Someone was walking briskly on the treadmill. Your speed attribute is increased by 100. Someone was doing weightlifting training. Your physical attributes are increased by 100. Long Zimo looked through it, and found Lung Daoba wearing a hood and sitting in an energy cabin. Luo Su found a device in front of him flashing lights, and went forward to check it out. Ding! Pupil recognition is successful, and energy extraction service is being provided for you. Please be prepared. Luo Su was surprised and very curious. I want to try this device to see what attributes it increases. A beam of light enveloped her. She felt her soul tremble. It was just a moment, And it was over very quickly. Buzz. Luo Su felt a sharp pain in his head. Ding, the map system was successfully eliminated. Ah, Luo Su was shocked and hurriedly stood up. Before he could leave the aperture range, he heard a series of prompts in his ears. Abnormal space system found. Illegal score brushing plug-in copy found. Luo Su teleported and rushed out. Bang. He bumped into Lung Daoba, who was sitting upright with a hood on the opposite side. Puff. Lung Daoba fell to the ground stiffly, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Luo Su felt his pulse. Found that he was dead. Dead? Luo Su looked up at Long Zimo. Long Zimo shook his head and said, "It's not me. I didn't touch the Dragon Ball." Luo Su reacted. "We are exposed." Long Zimo also guessed it. The two of them followed Lung Daoba all the way in, and they didn't know at which stage they exposed their identities. At this moment, the alarms around them sounded loudly. Ding, the biggest bug has been detected. The system will be forcibly cleaned up. Please leave immediately. Chapter 410. Long Zimo was shocked, and quickly put a golden protective shield on Luo Su. All the people around him had disappeared. Shua. All the lights in the room were turned off. Only a beam of white light always shone on Luo Su. No matter where she went, it followed her like a shadow. Luo Su tried the special space, and found that she couldn't go back to the novice village directly here. It seems that the space is imprisoned and can't be teleported out. Luo Su said to Long Zimo. She activated the stealth function of the prop shoes. Shua, she became invisible. The beam lost its tracking target. Ions are being released. Long Zimo secretly said that it was not good. If there are too many ions, people will die. In the previous game core base, there was no such program as energy extraction. They must have occupied the game system, and tampered with and upgraded it. Long Zimo gathered the star energy, and punched a big hole in the wall with a boom. Beep beep beep. Alarm warning, the main base of the game is under attack. A burst of alarms rang throughout the room. Su, come here quickly. Long Zimo shouted. Luo Su teleported and followed Long Zimo into the hole that had just been smashed in the wall. Long Zimo pulled open the 10-layer firewall and blocked the hole. They came to a hall. On the main screen of the hall, rows of information were being refreshed quickly. Hongyu Galaxy destruction progress. 90%, 900 trillion energy has been extracted so far. Red Mist Galaxy. The Red May algae invasion plan was destroyed. The reason is to be investigated. Hongyu Galaxy. 800 million human players on the second-level planet lost monitoring. Their whereabouts are unknown, but they can be recruited into the game normally. In the Northern Minister area, the 7 stars were severely damaged, and a large amount of labor and energy were lost. The reason is to be investigated. In order to fill the labor of the Northern Minister, the Desert Survival game, Hell Mode is opened, and 20,000 players from various galaxies are recruited into the game. Luo Su was shocked. Is this the backstage of the Doomsday Survival game? Sure enough, the fall of Jiuxing was their conspiracy. The red algae flood was also caused by them. There is a shortage of laborers, so they recruited 20,000 people to play the game? How can they manipulate the fate of others so casually? Luo Su was amazed and terrified. Long Zimo stared at the screen, heartbroken. It was like an old mother, watching her child who she had worked hard to carry for 10 months and gave birth to was taken away by someone else, and she developed a gangster mentality. I can't believe that a survival game that was supposed to benefit mankind is used by them to plunder and kill people. It's really abominable. ZMO, is there any way to destroy this game server? Long ZMO frowned. According to the previous settings, there are many game servers, and they are distributed in different galaxies. Destroying the server cannot completely destroy the game system, and it will also put the players who are playing the game in danger. Then how can we completely destroy the game system? Luo Su asked in confusion. Before Long Zimo answered, a sharp alarm sounded throughout the hall. Beep beep. Level 1 alarm warning, the main game base is under attack. Please handle it quickly. After the alarm sounded 3 times, it became quiet. We have to leave here as soon as possible. Long Zimo said. We finally got in, and we just leave like this? Luo Su said unwillingly. Long Zimo glanced around and said, this hall is full of cameras. We have to find a place to hide first. Then we need to find a way to find the core of the game, and destroy it, and then we can completely destroy the game. Okay. Luo Su agreed. The two left the hall, and there were 3 light doors outside. Luo Su and Long Zimo entered one of them. Game Data Archive Room. There is a machine about 2 meters high inside, which can be used to check game data. Luo Su clicked on the screen. It showed, check by year, check by region, check by game mode, check by designated player, check by event. She wanted to check it out, but time did not allow it. The alarm was ringing continuously, and there was also the sound of someone chasing nearby. She raised her hand and put the search machine into the space. Long Zimo had used the power of the stars to dig 2 holes, one in the ground and one in the wall, to divert the attention of the pursuers. They went down to the hole in the ground, and then pulled the carpet over to cover it. The small room turned out to be a computer room, with the words, Group 128 server written on the door. Through the server in the room, a message can be seen using the monitor. Desert survival game, this server is being used, and the data flow is currently good. Let's go, this server cannot be moved, and there are many players playing the game. Long Zimo said, opening the door of the computer room. Outside is a long corridor, and a sign the computer room is a restricted area, no entry for unauthorized persons, is posted at the end of the corridor. On both sides of this corridor are dozens of computer rooms, each of which is a group of independent servers. Luo Su checked and saw that the 126th and 124 server groups were next to it. The 2 servers were also running. One was playing the game Survival on Deserted Island, and the other was playing the game King's Trial Dungeon. She and Long Zimo walked towards the end. There were dozens of computer rooms here, none of which were idle, all running games. So many levels of games are running at the same time, covering multiple galaxies. Such a large project, how did they build it? Luo Su was puzzled. It must be the result of high-end technology and years of planning, Long Zimo said. He still remembered a little about the early stage of the game. They came to a door at the end of the corridor and found 2 people guarding the door. Luo Su and Long Zimo listened to their conversation through the door. Listen, the alarm sounded again. It is said that there is an intruder on the 12th floor. We are on the 13th floor. It feels unsafe. Don't worry, I have requested reinforcements. Besides, we have to go through layers of traps to get down from the 12th floor, and there are heavy guards at the entrance of our building. But I heard that the old emperor is back. Can these mechanisms stop him? If it's the old emperor, there's no need to panic. He's back for revenge, and will take back control of the game. The game is a big piece of fat meat. How could he possibly destroy our server? If he wants to take back control of the game, he must first take back the game brain core. Game brain core? Isn't it in the hands of the new emperor? I heard that the new emperor is critically ill, and his son is preparing to succeed him. We don't know anything. We just need to guard the server group. No matter who wins, we are all workers. At most, we just change employers. Don't you think so? Yes. Doing your job well is the key to saving your life. You stay here and I go in and patrol the computer room, the man said, turning around and walking towards the door. Shua, Long Zimo used the transparent protective shield of group invisibility. The door was opened. A man in a blue uniform walked in. Luo Su and Long Zimo took the opportunity to slip out. At this time, reinforcements arrived, the doors at the entrance of the building were opened, and more than a dozen soldiers with weapons walked in from outside. There was also a teleporter parked outside. Luo Su and Long Zimo slipped out quietly, and got on the teleporter before it disappeared. Unexpectedly, this teleporter went directly to the military camp. An emergency meeting was underway in the military camp. Everyone, hurry up, all 500 people in the 1st Battalion, gather together. Where is our battalion going to guard? I heard that the Shini family is preparing for a funeral. Now that there are intruders in the base, they are probably going there to guard. Luo Su and Long Zimo's stealth time is about to expire, so they sneak into a barracks. The people inside are also changing clothes urgently. Luo Su quietly took 2 away. Then he hid in the bathroom, changed into barracks clothes with Long Zimo, and wore identity cards. They followed hundreds of soldiers and gathered together. 10 minutes later, they got on the transporter and drove to Long Xianquan's private territory. This is a small island. The island is heavily guarded, and now with 500 more reinforcements, it can be said to be as solid as an iron barrel. Luo Su and Long Zimo were assigned to a patrol team, and followed the other 8 people to patrol the periphery of the backyard. Above their heads, several drones were flying back and forth. There were also several turrets, lighthouses, radars in the distance. Luo Su secretly thought, with this level of guard, not even a fly can fly in. Is the new emperor so afraid of the old emperor? She turned her head and looked at Long Zimo. He seemed to be patrolling seriously, and I don't know what he was thinking. Hey, what should we do next? Luo Su pulled him and asked quietly. The two of them were at the end of the patrol team, and they stopped. The time is not right, wait. Long Zimo said a few words, and then followed the patrol team in 3 or 2 steps. Luosu also followed. His face seemed calm, but in fact, he was full of doubts. The time is not right, wait, what is he waiting for? Does he know what will happen next? Chapter 411. Luosu and Long Zimo returned to the Huangdu airport. They found Leng Daobao's aircraft and drove directly into the portal. After leaving the portal, they came to the depths of the Red Sea. Long Zimo activated the underwater mode and ascended at high speed. He rushed out of the water, rose to a high altitude, and landed on the nearby Crescent Island. Back to Crescent Island, the two got off the spaceship. Luosu put the spaceship into the space, and then returned to the novice village with Long Zimo. The two hurried up to the study on the 3rd floor and turned on the computer. Zimo, we have got the game brain core. Just now at the game base. Why don't we take the opportunity to destroy the survival game? Luosu felt that the opportunity was rare. We can't destroy it now. There are still many people playing the game. If we destroy the game directly, many people will die. Long Zimo said. Luosu finally understood and asked, there may be people entering the game every day. How can we destroy this cheating game? Long Zimo said, I will check the game brain core on the computer first. If it is still the kernel I originally set, I can slowly turn it off. Luosu nodded, moved a chair to sit next to him, and watch him do it. After Long Zimo connected the game brain core to the computer, he could view all the information of the game. He first checked the game kernel based on Emperor Huang's memory, and confirmed that it was the kernel made by his previous team. Great. He rubbed his hands, looking ready to do something big. He checked the server usage, and 1/3 of the servers were idle. You can shut down these idle servers first, Long Zimo said. Luosu listened to his explanation and finally understood. By shutting down the idle servers, there will be no extra servers for the game, and new games cannot be started. You can only start a new game after the previous game is over. Then shut down those idle servers quickly, Luosu said. Long Zimo tried it, and the super password is required to shut down the server. Super password. Long Zimo closed his eyes, and carefully recalled Emperor Huang's memories about this. He thought of a set of numbers. He hurriedly tried it, and it passed. Are you sure to shut down all idle servers? Long Zimo clicked confirm. Emergency shutdown of 301 servers. 10 minutes later, all idle servers were shut down. Then, Long Zimo began to modify the settings of the game in progress. All players who die in the game will not really die, and return to reality by the original route. Luosu applauded, this is good, this is great. When players die in the game, they will not really die, but will return to the original route. Close all channels for transporting labor from the game. In order to make the ongoing games end quickly, Long Zimo reduced the difficulty of all the bosses in the game. Reduce the difficulty of all the bosses in the game by 90%. Stop the background extraction of the energy of the players in the game. Stop the destruction plan of the Hongyu Galaxy. Stop the invasion plan of the Red Algae. Stop all plans to plunder resources. Every time Luosu saw Long Zimo close a channel, he felt a little happier. Great, Zimo, after all your operations, this survival game is half paralyzed, Luosu said with a smile. Long Zimo was guarding the computer. Every time a game ended, hundreds of servers were idle. He immediately shut down these idle servers. There are currently 598 games in progress, Long Zimo said. It's tiring for you to guard like this. Why don't I let Yang Chung come up to help you? He is also very proficient in computers and the internet, Luosu said. Long Zimo thought for a moment, nodded and said, okay. Luosu called Yang Chung, come up to the study on the 3rd floor of the villa. I need your help with something. Okay, I'll be there right away. Yang Chung answered very straightforwardly. Yang Chung arrived quickly. He was still panting when he arrived at the door, so I knew he had rushed up by running. Boss, Sister Luosu, is there anything I can help you with? Yang Chung asked while panting. Long Zimo turned his chair and looked back, saying loudly, Yang Chung, right? Come and take a look at these on the computer screen. Can you understand them? Yang Chung walked closer to the computer and looked at it for a long time. This seems to be a server in an online game? Yes. It's a game server, Long Zimo said, looking up at him. He then said, now your task is to keep an eye on these servers. Once there is a prompt that the server is idle, shut down those idle servers as soon as possible. How to shut it down? Generally, servers are encrypted. Yang Chung felt it was difficult. The password is this. Long Zimo wrote the super password on a note and stuck it on the edge of the computer screen. As soon as he finished speaking, a game ended and 288 groups of servers entered idle state. He quickly shut down these idle servers in time. Chapter 412. Luo Su, tell us who is behind the game. Why did they force so many people into the game? What is their purpose in making humans kill each other? Everyone was talking at once, full of doubts. Luo Su glanced at Long Zimo and said to everyone, it's a long story. In short, they are the survivors of the natives of the wasteland planet. They want to use the survival game to plunder resources and rebuild their former glory. Everyone was a little surprised. Jiang Hao asked, survivors of the wasteland planet, it is said that their technology is very advanced, and their weapons should be very advanced. So how can we repel them? Luo Su said, their planet used to have very advanced technology, but after the explosion, most of the technological achievements were destroyed. With limited supplies, the survivors cannot restore their previous technological level. Everyone nodded. Luo Su continued, now we are gradually shutting down the survival game, and then eliminating their surviving elites, so they should not pose too much of a threat. Are you sure you can destroy their elites? Fangji asked. Long Zimo said confidently, we know after we give it a try. The official representative listened and felt that this direction was fine, but the specific plan needed further confirmation. What kind of cooperation do you need from us? Fangji asked. Long Zimo said, we will form an elite team to explore the situation first. If we need any support, we will report and apply later. Okay. You must be careful, Fangji said. After the meeting, Luo Su and Long Zimo formed a team, bringing Xiaoya, Su Imo Jiang Hao, and Hong Xiangnan from the Red Mist Galaxy. Hong Xiangnan was happy to go with Luo Su and the others to eliminate the remnants behind the survival game. Jiang Hao looked at Hong Xiangnan's rank and combat power, which were not outstanding, and was a little strange. He quietly asked Luo Su, Shell, why did you run all the way to the Red Mist Galaxy to team him up? He is not a doctor, and his combat power is not very high. Luo Su replied to him privately, he has a very powerful assistant, who can reduce the enemy's life, defense, and attack by 20%. Jiang Hao was shocked and replied quietly, it's really awesome. He finally understood why Luo Su didn't bring his own people when there were so many talented people in Sunlong, and he went to a far place to recruit people. Let's go, Long Zimo said. Luo Su led the team, and used the space record to teleport to the first-level planet. Long Zimo first used a group transparent protective shield to make the whole team invisible, but it was not immune to damage. It was only invisible for 10 minutes. They quietly came to the war zone of the first-level planet. Everything in front of them was too miserable. The first-level planet was completely crushed. Luo Su and Long Zimo stared at the last few masters of the other camp, and they were indeed the 5 pavilion masters of Huangdu. Long Zimo narrowed his eyes, and said, it seems that they want to take back the brain core. We must not let them go to Blue Star, so we must intercept them here. Luo Su said. The whole team added auxiliary status to each other, and prepared to sneak attack the opponent's camp. Long Zimo released the little turtle, and added an anti-damage shield, and the whole team had 100% anti-damage. Hong Xiangnan locked the 5 pavilion masters of the other side, and activated the Hong-style curse skill. They all reduced their health by 20%, defense by 20%, and attack by 20%. This reduced their combat power a lot. Chapter 413. Suimo and Xiaoya gave their teammates assistance to increase their health and restore blood continuously. The whole team started to attack, and first sent out several control skills. Ice Domain, Mental Depression, Domain Destruction. The 5 opponents immediately became alert. It's them. Another spiritual power sucker, Lao San, quickly cleared the negative state. You came just in time, don't bother looking for them. I take the lead. Lao San pays attention to blood. One of the tall pavilion masters stood up, activated the skills, and the anger value soared all over his body. His pet was an unknown monster holding a copper axe, and it looked quite fierce. Long Zimo had no choice but to release the black dragon to contain it. Luo Su released the fire unicorn and took Xiaoya up to ride together. Xiaoya, follow me to add blood. Long Zimo will hold the big guy, and I will fight the others behind. Okay. Xiaoya replied, and her sunflower and life tree stood guard at the back of the camp. Luo Su released all his pets, Xiaobai and Xiaohua as the main attackers, and Xiaogui and Xiaohan as the auxiliary. Voila! Her fire Kirin leaped and rushed to the middle of the 5 pavilion masters, breaking up their camp. But they were not afraid at all. After retreating more than 10 meters, they quickly stabilized and launched a wave of skill attacks towards the fire Kirin. Boom! With a sound, the fire Kirin arched its body and pounced forward. After dodging a wave of attacks, another one took the opportunity to attack one of the pavilion masters. The man was grabbed by the fire Kirin's claws with flames, and his face was immediately covered with blood and flesh, and there was also a burn effect. It looked miserable. His companions exclaimed, "Old 3. Luosu found that the one who was attacked was actually their nurse, and decisively finished off. Ice Domain. Hurricane Fury. Super Harvest X10 combo. Then 2 boulders were smashed down. Bang! Bang! The nurse named Old 3 died. The other boulder was not smashed, and was dispersed by a power-type fighter of the opponent with a powerful punch. Jiang Hao and his fox made a feint to the east and attacked in the west, and also hit the auxiliary named Old 5 half of his health. The other teammate's nurse died. They took drugs to recover health, and then quickly launched a wave of fierce attacks. Bang bang bang. Boom! A bunch of skills came over, blowing Suimo and Hong Xiangnan down to half health. Suimo and Xioya hurriedly used group recovery skills. Long Zimo and Luosu rushed into the enemy camp and fought for several rounds, evenly matched. Long Zimo also released Molters to assist. Bang bang bang. As soon as Molters came out, it sprayed fireballs into the enemy camp. The pavilion masters fled quickly before the protective shield disappeared. Destroy those 2 fire-breathing birds, someone shouted loudly. Luosu listened to Daolong and threw a huge rock. Bang! With a sound, the protective shield on the opponent's body blocked half of the damage and lost half of the health. The man took out a prop and disappeared in a flash. I don't know if he became invisible or ran away. Luosu locked the surrounding 2 kilometers and started a group attack. Ice Domain. Wrath of Hurricane. Super Harvest X10 combo. Finally solved the pavilion master with half health. There are still 3 pavilion masters on the field. The big guy that Long Zimo hit still has a quarter of his health left. Luosu loves to finish off the enemy. Super Harvest X10 combo. Super Harvest X10 combo. The 2 worked together to deal with the big guy. Looking back, they found that the other 2 pavilion masters were attacking Suimo together. Seeing that Suimo couldn't add any more health, Luosu sent him back to the novice village with a thought. Suimo, recover your health quickly and come again. Luosu shouted hurriedly. The 2 pavilion masters lost their target and turned to Luosu, rushing towards him murderously. Chapter 414. Luosu came to the study room on the 3rd floor. Long Zimo and Yang Chung stared at the computer. How many servers are still not shut down? Long Zimo asked. 40% left. Yang Chung said. No, it's too slow, we have to go faster. Luosu said. She was very worried that Daodu would be recruited into the game alone. What you fear will come true. She received a call from her mother Lu Qingyun, Susu. Daodu said he is going to join the game. Luosu was shocked when she heard it. Quick, take him back to the novice village. Long Zimo saw that her face was not right, and asked, Susu, what's wrong? Daodu is going to enter the game. Luosu said anxiously. What? Daodu is going to enter the game alone? How can that be possible? Long Zimo stood up in a flash. Yes, we can enter the game on our own initiative. Luosu thought of a way. Yes, he can enter, but he doesn't have to be in the same place as Daodu. Long Zimo said, I want to give the Black Dragon to him. He quickly exchanged 2 pet contract items. He called out Black Dragon, I have a task for you. You help protect Daodu to pass the game. Yeah. Black Dragon agreed. Daodu and Lu Qingyun came back. Long Zimo selected the pet Black Dragon and gave it to Daodu. Luosu also gave Daodu the Bucktooth Rabbit. Bucktooth Rabbit, I'm here, don't worry. Luosu nodded, exchanged another 10 or 8 items, and gave them to Daodu. Then he told him, Daodu, Mom and Dad will also go into the game to look for you, if they can't find you. You have to remember, don't be brave when you encounter danger. Saving your life is the most important thing, understand? Long Zimo also told Daodu, Daodu, when you enter the game, you must listen carefully to every game rule, so that you can pass the level faster. Okay, I understand. Daodu nodded. He was not afraid at first, but seeing the adults worried, he was also a little scared. However, with Xiaobai and Xiaohan accompanying him, and his father's Black Dragon and mother's rabbit protecting him, and there are many props and potions in his backpack, His sense of security has increased a lot. Luosu gave Dowdu the prop shoes, which would automatically adjust to the appropriate size according to the length of the feet, and could also speed up and turn invisible. Dowdu disappeared as soon as he put on the prop shoes. Luosu and Long Zimo also chose to enter the game immediately. Sorry, players at the master level are graduates, and can no longer enter the game trial. What? Luosu and Long Zimo were shocked. What should we do? This time Dowdu was facing the crisis alone, and Luosu was also panicked. Don't worry, didn't we change the rules of the game? If you die or fail to pass the level in the game, you will not really die, but will be teleported out directly. Luosu thought of this, and was relieved. That's right, I was in a hurry and forgot all this. After Dowdu entered the game, he found that this game was very different from the previous ones. The game seemed to have been revised. This time, he entered the game directly without going through the game transfer station. A loud system prompt sounded in Dowdu's ears. Welcome to the survival game. This level of the game is Dream Island. Players can pass the game and get the clearance prize by collecting 15 candies scattered on the island. Players will not really die when they die in the game, and will be punished by being demoted if they fail to get the copper set. Oh! After listening to the rules of the game carefully, Dowdu let Xiaobai and Xiaohan out. Xiaobai, Xiaohan, our task today is to find 15 candies. Dowdu looked like a little master. Xiaobai rushed up first. Chapter 415. Little brother, stay and play with us, okay? Just then, a very cute little girl came over to greet him. Sure. Dowdu answered without thinking. He was very excited. Looking at the pile of candies as high as a mountain, he thought, if he took 12 more, he would be able to complete the task. Great! He ran to the pile of candies, grabbed a handful, and put it in his pocket. But he didn't hear the system prompt sound. He grabbed a few more handfuls of candies, but still didn't hear the system prompt of getting candies. His heart skipped a beat. Could the candy be fake? He remembered what his father had said, that sometimes there are illusions in games, which come from the potential needs deep in people's hearts. The more you want something, the more it will appear in the illusion. These things are all fake. Dowdu made a quick judgment. But how to break this illusion? He remembered that his parents used fantasy beasts to lead the way out of the illusion in the game. He called Xiaobai out. Xiaobai, take me out of the illusion. He whispered. Xiaobai shook his tail. Dowdu grabbed Xiaobai's tail and followed Xiaobai slowly. But Xiaobai has grown into Dubai now. Its 1-meter tall body and snow-white wolf hair make it look very charming and eye-catching. This big dog is so beautiful. Someone exclaimed. Ah, I really want to ride it. Listening to the conversation of the children in the environment, Xiaobai was speechless and secretly thought, you are the dog, your whole family is dogs. Xiaobai squatted down and let Dowdu ride on its back. Dowdu rode on it decisively. Xiaobai, you have grown up and can be a mount pet? That's amazing. Xiaobai carried Dowdu on his back and jumped out of the mirror. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through the illusion and getting a candy as a reward. Get April 15th candies. Dowdu led 2 battle pets through 6 levels of small levels, and got 6 candies, before arriving under the giant tree in the center of the island. Awoo! Xiaobai roared at the giant tree. The giant tree suddenly moved. Shwa shwa. After a few seconds, the candies disappeared and the whole tree turned black. Dowdu was shocked. How could this be a sacred tree with gifts? This is clearly a mutated tree monster. Dowdu decisively released the black dragon, the buck-toothed rabbit, and the little firebird. 1 person and 5 beasts surrounded the giant tree and started fighting. The giant tree quickly rotated its huge crown and launched waves of attacks. Dowdu rode on Xiaobai's body, and the damage was halved. Among all the battle pets, the black dragon had the highest combat power. It surrounded the giant tree and continued to attack. The black mist that kept coming out of it made the giant tree monster enter a poison state. Dowdu and the other 4 beasts attacked with all their might. The blood-adding skills of the buck-toothed rabbit and the panda Xiaohan kept Dowdu's team at full health. As time went by, the giant tree monster was slowly killed. Ding! Congratulations on killing the boss, and you will get 10 candies as a reward. Get 14/15 candies. Dowdu was depressed. Why is there still 1 missing? The boss was dead, but he still didn't let people pass the level. This made Dowdu feel sad and depressed. There is 1 more candy left. How can I find it? Dowdu was wondering. He was 1 candy short of completing the game. He looked around and found a faint light flickering at the root of the fallen giant tree. He rode Xiaobai over. Xiaobai's front paws kept digging the ground, and finally dug up an oversized lollipop under the tree root. Get 15 of 15 candies. Congratulations on completing the game and getting a big gift package as a reward. Chapter 416. Luo Su chatted with her parents and grandmother until Master Zhao notified everyone to go downstairs for dinner. She went upstairs and called Long Zimo to eat together. When she and Long Zimo went downstairs, they met Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu delivering food to the 5 brothers and sisters upstairs. Sister Luo Su, big brother, come down to eat. Xiao Dao greeted her. Okay. Luo Su responded with a smile. After dinner, Luo Su and Long Zimo went for a walk. This time, they did not go to the river, but walked to the vegetable fields in the village. In the vegetable field, an old man in his 50s or 60s was picking vegetables. Uncle Du. Luo Su walked to the edge of the field and greeted him. Hey Su, what are you doing? Old Du stopped what he was doing. Let's take a walk. Uncle Du, have you not eaten yet? Luo Su asked. Old Du likes quietness and always likes to cook and eat by himself. He likes to grow vegetables, and usually make some light-side dishes and porridge. I picked 2 cucumbers and mixed them together. Old Du raised the 2 tender cucumbers in his hand and asked, I picked some for you too, take them home and eat. No, we've already had dinner. Luo Su said with a smile, and praised, Uncle Du is really good at growing vegetables. There are all kinds of vegetables in this field. If you want to eat some, come and pick them yourself. I have planted a lot of vegetables in this field. Just take whatever you like. Old Du said generously. Okay. Luo Su said with a smile. They chatted for a while, and Old Du picked the vegetables and went home. Luo Su and Long Zimo followed him home. Uncle Du, we have something to ask you. Luo Su said. You tell me. Lao Du said while slapping the cucumber. Do you know where the end of the galaxy is? Luo Su asked. The end of the galaxy? Why are you asking this? Lao Du stopped slapping the cucumber. I heard that this place is very mysterious, so I'm curious. Luo Su said with a smile. Lao Du saw that she was just curious, so he was relieved and continued to slap the cucumber, saying, It is said that at the end of the galaxy, there is endless darkness, where even the sun cannot shine, and it is very cold there. A place where even the sun can't shine. Luo Su was surprised, looking like a curious baby. Yes, from all the information, it's dark, cold, and the air is thin, which is not suitable for life at all, but it sends out some strange signals from time to time. Lao Du said. What kind of strange signals? Long Zimo also became interested. For example, distress signals. Many years ago, the Dreamers organization received some fragmentary signals from predecessors, who had been missing for many years. Lao Du gave an example. So strange, have you ever sent people to look for it? Luo Su asked again. Many groups of people have been sent out, but most of them can't find the end of the galaxy. Except for the Dream Team 7-10 years ago, they said they found a place that seemed to be the end of the galaxy during an interstellar exploration. Lao Du recalled. Dream Team 7? How many people were there? What happened later? Luo Su asked. Dream Team 7, there were 10 people in total. They sent the last reply, which was when they found the suspected end of the galaxy. After that, they lost contact. There has been no news for so many years. Old Du said, a little sad. He added, My son was also in the Dream Team number 7, when he was only 24 years old. Old Du said, glancing at the photo on the living room wall. Luo Su followed his gaze, and saw a big boy in a jersey, standing on the green grass with a football under his feet, sunny and energetic, looking very similar to Uncle Du. Is this a photo of your son? Luo Su looked at the photo, and in the lower right corner it was written, Du Chaoyang/2016. Yes. Lao Du nodded, his eyes moist. Luo Su took out his phone, took a picture, and said, Maybe he is somewhere else, smacking cucumbers, thinking of you. Lao Du was amused by her words, poured the prepared sauce on the smacking cucumbers, and said, Come, sit down and drink some porridge together. Luo Su looked at the 3 dishes on the table, smacking cucumbers, steamed preserved eggs, and cauliflower in soup, which were light and delicious. Luo Su was not polite, and sat down with Long Zimo. They had already eaten, but the smashed cucumber that Lao Du had was sour, crispy, and refreshing, and very delicious. Well, Uncle Du's smashed cucumber is really amazing. Luo Su tasted it, and gave a thumbs up. This made Lao Du very happy. Well, this smashed cucumber is sour, crispy, and refreshing, and it also helps digestion. Long Zimo said. Luo Su and Long Zimo accompanied Lao Du for dinner, and the 3 of them talked and laughed. Finally, Lao Du told Luo Su the location that the Dream 7 team had sent back. Chapter 417. Luo Su and his companions also heard some of the content of the phone call. Long Zimo wiped his face and said angrily, "The great changes in the outside world may be related to our shutting down of the server. Maybe we thought wrong before." Luo Su shook his head and said, "No, we did nothing wrong. On the contrary, if we hadn't shut down the server, we wouldn't have discovered that the game system has infiltrated and can control the real world." Yang Chung also said, "Yes, if we hadn't shut down the server, we wouldn't have discovered that in addition to the brain core in our hands, the game's intelligence system has evolved another more advanced core." Luo Su nodded, "Yes, the game's intelligence system wants to secretly control the real world. It's only a matter of time. We just shut down the server, so they showed their true colors in advance." Long Zimo listened to everyone's words, and his inner self-blame was reduced a little. He quickly regained his sanity, and began to arrange countermeasures. "Yang Chung, you guys are responsible for explaining the situation to the people in the village, asking everyone to stay in the village as much as possible, not to go out in the short term, not to go to the Sunglong base, and certainly not to Blue Star." "Understood." Yang Chung and several young people nodded in agreement. He called Du Yifan again to explain. He roughly explained the reason for the great changes in the outside world, which was caused by the energy of the game infiltrating into the real world and destroying the balance of the real world. "Yifan, this time our opponent is not a human, but an invisible artificial intelligence core. It can be said to be a highly intelligent existence that can control the energy in the game to influence the world. It may exist in any corner. Before we figure out how to deal with it, don't act rashly. Let everyone stay in Songlong continent and don't go out. Luo Su and I are going to go out to see the situation outside. What's going on in the base depends on you senior executives." Long Zimo said in a serious tone. Du Yifan seemed a little surprised and paused for a moment before responding, "Okay, boss, take care of yourselves." After Long Zimo explained the base, he went downstairs to find Luo Su. She was on the second floor, telling her family about precautions. Long Zimo also went downstairs to give some instructions to Grandma and Lao Zhao. This is an unprecedented crisis. Everyone who has entered the game and has supernatural powers may be controlled by the game. It is relatively safer for everyone to stay in the novice village. After the two of them finished their instructions, they left the novice village together. Luo Su and Long Zimo came to the Red Sea fishing village in the Red Mist Galaxy, Hong Xiangnan's hometown. They first came to the Red Sea and found that thick ice had formed on the endless sea. The sky and the earth were all white, which made people feel as if they had returned to the Ice Age. The temperature here is very low. Fortunately, Luo Su and Long Zimo were well prepared and wore warm clothes before coming. They entered the village and found it was terribly quiet. Frozen poultry, cats and dogs could be seen everywhere on the roadside. When they arrived at Hong Xiangnan's house, he was kneeling in front of his parents' coffins and crying bitterly. There were several young people in the hall standing by. "Brother Nan," Luo Su called out. Hong Xiangnan turned his head when he heard the voice. His face was covered with a thin layer of frost, and he looked frozen. "You're here." He stood up slowly. "Your parents. So suddenly, what happened? Weren't they fine 2 days ago?" Luo Su asked sadly. "We are in the south, and it never snows in winter, but it suddenly snowed heavily in the middle of the night last night, and the temperature dropped to -40 degrees Celsius. By noon today, the elderly and weak in the village hadn't survived, and I rushed back from the city only after receiving a call from a neighbor, but it was too late." Hong Xiangnan said, with a face full of grief. "Please accept my condolences," Luo Su said, and walked into the morning hall with Long Zimo. They followed the local customs, and burned incense, and knelt down to show respect for the dead. They comforted Hong Xiangnan for a few words, and then sincerely advised him, "The temperature here is too low, you can't stay too long, otherwise your life will be in danger." Hong Xiangnan nodded, "I understand. Most of the people in the village died in this natural disaster, and now there are only a dozen young people left in the village. When you're done with your family affairs, call us immediately, and we take you over to avoid the cold for a while." Luo Su said to Hong Xiangnan. "Okay. Thank you for coming all the way here," Hong Xiangnan said gratefully. "You're welcome. Here are some warm things for you to use. You have to take care of yourself." Luo Su left him a few heaters, which were the old-fashioned ones that were fully charged and could keep warm for several hours. Hong Xiangnan took the heater and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you very much." After leaving the Red Mist Galaxy, Luo Su and Long Zimo came to the first-level planet again. The earth here was still erupting volcanic rocks, the surrounding temperature exceeded 45 degrees, and the air was filled with a stench of sulfur. Luo Su and Long Zimo were wearing thick warm clothes, and almost died of heat. They decisively returned to the novice village, took off their thick warm clothes, and changed into loose sportswear, and then returned to the first level planet again. Chapter 418. Luo Su felt a little numb looking at the flying volcanic rocks. It's really like ice and fire here, and the Red Sea fishing village. It's freezing over there, and hot here. Long Zimo pulled her and reminded her, be careful, don't step on the smoking black magma on the ground. Although the fire is out, the temperature is still very high. Oh, I know. They walked carefully through the densely packed volcanic rock falling area. They came to a relatively high place and looked around for hundreds of miles, with fireworks everywhere, as if it was hell on earth. There are only low hills here, not a volcanic area at all. This volcanic eruption is completely caused by the game system. But before, there was no volcanic area near here, so how did they make the volcano erupt here? Luo Su was puzzled. Long Zimo glanced around and said, it may be the game system, using game energy to create hot volcanic magma out of thin air. With such a large volcanic eruption, how much energy does the game system consume to continuously erupt magma? Luo Su couldn't figure out what the reason was. Long Zimo nodded. If the game system continuously creates volcanic magma, it will indeed require a lot of internal consumption, which will increase the energy consumption of the game system. I believe that a game core with high IQ and high technology will not do such a stupid thing. So, these may not be created by the system, nor are they magma that originally existed underground. There is another possibility, that is, there are many monsters that can spew magma underground. Luo Su said his inference. Long Zimo nodded, it is not impossible. In order to verify his inference, Luo Su activated his fiery eyes and carefully looked around. It was found that there was a hole in the ground where each volcanic rock spewed out, which was fixed and repeated all the time. She locked the underground depth within 30 meters and activated the power of space to enable storage. Super storage ding, kill 10 volcanic rock monsters and reward 100 game points. Luo Su was excited and laid out the bodies of the 10 volcanic rock monsters, neatly arranged. Are there really monsters? Long Zimo was surprised. Yes, and the number is astonishing. Luo Su continued to use large-scale group attacks. Super Storage X10 combo. Another area of volcanic rock monsters was cleared, and there were still many places in the distance that were still suffering from the natural disaster volcanic rocks. This is too slow. Why don't we get on the aircraft and eliminate all the volcanic rock monsters as soon as possible? Luo Su said, and put out a small spaceship. They opened the hatch and got on the spaceship. Long Zimo drove the spaceship and took Luo Su to fight monsters. In the volcanic eruption area within dozens of kilometers, they cleared thousands of volcanic rock monsters until they were all wiped out. The Earth finally stopped spewing volcanic magma. The officials of the first level planet immediately sent a small team of planes to investigate the situation. When they found that Luo Su and his spaceship were flying above their country's airspace, they immediately issued a series of warnings and began to expel them. What an ungrateful thing. Luo Su looked at the 3 planes around him, who were doing their best to warn and expel them, and felt a little unhappy. This is normal, they are just doing their duty. Long Zimo smiled, accelerated, and quickly left this airspace area. Chapter 419. Long Zimo found a place to stop the spaceship. Luo Su and Long Zimo got off the spaceship. She put the spaceship into the space and said, let's go, we will go to the Red Sea fishing village. Long Zimo asked, do you suspect that there are monsters in the Red Sea fishing village? Luo Su nodded and said, go back and investigate carefully, maybe we can restore the original climate of the fishing village. Then let's go quickly. Long Zimo said, taking out warm clothes and preparing to put them on. The 2 of them were fully armed and teleported from the hot place to the Red Sea fishing village. The temperature difference between the 2 places was so big that Luo Su felt uncomfortable. However, in order to find out the truth, she gritted her teeth and endured it. She set up a small spaceship on the open space on the Red Sea beach. As soon as she and Long Zimo got on the spaceship, they saw Hong Xiangnan coming out of the fishing village. They opened the hatch and let him come up. Brother Nan, you are here. Luo Su greeted him. Yeah. Did you find anything unusual? Otherwise, how could you think of flying a spaceship in this weather? Hong Xiangnan asked. I have some suspicions, but they have not been confirmed yet. Luo Su smiled and said. Long Zimo circled the spaceship near the fishing village. They found that the ice in the sea was more serious than on land. It should start from the sea, Luo Su said, and activated his eyes to check the area near the Red Sea. After a circle, he finally found something strange near Crescent Island. Zemo, drive slower, it seems to be near Crescent Island, Luo Su said. Okay. Long Zemo slowed down and lowered the altitude a little, allowing Luo Su to inspect carefully. She locked a range of 100 meters in the sea and activated the function of space to store living things. Storage. Nothing was found. But it seemed that some force was competing with her space power. Luo Su's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly stopped the space power. Zemo, hurry, pull the spaceship up. Roar. With an angry roar. On the surface of the Red Sea, the thick ice layer was rapidly cracking. What's going on? What's in the Red Sea? Hong Xiangnan's eyes widened in surprise. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a big boss, and it's an ice-type attack, Luo Su said. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge monster rushed out from under the cracked ice below. Roar. With the roar of the huge monster, the white gas exhaled from its mouth quickly condensed the surrounding air into a thick layer of ice. Ah, this monster's breath turns into ice. Could it be that the drastic climate change near the Red Sea is all due to this monster? Hong Xiangnan finally understood. Just as you think, Luo Su said affirmatively. Ah, this abominable monster, how many people should have died? I must kill it, Hong Xiangnan said with red eyes, full of hatred and anger. We will help you kill this boss monster, Luo Su said, releasing the fire Kirin. Long Zemo also released the Molters and the Black Dragon. Hong Xiangnan threw a negative state at the boss. Reduce 20% HP, 20% defense, and 20% attack. Roar. The boss was furious because he had lost 20% HP inexplicably, and his attack and defense were weakened. It sprayed white gas all around, and a thick layer of ice formed in an instant. The battle pets had already started to attack the boss. Luo Su dropped huge iron blocks from the space one after another, several tons of iron blocks, smashing the boss's head and causing blood to flow. This physical attack works. Luo Su was excited. She recycled the giant iron and reused it. Her simple and crude move opened Hong Xiangnan's eyes and made him admire her. Hong Xiangnan was not willing to lag behind and sent out intensive long-range attack skills. Long Zemo activated the spacecraft's automatic driving and circled back and forth within a few hundred meters. He also joined the ranks of fighting the boss. Roar the boss was injured and lost 1/3 of his health. He was very angry and sent out a big move. Bang! With the boss as the center, a huge energy wave was emitted in all directions. The surrounding ice was shattered, and the Black Dragon and the Fire Unicorn were also seriously injured. The little turtle died on the spot, but the 100% counter injury caused the boss monster to lose a lot of blood. The spaceship was shaken far away and almost fell apart. Beep, beep, alarm, alarm. The spaceship was seriously attacked and is about to enter the self-repair stage. Please stop flying immediately. Long Zemo stopped the spaceship on Crescent Island. It's no good. The spaceship broke down, Long Zemo said. The three of them got off the spaceship. Luo Su put the spaceship into space and let it slowly repair itself. The boss kept attacking Crescent Island from a distance. Bang! Bang! The huge ice ball, like a bomb, hit Crescent Island, creating huge holes. The nearest one almost hit Luo Su and the other three, which made them feel cold all over. This monster is really fierce. Chapter 420. Luo Su decisively activated the invisibility skill. Invincible invisibility. This is a new skill that she got after upgrading to the domination rank. Invisibility makes her immune to damage for 8 minutes, and comes with a continuous blood recovery state. Compared with Daoda's previous invisibility skill, this new skill has a longer invisibility time, and also brings a blood recovery state. The only drawback is that this is a single target skill, and the entire team cannot be invisible. Luo Su herself is invisible. She sends out a series of skill combos. Ice Storm, Wind critical damage, minus 10,000 blood. Super Storage x10 combo, critical damage, reduce 20,000 HP x10. The Ice Storm skill is a tornado with an ice control effect, but this boss has an ice talent, so the ice damage to it is almost unlimited, but the Wind Tornado can still have a starting effect. From this point of view, the damage of space power is still greater. Luo Su insisted on using group attack damage. But for a boss with 5 million HP, the damage is still too little. Every time I fight a boss, I miss my magic cube, but after being swallowed by the Father of Stars, there is no such a good item anymore. Luosu lamented that the damage was too low. Now that the magic cube and the secret core have merged into one, it is even more powerful. If you want it, I can give it to you, Long Zimo said, using the power of the stars to force out a piece of colorful jade. Luosu was surprised. Is this a magic cube? Long Zimo nodded. Yes, although it has changed to a new form. After merging with the secret core, it has absorbed a lot of star power and is even more powerful. Luosu took the colorful jade and received a prompt sound. Get the Rubik's Cube. Increase combat power by 100,000. Luosu was surprised. This can increase combat power. Then you will lose 100,000 combat power? It doesn't matter, I can take the tank route to focus on defense, and you focus on attacking, so that the cooperation is better, Long Zimo said. As soon as he finished speaking, the little turtle was killed and 80,000 blood was damaged. He stepped forward, rode on the black dragon, and pulled away the boss's hatred. Luosu took advantage of the invisible time to smash the Rubik's Cube. The upgraded Rubik's Cube is more concealed. During the smashing process, it will not emit light or make any sound. Very suitable for sneak attacks. Bang long. The magic cube smashed into the boss, exploding like fireworks, and the magic core with star power was really powerful. It blew away half of the boss's health. Hong Xiangnan, who was standing by, watched the boss lose 2 million blood in an instant, and his eyes widened. He felt that in addition to providing good support, his greatest contribution was to protect himself from being a drag. Luosu recovered the magic cube and smashed it out again. Bang long. There was a loud bang. The boss lost 1/3 of his health and entered a weak period. The boss was frozen. A thick layer of ice appeared around him, freezing him. He hid inside to repair himself, and his health was recovering rapidly. Oh no, he's recovering, Luosu said, smashing the Rubik's Cube again. Hint, the boss entered a frozen state and was immune to damage for 5 minutes. Immune to damage for 5 minutes? Luosu was depressed. There was such a thing. Long Zimo released the black dragon and stood guard behind the ice. He returned to Luosu to take a breath. Susu, are you used to using the Rubik's Cube? Luosu looked up at him and saw that he was smiling. Was he asking for credit? It's useful. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Luosu asked him with his chin raised. I didn't think of it for a moment. I was so busy these days that I forgot. I just heard you talking about the Rubik's Cube and tried it. I found that I could get out of it even if I lost some combat power. Long Zimo said. 100,000 combat power, are you really willing to give it up? Luosu asked him with a smile. As long as it's what you want, it's no problem. Long Zimo said with a smile, without frowning. Luosu smiled and said directly, thank you, Zimo. Long Zimo was relieved to see her happy smile. He was worried that she would be in a bad mood because of the postponement of the wedding date. Luosu bought some battle pet resurrection potions and gave them to Long Zimo. Quickly revive all the battle pets. There are 3 minutes left, and a new round of battle will begin. The two revived all the pets and released them again. The little turtle's anti-damage shield was added first. The fire Kirin and the flame bird hovered low near the boss. 5 minutes passed quickly. The boss roared and instantly shattered all the frozen ice. Hong Xiangnan was quick and sent out a weakening skill. The boss's attributes were weakened by 20%. But the weakened boss was naturally fierce, and 400 HP made people despair. Luosu sighed, this boss seems to be more powerful than before. While she was talking, she had already thrown the Rubik's Cube. The boss seemed to have noticed it long ago, and broke through the thick ice, and went into the sea. Luosu recovered the Rubik's Cube, locked the deep sea 1,000 meters away, and enabled long-range attacks. Super Storage X10 Combo. Super Storage X10 Combo. The boss suddenly rushed out of the water, and a wave of circular attacks spread around. Puff puff puff. Countless ice balls fell one after another. Hong Xiangnan was hit by a careless move. Luosu brought him into the space. Brother Nan, there is a treatment device here, you should recover first. Luosu hurriedly closed the space and found that Long Zimo was fighting with the boss with the black dragon, and was already injured. While the battle pets and Long Zimo attracted the boss's attention, she threw the Rubik's Cube again. Bang! The target's health was reduced by half. She moved quickly, retrieved the Rubik's Cube, and threw it out again. Bang! Reduced the HP by half. The boss still had 800,000 HP. At this time, the boss turned red, as if he was full of anger, and the damage was also very terrifying. Boom! A big move. It killed all the pets instantly, and Long Zimo only had 1/3 of his HP left. He tried his best to take medicine to recover HP. But he did not retreat, and guarded in front of Luo Su. Luo Su's eyes were hot, and he quickly revived the fire Kirin and rode on it. She rode the fire Kirin and rushed towards Long Zimo. Zimo, quickly revive the black dragon, I hold it back. The fire Kirin leaped over the boss's head, and spit out a long fire snake. This boss was born with an ice talent, and was afraid of fire. It couldn't dodge, and was forced to retreat by the flames. Luo Su took the opportunity to smash a Rubik's Cube. Bang long. The target's health is reduced by half. Bang long. The target's health is reduced by 2/3. Bang long. Ignore the target's defense and kill instantly. With the last blow, the boss exploded and died. Huge energy exploded on the Red Sea, forming a hot air current that quickly melted the nearby ice. The surrounding temperature quickly warmed up. All the ice on the surface of the Red Sea melted. The temperature in the surrounding villages also gradually rose. The few survivors in the village walked out of the village, knelt down on the beach, and bowed to a black dragon and a fire unicorn on the Red Sea to express their gratitude. They thought it was a god who came down to earth to save them. Chapter 421. Luo Su and Long Zimo left the Red Sea and returned to the novice village. The villagers gathered in the yard, discussing something. Oh, Sister Luo Su and the boss are back. Su is back. Everyone looked at them sideways. Well, everyone is here. We brought a friend back, and he may have to stay in the village for a while. Luo Su said, and brought Hong Xiangnan out of the space. His body is recovered. Brother Nan, you can stay with us for a while. It's not peaceful outside now. Hong Xiangnan nodded in agreement, and he turned around to greet everyone. Daodu recognized him at a glance, and came over to greet him cheerfully. Hello, Uncle Hong. We can play chess together again in the future. Daodu, long time no see, you are still so cute. Hong Xiangnan responded with a smile. After he finished greeting everyone, Muyeli took him to the guest room in the village to stay. Behind Muyeli's house, there are 2 empty houses, which are specially used to entertain guests. In the planting base, by the river outside the village, there are many farmhouses, which are for farmers responsible for planting to live in. Those who can live together in the village are the ones who are close to Luo Su and Long Zimo. Hong Xiangnan is very satisfied with the living environment here. He even wants to live here for a long time. His family has all left in this ice disaster. He is alone, and living in the same village with friends like Luo Su and Long Zimo is the best choice. But he is embarrassed to speak up. Luo Su and Long Zimo have helped him a lot recently. Luo Su chatted with everyone in the yard, and didn't know that Hong Xiangnan wanted to stay. What were you talking about just now? Why are you all gathered together? Is there something important? Luo Su asked Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded and said, well, the blue star has become a furnace, the temperature is frighteningly high, and all our Chinese people have already hidden in the Dragon Continent. There are also other people from the 9 stars, who live in the Western Hemisphere. It is said that many people have died. Luo Su was surprised. He didn't expect the weather to deteriorate so quickly. Then didn't they ask China for help? Luo Su took a sip of tea and asked. I asked for help, but without your consent, the authorities dare not let anyone in. After all, Sunlong Continent is your private territory. Jiang Hao said. Oh, Luo Su said, looking at Long Zimo. Ask, do you think that if I let the rest of the 9 stars in, will it cause chaos? Long Zimo shook his head. Personally, I think it's better not to bring them in. After all, the rest of the 9 stars have different ideas from us Chinese. Maybe we can go to Blue Star to investigate, and see what causes the temperature to rise. Maybe there is a big boss hidden there? Luo Su nodded. It should also be affected by the game energy. Don't worry, you have been running around for several days. Take a good rest, and eat something to replenish your energy. Don't get too tired. Long Zimo said with concern. Yeah, I haven't seen you for dinner for several days. Next time you go out, you must take me with you. Jiang Hao made tea for them. Luo Su took out hot food and drinks from the space. Hong Xiangnan came over just after checking the room. Brother Nan, come, let's eat together. The boss was so hard just now, I'm really tired and hungry. Luo Su invited Hong Xiangnan to come and eat together. Okay. Hong Xiangnan was not polite, and sat down to eat with Luo Su and the others. He was already starving. He rushed back to his hometown from the city without stopping. He didn't sleep for 2 days, and didn't eat a few bites of food properly. The meal was very rich, with 5 dishes, 1 soup, and free drinks. In such a chaotic world, it was rare to have a hot meal, but this small village seemed like a paradise. Everyone felt at ease and happy. Hong Xiangnan hurriedly ate his meal, and told Long Zimo and Luo Su about his idea of staying. Okay, then stay, but the villagers here all have to work. Someone will make arrangements when the time comes, and you just follow everyone. If there is a need to fight, we will notify you separately. Luo Su agreed to let him stay and explained. No problem, I can do any work. Hong Xiangnan said with a smile, as long as there is work to do, he will feel more at ease. He can't live here for nothing. Long Zimo said to Hong Xiangnan, the village organizes dungeons every day. You can also level up with everyone, earn points, and improve your strength. As long as we abide by the law, we have a high degree of freedom. You will get used to it slowly. Hong Xiangnan nodded. He used to be a loose cultivator. Now he feels like he has found an organization. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while, and Luo Su went back upstairs to take a nap. At 3 or 4 in the afternoon, someone from the Chinese government called. It was about whether to take in other people from 9 stars. Luo Su replied that they would not take them in for the time being. She and Long Zimo went to Blue Star in the afternoon to find out the cause, and see if the high temperature problem could be improved. After hanging up the phone, Luo Su went downstairs. Long Zimo, Jiang Hao, and the other 3 were still drinking tea and chatting in the yard. The official called about taking in other people from 9 stars. Luo Su sat down next to Long Zimo. Long Zimo made her a cup of tea. Have you rested well? I'm refreshed after a nap, haha. Luo Su smiled. Then let's go to Blue Star later. Long Zimo said. Take Suemo with you. Now that he is not bound to Daodu, his blood recovery skill is gone, and invisibility is not a group skill. It's not easy to use. A doctor is still needed at critical moments. Luo Su said. She gave the bucktooth rabbit to Daodu before, and never took it back, so she didn't have a battle pet that could add blood. Long Zimo's black dragon refused to obey Daodu, a little brat, as its master. After helping Daodu pass a game, it returned to Long Zimo's side. Fantasy beasts are just like humans. The more capable they are, the more tempered they are. This is the only way to go. Jiang Hao started a team and assembled the members. In addition to Jiang Hao, the team also includes Luo Su, Long Zimo, Hong Xiangnan, and Suemo, a total of 5 people. Before everyone set off, they added buffs to each other, and Jiang Hao transferred the captain position to Luo Su. Luo Su led a small team and teleported to Blue Star. Chapter 422. Luo Su's team went to Blue Star. Blue Star is really hot, with the surface temperature reaching 70 degrees. Other people from the 9 stars living in the Western Hemisphere suffered from heat stroke in large numbers. Luo Su came to the center of the highest temperature, where the surface temperature reached 85 degrees, which was very scary. If it weren't for the spaceship, they would hardly stay there for more than 10 minutes. The temperature here is much higher than other areas. There must be something strange. Long Zimo glanced out the window. The air conditioner was on the spaceship, but it was still very stuffy. Luo Su activated his fiery eyes, and found a layer of fiery red air on the ground. There seems to be something heating up under the ground. Maybe it's a fire monster? Luo Su said, locking onto the depth of 100 meters underground and starting the storage function. Super storage ding, 200 fire crystals are obtained. Fire crystals. Luo Su took out a small piece from the space. Although it was only the size of a fist, the temperature was ridiculously high. Everyone looked at the fiery red crystal in the stainless steel container, and was amazed. What is this? Jiang Hao asked first. It's the fire crystal that was brought up from underground. Luo Su said, looking at the fire crystal carefully. Fire crystal is somewhat similar to red crystal, but the difference is that it keeps burning from the inside to the outside, and is wrapped in a layer of red flame. It has a strong energy fluctuation, but the energy inside is very unstable and easy to explode. Long Zimo's perception ability came into play. Luo Su tried it, and found that it could be fused, so she was relieved. She continued to collect the fire crystals underground, and then started infinite fusion. I don't know how these fire crystals appeared, but in just a few days, they appeared on the blue planet in large areas. Although these fire crystals are buried underground, they are not too deep. The deepest is only more than 10 meters, and the shallowest is only more than 1 meter deep. So the temperature of them that penetrate the surface is frighteningly high. I can collect these fire crystals. I can collect them within a radius of 5 kilometers. The spacecraft stops every 7 or 8 kilometers. This is the most efficient way. Luo Su said. This is easy, I drive the boat. Jiang Hao volunteered. They spent a day, and finally cleared the fire crystals in the central area. The overall temperature of Blue Star dropped by a few degrees. Sure enough, the temperature has dropped, which shows that our efforts are in the right direction. Jiang Hao said. We will continue tomorrow. It will probably take a few days to clear all areas. Long Zimo said. Okay. Luo Su nodded. Before dark, they returned to the novice village. After today's survey, there are no monsters to fight on Blue Star. You don't have to go with me tomorrow. Zimo and I can go. Luo Su said to Jiang Hao and the others. Okay, then we go to the dungeon tomorrow. Jiang Hao said. Suemo also agreed. Well, after the dungeon is finished tomorrow, I can continue to study potions. Everyone walked into the restaurant while chatting and had dinner together. After dinner, they went back to their respective residences, and Luo Su and Long Zimo returned to the living room on the 3rd floor. Luo Su watched the fire crystals in her pocket fuse, and a total of 2,000 high-level fire crystals were obtained. She took out one of the fused fire crystals and showed it to Long Zimo. Zimo, this is the high-level fire crystal after fusion. Long Zimo took the fire crystal and observed it carefully, and was very surprised. I didn't expect that after the high-level fusion of this fire crystal, the temperature was restrained, and the surface was not so hot to the touch, and the fire energy contained in it was very high and stable. It is a high-level material for strengthening weapons. Yes. Luo Su used her piercing eyes to see the use of this high-level fire crystal. I didn't expect that after a trip to Blue Star, I would have such an unexpected gain. Luo Su took out the weapon she was equipped with, and began to try to strengthen it. To strengthen the weapon for the first time, only 2 high-level fire crystals were needed. She put 2 on and strengthened the weapon. Ding! The weapon was successfully strengthened to level 1, attack plus 5, and an additional 1% fire damage effect. After strengthening, the weapon had some red flame patterns on the surface. After strengthening, the appearance of this weapon has changed, which is pretty cool. How are the properties? Long Zimo asked. Level 1 strengthening, weapon attack plus 100, additional fire damage effect. Luo Su said. Long Zimo nodded. That's not bad. Continue strengthening. Luo Su continued to strengthen. Level 2 strengthening requires 4 high-level fire crystals. Ding! Weapon level 2 strengthening is successful. Attack 200, with 3% fire damage effect. Luo Su continued. Strengthening was 100% successful before level 10, but from level 11 onwards, failures occurred. Ding! Weapon level 11 enhancement failed. 80 high-level fire crystals lost. She enhanced the weapon to the top level 15, and has consumed 1,000 high-level fire crystals. Ding! Weapon level 15 enhancement succeeded. Attack plus 2,000, additional 20% fire damage effect. Weapon enhanced to level 15, attack plus 2,000, additional 20% fire damage effect. Consumed 1,000 high-level fire crystals. Luo Su said. Not bad, it also has such high fire damage. Long Zimo said. Luo Su took out the remaining 1,000 high-level crystals. Zimo, you should also strengthen your weapons. You still have half of the fire crystals. Long Zimo took out the double axes and strengthened all the fire crystals in one go. My success rate is lower. 1,000 fire crystals are only enough to strengthen to level 13, and the attributes add 1,500 attacks and 15% fire damage. After strengthening, the double axes glowed red, and it felt that the power was greatly enhanced. Luo Su said, it doesn't matter. We will go to Blue Star tomorrow to continue collecting fire crystals. At that time, we will strengthen all the equipment that increases attack. Chapter 423. In the next 10 days, Luo Su and Long Zimo collected fire crystals on Blue Star. Not only did they solve the problem of high temperature on Blue Star, but they also strengthened their equipment. The high-level fire crystals can enhance fire damage when enhancing weapons and jewelry, and enhance fire resistance when enhancing armor. Now the equipment of Luo Su, Long Zimo, and Daodu's family of 3 has been enhanced to level 15. Luo Su enhanced the equipment of more than a dozen residents in the village, and the 5 senior executives of Songlong to level plus 10. There were more than 1,000 fire crystals left, which Luo Su kept for backup. Luo Su thought that after the high temperature crisis on Blue Star was resolved, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, a new situation occurred, and this time it was more serious. In the middle of the night of the second day, Luo Su and Long Zimo were awakened by Daodu's crying. What's wrong with Daodu? Something happened. Let's go downstairs and take a look. Luo Su and Long Zimo came to Daodu on the second floor, and found that he was in a nightmare state, and could not be awakened no matter what. What's more terrifying is that Luo Su's parents and grandmother are in the same situation as Daodu. ZMO, they can't have nightmares at the same time. Something must have gone wrong. Is there any radiation in the house? Or food poisoning? Luo Su felt something was wrong. Call Sumo and ask him to come over and help. Long Zmo said, dialing Sumo's number. No one answered. Luo Su called Xiaoya, but no one answered. Maybe they were sleeping too deeply, and didn't hear the ringing. I go find them. Long Zmo said, and hurried downstairs. Okay. Luo Su saw that the whole family was in a bad state, so she thought about calling her uncle, and asking him, and Aunt Suehua to come over to help take care of the family. Unexpectedly, Wang Dajiang and He Suehua didn't answer the phone. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and she sent a message in the novice village group, but no one responded. She called several young people in Muyeli, but still no one answered. She looked at Daodu, who looked like she was possessed by a nightmare, and her heart was broken. Daodu, wake up. Don't be afraid, Daodu, mom is here. She hugged Daodu to comfort him. But Daodu was still asleep, and the extreme surprise made a layer of cold sweat seep out of his forehead. Just then, her cell phone rang. It was Long Zmo calling. Suimo and Xiaoya also had the same symptoms as Daodu and the others. I suspect it's the game system that's causing the problem, like some kind of mental attack. Long Zmo said on the phone. Mental attack? Luo Su was surprised. Yes, remember the fake princess from the first level planet last time? Her mental attack skill is to invade other people's brains, and then design other people's dreams to make people mentally disordered. Long Zmo said. Luo Su thought of that incident, and felt a chill on his back. Look at other people in the village, do they have the same symptoms? Luo Su wanted to know what conditions the other party used to select the target of attack. Okay, I check it out. Long Zmo said, and hung up the phone. Luo Su hugged Daodu, and kept comforting him, and he seemed to calm down a little. But the situation of Grandma and her parents was a little bad. Fortunately, this situation only lasted for 10 minutes, and everyone woke up. Long Zmo just came up from his grandma's room, looking a little tired. Everyone in the village was attacked by the spirit at the same time, including Hong Xiangnan, who just came, my grandma and Master Zhao. In the whole village, except for the two of us, only Sumo's 3-year-old daughter slept soundly, and didn't seem to have a nightmare. Luo Su was puzzled. That's strange. The two of us are fine. It may be that our mental power level is high, so we are not affected. But how come Sumo's daughter is not affected? She is not a psychic. Her mental power is the same as that of an ordinary person. Long Zmo suddenly thought of a possibility. Psychic. The target of the system's attack is psychic. Because the skills and talents of psychics are closely related to the game system, it is actually very easy to control or attack psychics. Luo Su felt terrified when he thought of this connection. If this mental attack is only aimed at psychics, then it makes sense. Sumo's daughter has not entered the game, and is not a psychic, so everyone in the village is trapped in the nightmare illusion, except her. Long Zmo expressed his analysis. Luo Su thought it made sense, and said, we have to find a way to stop this situation. Luo Su was holding Daodu and discussing with Long Zmo in the living room on the 2nd floor. At this time, the whole family woke up. Luo's father and mother heard some noise in the living room, got up to check, and found Luo Su and Long Zmo in the living room on the 2nd floor. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was more than 2 o'clock in the morning, which was strange. Luo's mother asked, why don't you two sleep in the middle of the night? Mom, do you remember what nightmare you had just now? Luo Su asked her. Lu Qingyun was surprised. How do you know I had a nightmare? Luo Hongwo looked at Lu Qingyun in shock. Why did you have a nightmare too? Luo Su hurriedly calmed them down and said, Mom and Dad, listen to me. Everyone in the village had a nightmare just now. Just like you, we were awakened by Daodu's crying, and then we ran downstairs to see it. Long Zmo took over the topic. We suspect that this is a mental attack, but we haven't found out who did it yet. It was indeed a mental attack. I thought I was the only one targeted and attacked. I didn't expect that the whole village was also attacked. So the opponent's mental power is really terrifying. You must be careful. Lu Qingyun said. We will discuss the specific countermeasures tomorrow. It's late at night. Dad, Mom, Grandma, go to bed quickly. Luo Su hugged Daodu and said, let's take Daodu to the 3rd floor to sleep. Okay, go to bed quickly. Lu Qingyun stood up and said. Back in the room on the 3rd floor, Daodu fell asleep as soon as he touched the bed. Luo Su and Long Zmo were not sleepy at all. Zmo, there is another possibility. We are fine. It may be that the strength of the master level is beyond the control of the system. Do you remember? After we became masters, we don't need to enter the game anymore. Luo Su thought of another possibility. Long Zimo nodded. That's also possible. Then we must upgrade Daodu and the elders to the master level as soon as possible. Luo Su gave it a try. The next morning, Du Yifan called and said that everyone in the base had a terrible dream last night, and even he himself had experienced it. Boss, I don't think this matter is that simple, so I discuss countermeasures with you. Du Yifan said. Long Zimo said, the same situation in the novice village. We suspect that it is the game core system that is targeting all the superpowers. Before we find the game core, the only solution we can think of is for everyone to brush more dungeons every day and upgrade their levels to the domination level as soon as possible. Luo Su added, we are both at the domination level, and we are not affected at all, and we didn't have any nightmares. Du Yifan understood what she meant. I will ask people to urge everyone to actively level up in dungeons every day. After hanging up Du Yifan's phone, Long Zimo fell into deep thought. Luo Su wanted to upgrade Daodu's level to the domination level as soon as possible. Because after reaching the domination level, you don't need to enter the game. She asked Daodu to share his personal information. After reading Daodu's personal information, Luo Su said to Long Zimo, Daodu is still short of 100 million survival points to upgrade to the domination level. Then try everything to upgrade Daodu first. Long Zimo said firmly. At present, the fastest way to earn survival points is to play the daily dungeon. Luo Su spent all his points to upgrade the dungeon to the SSS level. After the upgrade, everyone can play the dungeon twice a day and pass the ultimate mode with the highest difficulty. Each time, there will be 5 million survival points reward, and twice a day will be 10 million survival points. In this way, Daodu only needs to play the dungeon for 10 days to upgrade to the dominant level. I really hope that these 10 days can be spent peacefully. Luo Su said with a worried look on his face. Chapter 424. 10 days is neither long nor short. It should have passed in the blink of an eye, but because the collective nightmare lasted longer and longer, it felt like a year. On the 5th day, the nightmare lasted 3 hours a day. And this nightmare mental attack has side effects. At first, everyone just felt listless and physically tired the next day. Later, neurasthenia, migraine, insomnia, and serious cases of mental disorder and even amnesia began to occur. Day 6 morning. Luo Su and Long Zimo were in the conference room of the Hidden Dragon base, discussing the nightmare with everyone. The purpose of the game core may be to wipe out all the superpowers. Instructor Witty said. If that's the case, it would be terrible. Du Yifan sighed. Su Jin said, at present, except for those young children who have never entered the game, more than 80% of humans are superpowers. Wouldn't that kill a lot of people? Luo Su shook his head. Their purpose should not be to wipe out most of the human race. Since they can control the psychics, it means that it is easy to kill them. But the game system did not kill the psychics directly, but carried out mental attacks, which means that they have other purposes. Long Zimo nodded. I also agree with Luo Su's opinion. The system did not kill the psychics directly. It may have other purposes. From the current situation, the sequelae of nightmares is mental disorder. If it continues like this, it is very likely that they will lose their self-awareness. Their purpose is probably to control human thoughts and make humans their puppets. After hearing this, everyone felt that this possibility was very high and became anxious. What should we do? The game and reality are integrated, and the energy of the system is everywhere, and it is impossible to defend against it. Yes, this is helpless. We have tried it. Even if we insist on not sleeping, it is the same when we are awake. When the group mental attack comes, we will be hypnotized and enter the nightmare. Mirror, suffering from torture. Currently, only the children who have not entered the game, as well as the eldest and Luo Su, are not affected. Du Yifan said. Everyone was analyzing the current situation and wanted to find a way to avoid the nightmare illusion as soon as possible. We were not affected. There are two possibilities. The first possibility is that our mental strength is strong, and the second possibility is that our survival level has reached the dominant level. Luo Su expressed his opinion. There are very limited ways to enhance mental strength. Relatively speaking, it is easier to improve the survival level. Long Zimo said. In the end, everyone agreed that it was the hard truth that everyone should improve their level. The only way to obtain survival points is to play the daily dungeon twice a day. Luo Su has upgraded the dungeon to the highest level. Playing the dungeon twice a day can earn 10 million survival points. In this way, it is only a matter of time before everyone upgrades to the master level. However, the mental attack once a day is getting more and more serious, and has become the biggest threat to everyone. There is no good way to intervene in the mental attack at present, and the time of the nightmare is random, so it is difficult to prepare. Du Yifan said. Everyone should take a good rest, improve nutrition, add more entertainment activities, and cheer up. Su Jin made his own suggestions. This is the only way. After the meeting, Luo Su and Long Zimo returned to the novice village. Today is the 6th day, and Daodu is still 40 million survival points away from upgrading to the domination rank. There are 2,000 survival points for each survival point storage card in the points mall, but there are limited purchase conditions. Each person can only buy 100 cards, which is only 200,000 survival points. It's a drop in the bucket. Daodu can only earn survival points by playing dungeons. After playing dungeons for 4 more days, he can level up. Luo Su thought she could stay with Daodu until he was upgraded and freed from the torture of mental attacks. Unexpectedly, an unexpected situation happened at night. At 10 o'clock in the evening, she and Long Zimo accompanied Daodu to sleep. During this period, the national nightmare illusion is likely to fall in the middle of the night. In order to give Daodu more courage and security, Luo Su and Long Zimo accompanied Daodu to sleep during this period. At about 12 o'clock in the night, the nightmare illusion came. This was the 6th night, and the illusion had lasted for more than 3 hours. When Daodu entered the illusion, he kept talking in his sleep, and Long Zimo woke up. He found that this time, Luo Su seemed to have been attacked mentally. She frowned painfully in her sleep, and her pupils under her eyelids moved quickly, looking very anxious and frightened. Su, what's wrong with you? Wake up! Long Zimo shook her gently, trying to wake her up. Unexpectedly, the next second, she disappeared out of thin air. Ah, Su. Long Zimo was shocked. She couldn't feel her breath. It shouldn't be invisible or something like that. She disappeared and her whereabouts were unknown. However, the situation in front of him didn't allow him to think too much. Because Daodu was also experiencing the torture of the dream illusion, this time it was particularly serious, and he had already started to have a fever and convulsions. Long Zimo was extremely anxious. He carried Daodu into the treatment cabin prepared in advance, and Daodu's condition improved a little. The little guy's hand tightly grasped his father's hand, using his little willpower to resist the unknown mental attack. At this moment, Long Zimo was unable to do anything else. Luo Su disappeared inexplicably, and Daodu was in a coma. The people in the entire novice village were experiencing nightmare torture, and were in a coma. He was worried about Luo Su, but Daodu's condition was also very urgent, so he had to stay with Daodu. He was very tormented. Chapter 425. Luo Su stared hard. But it was still dark in front of her. Her heart skipped a beat. Was there a power outage? But it was summer? But why was it so cold? Zimo? She called out. But she heard a series of echoes. Zimo. Luo Su was shocked. With such a loud echo, this was definitely not a room on the 3rd floor. She recalled that she was clearly sleeping in a room on the 3rd floor, and she was sleeping with Long Zimo and Daodu. How did she get here? Zmo, do. Another string of echoes responded to her. Where exactly is this place? It was too dark in front of her, and she couldn't see clearly at all. She wanted to take out a flashlight from the space to look at Zixia, but found that she couldn't open the space here. Not only that, all her skills and talents were useless. She felt a little panic. What the hell is this place? Just then, the sound of metal chains rang out in the place that was originally as silent as death. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if someone in shackles was approaching her. Her heart was pounding, and she immediately held the weapon in her hand and protected it in front of her. She asked loudly, "Who is it?" The sound of the chain stopped. An old voice sounded in front of Luo Su. "Luo Su, is it you? Who are you?" Luo Su was surprised that the man knew her name, and asked vigilantly. "Great, after so many years of trying, I finally succeeded in recruiting you." The old voice was filled with a hint of excitement that was difficult to conceal. "Who are you? Why did you invite me here? What kind of place is this?" Luo Su asked several questions in a row. She couldn't see him, but could only hear his voice in the dark space, like thunder, coming into her ears. "I am the Dreamer." Luo Su was suspicious and asked, "As far as I know, the Dreamer is an organization. Who are you in the organization?" "I am the founder of the Dreamer organization." The old man said faintly. "The founder of Dreamers? There are so many talented people in Dreamers. Why did you recruit me?" Luo Su was puzzled. It was a coincidence that many years ago, I planted a seed in the game system, and you got that seed. The old man said. What seed? I haven't seen it. Luo Su only had a vague understanding, and wanted to figure out the whole story. The old man suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Anyway, you are the person I'm looking for. Luo Su was a little anxious. What is your purpose? Where is this place? The old man sighed and said, This is the end of the starry sky, a place forgotten by the sun. The end of the starry sky? Luo Su suddenly realized that it was no wonder that it was so dark and cold here. Thinking of this, she shuddered suddenly. Achoo! The old man paused and sighed. I didn't expect your physique to be so poor. This place is like a hell cage. No energy can be exerted here. You are so weak, it's hard to say whether you can hold on to the end. It's a pity that I have been planning for my whole life, but I can't be gone. Luo Su felt unhappy when he heard him say that. Who does this old man look down on? Luo Su said, Who are you fooling? If any energy can't be used here, how can you summon me remotely? Fortunately, I'm not too stupid. The old man chuckled. Don't say those useless words. Tell me quickly, how can I leave here? Luo Su was a little depressed. The old man said, It's not easy to leave here. I have spent decades trying to leave here. So you don't know how to leave here? You called me here, aren't you harming people? Luo Su was annoyed. The old man said seriously, No, I called you here not only to save me, but also to save more people. Save more people? Luo Su was surprised, and looked around. It was pitch black, and asked, Besides you, are there other people here? Chapter 426. The old man said, In recent years, there have been some people who were swept into the space-time turbulence. But the temperature here is cold, there is no food, and there is no sunlight all year round, so it is difficult for ordinary people to survive. It is understandable that there is no light, but how did you survive without food? Luo Su felt strange. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the sound of flapping wings nearby, and asked in surprise, Is there a monster here? The old man smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, there is no such thing as a miracle. Luo Su looked sideways at the sound and saw a few birds with slightly glowing feathers. She was thinking about how to catch these birds without skills in space, when she heard the sound of a chain swinging quickly. Bang! Bang! With two sounds, the two originally lively and glowing birds were lying on the ground motionless. Wow, your bird hunting skills are really amazing. I admire you. Luo Su said, giving a thumbs up. The old man smiled and said, There is no way. For me, this is not just an ordinary bird, but a ration for survival. Luo Su finally understood. Oh, that's why. Just then, a bird with purple feathers on its head landed on her shoulder. She held her breath, and quickly caught the glowing bird alive. Ding, got a purple-headed bird. Rare, got 1,000 points. Can be exchanged for 50 portions of meat. Do you want to exchange? Luo Su was surprised. Points? Exchange for food? She was hesitating, and the purple-headed bird in her hand was struggling desperately. A strange voice came into her mind. Please let me go, I can be your guide. Take you to explore the dark place at the end of the starry sky. Luo Su was shocked and looked down at the purple-headed bird in her hand. A question popped up in her heart. Is this bird talking? The purple-headed bird pecked her finger lightly and responded to her. Purple-headed bird, yes, it's me. I am communicating with you. Please let me go. I am willing to be your guide. Luo Su, guide? Once I let go, you will definitely fly away. How can I trust you? At this moment, Luo Su received a system prompt. The purple-headed bird has applied to you to sign a temporary master-servant contract and become your exclusive guide. Luo Su was surprised. Is this possible? At this time, the old man next to him said with envy, You are worthy of your koi physique. You caught the purple light bird as soon as you arrived. You can exchange it for 5 portions of food. You can have a full meal. When Luo Su heard this, she realized that the purple light bird in the old man's mouth was not the same species as the one in her hand, but she was too lazy to correct him. With a thought, she agreed to the master-servant contract. Ding, the contract is successful. You get the guide Xiaozi. The contract is limited to 30 days. Luo Su's heart skipped a beat. What? Only 30 days? Isn't it permanent? She looked at the bird in her hand that was glowing with purple light, feeling that she was fooled. Xiaozi, Master, please don't be angry. The temporary contract is only 30 days at most. I promise to be loyal to you and share your worries during this period. Luo Su felt heartbroken. 30 days of use, 50 physical objects. Which one is more cost-effective? Xiaozi, of course it is more cost-effective to choose me. Not only can I guide you, But I can also help you hunt, so you don't have to worry about food. Luo Su. Hunting? That's more like it. Luo Su let Xiaozi go. Xiaozi flapped its wings and flew away. The old man felt a pang of pain. Oh, why did you let such a fat bird go? What a pity. Where are the 5 portions of food? After the old man finished speaking, he felt it necessary to remind Luo Su again. So he said, Luo Su, this is the end of the starry sky. Whether it is a human or an animal, they will only appear here if they are swept into the turbulence of time and space. The probability of this happening is very low. Sometimes it only happens once or twice a month. For someone like me who has practiced fasting, I may be able to endure hunger and not eat or drink for 10 or 8 days. But most people can't stand it, so you have to cherish every opportunity to exchange food. Luo Su nodded. I understand. Chapter 427. Luo Su thought for a moment and asked the old man, what was your original intention in creating the Dreamer organization? The old man's faint voice came. Because of the darkness, Luo Su could not see his expression, but his tone was full of nostalgia. I am from Blue Star Huagua. Back then, I traveled the interstellar space with my superb hacking skills and finally came to Huangdu. I won the first prize in the Huangdu Programming Technology Competition and was selected by the Emperor of Huang to participate in the development of a survival game for the benefit of mankind. At that time, Emperor Huang made up a lie for us. We all thought that the purpose of developing a survival game was to help humans evolve and avoid the crisis of extinction. Later, after the game was launched, it brought huge profits. Unexpectedly, Emperor Huang ordered all members of our development team to be wiped out in order to monopolize the control of the game. Luo Su was surprised. How can you be sure that it was Emperor Huang himself who gave the order? Could it be that someone else falsely conveyed the imperial decree? The old man shook his head and sighed, and said, no, it must be his order, because the Emperor's seal can be forged, but the aura and pressure of Emperor Huang cannot be faked. Luo Su didn't know the whole story of that year, and he didn't have any evidence to convince him, so he had to listen to him for the time being. Most of the 57 people in our development team died in that eradication operation. When I was developing the game, I left a backdoor program on a whim. I didn't expect it to come in handy during the escape. I hid in the game and escaped. Luo Su secretly admired the old man's meticulous mind. What happened later? The old man continued. Later I found that the survival game we developed was not for the benefit of mankind at all. After it went online, it became a tool to exploit mankind. I was very angry and unwilling, and felt ashamed for my stupidity in participating in the development of this bloody survival game. Later, I privately recruited like-minded people and secretly established the Dreamer organization, determined to work hard to help humans get rid of the control of the game. But the game itself is also an evolving system. As it becomes more and more powerful, we realize that even if we overthrow the Huangdi faction behind the game system itself is still a powerful opponent. This will be a long-term struggle. On the one hand, we use hacking technology to create various bugs in the game, so that humans can pass the game more easily and come out alive. On the other hand, we planted the largest seed program in the game, hoping that a seed player can emerge from the younger generation of humans. We focus on using various hacking technologies to cheat the seed player in the game. But such behavior is equivalent to the existence of a bug, which is very dangerous for the seed player. The old man paused for a moment and said with satisfaction, Fortunately, you are very motivated and have grown to the height we expect. Luo Su was surprised. Although she had always suspected that she had a bug, she still felt a little pressure when she knew that she was the biggest seed. What do you want the seed players to do? Luo Su asked. Kill the Emperor of Desolation, then rescue us from the end of the starry sky, and then help us destroy the game core. The old man said solemnly. Although she couldn't see the old man's eyes in the darkness, she clearly felt a burning gaze. Luo Su sighed and said, Senior, listen to me, the real Emperor Huang had already met with an accident before you were hunted down. His uncle killed him, and seized the throne. Later, he died in Huangdu, and his brain consciousness backup was almost wiped out. Later, during the interstellar escape, he was fortunate to be reborn by borrowing a body, but his consciousness was imprisoned by the spirit, and he lost his memory for more than 30 years. He only recently opened the imprisonment and recovered his memory. He began to seek revenge, determined to overthrow the survival game system. He sneaked into the deserted city, killed all those who used the survival game system to harm humanity, and shut down all the game servers. When the old man heard this, he was immediately anxious and sighed. What a fool! How can you just shut down all the servers? This will only put humanity in a greater crisis. Yes, when we discovered it, it was too late. The game's intelligent core system has begun to control the real world, causing disasters everywhere, and humanity is in danger. Luo Su sighed and said, I was originally looking for a way to destroy the game kernel with Emperor Huang. Now that you have recruited me, the situation outside will only get worse. The old man said, go explore it yourself. The old man was anxious. Then you should quickly find the exit at the end of the starry sky. Only by opening the exit and letting the sunlight break the darkness can we leave here. Only our development team can find the game kernel. You can't find it, the old man said firmly. Luo Su suddenly realized and felt something was wrong. He asked, Senior, how did you get locked up at the end of the starry sky? The old man sighed deeply and said, it was the Emperor Huang who deliberately exposed his whereabouts and led us to assassinate him. Later, we fell into his trap and were killed. Except for the 3 old people in our development team, all the others died. Luo Su was a little confused and asked, why didn't the Emperor Huang kill you? The old man said, because he also noticed the intelligent system of the game, and it has its own consciousness. He is worried that one day, the game will get out of control, and it will be disadvantageous to him. It depends on the 3 of us old people to find the core of the game and destroy it, so he locked us up in this illusion at the end of the starry sky. Is this an illusion? Luo Su was surprised. Yes, but it is not an ordinary illusion. The mechanisms inside are real and fake, and full of dangers. I guess this illusion should be set up in the edge of the galaxy. The turbulence of time and space outside makes it difficult for outsiders to find this place. Even if they are lucky enough to come in, it is difficult to get out again. Luo Su then understood the general cause and effect. He said, Senior, there is no time to lose. I will find the exit right now. We must leave here as soon as possible. Well, go ahead. I can only move within 10 meters around here. I can only leave when you open the exit, the old man said, placing all his hopes on Luo Su. Okay, take care of yourself. Luo Su said, walked out a few steps, remembered one more thing and stopped. Asked, Senior, you said there are 3 of you, where are the other 2? The old man coughed and said, they are also in this environment, but they are far apart. You may meet them if you explore all the way. Luo Su nodded, then I go. As he said, he walked slowly in the direction indicated by Xiaozi. Chapter 428. Luo Su followed Xiaozi for about 10 minutes. Because it was dark and there was no reference, she felt like she was going in circles. Stop, 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 Xiaozi, are we going in circles? How come we have been walking for so long and it feels like we are back to the starting point? Luo Su said breathlessly. Xiaozi, Master, we are not going in circles. It is easy to have an illusion here, because it is quiet and dark. Alas, this place is dark and cold, and there is no food to eat. Xiaozi, didn't you say you could help me hunt? Luo Su asked. Xiaozi, Master, are you hungry? Please wait, I will go hunting for you. Xiaozi flapped his wings and flew away alone. Luo Su thought, the game that Xiaozi brought back from hunting is still raw, how can we eat it? It's a wild mountain here, there is no pot to cook, we can only roast it raw, and we need fire. I don't know if I can release the battle pet. I was attracted by the origin of the Dream Maker before, and I was busy chatting, and I didn't check the situation of the battle pet. She opened the battle pet interface, and found that it was available. Unfortunately, Xiaowa followed Daodu. She released the fire Kirin. With a whoosh, the fire around it illuminated the scenery within a few meters. There was no vegetation here. Only mud, sand and stones. A few meters away, it was still pitch black. Unable to see the scenery in the distance, I don't know whether this is a plain or a hilly area. Luo Su retracted his gaze, and found that the fire Kirin was a little abnormal, and seemed a little manic and restless. Perhaps it was the dark environment that made it uncomfortable. At this moment, a wolf howl tore through the darkness and reached her ears. A woof. Luo Su did not feel scared, probably because she had been with Xiao Bai for a long time. She glanced around. She found pairs of blue eyes around her, emitting a faint green light in the darkness. Luo Su turned over and rode on the fire Kirin. The fire Kirin raised its front hooves and roared. Roar. But the hungry wolves around them relied on their large numbers and had no intention of retreating. The fire Kirin shook all over and threw out countless fireballs, hitting the wolves. The wolves launched a group attack at the same time. They rushed towards the fire Kirin one by one. The fire Kirin lowered its head and sprayed a string of flames. The wild wolves sprayed by the flames were instantly scorched by the scorching heat. The fire Kirin moved quickly, but the wolf pack was too numerous to defend against. The hungry wolves rushed over and bit the fire Kirin's fur tightly. After a while of tearing, blood immediately flowed, and those wolves were also burned and seriously injured. Although the fire Kirin was surrounded by a circle of flames, the hungry wolves that rushed over to bite were in danger of being burned to death, but they still kept going. Awoo! It rolled to the ground with a sound and groaned in pain. Luo Su was shocked that these wolves were not afraid of fire. Looking at the bite wounds on the fire Kirin's skin in many places, she was very anxious. Helplessly, she could not use her skills, so she could only hold the weapon in her hand and stab the hungry wolves that pounced on the fire Kirin. Batch after batch of hungry wolves fell. The battle lasted for nearly an hour before it stopped. Luo Su was exhausted. The fire Kirin's skin was covered with scars and looked miserable. But fortunately, they were all superficial injuries and not fatal. Its health was still 80%. Luo Su released Xiao Han. After Xiao Han upgraded, he could use the continuous blood recovery skill at any time without eating bamboo. While the fire Kirin was recovering blood, Luo Su made a simple torch. She held the torch and looked around. There were corpses of wild wolves everywhere, and there seemed to be hundreds of them. At this moment, she received a strange system prompt sound, like a little girl's voice. Hello, I am the administrator of the fantasy system. Because you killed a large number of wolves, you received 1,000 contribution points and an additional mysterious gift. Luo Su was surprised. What mysterious gift? Please select the gift type, food, weapons, warm clothes. She thought about it. Having just killed so many wild wolves, she should not have to worry about having no food to eat. Warm clothes are not necessary now. After all, riding on the fire Kirin is quite warm. Now that she can't use her skills, it would be best if she had a powerful weapon. Finally, she chose the weapon reward. Congratulations, you have obtained a long-range weapon. A delicate crossbow appeared in front of Luo Su, and she raised the crossbow and tried it. 3 translucent arrows appeared on the crossbow. Swish, swish, swish. With a flick of her finger, 3 light blue translucent crossbow arrows shot out quickly. Bang, bang, bang. It hit a huge rock in the distance, exploding with amazing power. Luo Su's mouth curled up. Very good, this weapon is not bad. She looked at the weapon in her hand, and was very satisfied, but at this moment, her stomach started to growl. Luo Su realized that she had been hungry for a long time. She was just about to cut some meat off the wolves to roast and eat, but she didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, all the wolf bodies disappeared. How could this happen? She remembered that the old man could eat the meat after killing the bird with an iron chain, and he could also exchange it for food. Although the portion was small, it was still edible, right? But now, she killed so many wolves, but they all disappeared, and there was nothing left except a weapon. Luo Su finally understood. No wonder there was food to choose from in the system reward gifts just now. It turns out that the wolf corpse will disappear. I don't know where Xiaozi ran off to. She said she would hunt for me. Luo Su smacked her lips, her chest sticking to her back with hunger. Fortunately, Xiaozi came back soon. He brought her 2 fat sand rats. Ding, 10 hunting points were obtained, which can be exchanged for a piece of food. Luo Su exchanged the food and got a white steamed bun. Fortunately, it can be eaten directly. After eating the white steamed bun, she checked that the fire unicorn's injury had almost recovered. She put away Xiao Han, rode on the fire Kirin, and prepared to set off. Xiaozi led the way. Luo Su remembered the disappearance of the wild wolf's body and asked Xiaozi. Xiaozi, why can the sand rats you brought back be exchanged for food? But I killed hundreds of wolves, but all of them disappeared. Luo Su asked. She was a little confused. Killing small animals such as birds and mice can earn points, which can be directly exchanged for food, while killing wild wolves earns contribution points. Xiaozi, most small animals come from the outside world and are sucked in by the turbulence of time and space. Catching small animals earns hunting points, which can be exchanged for food with the illusion system. The wild wolf you encounter is a virtual monster in this illusion. It is an obstacle to the illusion. You can get contribution points by removing the obstacle. Luo Su was overwhelmed. No wonder the old man said that this illusion is full of illusions and dangers. Luo Su sorted out his thoughts and said, so, this illusion is actually a copy in essence. There are rewards for killing monsters, and you can take other players out by finding the exit. Xiaozi nodded. You can understand it this way. Chapter 429. Luo Su rode the fire Kirin forward and soon came to a wetland. Although it was very humid here, there was still no grass. The mud under her feet became softer and softer. The weight of the fire Kirin itself, plus her weight, The soft mud had already covered its red hooves. Luo Su hurriedly asked the fire Kirin to step back a few steps and return to the ground. Xiao Zi, are you deliberately leading us astray? There is obviously no road here. Is it a swamp ahead? Luo Su glanced at the road conditions a few meters ahead and said, Xiao Zi, master, crossing this swamp is the shortest route, but I forgot that you can't fly. If you take a long detour, you will encounter a very scary boss, and we may not be able to defeat it. Luo Su thought for a moment and felt that now that she had no skills and no talent, she should not provoke the boss monster. She stroked the fire unicorn's mane and asked it if it could take her across this swamp. The fire unicorn stomped its front hooves, and with a whoosh, it spread a pair of large fiery red wings and flew into the air with a few puffs. Xiao Zi hurriedly flapped his wings to catch up. Xiao Zi, master, wait for me, I can't catch up with you. How can I lead the way? Luo Su waved his hand, put Xiao Zi into the fantasy beast warehouse, and then put it on his shoulder again. Now, can you show the way? Xiao Zi excitedly, yes, master, go east, the sun is in the east. With a whoosh, the fire Kirin flapped its big wings and flew east. After about half an hour, they came to a stone mountain. The fire Kirin slowly landed on the ground. Xiao Zi said that if you pass by here, you can have a bite to eat. There are many small animals on this stone mountain. Due to the lack of light, Luo Su can't see what the mountain looks like. There is no vegetation within a few meters around, just bare stones and black soil. Luo Su couldn't imagine, without vegetation, how can the animals here survive? At this moment, a roar. A tiger roar shook the eardrum. As a human instinct, her heart tightened. There is a tiger? Xiao Zi was surprised. When did a big tiger walk here? There was no big tiger here before. Luo Su calmed down. Let's see if we can fight. If we can't, we can run. We can fly anyway. Hui Qilin sprayed a flame in the direction of the tiger. It illuminated the scenery in front. I saw a yellow-haired black tiger standing on a stone, staring at this side. The flame made it hesitate for a moment, but it didn't scare it away. Roar, the tiger roared again. The fire Kirin shook its body and threw out several fireballs. The fireballs lasted for a while after landing, lighting up an area around the tiger. Luo Su raised his crossbow. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows were fired at once. Woo! The tiger was hit by an arrow and cried out in pain. It wanted to fight back, but it was still afraid when it saw the fire Kirin covered in flames. Ah! It cried out unwillingly, turned around and walked away with its tail drooping. The fire Kirin did not intend to let it go, and leaped in front of the tiger, blocking its way. The fire Kirin was majestic, and several times bigger than the tiger. Whoosh! The fire Kirin blew flames at the tiger. The tiger's hair was burnt, and it howled in pain and ran away. But its speed could not outrun the fire Kirin. The tiger was helpless, and rushed over angrily to fight the fire Kirin to the death. The fire Kirin raised one of its front paws, and slapped the tiger fiercely. Puff! The tiger's head was hit hard, and its body shook, arousing a rage that would rather die than be humiliated. Roar! The tiger took advantage of the situation and pounced on the fire unicorn's hind legs, biting them tightly, and not letting go. The fire unicorn kicked back fiercely, but failed to shake the tiger off. The tiger was at its hind legs, and the flames could not reach it at that angle. Luo Su raised his crossbow and fired repeatedly. The tiger was hit by dozens of arrows, but still fought to the death until it tore off a piece of the fire unicorn's hind leg meat, and it was bloody. It was also engulfed by the flames and crossbow arrows. Its fur was burned off, and it lay on the ground dying. Roar! The fire Kirin was injured in the hind legs, and was furious. It rushed forward and stepped on the hairless tiger, biting the tiger's head and throwing it out fiercely. The tiger was dead. Luo Su received a message prompt. Ding! Kill the tiger, get 800 hunting points, which can be exchanged for food. A list of food appeared in front of Luo Su, and she moved her fingers and selected some food and water. 30 kilograms of roasted tiger meat, 500 points. 10 kilograms of roasted pig, 100 points. 1 roasted chicken, 100 points. 5 steamed buns, 50 points. 10 liters of pure water, 50 points. Most of the food on this list is various kinds of roasted meat, and the staple food is only steamed buns. Fortunately, there is water, so she exchanged for a bucket. She cut off a pound of roasted tiger meat, and kept it for herself, and gave the rest to the fire Kirin. Roasted tiger meat plus 2 steamed buns, just some water, filled her stomach, and she packed the remaining food and water and put them in the player's backpack. Even if there is no food later, it will be enough for her to survive for a few days. Xiaozi also caught a few wild rabbits and pheasants for her, and exchanged them for a roasted chicken and a roasted rabbit, 5 packs of compressed biscuits, and 5 liters of water. After collecting the food, she released Xiaohan to treat the fire Kirin. After resting for a while, when the fire Kirin recovered from its injuries, she rode the Kirin to continue exploring. Chapter 430. They took a detour from the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound from the front. What the hell? Luo Su was startled. Unfortunately, it was too dark, and she couldn't see the front clearly. Hua Qilin took a few steps forward cautiously, and at this moment, there was a whistling sound from the front and back. Luo Su looked back, and saw a tornado rising from the ground behind her. To her surprise, there were also tornadoes on the left and right. They were surrounded by multiple tornadoes, and what was worse was that all the tornadoes were moving towards them. Luo Su was anxious. Xiaozi, what's going on? Have you seen this? Xiaozi, Before Xiaozi could respond, she was swept away. The fire Kirin arched its body and began to run wildly, trying to take Luo Su out of the encirclement. But the wind was too strong, making it feel difficult to move. Luo Su clung to the fire Kirin and held the rope on the saddle tightly, fearing that he would be thrown off. The tornadoes from all directions surrounded him, forming a larger turbulent wind. Luo Su was blinded by the wind. She closed her eyes tightly, and only felt the world spinning, and the sound of wind whistling in her ears. This situation lasted only a few dozen seconds, and the surroundings became quiet. Huh? Luo Su opened his eyes in confusion. It was quiet all around. Such a big tornado, it just disappeared? Xiaozi staggered back. Master, it's not that the tornado disappeared, it's that we were teleported to another place by the space-time turbulence. Ah? Luo Su was shocked. Space-time turbulence? Xiaozi, yes, in this illusion, space-time turbulence can be seen everywhere, and its location is impossible to predict. Fortunately, we are all fine and have not been teleported to any dangerous place. Luo Su nodded and was about to look around. Fire Qilin turned around and met a pair of green eyes as big as lanterns. Ah, this? Luo Su exclaimed. Xiaozi flapped his wings vigorously and was the first to escape. He did not forget to remind Luo Su, Master, run, it is the terrifying boss. This is its nest. Luo Su widened his eyes in surprise. It was really unlucky. I thought I could avoid this boss by crossing the swamp, but I didn't expect that the courier would come to my door in a blink of an eye. The fire Kirin ran around the cave, and found that the only entrance was blocked by the boss's huge body. There was no chance of escape except a fight to the death. Luo Su released all of his pets, Xiaohan and Xiaogui, and added 2 states to all of them, one for continuous blood recovery, and one for 100% anti-damage shield. Since we can't run away, we can only fight to the death. Babies, we must go all out to have a chance of survival. Luo Su looked determined. Xiaozi added a state to her. Increased the predictive visual effect by 30%. Luo Su was surprised. There is still such a state? I don't know how practical it is. She looked at the boss, and found that it actually had an extra layer of phantom. Before each action, the phantom would appear 3 seconds in advance, and then its action would be in place. Luo Su was happy. Is this the so-called predictive visual effect? She raised the crossbow in her hand, and while the fire unicorn was spewing fire to attract the boss's attention, 3 arrows were inserted into the boss's lantern-sized left eye. Directly blinded one of its eyes. Roar! The boss felt pain and roared angrily. The 4 legs as big as elephant legs stomped their feet fiercely, shaking the whole cave a few times. A thick tail wrapped in a hard shell swept over. Luo Su and the battle pets retreated quickly, thus escaping the disaster. Bang! The boss's hard tail whipped the stone wall of the cave, and cracks appeared on the stone wall. The one-eyed boss was extremely angry, and whipped his tail everywhere. The fire Kirin spewed out several fireballs, hitting the boss's huge body, burning small pits. Luo Su's crossbow was as fast as lightning, with an automatic charging effect, saving the time of reloading arrows, and shooting out densely. An arrow pierced the boss's other eyeball. This completely pissed off the boss. It raised its head and howled, spitting out a series of wind balls. The wind balls rotated quickly, and after several of them collided, they gathered into a small tornado. As more and more wind balls appeared, the power of the tornado became stronger and stronger. The huge rock that was swept in was crushed to pieces in an instant. This is a closed space. If you are swept in by a tornado, you will be crushed to pieces, Luo Su said in horror. The fire Kirin carried her, and carefully avoided the tornado. Taking advantage of the gap, continued to attack the boss. The boss raised his head again, and Luo Su predicted that it would continue to spit out wind balls. Quick, fly up and spit fire into its mouth. Luo Su gave the fire Kirin an order. The fire Kirin quickly flapped its wings and flew up, spraying a burst of fierce flames into the boss's open mouth. Luo Su also took the opportunity to shoot rapidly, and 3 consecutive arrows exploded deep in the boss' throat. Huh? Bang! 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 The boss's huge mouth and throat were burned instantly, and it let out a deafening howl in pain, swung its front paws violently, and slapped the fire unicorn away with one palm. Bang! With a sound, the fire unicorn was slapped away, and hit the stone wall heavily, feeling dizzy, and its health bar dropped by 30%. It was flying shakily, and at this moment, the tornado turned around. Chapter 431. Luo Su was nervous, but the blind boss suddenly hit him with a rattle. Bang! The cracked stone wall collapsed instantly, revealing a big hole. Quick, let's rush out. Luo Su was overjoyed. At the same time, he put the other battle pets, including Xiaozi, who was shivering on the top of the stone cave, into the fantasy beast backpack. The fire Kirin did not hesitate, and flapped its wings to fly out of the big hole in the stone wall. I thought I had escaped, but I didn't expect to enter another boss's lair, and it was a female monster, with a baby monster that looked like it had just been born. Roar. The female monster protected the baby monster under her body and roared. 2 red eyes stared at the fire unicorn that suddenly broke into its room. Luo Su slapped her forehead. It's over, this one protecting its cub is even more ferocious. She hurriedly said to the fire unicorn, Quick, fly to the cave entrance, let's get out of here quickly. The fire unicorn flew to the cave entrance at full speed, but unfortunately, the blind monster next door rushed over and blocked the cave entrance with its huge body. Roar. Roar. The 2 bosses let out a deafening howl at the same time, as if expressing an indescribable anger. Luo Su, Fire Qilin, let's go back to the next door and exit from the cave over there. Fire Qilin received Luo Su's hint, and went directly through the hole in the stone wall, and returned to the next cave. Unfortunately, the blind monster was so huge that it lay horizontally outside the cave entrance, blocking the 2 adjacent cave entrances. Luo Su raised his crossbow, and directly attacked the blind boss blocking the cave entrance. Bang, bang, bang. 3 crossbow arrows pierced the monster, and then exploded. Blood and flesh were blurred. It looked miserable, but for the huge boss, it was just a superficial injury, and it didn't hit the vital parts, so it didn't affect it much. The blind monster was actually quite miserable. Its mouth and throat were injured, and both eyes were blind. The health bar was half left. However, the mother monster with a baby next door was still very fierce, slamming her body against the stone wall, trying to rush over to attack the invader. The fire Kirin suddenly flew down to the cave entrance, opened its mouth wide, bit the monster blocking the entrance, and tore off a large piece of flesh, causing blood to flow. Luo Su took the opportunity to fire a crossbow at the wound. Bang, bang, bang. With each explosion, the wound was so deep that the bone was visible. Roar. The monster blocking the door finally couldn't bear the pain anymore, stood up, turned around, and went into the cave. He opened his broken mouth and wanted to spit out a wind ball, but he was seriously injured now, and he couldn't spit out a wind ball after breathing for a long time. The fire Kirin used the same trick again, spraying fire into its mouth once again, and Luo Su took the opportunity to finish him off. The fireball, and the power of the crossbow arrow finally killed the blind boss. Boom. The moment the boss fell to the ground, the stone cave collapsed, and huge rocks fell one after another, burying half of the boss's body. The fire Kirin had no choice but to rush into the boss cave next door. Ding! Kill the wind ball boss, get 10,000 contribution points, and get an extra special reward. Please select the reward type. 1. Random teleport once. 2. A random weapon. 3. A random assistant. Random teleport. Luo Su chose to escape without hesitation. Chapter 432. Luo Su was teleported to a new place, and the surroundings were still dark. The fire of the fire Kirin could only illuminate a few meters around. Luo Su released Xiaozi. Xiaozi, where should we go? Xiaozi flew higher. It had a unique vision, and could tell the direction in the dark. Xiaozi, Master, the bridge ahead is the only way to go, but there are poisonous bees on the bridge. Luo Su was surprised. Poisonous bees? Without group attack skills, it is really a headache to deal with monsters like poisonous bees. Luosu wrapped herself tightly, and then let Xiaohan out to keep recovering blood. Since it was a necessary path, she had to force her way through. She rode the fire Kirin onto the bridge. Buzz. A group of poisonous bees surrounded her. Those poisonous bees were all black, and each one was as big as a fist. But because they were afraid of the fire, they didn't dare to get too close, and wandered around 2 or 3 meters away. Luosu raised his crossbow, and shot 3 arrows in a row. Puff puff puff. The poisonous bees were dense, and it was easy to hit 3 of them. Ding, kill the poisonous bees, get 60 contribution points. Luosu raised the crossbow, and continued to kill the poisonous bees. The flame jet of the fire Kirin was more efficient, instantly burning a large number of poisonous bees to death. Ding, kill the poisonous bees in a group, get 2,000 contribution points. Without any danger, all the poisonous bees were quickly cleared. She rode the fire Kirin and quickly passed the bridge. At the other end of the bridge, she picked up a blind box. Luosu was curious and opened the blind box. Ding, get a ground cage key. Ground cage key? Luosu was puzzled. Could there be an underground cage in this illusion? She put away the key and continued to move forward. After crossing a stretch of sand, she came to a dark city gate. The plaque on the city gate read, Nameless City. The city gate was open. Luosu rode the fire Kirin and walked into the city. Hula. The braziers on both sides of the city gate lit up automatically. But there was no one around. There was a damp and musty smell in the air. Luosu rode the fire Kirin and walked into the streets of the city. From afar, she could hear the heavy city gate slowly closing behind her. Gagaga. She looked back. There was still no one at the city gate, which gave her a sense of weirdness. But Xiaozi was flying far ahead, and she was sure that the direction she was heading was right. Bata Tana. The spacious street was empty. It was as quiet as a dead city, with only the sound of the fire Kirin walking. Every time Luosu walked into a street, the red lanterns on the street would light up automatically. Luosu looked up at the red lanterns hanging high on the street, swaying slightly, without wind. What was even more mysterious was that it was not raining at all, but the street was wet. Luosu, Xiaozi, this place is so strange. Is it another boss's lair? Xiaozi, Master, no matter what you hear or see, don't worry about it. We just need to get through this city as soon as possible. Luosu nodded, no longer looking around, just staring at Xiaozi, who was leading the way, and concentrating on getting on with her way. She passed by the altar in the center of the city. Hula. A circle of blue flames lit up around the circular altar. At this moment, shadows appeared on the altar, as if demons were dancing wildly. Luosu looked at his nose with his eyes, and his heart with his nose, trying to keep himself calm. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom! A deafening sound of drumming. Luosu's heart was beating fast, uncontrollably following the rhythm of the drumming. When Luosu felt that his blood was boiling, the drumming stopped abruptly. Huh? Luosu concentrated, and suddenly, she heard the sound of a chain shaking. Bang, bang, bang. Help! Come and save me! An old and hoarse voice came, with a bit of urgency and desolation. Is it the 9 stars? Save me out. Save me out. I want to stop the game system's conspiracy to wipe out humans. Luosu's heart trembled when she heard it. Could it be that there is another dreamer imprisoned here? Wachilin stopped, and Luosu carefully identified the direction of the sound. It seems like a cry for help coming from underground. Luosu looked around and suspected that there might be an underground cage nearby. Sure enough, the altar rumbled and opened a hole leading to the underground. Luosu rode on the fire Kirin, and could see a staircase leading to the underground from a distance. Help! Save me quickly! The old voice came out again. I am from Guarastar. Save my father. Luosu was in a dilemma. Should he go down and take a look? This might be a trap. But it is also possible that there is really a dreamer imprisoned in this underground cage. Chapter 433. Just then, Xiaozi, who had just gone out to explore, flew back. Xiaozi, Master, the road out of the city is blocked, and even the airspace is confined. What should I do? Luosu thought that the clues to pass this illusion were probably linked together. Before, she wanted to bypass the boss and chose to cross the swamp, but was finally teleported back to the boss's room. This means that some obstacles must be solved personally before reaching the next place. In other words, she had to break into this dungeon, otherwise the passage out of the city could not be opened. Luosu, I understand. You take a break first. I have to go through this dungeon and get some clues before I can leave the city. She took Xiaozi back to the Fantasy Beast warehouse, and took Xiaohan and Fire Kiran into the dungeon. Although the entrance was a bit narrow, when they reached the first floor of the dungeon, they found that the dungeon was quite large. She took Xiaohan to ride on Fire Kiran, which could increase the exploration speed, combat power and defense. Every few meters in the dungeon, there was a lighting pillar, which could barely see the road conditions. Luo Su was in the damp dungeon passage, smelling the damp and musty smell in the air, and she almost wanted to vomit. She made a simple mask with a piece of cotton cloth to block some of the smell. The torch is on. Is someone coming in? Hurry up and save me. Luo Su heard the movement of the iron chain, and the cry for help again. She walked in the direction of the sound, turned a corner, and was suddenly attacked by a group of bats rushing out. They attacked Luo Su like moths to a flame, and seemed not to be afraid of the flames on the Fire Kiran. Luo Su hurriedly buried her head to protect her face. Chi-chi. The swarm of poisonous bees rushed over. Countless poisonous bees hit her, and took the opportunity to bite her. She felt her clothes being bitten again and again. Fortunately, Xiaohan was sitting behind her, and kept slapping the bats off her body with his palm. The flames sprayed by the fire unicorn burned a large number of bats to death. The few remaining ones took the opportunity to bombard them, and flew out to the prison exit. Ding! Kill a group of bats, get 800 contribution points. Luo Su stood up and checked. There were many holes in her clothes. She had no spare clothes in her backpack, but she was staying on the Fire Kiran, so she was warmed by the fire, and didn't feel too cold. She walked a few more steps, and encountered several mutant dungeon guards, some of whom looked like zombies. She raised her crossbow, and killed them all in a few seconds. The dungeon was so big that it felt like a maze. She killed many guards along the way, and her contribution value had increased by more than 10,000. She finally came to a locked iron door. Luo Su took out the key she had obtained before, tried it, and really opened the lock on the iron door. She pushed open the iron door. This was an independent cell. With the help of 2 dim flames on the wall, she found that there were more than a dozen elite guards in the cell, guarding an old man with ragged clothes and messy hair. The old man's hands and feet were locked with iron chains, and he was tied in a corner in a big letter shape. "Ah, someone save me!" the old man shouted weakly. "Paw!" A few times, a whip hit the old man. "Stop shouting. Damn, old man, do you really think someone will come to save you? You're dreaming." Luo Su patted Huiqilan. Huiqilan roared in understanding. Roar. The dozen guards, who had their backs to her, turned back in unison. "Ah? Where did the big fire dog come from? Brothers, come on!" A dozen elite guards rushed forward with whips in hand. Luo Su's crossbow was a few points faster than them. Swish, swish, swish. Killed 3 of them at once. Huh? Bang, bang, bang! Huiqilan's group attack fireballs had been launched. The other party was beaten to the ground. "Brothers, hold on, I go inform the boss, someone is robbing the prison." One of the guard elites used a teleportation item and disappeared. There are currently 5 guard elites left, and they are all injured. Luo Su felt much more relaxed. Another round of attacks went up, and soon all the guard elites were killed. Luo Su came to the old man. The old man's turbid eyes brightened a little, and he asked in a hoarse voice, "Girl, are you from Jiuxing's hometown?" Luo Su nodded. "Yes, old senior, I am from Jiuxing. I will save you and leave now." The old man shook his head and said, "This chain is specially made, and you can't open it. Since you can come here, you must be the seed player we planted back then. The reason why I led you down is that I want to give you something." "What is it?" Luo Su was surprised. The old man said slowly, "There is a black birthmark on the back of my neck, and there is a sensor hidden underneath. If you dig it out and take it out, you can sense the location of the game core." "Sensor?" Luo Su was very surprised. "Yes, I made this sensor secretly. When I participated in the development of the survival game, I was well aware of its potential risks. In order to be on the safe side, I quietly left a hidden positioning mark in the core of the game. I have been trapped here for more than 30 years, eroded by the darkness for a long time, and I know that my life is coming to an end. Now I hand over the sensor to you, and the future depends on you. Senior." Hearing this, Luo Su was a little sad. "Child, don't hesitate, do it. Leave here as soon as possible before the warden arrives," the old man urged anxiously. Luo Su nodded, checked the black birthmark on the back of the old man's neck, touched it with her hand, and felt that there was indeed a small hard object under the skin. She took out a dagger and said, "Senior, please bear with it, I will be fine soon." The old man nodded, took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and waited for Luo Su to take action. Luo Su raised the dagger and quickly took out a small piece of flesh-colored thing hidden under the birthmark of the old man. Luo Su looked at it for a moment and asked in confusion, "Senior, how do I use this?" The old man said, "In this illusion, the signal and most of the energy are blocked, so this sensor has no response. As long as you carry it with you, once you leave this illusion, you can sense the source of the signal." Luo Su understood. She asked Huichilin to use fire to see if he could break the iron chain that locked the old man. But after trying for a while, he still couldn't open it. The old man shook his head. "Don't worry about me, just go. I am going to die soon, so there is no need to waste time." Luo Su felt a little upset and asked, "Senior, I still don't know your name. Do you have any other relatives at home?" The old man said, "My surname is Lung. My name is Chioke. I am from the royal family of Wuyuan Kingdom on Guala Star. Before I left, my wife and daughter were all in Wuyuan Kingdom." "Royal family of Wuyuan Kingdom?" Luo Su suddenly thought of Ling Chen and asked, "Is your daughter called Lung Zwazwa, and there is a red mole on her left ear?" The old man was immediately excited when he heard this. Yes, do you know her?" Luo Su nodded and said, "I have seen her before. She was a diplomat of Wuyuan country. Your grandson Lung Chen is also my good friend. He lives with me now, and is doing well." The old man burst into tears. "That's great. I have a grandson now. I have no regrets in my death." The old man cried and laughed, as if he remembered something, and hurriedly said, "By the way, the ring on my left hand is an ancestral item. Please help me take it back, and give it to my grandson Lung Chen." Luo Su took off the ring on his left ring finger. "I will definitely give it to him for you." Luo Su put away the ring and the censer. Just then, there was a noise at the dungeon entrance. Luo Su knelt on the ground, bowed deeply to the old man, and said respectfully, "Thank you, Senior Lung. In the future, the people of 9 stars will definitely remember. Lung Chioku, the savior hero senior." The old man was relieved and said excitedly, "Let's go. The warden is the biggest boss in this fantasy world. Skills and talents are disabled here. It's hard for you to defeat it." Luo Su stood up and rode away hurriedly on the fire Kirin. But the noise at the cave entrance was getting louder and louder. She didn't dare to force her way out, so she turned and ran in the opposite direction. As she ran, she found an entrance leading downwards. Huh? Could it be that there is a second floor in this dungeon? She went down to the second floor without hesitation. The second dungeon was even darker, with only a weak light in the long corridor. She rode the fire Kirin and quickly passed through the corridor and came to a smelly iron prison. Who is it? An octogenarian, skinny as a stick, huddled in a dark corner, his voice very weak. "I am a 9 stars visitor. May I ask who you are, senior?" Luo Su said respectfully. "Ah." The old man was shocked. He supported his frail body and struggled to climb to the edge of the iron cage. "But the successor of the dreamer is here?" The old man was very excited, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. Luo Su walked closer and said, "Senior, don't be excited. Speak slowly. Do you have any instructions for me to pass on to your family?" The old man took out a small handmade purse from his arms, and tremblingly handed it out through the rusty iron bars. Chapter 434. Luo Su took the purse. It was still a little warm to the touch. The purse was so old that the color could not be seen clearly, but the word Xiao embroidered on it was vaguely discernible. The old man coughed twice and said slowly, "Hai Xingyanan, Yi Hongyuan, wife Lu Xiao's son." At this point, the old man coughed violently. The old man coughed up a mouthful of blood and took a few breaths with great effort. Luo Su asked Xiao Han to give the old man a continuous blood recovery state. The old man felt a little better and continued, "I have a son named Yi Jianing. Hai Xingyanan country Yi family?" Luo Su thought that if she went back to ask Yi Guqing, she should be able to find the family of this senior. It's just that the Jioshan countries have suffered several disasters, and it is unknown how many survivors there are. However, in order to reassure the old man, she promised to do her best to help find his family. After the old man explained his family affairs, he seemed to be relieved and his brows relaxed a little. "Senior, is there any other exit in this dungeon?" Luo Su asked. The old man shook his head. "There is only one entrance. If you want to get out, you can only go back the same way." Luo Su said, "Is that so?" "It's a bit tricky. The warden is on the upper floor." "Warden? How did you provoke it? Have you seen that old guy Lung Chioka?" the old man asked. "Yes, I have seen Senior Lung," Luo Su replied. "This is troublesome. It's hard for you to deal with the warden alone. Back then, the 3 of us joined forces to fight it to a draw. Our leader Luo Situ took the opportunity to escape from the dungeon. Now we don't know whether he is dead or alive. The old man was a little anxious. Luo Su said, I met an old senior outside. He said he was the founder of Dreamer. He didn't seem to be in danger of life, but his hands and feet were chained, so it was a little inconvenient to move. The old man was a little excited. It's him. It's him. After the old man finished speaking, he asked Luo Su for a dagger and cut a knife on his bony thigh. Ah, senior you are, Luo Su exclaimed. The old man gritted his teeth, took out a small package from the incision, and opened it layer by layer. A round object the size of a soybean leaked out of the small box at the innermost part. This thing is for you. The old man handed the box over. Luo Su took the round object, which was transparent. He looked at it against the firelight, and saw something flowing inside. Senior, what is this? The old man was a little weak and said slowly, Energy bead, this is the last one. Hold it in your palm, and crush it to awaken your skill talent, which can only last for 5 minutes at most. The old man leaned against the iron railing and waved weakly, let's go. Luo Su put away the energy beads, knelt down and bowed, saying, Thank you, Senior Yi. If I can get out alive, I will definitely pass this purse to your family, and the people of Jiuxing will definitely remember Yi Hongyuan. This save your hero in the future. The old man burst into tears, nodded with satisfaction, and then waved his hand, signaling her to leave. Luo Su stood up, and a roar came from the other end of the corridor. The old man was horrified. It's coming. Luo Su rode the fire Kirin and walked towards the corridor. A large group of mutant guards rushed up from the front first. Luo Su raised his crossbow and took the initiative. Swish, swish, swish. The guards in front fell one after another. The guards behind began to throw axes. The corridor was a bit narrow, and there was nowhere to hide. Luo Su was hit several times and lost some blood. Fortunately, Xiaohan continued to add blood. She secretly felt that it was not good. This place was too small. If she ran into the boss of the prison warden here, it would be difficult to use her skills. Taking advantage of the fire Kirin spraying fireballs to temporarily block the guard steps, Luo Su hurriedly retreated. Chapter 435. Luo Su retreated to a wide area in the dungeon on the second floor and continued to fight. A group of mutant guards and elite monsters, numbering more than 100, poured out of the corridor. The roar of the prison boss came from the entrance of the second floor, which made people shudder. Luo Su sped up the speed of clearing the monsters. Swish, swish, swish. The crossbow fired 10 times in a row. The fire unicorn's big fireballs also smashed out continuously. Desktop prompts kept popping up in Luo Su's ears. Ding, group kill mutant guards. Get 1,000 contribution points. Ding, group kill guard elites. Get 3,000 contribution points. After about 5 minutes, Luo Su finally cleared all the monsters. At this time, a prompt sound came to her ears. Ding, your contribution value has reached 20,000. You can randomly summon a combat assistant for 5 minutes. At this time, the boss was walking quickly through the narrow corridor. She hurriedly clicked to summon an assistant. Suddenly, a muscular man with a red killer hair style appeared in front of her. He looked very explosive, but this hairstyle was a bit eye-catching. As soon as he appeared, he burst out. My sword has been thirsty for a long time. Luo Su, roar. At this time, the boss rushed out of the corridor and showed his power. The killer's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, carrying a big knife, and rushed forward first. Luo Su took out the energy bead and crushed it in her palm. She felt a warm current rushing from her palm to her forehead. Buzz. Her head was buzzing, and all the restraints on her body seemed to be broken at this moment, and her body was full of strength and energy. Luo Su tried a skill. Ice Storm absorbs mental power in groups, with Ice Domain and Tornado damage effects. Hula. A tornado locked onto the boss and strangled him fiercely, while an ice field condensed under the boss's feet. Although the boss was not completely immobilized, its movement and attack speeds were slowed down a lot. Shamat took the opportunity to chop the boss's chest armor with a knife. Bang! The big knife carried a strong energy and broke the defense with one knife. Roar! The boss was furious and raised his hand to give Shamat a heavy punch. Fortunately, Shamat had high health and strong defense, and was a meat shield type assistant. The punch didn't cause him to lose too much blood. Xiaohan's blood recovery skill could help him recover blood quickly. The fire Kirin prepared a huge fireball, and threw it out with great expectation, but it missed and hit the boss's butt. The feeling of the burning butt made the boss roar in anger, but fortunately the killer held its hatred tightly. Roar. The boss angrily threw out a killer move. Boom! With a loud noise, the dungeon shook violently. Luosu was caught off guard, and was knocked out, and fell heavily to the ground. Puff! Luosu felt a fishy taste in her throat, and spat out a mouthful of blood. She climbed up, and found that she had fallen right next to the iron prison. Senior Yi in the prison was also affected. His face was full of pain, and he gritted his teeth and advised, "Don't fight, run away." After that, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Luosu put the body of Old Man Yi into the space. She felt a burst of grief and anger in her heart, and stood up suddenly. She found that Huichilin was also injured. Shamat also had a few more wounds on his body. Xiaohan has been killed. Luosu quickly rode on the fire Kirin and activated the stealth skill. Invincible stealth. The stealth time is 8 minutes, with continuous blood recovery. The fire Kirin had physical contact with her, so it also became invisible. The fire Kirin was struggling to hit the fireball, adding many layers of continuous burn effects to the boss, losing 3,000 blood damage per second. Luosu locked the boss's eyes, and used space to store them. Super storage. There was an extra pair of eyes in her space, and the boss lost his vision. Blindness and pain made it furious, and it suddenly launched a big move. Boom! The whole dungeon collapsed. Fortunately, Luosu and Huichilin were invisible, and did not suffer any damage. She thought Shamat was dead this time, but she didn't expect to see him struggling out of a pile of rubble. But his blood volume was mostly lost, and now Xiaohan was dead, he couldn't add blood. He seemed to have brought a blood recovery potion in his backpack. The hiring time was 5 minutes, and there were still 2 minutes left. He took drugs to recover blood, and then continued to rush up to fight the boss. Luosu's invisibility effect lasts for 6 minutes. She activated the skill combo mode. Ice Storm. Super Storage X10. This boss is too thick-skinned. The skill critical hit only has 30,000 damage value, and it has 10 million health points. It's hard to kill it like this. Luosu took out the magic cube. Smashed it at the boss. Bang. The target loses a quarter of its health. Luosu was excited, recovered the magic cube, and continued to smash it. Bang. The target loses a third of its health. After smashing it 3 times, the boss transformed and became translucent. At this time, the boss still had 3.6 million HP. After it became translucent, its dodge rate was ridiculously high. The big knife of the killer slashed the boss at close range, resulting in a series of misses. Luosu smashed the Rubik's Cube. The Rubik's Cube actually passed through the boss body, and hit the bronze drum of the altar behind. Bang, infinite instant kill. The bronze drum broke into pieces. Luosu was speechless, this time it was an instant kill. Roar. The boss body shook, and launched another big move of indiscriminate attack. A strong shock wave came over. The Shamat was blown away, and hit the wall 4 or 5 meters away. Boom! The wall was also flattened. After the shock wave, the surrounding area was in ruins and smoke and dust rolled. The Shamat was covered in blood and fell in the ruins. Ding! Your combat assistant has died. Luosu's contribution value was only more than 100, which was not enough to recruit another assistant. Next, she could only fight alone. She activated the skill combo. Ice Storm. Super Collection X10 combo. The damage value finally appeared above the boss's head. However, out of 11 skill attacks, only 2 hits. This dodge is ridiculously high. The skill usage time is only 2 minutes left. Luosu took advantage of the space skill to remotely recover the Rubik's Cube, and continued to use the Rubik's Cube to hit the boss. It's good to hit twice out of 10 hits. Luosu thought so in her mind. She quickly smashed the Rubik's Cube, miss, remotely recover, smash again, miss. After hitting it 10 times in a row, it finally hit once. Bang! The target lost half of its health. The boss still has 150 health points. Fortunately, the fire damage of the fire Kirin can be superimposed with the continuous burn effect, losing 3,000 health points per second, about 180,000 health points per minute. The time skill still has 1 minute. The boss is blind, and can't see the enemy. His anger has not subsided, and he frequently uses big moves to attack indiscriminately. Fortunately, Luosu is invisible and immune to damage, and there is still 1 minute. She continued to smash the cube, and after 7 times, she hit it again. Bang! The target lost half of its health. The boss still had 600,000 health. At this moment, Buzz, Luosu felt a pain in her head. The skill time expired. Her invisibility state also expired. Fortunately, the boss's translucent state also expired, and it returned to normal. She rode on the fire Kirin and fired the crossbow quickly. Swish, swish, swish. All 3 arrows hit the boss's neck, causing 10,000 health damage. Then the arrow exploded deep in the wound. Bang, bang, bang. The explosion caused 30,000 HP damage. Coupled with the fireball attack of the fire Kirin and the fire damage, the boss's HP decreased rapidly. Roar. The boss used another big move. Luo Su was unable to avoid it, and was hit directly. Fortunately, riding the fire Kirin could reduce the damage by half, but she still lost half of her HP. It can be seen that the boss's damage is extremely high. Cough, cough. Luo Su coughed up a mouthful of blood and felt a burning pain in her chest. She drank a bottle of blood-recovering medicine. She found that the boss had entered a furious state, and the damage of ordinary attacks skyrocketed. Every time Luo Su was hit, he lost hundreds of thousands of blood. No wonder the 3 seniors couldn't kill it together. Luo Su put down the crossbow. The damage value of the crossbow was too low. If she continued to fight hard, she would have no chance of winning. She took out the Rubik's Cube, but she only had one chance. Because once the Rubik's Cube was thrown out, there was no skill, and it could not be retrieved remotely. Luo Su held the Rubik's Cube tightly, and prayed silently in his heart. I hope there will be a chance to kill instantly. She raised her hand, and smashed the Rubik's Cube out. Bang! A loud noise. The target lost half of its health. Luo Su sighed. It was a pity that there was no chance to kill instantly this time, and the boss still had 180,000 health. At this time, the boss sent a shock wave. Luo Su's eyes widened, thinking that she was doomed this time. She stuck tightly to the back of the fire Kirin. At that moment, she felt that the fire Kirin had a strong spiritual roar with her. Boom! After a loud noise, and a flash of white light, Luo Su felt herself fall to the ground. A reminder sounded in her ear. Fire Kirin activated the Master Protection mode, took all the damage, and unfortunately died. Ah! Luo Su felt distressed, but the crisis was not over. She found a big rock for cover, raised her crossbow, and continued to attack. Her crossbow fired continuously, and caused secondary damage, constantly making the boss lose blood. The boss was blind, and as long as it didn't use its ultimate move, Luo Su could slowly grind it to death. 3 minutes later. Ding! The boss of the illusion is killed, and the illusion at the end of the starry sky is completely shattered. Boom boom. A loud noise came from the dark sky. Then cracks appeared in the sky, and light shone through each crack. Slowly, the entire sky was disintegrated. The sun shone on the earth. Luo Su felt warm, and her strength was recovering rapidly. She tried the skills, and was able to use them. The space can also be used. She used the resurrection potion to revive Xiaohan and Huiqilin. Xiaohan was trying to restore her health. Each time she continued to restore her health, 5,000 per second, she had 1 million health points. Xiaohan said that the workload was huge. At this time, there was a loud bang behind her. She turned around and saw that the old man named Luo Situ, the Dream Maker, had broken his bracelets and anklets with his skills. Luo Su greeted happily Senior Luo. Luo Situ nodded, walked over and asked, "Have you seen my 2 friends?" Luo Su nodded and released the body of old man Yi into space. Hong Yuan. Luo Situ cried out in grief, tears streaming down his face. Luo Su sighed and said, "Senior Luo, please accept my condolences. I will go find Senior Lung." After saying this, Luo Su locked onto the entire ruins and aimed to collect human bodies. Soon, Lung Chioka's body was collected by Luo Su into the space. She placed Lung Chioka next to Yi Hongyuan. Chioka. Luo Situ felt the cold bodies of his 2 friends, grief-stricken. He was old and weak, and fainted from excessive grief. Luo Su collected the bodies of the 2 seniors into the space, and then took the unconscious Luo Situ back to the novice village. Chapter 436. Luo Su brought the old senior back to the novice village, causing quite a stir in the village. Who is this old man? Everyone looked at the old man with white beard and hair, and his skin was also ridiculously white. It felt very strange. Luo Su took the old man directly to Sumo's clinic and handed him over to Sumo. Long Zimo heard that Luo Su was back and hurried back from the hidden dragon base. Seeing her haggard face, he was a little worried. Su, are you okay? Where have you been these days? I went to the end of the starry sky. I still have a few important things to do with my friends in Jiuxing. Luo Su said. Long Zimo nodded. Okay, I go with you. Luo Su and Long Zimo came to the hospital of the Songlong base. The morgue here has professionals, who are responsible for body repair. She handed the bodies of the two old predecessors to the person in charge, and asked them to restore them as decently as possible. Then she hurried away, and went to the residential area to find Lung Chen and others. Luo Su took out Senior Lung's ring, and gave it to Lung Chen. Lung Chen, I met an old senior from the Wuyuan kingdom of your Kuala Star when I went out this time. This is the ring he asked me to pass on. Take a look. Lung Chen took the ring in surprise, and after carefully examining it, he said, this ring is indeed something from our Wuyuan kingdom's royal family. What is the name of that senior? Lung Xiaoke. Luo Su replied. Lung Xiaoke? Lung Chen and Lung Xiaoyu stood up quickly, shocked at the same time. Lung Xiaoke said that he has a daughter named Lung Zuozua. If I'm not mistaken, he should be your grandfather. Luo Su thought about it and said. Lung Chen nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. Lung Xiaoke is my grandpa. This ring can only be owned by direct blood relatives of our royal family. The 3 letters on the inner ring of the ring are the abbreviation of the name Lung Xiaoke. Lung Xiaoyu answered quickly and said, we have heard about the legend of Lung Xiaoke since we were young. He is a very powerful hacker. He is also a hero. He has resolved many crises for our National Defense Bureau. Lung Chen said proudly, the original version of the 9-star interstellar network was created by my grandpa. It combines the internet and quantum transmission to achieve the goal of getting online shopping items in seconds. Many years after he left, some people tried to use quantum transmission of the interstellar network to realize the network transmission of living people, but they were unsuccessful. Lung Xiaoyu excitedly took over the topic. Yes, yes, because no one except Lung Xiaoke can build such transmission technology. When he created the interstellar network and combined it with quantum transmission, he specifically disabled the transmission of living things for security reasons and encrypted it, but so far, no one has been able to overcome his ban. The smile on Lung Chen's face dimmed. It's a pity that he went out to explore the interstellar space a long time ago. Except for photos and videos, we haven't seen him in person. Luo Su said calmly, I have brought back the body of Senior Lung. You will be able to see him in 2 days. Ah? Lung Chen and Lung Xiaoyu were very surprised. They felt a little complicated. This legendary senior disappeared for so many years. The Wuyuan Kingdom royal family once thought that he had long been dead. Unexpectedly, Luo Su could still meet him a few days ago. Lung Chen said, Luo Su, can you take me to see my grandpa now? My mother and my grandmother have missed him all these years. Although they are gone now, I really want to see him. Luo Su comforted, Lung Chen, I can understand your feelings. Senior Lung sacrificed himself to save mankind. Please give him some dignity and respect. We will go to see him when he is ready. Lung Chen immediately understood, nodded and said, okay, thank you, Luo Su. He put the ring away silently. Luo Su turned to Yi Guqing again. Yi Guqing, I also met another senior, who is from the Yi family of your Haixing Yaning country. This is the relic he asked me to pass on. Luo Su said, handing an old purse to Yi Guqing. He then said, his name is Yi Hongyuan, his wife is LV Xiao, and he has a son named Yi Jianing. Please help check, and see if you can find his family. Yi Guqing's brows tightened, with indescribable surprise and excitement in his eyes. He said, no need to check, my father's name is Yi Jianing, my grandmother is LV Xiao, and Yi Hongyuan is my grandfather. Luo Su was surprised, I didn't expect such a coincidence. Yi Guqing was very excited and said, yes, more than 30 years ago, my grandfather went out to explore the stars with his friends, and never came back. I didn't expect that the old man would still. Yi Guqing choked up a little when he said this, and stood up and said, I have to tell my father and my grandmother about this news. Luo Su asked, where do your father and grandmother live now? Yi Guqing replied, in Songlong continent, my grandmother likes to live in the countryside, so they applied to go to the agricultural area. Luo Su smiled, that's great, you go quickly. Yi Guqing said gratefully, Luo Su, thank you. Then, he took the old purse, and hurried to the farm. Chapter 437. After explaining the instructions of the predecessors, Luo Su chatted with Jiuxing's friends for a while. Luo Su asked, is the nightmare dream still going bad recently? The elf girl nodded and said, it's terrible. Now we enter a nightmare once a day for 8 hours. We are almost driven crazy. Luo Su reminded everyone, we will find a way to cancel this nightmare program. Before that, everyone should upgrade their level to the master as soon as possible to avoid entering the nightmare dream. Everyone nodded, saying that they were working hard to level up every day. We still have some things to do. Let's talk about it when we have time. Everyone keep leveling up. Luo Su and Long Zimo left Songlong continent and returned to the novice village. In the past few days, except for Daodu who reached the master level, others have not yet reached it. Now several elderly people in the village have to lie in the treatment device for 2 hours every day to adjust their bodies to the best condition to resist the influence of the nightmare dream. Fortunately, the ingredients they exchanged in the food illusion can improve their mental strength, so the mental strength of the people in the village is much stronger than that of others. Some weak people in the base have become mentally disturbed and violent, attacking others at will. The worst case is that some people have become brain dead. Those brain dead people will disappear mysteriously. Long Zimo told Luo Su about some of the things that happened recently. Brain dead people disappear mysteriously? Luo Su frowned, always feeling that there must be something strange behind this. It may be the game kernel that is doing this. Their intelligent programs can invade people's brains, and can also parasitize in other people's brains. Long Zimo said. Luo Su's face changed drastically. If it can parasitize, it will be very scary. At that time, more and more humans will become puppets of the game core, and it will be difficult for us to distinguish them for a while. Long Zimo sighed softly. This is exactly the problem that bothers me. Now that we can't find where the game core is, it's hard to find the source of the nightmare. Luo Su slapped his forehead and remembered an important thing. Yes, I have a sensor. Luo Su took out a small sensor from his backpack. The sensor was flashing green light, indicating that there was no game core within thousands of kilometers. Landing was a little disappointed. It turned out that this sensor had a limited range and could not sense anything if it was too far away. Luo Su was about to say something, but suddenly she felt dizzy, and Longzi Moji hurriedly supported her. You are too tired. From now on, you have to rest well, and don't think about anything. Longzi took her back to the 3rd floor to rest. There was also a treatment device on the 3rd floor, and Luo Su lay inside to rest. An hour later, Luo Su felt that her body had almost recovered. She secretly sighed that the therapeutic device was useful. Fortunately, she brought back all 20 therapeutic devices in the laboratory. Now it comes in handy during the nightmare dream. At this time, Jiang Hao just came up to them to drink tea and chat, and saw a therapeutic device in the living room. He hurriedly said, Luo Su, the therapeutic device you gave me is really useful. My parents have to lie in it every day to survive the damn nightmare dream. Luo Su smiled. Where do you live with your parents now? Jiang Hao nodded. Yes, ever since the nightmare, my parents can't stand the mental disturbance, so I took them to live in the village. Of course, now we live together, we can see each other every day, so that the old man doesn't miss you all the time. Luo Su said with a smile. Jiang Hao started to boil water and make tea. Here, he felt very comfortable, just like at home. By the way, Su, you haven't told me about the end of the starry sky. I'm very curious. Long Zimo said. Luo Su said, the 3 seniors I brought back were once members of the Huangdi team. They came from all over the 9 stars. Because of their knowledge of hacker technology, they were called up to participate in the development of the survival game. Long Zimo listened to Luo Su's story silently. Jiang Hao made 2 cups of tea for his 2 friends, and also listened to Luo Su's story about his experience at the end of the starry sky. Long Zimo was nervous. A boss that can spit out a tornado? Yes, that boss is very difficult to fight. It spits out wind balls first, and then the wind balls automatically synthesize into a tornado. The more wind balls there are, the more powerful the tornado is. Luo Su said. Long Zimo said again, I didn't expect that the end of the starry sky is also an illusion, and it is an illusion specifically for imprisoning prisoners. Luo Su told him the whole story. Long Zi sighed. I didn't expect that the seniors who fulfilled the dreams were so miserable. No wonder you had to find a makeup artist for them first. After all, it was for the 9 stars humans who silently endured for so many years. The illusion was dark, cold, and it was difficult to get food. They all endured to the end, and only left with peace of mind when they saw their successors. Such heroic seniors deserve our respect, so I asked the makeup artist to let them say goodbye to their families decently. Jiang Hao stared at Luo Su for a while, silently sighing that Luo Su was really a woman with a big picture and delicate thoughts. Just then, Suimo called. The senior has woken up and asked to see Luo Su. There is really no other way. Come and see him. Luo Su, Long Zimo, and Jiang Hao went to Sumo's private clinic together. Luo Su, you are finally here. The old man only trusted Luo Su. Senior, how do you feel now? Luo Su asked Luo Sidu. He looked energetic and recovered well. But he didn't trust anyone except Luo Su. Luo Su had no choice but to take him back to the villa next door to live. Luo Hongwa had the opportunity to meet Luo Situ. Luo Hongwa was very excited. Dad? Hongwa? Luo Situ couldn't believe his eyes. Luo Su was surprised. Dad, do you know him? Su, this is your grandfather. Luo Hongwa said excitedly. What? My grandpa? Luo Su was shocked. She grew up with her grandmother and didn't know she had a grandpa. Luo Situ was also surprised and burst into tears. So Luo Su is my granddaughter? God is so kind that she became a seed player. Luo Hongwa was a little confused. Dad, what does seed player mean? Luo Situ, it's a long story. In short, seed players are the focus of the Dreamers organization. Now Luo Su has grown up and can be said to be the most capable person in the organization. Luo Su didn't quite understand what he was saying, but when he found out that the person behind the cheat was his own grandfather, he really marveled at the magic of fate. Luo Hongwa had a different opinion and said, with great power comes great responsibility. I hope Su can live happily and peacefully. Luo Situ smiled. I respect her choice. Luo Su took her father and grandfather back to the second floor of the villa and solemnly introduced her grandfather to her mother and grandmother. The family was chatting happily in the living room on the second floor. Returning to the family made Luo Situ a little uncomfortable. Especially when he saw Long Zimo, he looked exactly like Emperor Huang, which confused him. Fortunately, the large family gathering ended quickly. Luo Su and Long Zimo went to see where the other 9 stars of Blue Star lived. Seeing that everyone was upgrading very slowly, Luo Su casually upgraded the dungeon to the top level. Everyone was very grateful to her. Back in the novice village, Luo Su thought he could rest for a day or two. Unexpectedly, a magnificent voice resounded through the sky. Attention all survival game players. A new experience fantasy dungeon has appeared in the western part of Blue Star. Those who can pass it successfully can avoid the nightmare fantasy moment of the day. Everyone was excited. Not only will you get rewards if you pass the dungeon, but you can also offset a nightmare chance. It's really worth it. Let's go quickly. I go too. I don't want to endure that nightmare fantasy anymore. Me too. Luo Su also wanted to go in and take a look. What kind of new dungeon is it? Chapter 438. Luo Su started a group and brought the people from the novice village and Ling Chen into the group. Daodu was already a master, but he was also curious about the new dungeon, so Luo Su brought him along. Everyone seemed very excited. I feel like I can win without doing anything again. Haha, the boss is leading the team, no need to worry. It feels like we're back to the old days of playing dungeons together. Everyone was chatting in the group, and Luo Su and Long Zimo led the group to the western part of Blue Star. This western region is very open. Apart from the residents, who migrated from other planets of the 9 stars, there are no other traces of humans. Arriving at the new place, Luo Su habitually checked the sensor, but there was still no signal from the game core. Luo Su and Long Zimo came to the entrance of the new dungeon. This is located on a mountain on the west coast of the ocean. The entrance to the new dungeon is like the gate of an ancient city. There is a lifelike relief of an oriental dragon on the door, which looks very majestic. Luo Su placed a portal and several turrets near the entrance to facilitate other people from the Sunglong continent to teleport directly to the dungeon. Then she called Fang Zi to inform him that the portal of the new instance had been installed. Soon, 2 groups of elite personnel sent by the authorities were stationed to guard the portal to prevent others from sneaking into the hidden dragon continent through teleportation. Everything was ready. She touched the door, and a dialog box popped up in front of her. Panlong instance, please select the mode. Single player/team player. Luo Su chose the team player mode. She felt a black screen in front of her eyes, and had arrived inside the instance. This was a game hall. Welcome to the first stop of Panlong Dungeon, Game Hall. There are 30 serial numbers on the screen of the hall. Each serial number represents a level. After passing 30 levels, you can enter the second stop of the dungeon. Everyone, get ready. The level will start in 3 minutes. Luo Su said loudly. Everyone started to add skills to each other. Long Zimo's little turtle anti-injury shield is indispensable. This time, Xiaoya and Su Mo, 2 doctors, are also in the team, and everyone feels safe. Everyone is ready. Luo Su clicks to start the level. First level, defend the Dragon Ball. Luo Su found that all skills and props were disabled, and the space could not be opened. You can only use the weapons equipped on your body to kill monsters. Warm tips. Killing monsters can randomly obtain various types of weapons. The Dragon Ball can withstand 5 attacks. If the Dragon Ball is destroyed, it is considered a failure to pass the level. If the player dies in the game, it is a permanent death. Ah! Everyone was surprised and realized that the game system has been upgraded again. The new game rules will cause the player to die. We have to be careful, Long Zemo said. Everyone looked at the situation in front of them. This is a hillside. There is a dragon ball glowing red on the top of the hill. At the foot of the hill, there is a huge dragon head in the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north. The dragon head is about 3 meters high and has a big mouth. The dragon mouth keeps spitting out various small monsters such as shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The small monsters walk along the winding path to the top of the mountain. Luosu found that there are small monsters rushing to the top of the mountain on all 4 paths at the same time. Quick, everyone spread out and ambush the small monsters on the 4 paths. Don't let them reach the top of the mountain. Everyone reacted quickly and squatted on the path closest to them. Luosu's team had 50 people, and there were more than a dozen people squatting on each path. Because they had no skills, they could only rely on their own weapons to kill monsters. Everyone gathered together to kill monsters faster. Luosu and Long Zemo stayed on the top of the mountain, each responsible for 2 positions, as the final guard barrier. At first, watching everyone gather at the foot of the mountain to clear monsters, I thought it was quite efficient. Soon a new problem appeared. The dragon head opened its mouth and sprayed monsters remotely, sending monsters to different locations at once. Some were at the foot of the mountain, and some were halfway up the mountain. If everyone gathered at the foot of the mountain, they would not have time to kill the monsters on the mountainside. They watched the monsters on the mountainside rush to the top of the mountain quickly. Everyone was very nervous. Fortunately, Luosu and Long Zemo both had bows and crossbows, and they quickly killed the monsters that escaped. Let's spread out a little, and stand 1 person every 5 or 6 meters, Long Zemo said in the team. Everyone also felt that dispersing and squatting would just prevent the fish from escaping the net. Chapter 439. After everyone had fought 3 or 4 waves of monsters, the monsters behind them became more difficult to fight. Boss, this wave of monsters has started to actively attack players. Some of them have freezing skills, which can freeze nearby players for 60 seconds, and also have continuous freezing damage, bleeding 3,000 per second. Xiao Wu, who was in charge of guarding the foot of the mountain, said, If you have a panda battle pet, release them all, keep healing, and pay attention to safety. Long Zemo commanded. Luosu looked at the situation, and saw that the monsters on 2 small paths had already rushed halfway up the mountain. She decided to go down to reinforce. Zemo, you guard the end point by yourself. I go down to the middle of the mountain to help them clear the monsters, Luosu said to Long Zemo. No problem, Long Zemo said, and changed to a higher position, with a panoramic view of the 4 paths. In this level of the game, each person can only bring 1 combat pet to fight, not more than 1 at the same time. Luosu rode the fire Kirin and rushed down the mountain quickly. When they arrived at the middle of the mountain, this was where Grandma and Grandma Long were, and the 2 old people were a little overwhelmed. Grandma, I help you clear the monsters, don't worry, Luosu said. Luosu cleared the monsters around. She suddenly realized that because of her negligence, several elderly people in the village did not have combat pets. She took out 2 contracts, and immediately gave the panda Xiaohan to Grandma. Long Zemo on the top of the mountain saw Luosu taking care of the 2 elderly people. He gave his panda to Grandma. The 2 elderly people were protected by 2 pandas, and they were much safer. The only drawback was that the output power was not high. She called Dowdu over. Dowdu was at a high level, and his pets, Xiaobai and Molters, had high damage output. This allowed them to work together with the 2 ancestors to make up for the lack of damage output. In an emergency, Dowdu's blood recovery and invisibility skills could also protect the 2 old people. She had a fire unicorn to ride, so it was easy to run back and forth. She planned to be a mobile substitute fighter, going to put out fires wherever there was danger, so that the safety of the 4 passages could be taken into account. Everyone cooperated with each other. When they fought the 8th wave of monsters, the monsters had high HP and strong defense, and their control skills and damage were even higher. The wave at the foot of the mountain could not be defended at all, and a large number of monsters rushed to the mountainside. Luosu's fire Kirin put out the fire back and forth, and finally eliminated the 8th wave of monsters halfway up the mountain. The 9th wave began. Hula hula. A sound. Half of the monsters that came out this time were flying monsters. They rushed straight to the top of the mountain, and did not forget to sneak attack the players on the way. Not good, there are flying monsters. Luo Su shouted. Long Zimo hurriedly changed his fighting method. He put away the little turtle, released the black dragon, and rode on it. Everyone, don't panic, be careful. Long Zimo rode the black dragon down from the top of the mountain. On. The black dragon roared, and wherever its body passed, a burst of black mist was released. The flying monsters encountered the black mist and fell to the ground one after another, entering a state of chaos. Teammate took the opportunity to kill them. For a while, the fire unicorn and the black dragon guarded each side of the hillside, with flames raging on one side and black mist lingering on the other. This caused the group of monsters that had just walked out of the cave to be in a state of fear, which would weaken their own combat power. Defense reduced by 20%, attack reduced by 20%. Everyone was much easier to kill monsters. Jiang Hao was guarding the starting point of one of the paths. With the invisibility and speed of the black fox, he was able to attack at close range like a fish in water. Puff puff puff. In a few strokes, he killed a wave of monsters. Dang. A long-range weapon just exploded. He handed the long-range weapon to Jiang's father, who was standing a few meters behind him. Dad, you take the long-range weapon and help finish off the enemies. Jiang Hao said to his father. Father Jiang took the weapon and nodded, saying, Yes, I will complete the task. Mother Jiang watched her husband and son cooperate from behind, which showed that their relationship had improved, and she was immediately relieved. She said, It is said that father and son are good at fighting, and you are cooperating very well now. Jiang Hao smiled and turned to meet the next wave of monsters. On the other road, Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu were guarding the exit, followed by their master Lao Zhao. Their two pandas, one on the left and one on the right, guarded the master, which made Lao Zhao feel very relieved. The third road was guarded by Mu Yeli and several young people, and they cooperated very well. Except for the flying monsters that could not be hit, the ground monsters were basically eliminated at the foot of the mountain. There was only one road guarded by Hong Xiong'an. He, Leng Xiuyu, and the elf girl guarded the foot of the mountain. The overall output was relatively weak. On the mountainside, the two old men and Daodu intercepted, and Yiguqing and Lingchen followed behind. However, with Luo Su and Long Zimo controlling the overall situation, there was no problem at all. After 10 waves of monsters appeared, the system sounded 3 alarms. Next wave, the boss is here, please protect the Dragon Ball. Boom. With a sound, while the monsters on the 4 roads continued to pour out, a huge flying boss appeared out of thin air at the foot of the mountain. At the beginning, the boss would not actively attack people, but would only increase the attack and defense of the monsters below. The last wave, the difficulty is upgraded, everyone be careful. Luo Su reminded. She and Long Zimo rode down on the battle pet to attack the boss, leaving the area near the top of the mountain for Wang Dajiang and his family to guard. This last wave of monsters was accelerated by the boss, and the speed of the monsters was very fast. Many monsters slipped up after only half of their health was hit, and were finally killed halfway up the mountain. Ah, this wave of monsters dropped weapons. People on the 4 roads picked up various weapons. Everyone's favorite weapon was the deceleration gun, which could freeze monsters for 100 seconds and also cause bleeding. Leng Xiaoyu picked up a meteor bomb attack prop, which was extremely powerful, and she used it to attack the boss. Bang! The force after the sound knocked her over, and she fell into the mud. Xiao Wu and Xiao Dao on the next road laughed. Xiao Yu stood up angrily and patted the mud off her body. Xiao Wu took the opportunity to run over and carried the rocket launcher away. Hey, why did you steal my weapon? Xiao Yu was furious. Xiao Wu threw him a small crossbow and said, Rocket launchers are not suitable for you. Girls should always use crossbows. Xiao Yu was a little unconvinced, but it was true that rocket launchers were more suitable for the strong Xiao Wu. Boom! He fired a cannon, hitting the boss in the abdomen, causing the boss to roar and his health bar to be reduced by a section. Wow, it's so powerful. Xiao Dao looked envious. Xiao Wu, let me try it. Xiao Dao was eager to try it. What are you trying? Just fight the monsters and protect the master, don't make trouble. Xiao Wu ignored him, and continued to fire the rocket launcher. Boom! The boss was hit by another cannon, and with the continuous attacks of Long Zimo and Luo Su, his health bar was already more than half. Ah! The boss roared and started attacking. Swish, swish, swish. An intensive attack came down from the sky. The attack range was extremely wide, and many people were hit and injured. Fortunately, the panda army in the village played a role, and the group stacking continued to recover blood, and finally there was no danger. Luo Su and Long Zimo were fighting the boss with all their strength. Long Zimo's black dragon, emitting black mist, can slow down the boss's speed and weaken the attack, and it also has a poisoning stacking effect. Fire Kirin stacks fire damage, long-range fireball. Both pets have high output. Luo Su and Long Zimo use guns as their main weapons. Luo Su, as usual, attacks the boss's eyes first. After the boss loses his eyesight, he will be confused and easier to kill. Sure enough, the boss, who was fighting and flying up the mountain, lost his direction after losing his eyesight. He flew down the mountain while fighting. In this way, the boss can avoid long-range attacks on the Dragon Ball, and increase the probability of clearing the level. At this time, the teammates on the mountain had killed all the monsters, and obtained a lot of long-range weapons. Everyone joined in the fight against the boss. Xiaolu's rocket launcher was the most powerful. He fired directly from the foot of the mountain, and hit the boss every time, causing huge damage. Most of the others had bows and crossbows, rifles, and long-range attack props dropped by monsters. Daodu didn't pick up the props, so he released the flame bird and rode on it, and he was able to hit the boss as well. This scared the two Zawus. Daodu, flying so high, it's dangerous, come down quickly. Daodu, hold on tight, don't look down. Luo Su, It's really hard for the two old men, this scene is thrilling. Fortunately, there is strength in numbers. Everyone attacked together, and quickly killed the boss of this level. Ding, the Dragon Ball boss has been killed. Everyone who cleared this round will receive 5 million survival points and a random weapon as a reward. Everyone was teleported back to the game lobby. I met Du Yifan and his team, who had just entered the game. Boss, what is the first level? They ran over to ask for a guide. After Long Zimo briefly told him some precautions, he said, also, it is better to blind the boss' eyes first when fighting it at the end, so it will be easier to fight. Okay, then we go in. Du Yifan led a group of 200 people, which was a big advantage in numbers, so it should not be difficult to pass the level. Well, be careful, Long Zimo said. Everyone take a short break, we are going to proceed to the second level. Luo Su said, asking Xiaoya and Su Imo to share the blood recovery potion with everyone. At this time, the system broadcast a series of information. Red Mist Galaxy Fantasy Dungeon, 200 people were eliminated in the first level. Hongyu Galaxy Fantasy Dungeon, 50 people passed the first level. Chapter 440. After listening to the second system broadcast, the people in Luo Su's group knew that the 50-man team that passed the level was referring to themselves. Everyone immediately felt fortunate to be with the two big guys. Just now, you got a 5 million survival point reward in the first level. Everyone, look at yourself. If you have enough to upgrade first. Long Zimo reminded. Just now, the first level was not easy, and it will be more difficult in the future. If everyone upgrades as soon as possible, the defense and health will also be improved, increasing the overall combat power. Luo Su used his points to exchange for a large number of potions and pet potions, and distributed some to everyone. Everyone equips these potions on their bodies, and they can save their lives at critical moments. Everyone put away the potions, and added another round of status to each other. We are going to start the second level and pass the level game. Luo Su clicked on the second level game, and passed the level. Second level, floating on water. Entered the second level game. They were teleported to a body of water. 3 people in a group stood on the same round floating object. This is a random grouping, 3 people in a group, and in the end only Luo Su and her grandmother were left. So Luo Su and her grandmother formed a team. The rules of this level are that if the player reaches the high platform in the middle of the water within the specified time, it will be considered a successful level. P.S. Killing monsters can increase the drift speed. Swish. A lot of water monsters appeared around. In this green area, they will not actively attack the player, but just swim back and forth in the water. However, once the player puts his hand into the water, a water monster will be attracted and enter a combat state. If the player pulls his hand out of the water monster will lose its target and resume its normal roaming state. Luo Su discovered this rule through trial and error. Then he reminded everyone, saying, "Don't fall into the water, otherwise you will be attacked by monsters." I also discovered this, but how can you float to the end without touching the water? Jiang Hao also discovered this. He and his parents were in the same group. The 2 elders stood on the floating point that was shaking left and right, looking a little anxious. Long Zimo said, "Try not to touch the water with your body, use weapons to paddle. Although the progress is a bit slow, it is better than standing still." Jiang Hao tried it, and found a new problem. Weapons can indeed paddle, but it is easy to lose balance and fall into the water. In order to maintain a sense of balance, it is best for each group to have 2 people paddle, and 1 kill monsters to stack the acceleration effect. After listening silently, he was a little speechless. It is true that if 1 person paddles, the boat under their feet can easily capsize. But there are only 2 people in her group, and she can't move forward according to their method. She checked. Skills, talents and props are disabled here, even battle pets are banned. This makes Luo feel very depressed. She and her grandmother each hold a crossbow and start killing monsters. She killed the water monsters near her track 1 by 1. Ding! Kill 10 water monsters and get the acceleration effect once. Luo Su felt that the boat under her feet. They quickly moved forward 3 or 4 meters and then stopped. Luo Su got a clue and immediately became excited. Together with Grandma, they continued to kill the monsters in the water. After several accelerated drifts, they came to a purple area. The monsters here are active attacking monsters, with high lethality and high dodge rate. Luo Su and Grandma killed them with all their strength and quickly passed the red area, and finally came to a black area, which was closest to the platform. But the monsters here are all elite monsters that actively attack. Luo Su was almost thrown into the water several times. Without skills, it's really hard. Luo Su sighed, raised his crossbow, and continued to fight. Wow, look, Long Zimo has reached the finish line. Xiao Wu said in disbelief. Oh my god, how can he be so fast? I'm still in the green area and haven't entered the second stage yet. Xiao Dao also sighed. Xiao Wu, Xiao Dao and Master Zhao are together. Now that their skills are trapped, the 3 of them don't cooperate very well, so they became the last group. 3 people fighting monsters together can also speed up the progress. Long Zimo corrected the initial suggestion. He looked at Wang Dajiang's family of 3 nearby, being attacked by water monsters in the black area, and wanted to lend a hand. He was also worried that if they killed the monsters in their passage, they would have less chance to speed up. At this time, he thought of a way to attract monsters. He took off his shoes and put his feet into the water. Roar! The dozens of monsters that originally surrounded Wang Dajiang's family suddenly changed direction and swam towards Long Zimo. When they got within 2 meters, he quickly pulled his foot back. The monster had no target to attack, and swam around lazily again. Wang Dajiang, Sui Hua, and Wang Dajiang's mother worked together to kill the same elite monster. It didn't take long for them to kill the first monster in the black area. His boat drifted forward 10 meters, and then they concentrated on killing a single elite monster. Voila voila! Wang Dajiang's team and his boat slid forward 10 meters. Every time the monsters attacked Wang Dajiang and his team again, Long Zimo used his foot to lure the monsters. Although it was a little funny, it really worked. With the help of Long Zimo, Wang Dajiang and his family of 3 finally reached the finish line. Currently, only 3 groups have reached the finish line: Long Zimo's group, Luo Su's group, and Wang Dajiang's group. Others are still trying to kill monsters. Without skills and battle pets, players can only use the weapons they are equipped with to fight monsters, which is really slow. Luo Su and Wang Dajiang followed Long Zimo's method, and used their feet as bait to help everyone pass the level faster. Chapter 441. Suddenly, a system reminder came from the sky. The countdown is the last 10 minutes. Everyone, hurry up, time is running out. Long Zimo reminded loudly. He was using his feet to attract monsters. This time, he was helping Dao to attract monsters in his passage. Dao, I lead the monsters away, you guys kill them with all your strength, speed up. More and more people came to the shore. There were only 3 minutes left. Dao's group was still on the field, and Xiao's group was killing monsters in the black area. Puff, puff, puff. Luo Su used a crossbow to help Dao to kill 3 monsters. He originally thought that he could help them pass the level faster, but he didn't expect that the monsters in the passage would all go berserk. Long Zimo used his feet to attract the monsters. Dao and his team took the opportunity to kill the monsters, increase their speed, and rush to the destination. In the end, all the teams were able to reach the end within the specified time. All 50 people in Luo Su's team passed the second level. They were teleported back to the game hall. The system issued another voice announcement that could be heard by the entire universe. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the floating on water level and receiving a reward of 7 million survival points. The 50-person team from the Hongyu Galaxy cleared the second level of the game. Everyone, upgrade quickly. We have to hurry up. Everyone hurriedly clicked the upgrade button. I still have 20 million survival points to break through the supreme level and reach the dominant level, Jiang Hao said excitedly. Everyone took a short break. Yifan's group just came out, but they were half as many as before. This dungeon is too hard to beat, Yifan complained. He felt that if he continued like this, he might become a lone commander. He found Long Zimo and whispered, "Can our two groups be combined into one and play together?" Long Zimo nodded and said, "It should be possible. As long as you play the game again, you can catch up with us." Long Zimo told him some precautions for the second level. Luo Su's team rested there until Yifan's team passed the level. Their team had lost half of its members, and many of them were in a mess with their clothes wet. Yifan merged his team into Luo Su's team. Now Luo Su's team had 127 people. She started the third level of the game. Level 3, Go Bang. Schwa. Luo Su's team came to a huge chessboard. They found that their team was divided into two camps, half white and half black. The system began to announce the rules of the game. Players who survive on the chessboard for more than 2 hours will pass the level. Players are also chess pieces. The system cannot move the pieces, but players can move their positions at will. 5 pieces of the same color cannot be connected. Once 5 pieces are connected, someone on the chessboard will die randomly. Warm reminder: if a player acts as a chess piece among the 5 connected pieces, then the player will die immediately. Everyone was terrified when they heard this. That is to say, players of the same color should not stand together. Ah, what does that mean? Why can't people of the same color stand together? For example, if 5 players of the same camp stand together, they will form a 5-piece connection, and all 5 players will die. Ah! This is too scary. Amidst everyone's discussions, the game began. Luo Su and Long Zimo were both in the black camp, and Daodu was white. The two of them held Daodu's hand, just black and white. However, this does not mean that it is 100% safe. If they are not careful, the system will drop black pieces around them, forming a line with Long Zimo or Luo Su. Whenever this happens, they can only keep changing their positions. They move and stop, carefully avoiding the pieces dropped by the system. They found Grandma and Grandma Long, and Aunt Jiang. They are 2 white and 1 black, and Luo Su's parents are 1 black and 1 white, and Luo Su's grandfather is a black piece. The 8 of them gathered together. "Find a place at the edge," Luo Su said. "Several old men, black and white, stand at the edge and keep still. We young people stand on the periphery to protect them. In this way, as long as we hold on for 2 hours, we can pass the level." Luo Su used to love playing Go Bang, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. As soon as Luo Su finished speaking, he heard the system prompt sound. 5 white pieces connected, 2 players eliminated. 5 black pieces connected, 1 player eliminated. Ah! It's so scary. The guy next to me was connected just now, and then he fell to the ground. He really died. Then he became a real chess piece, stuck to the chessboard motionlessly. Everyone was surprised, and the atmosphere on the field began to become tense. "Ah! You are the same color as me. Stay away from me. I want to, too. There are fewer and fewer places nearby." Luo Su saw this situation and hurriedly gave everyone some advice. Let them stand together like she did, a group of 7 or 8 people in black and white, and then try to stand on the edge. People on the edge should not move around, and those who can play Go Bang should stand on the periphery and be responsible for strict defense. Everyone was confused, but they followed her method. This method really works. Xiao Dao and Xiaowu also liked to play Go Bang. They stood in a corner with their master and Wang Dajiang's family. Wang Dajiang's mother and Lao Zhao, 1 black and 1 white, stood together on the edge. The others took the 2 old people as the core, black and white, and expanded outward. Jiang Hao passed by Xiao Dao and his parents and joined them. Those who could understand this method survived in the end. The system is still reporting deaths. People who are alone can easily be connected. In the second half, the system's chess pieces will change color at any time. Those who don't stick together for warmth hide among the system chess pieces, thinking that everything will be fine with black and white. Unexpectedly, the chess pieces next to them automatically change color. However, the system does not change the color of 4 pieces at once, but one by one, with a 1-minute pause in between. Players who react quickly can save themselves. But not everyone is so smart. Especially those who don't know how to play Go Bang, can't see the chess game and hidden dangers around them. So far, the color of the players has not changed. Only the round chess pieces dropped by the system will change color. So it's better to stay together for warmth, and the chance of survival is higher. After all, the more players around, the fewer variables. Time countdown, the last 5 minutes. In the last 5 minutes, the color of the chess pieces on the chessboard changes very quickly, and it has changed in the blink of an eye. So in the end, it is really difficult for the lone person to survive when surrounded by chess pieces. The game is over. Congratulations to the 97 players who passed the level and received a reward of 10 million survival points. Everyone was shocked. In this level of chess, 30 players died. Chapter 442. The Luosu team was teleported back to the game lobby. The system's progress report came out again. The 158-member team from the Dark Galaxy passed the 5th level. The 66-member team from the Red Mist Galaxy passed the 3rd level. The 97-member team from the Hongyu Galaxy passed the 3rd level. The 200-member team from the Hongyu Galaxy was completely wiped out at the 3rd level. The Luosu team was shocked when they heard this. A team from the Hongyu Galaxy was wiped out. I wonder if it was from our blue star. It shouldn't be. No one in the groups has come out to confirm it. Dark Galaxy? This is the first time I've heard of this galaxy. Long Zimo said, Yifan, Su Jin, you guys sort out the Game Pass guides for these levels, and send them to the various groups in Songlong Continent to minimize the number of deaths. Luosu added, also post some on Jiuxing's interstellar network, so that people from other planets in Jiuxing can try to survive. Since the seniors who guarded Jiuxing helped her at the end of the starry sky last time, Luosu has subconsciously regarded guarding Jiuxing as one of her responsibilities. Okay. Du Yifan and Su Jin nodded in agreement, and then raced against time to organize the game strategy. In fact, people in each group posted game strategies from time to time, but they were scattered. They just needed to collect and organize them, and then add some more. Everyone was ready, and Luosu started to challenge the 4th level. 4th level, Death Jump. Just hearing this name, everyone was already scared. They came to a place called Death Valley. They were randomly placed on different moving plates. There was a deep abyss under their feet. The moving plates moved up and down, left and right, and randomly changed their drifting positions. People who were afraid of heights were so scared that their legs went weak, and they sat on the ground. Oh my god, I'm afraid of heights. Although I'm not afraid of heights, I feel dizzy when I'm swaying like this. Luosu saw Daodu standing alone on a moving plate and hurriedly shouted, Daodu, sit still and don't move. Got it. Daodu sat cross-legged in the middle of the board, looking calm and composed. The system continued to prompt the rules of the game. Players who can successfully reach the top of the Death Valley on the opposite side are considered to have passed the game. At the beginning, everyone stands on their own board. If they successfully jump to someone else's board, the boards will merge, and the merged boards can move forward a certain distance. Everyone was happy. That is to say, if the jump is successful, the boards will merge, and there will be 2 people on the board. Then as long as one of them continues to jump, they can continue to merge. Yes, that's what it means. Everyone was relieved. Just now, when I saw the old man on a single plate, I was still worried. Players who fail to jump will not only fall off the cliff and die, but the plate they were originally on will also fall. Ah, be careful. It's not that the more mergers, the safer it is. If you fail once, all your efforts will be wasted, and the whole army will be wiped out. Everyone calm down. Long Zimo said in the team. Let's discuss the plan first, and then start jumping. There are 97 of us in total. Think about how to jump, so that we can bring everyone over. Luosu also said, yes, we have to jump from the back, otherwise the front jumps first, and after the plates merge, there will be fewer springboards, and the people behind can't get through. Everyone fell silent, and listened to the arrangements of the 2 bosses. There is no time limit for this level, so they can take their time. They first counted the people standing in the last row. There were 8 people. Grandma Long and Xiaoyu were in the last row, and the others were members from the Songlong base. Fortunately, the distance between the plates in the last row was relatively close, a distance of 1 meter, and most people could jump over. They jumped in pairs, and after the plates merged, they all moved forward 1 meter. In front of them, there were 6 people closest to them. Luosu looked at them and said, the people in front should not move, and the people behind should jump forward, so that after merging, they can move further. There are now 2 people on each of the 4 plates in the last row. Whoever is better at jumping is responsible for jumping forward. Soon, their plate became 3 people, and the plate became larger and larger. In order not to collide with the plate in front, the plate automatically adjusted its height up and down. As a result, the springboards in front of them were farther away, making it more difficult. The plates on the highest level are closest, And the further down you go, the farther the plates are. Luo Su discovered this rule. Long Zimo said, then jump to the highest level first. Now, at the end of the best level, there stood Xiaoya, Grandma, Lao Zhao and Xiao Dao, with a distance of 1.2 meters between them. Xiao Dao jumped to Master Zhao, and the plates merged. Xiaoya jumped to Grandma, and the plates merged. Their plates all moved forward 2 meters. They were far away from the plate in front. "Ah, how do we jump?" Xiaoya looked at it without confidence. Luo Su looked at it, and gave a suggestion. "Xiaoya, don't move. Move Xiao Dao to Xiaoya's plate. The 4 of you will move together, and the plate will move forward." Yes, parallel jumps can also move forward together. How could I forget that? Xiaoya slapped her forehead and said. Xiao Dao jumped over. The 4 of them were together. The plate was 4 times larger, and the 2 old people felt twice as safe. Unfortunately, they were also lowered in height, and moved forward 3 meters. Chapter 443. After Xiaoya and the others descended, they moved forward another 2 or 3 meters before stopping. On their left was the parallel plate of Xiao Dao, and the other 8 people. The distance was a bit far, and they couldn't jump over it at all. There was no springboard within 5 meters in front. How do we get over now? Xiaoya was a little anxious. Luo Su said, "Teammate who descended, don't worry, you guys lead them first and don't move. Wait for the scattered teammates above to merge first, and then see what happens." On the upper plate, Wang Zhang's family stood in the back row. The order from left to right was Wang Dajiang's mother, He Tsuehua, Wang Dajiang and Xiaosong. "Mom is old, I dance it," He Tsuehua said. The distance between the 2 plates was a bit far. But there was no choice. Between her and her mother-in-law, she had to dance it. She stepped back a few meters and took a deep breath. "Come on, Mom." Xiaosong cheered her up. "Tsuehua, don't worry, take your time." Wang Dajiang encouraged her. He Tsuehua nodded, took a few steps, and suddenly jumped over. Bang! He Tsuehua barely jumped to the edge of the opposite plate, but she didn't stand firmly for a while, and after shaking a few times, she fell backwards. "Ah! Tsuehua! Mom!" Everyone was shocked. He Tsuehua fell down. Xiaosong's mother. Her mother-in-law was so scared that she collapsed on the plate. "Ah! Aunt Tsuehua!" Luo Su was also scared. Bang! He Tsuehua fell on the plate of Xiaoya and others on the lower floor. Everyone was worried. "It's okay. Mom, are you okay?" Xiaosong was about to cry. "Xiaosong, Mom is okay." He Tsuehua tried to stay calm, but her legs were still shaking. The moment she fell, she thought she was dead. At this time, the system popped up a prompt. "Congratulations to player He Tsuehua for successfully making 2 consecutive jumps. Get a special reward. The whole plate moves forward 20 meters." Just now, He Tsuehua's plate moved slowly, merged with her mother-in-law's plate, and then slowly moved down and merged with Xiaoya and others' plate. They became a team of 10. The plate continued to drop 3 meters, and then move forward 20 meters. They were closer to the top of the cliff opposite. It was a blessing in disguise. Xiaosong and Wang Dajiang on the upper level were ready to jump and merge. Xiaosong said, "Dad, don't move, I jump." Xiaosong looked at the lower level, which was the big plate of Xiaoyu and his friends. Xiaosong easily jumped onto his father's plate, and then continued to jump down. Bang! He jumped steadily onto the big plate on the lower level. Wow! Xiaosong is so brave. Learning from his mother's method, so smart. Everyone praised. Congratulations to player Wang Xiaosong for his successful double jump. Get a special reward. The whole plate moves forward 20 meters. After his plate merged with his father's, it dropped 1 level and merged with the big plate. Now they have also become a big plate of 10 people. The plate automatically dropped 3 meters and moved forward another 20 meters. The 2 big plates are parallel again, with a distance of only 2 meters. Long Zimo turned his worry into joy and said, "Okay, don't move the big plate below, wait for the upper one to merge first." Now it was Daoda's turn. On Daoda's left was Jiang Hao, on his right was Mu Yeli, and in the back was Yang Fei. Jiang Hao shouted loudly, "Shaoli Yang Fei, don't move. I do a quadruple jump and see what the effect will be." Okay. The 2 agreed. The other teammates were also waiting to see. Jiang Hao jumped to Daodu. It would take some time for the plates to merge. He did not stop and jumped directly to Mu Yeli's plate, and finally jumped to Yang Fei's plate. The system prompt sounded as expected. Congratulations to player Jiang Hao for successfully completing a quadruple jump. Get a special reward. The entire plate moves forward 40 meters. Everyone was immediately excited when they heard this. 40 meters, wow! Is this almost the end? That's awesome. Dowda found it fun. Now on the plate, watching it merge one by one, and finally become a whole. After their plate rose 3 meters, it moved forward 40 meters. It just stopped above Jiang Hao's parents. Good guy, what good luck? Luo Su said with a smile. Long Zimo said, Jiang Hao, don't move yet. Wait for the people behind to merge and catch up. Jiang Hao agreed, okay. He was not in a hurry, he had an advantage in this position. It was Luo Su's turn in the back row. Luo Su jumped to An Jiang next to him, then jumped 4 times to the right, and seeing that the distance in front was not far, he continued to jump forward and connected the 3 people in front. Congratulations to player Luo Su for successfully jumping 7 times in a row. Get a special reward. The entire plate moves forward 100 meters. Wow! Everyone exclaimed. 100 meters? Luo Su's plate rose 3 meters, level with Jiang Hao, and then moved forward 100 meters. Jiang Hao watched her plate move past him, feeling like he was riding a horse far ahead of everyone. Luo Su's plate stopped, only a dozen meters away from the finish line. She asked everyone to stay still and wait for the people behind to come up. In this way, everyone jumped from the back to the front little by little, slowly merged together, and formed several small plates. No longer sure to jump forward. They chose to jump to the large plate below. Xiaoyu's plates merged again and moved forward 10 meters. When it was Long Zimo's turn, there were many people in front of him, and the distance was within his jumping range. However, now below, Lao Zhao's plate stopped in place, and there was no one behind, if he didn't help. They couldn't move forward. He was thinking about how to connect them, and bring everyone over. He said to Su Imo on the right, you jump forward 3 squares, and then jump down. Su Imo looked at the 3 in front of him, and they were indeed quite close. He jumped 4 times in a row and finally landed on the plate of Xiuya and Lao Zhao in the lower layer. Congratulations to player Su Imo for successfully jumping 4 times in a row, received a special reward, and the entire plate moved forward 50 meters. After that, the large plate moved forward 40 meters. Long Zimo saw that there was no one below and behind him, so he started jumping forward, jumping up and down. He did 9 consecutive jumps until the plate in front was too far away, and he couldn't jump up, then he stopped. Congratulations to player Long Zimo for successfully jumping 9 times. Get a special reward. The whole plate moves forward 120 meters, reaching the finish line. Wow, the boss is really amazing, moving high in the air, the plate is still shaking, and he can jump over a distance of 2.5 meters. Awesome. I envy the brother who won by doing nothing above. Luo arrived at Hongxiangnan. He jumped forward 3 squares and merged with Jiang Hao's parents. The distance ahead is too far. I can't jump over. Hongxiangnan said apologetically. Jiang Hao shouted from above, it's okay, don't move, I jumped down. While waiting for the plates to merge, Jiang Hao jumped down directly. His plate moved down and merged with Hongxiangnan's. His overall plate moved forward 10 meters, and along the way, he merged the plates of several people. Jiang Hao's plate had the most people, and it became 29, and moved down to the lowest level. Long Zimo directed the remaining scattered people in the team to jump and merge, and slowly everyone merged into plates of 2s and 3s. After the moving position was determined, they merged again. Moved forward for more than 10 meters. A great man appeared in front. He was a member of Sanlong nicknamed Zhang Farren, and was a national first-level long jumper. The plates were 3 meters apart, and he jumped over them easily. Zhang Farren jumped 32 plates in a row. He led a group of people directly to the finish line. Wow, if Zhang Farren stood in the back row at the beginning, could he jump from the starting point to the finish line? Yes. Why was he arranged so far back? Haha, the system is a pitfall. Chapter 444. Luo Su's plate is on the top floor, and she is still more than 10 meters away from the finish line. There is no one on the second floor. The third floor is Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu's 2 large plates, 2 meters apart, and 50 meters away from the finish line. The bottom floor is Jiang Hao's large plate, more than 30 meters away from the finish line. Now their plates cannot move, and there is no one behind them. Luo Su said, Xiaoyu, merge your 2 plates and see if you can rise up. Xiao Song volunteered and jumped over. The 2 large plates merged and moved forward 20 meters. They had already reached the top of Jiang Hao's plate. Xiao Song continued to jump down. This time, it was Jiang Hao's plate that rose, and after merging with the one above, It continued to rise one layer and move forward another 20 meters. Long Zimo was at the finish line, and finally felt relieved when he saw this scene. Luo Su looked at the super large plate below and jumped down without hesitation. All people arrived at the finish line. Congratulations on passing this round of the game and getting a survival point reward of 10 million points. They were teleported back to the hall again. Jiang Hao was very excited. I can finally upgrade to Supreme. After 4 levels in a row, everyone was tired, and Luo Su took the team back to rest temporarily. We will continue the challenge tomorrow, Long Zimo said. After everyone exited the dungeon, teammates below Supreme received the same prompt. Congratulations on getting 4 hours of Nightmare Dream deduction value. Everyone was surprised. It turns out that every level pass can reduce 1 hour of nightmare torture. Everyone decided to rest for a while, and continue to refresh the dungeon in the afternoon to offset the 6 hours of nightmare time every day. People always feel sleepy at noon. Luo Su was drowsy on the sofa in the living room on the 3rd floor. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a prompt sound came to her ear. She woke up and checked carefully. It turned out that the tracker in the space was sending out an alarm. Is there a signal? She suddenly became alert. Long Zimo was beside her and heard her incoherent words, which was a bit strange. Game Kernel Tracker, there is a signal. Long Zimo's eyes suddenly lit up. Where is the coordinate? Luo Su looked at it. There are no specific coordinates, only an approximate direction. Where is it? Luo Su looked carefully, and the small locator projected a blurry picture. Southeast direction, this blurry image, 3 islands? This place is very familiar. It seems that I have seen it somewhere. Luo Su tried hard to recall where he had seen it. Long Zimo came over, and after careful identification, he suddenly thought of a place and said, Interstellar Hunting Ground. Luo Su slapped his forehead. Yes, yes, yes. This picture is the 3 islands in the Interstellar Hunting Ground. I haven't been to the Interstellar Hunting Ground for a long time. He once fought the Supreme Barbarian Bull in it, and the whole team was almost wiped out. Long Zimo activated the black fog in his body, and turned the tide at the critical moment. But the price was very high that time. Long Zimo, who lost his mind, was randomly teleported to a first-level planet, and was implanted with a chip. Later, they were also in the Interstellar Panda Hunting Corps, and they also picked up 2 huge bird islands, and hatched a pair of flamingos. Speaking of the Interstellar Hunting Ground, Luo Su has too many memories. There are surprises, sadness, passion, and a narrow escape from death. I wonder what kind of situation will it be when I enter the Interstellar Hunting Ground again this time. This time, it is the most powerful opponent, the Supreme Commander of Artificial Intelligence Survival Game Corps. Long Zimo knew she was worried. It's okay, let's go together and explore the way first. If the situation is not right, just come back immediately. Luo Su nodded and said, let's get ready. She replenished various weapons and asked Xiaoya for some special potions. She also exchanged a pair of prop shoes at the Points Mall, which could teleport up to 150 meters, but without the invisibility effect. The two were ready, and set off to the Interstellar Hunting Ground. This time, the teleportation location was deviated. The teleportation point recorded by Luo Su was originally on 2 attached islands, but now they went directly to the main island. The signal device in Luo Su's space kept prompting. We are very close to the signal source, within 10 kilometers, Luo Su said. Suddenly, they felt the ground shaking. Boom, boom, boom! As a huge sound of footsteps came from far away, a loud roar exploded above their heads. Roar. They looked up and saw a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex, with its mouth wide open, roaring at them. The two were horrified. Without thinking too much, they teleported away from the spot. They teleported more than 100 meters away, and quickly calmed down. Luo Su opened his eyes. Sure enough, this Tyrannosaurus Rex is a first-level fantasy beast. Mythical beast? Long Zimo was a little surprised. Such a large beast must be hard to tame, right? Luo Su released the fire Kirin and rode on it. It's not a question of taming now. It's obviously eating our lunch. Then kill it. Long Zimo also released the Black Dragon and rode on it. Black Dragon on the left, Fire Kirin on the right. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was obviously not afraid of being attacked from both sides by the enemy. It preferred to bully the weak. So it turned and headed towards Luo Su. In the end, it miscalculated. The Fire Kirin could also fly and breathe fire. Whoosh! A big fireball was thrown into the open mouth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared in fear and pain. The black mist of the Black Dragon wrapped around it, and it continued to be poisoned, making it begin to weaken. The two rode on their mounts, and fought fiercely with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and finally beat it down. It's not dead yet. Do you want to summon it? Long Zimo asked Luo Su. Luo Su was about to try, when he suddenly heard a scream coming from the space. Luo Su opened the space, and it turned out to be a small beast. Luo Su took it out. What? Do you have any objection? The little beast was held in the air, its chubby limbs waving constantly. Oh, eat, eat, eat. Oh, so you are hungry? Luo Su was funny. This little foodie, just eat every day, and it has never grown up. Luo Su put it down, and then opened the space to find something for it to eat. She took out a bucket of milk. The little beast under her feet was gone. Su Su. She was just about to find the little beast when she heard Long Zimo calling her. She looked at Long Zimo. What are you doing? Long Zimo didn't say anything, pointing forward with his chin. She turned her head and looked. Immediately surprised. Oh my goodness, what's going on? The little beast swallowed the Tyrannosaurus Rex? The little beast opened its mouth to the maximum extent, and had swallowed half of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. And there was no bulge in its stomach. Swallowing and digesting at the same time. Luo Su said in disbelief. I don't know. See how much it can eat. Long Zimo had a curious expression. Won't it die of bloating if it's so big? Luo Su was a little amused. This scene was like an ant swallowing an elephant. It was outrageous. Chapter 445. The scene before them made Luo Su and Long Zimo unable to look away. This spectacle of an ant swallowing an elephant was unprecedented. She simply took out 2 chairs and 2 drinks, and the two of them watched with relish. From time to time, they also exclaimed in various ways. Oh, is this possible? Amazing. Look, the little beast has grown a circle. Eating, digesting, and growing at the same time, it really refreshed my cognition. The strongest evolved beast in history. 2 hours later. Shocked. The round little beast held its belly, and burped on the ground. What is the origin of this little beast? How can such a small beast swallow such a big Tyrannosaurus Rex? Long Zimo felt strange. I am getting more and more confused. Luo Su also felt strange. The little beast struggled to stand up, and walked unsteadily as if drunk. It came to Luo Su, and hugged his thigh. MMM. It hung on her legs like this, and after more than 10 seconds, it began to snore. Fell asleep just like that? Luo Su picked it up, turned it over and looked around. It was no different except that it was bigger. She shook her head, put the little beast into the space, and let it sleep well. Let's go, let's continue looking for clues. Long Zimo said. Luo Su looked at the signal source southeast. They each rode on their mounts and flew southeast. They flew over the highest mountain on the island, as if they had come to a prehistoric world, with all kinds of dinosaurs everywhere. In addition to dinosaurs, there were other large beasts whose names were unknown. Oh my god! Luo Su couldn't help but exclaimed. Many of these are heavenly level first-class fantasy beasts. Take them all back to the village. Long Zimo said with a smile. I'm afraid they will flatten the village. Luo Su said, causing Long Zimo to laugh. They flew at a constant speed while checking the surroundings. Look where? Long Zimo pointed to the 2 mountains in front. An iceberg and a volcano? The 2 mountains are so close together, don't you think it's strange? Long Zimo felt incredible. It's quite abnormal. Luo Su said, flying towards the volcano. The closer she got to the volcano, the higher the temperature she felt. And it seemed that the sky and the earth had changed. The whole light turned red. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the iceberg. Huh? Why is the iceberg gone? Just now, I clearly saw 2 mountains close together. Zimo, do you think so? Luo Su didn't see Long Zimo respond, so she looked back. Her heart skipped a beat. Where's Long Zimo? Zimo? She turned around and went back the same way. She flew more than 10 kilometers away, but she didn't see Long Zimo and his black dragon. Even the scenery was different from before. She turned around and flew towards the volcano. Except for the volcano, everything else had changed. There were no icebergs, no dinosaurs, and no other large beasts. The whole world is in red. No! Luo Su was suspicious. I must not be in the original time and space. Is this an illusion? How can I get out of this illusion? Luo Su wanted to release the guide Xiaozi and ask how to get out of this illusion. As a result, he found that he could not open the Fantasy Beast warehouse at all. Not only that, he could not open the space, nor could he use the skills, and the talent was gray. Are they all disabled? Why is that Fire Qilin still there? She looked down in confusion. It would have been fine if she hadn't looked, but she was shocked when she saw it. Under her, where was the fire Qilin? It was just a ball of red flames, and the fire was getting bigger and bigger, burning her so much that she felt like she was about to be roasted. Ah! She screamed, turned over, and left the flames, but suddenly felt that she had lost her balance. She fell down. She looked down and was shocked again. Below her was the crater of the volcano with molten lava. During the fall, she felt her hair was burnt, her skin was cracked in the extremely high temperature, and her muscles and bones were roasted. Her whole body was in extreme pain. But her consciousness was still clear. She felt like she fell into the rolling lava. Her body was instantly disintegrated. Something gradually separated from her mind. All the memories gradually blurred from her heart. Finally, they disappeared. Her consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Forever deep sleep. Susu. Long Zimo rode the black dragon and searched back and forth. Just now Luo Su was riding the fire unicorn and flying in front, but she disappeared in the blink of an eye. He flew back and forth several times, but did not see her figure. Long Zimo felt more and more strange. Not only did Luo Su disappear, but the volcano that was just in front of the iceberg also disappeared. In front of him, there was only a snow-white iceberg. Luo Su disappeared, and the volcano also disappeared. Then there was only one possibility. That is, the two mountains that were just in parallel were actually two overlapping spaces. Luo Su flew towards the volcano, and he might have deviated a little towards the iceberg during the flight. When Luo Su entered the overlapping spacetime, that spacetime disappeared. Who else could manipulate spacetime so generously except the artificial intelligence of the game core? It seems that the signal source was sent out deliberately. The purpose was to lure Luo Su here. Thinking of this, Long Zimo was anxious. Chapter 446. Long Zimo waited until dark before teleporting back from the interstellar hunting ground. He went out with Luo Su. In the end, he was the only one who came back. Grandma was a little anxious. Aren't you fine? You weren't injured or anything. How could you lose Luo Su? Mom, calm down. Let's wait for Zimo to finish what he said. What happened? Luo Hongwa persuaded his mother-in-law. Luo Situ also felt that there must be a reason for the incident. For a granddaughter with such great ability to disappear, she must have encountered a strong opponent. Long Zimo sat down, and Luo Hongwa opened a can of iced beer for him. He took the beer and drank half of it in one breath. The cold liquid slid down his throat, which made his anxious brain relax a little. Then he said, at about 2 o'clock this afternoon, the sensor in Susu's space suddenly received a signal. Sensor? Luo Situ was surprised. Could it be that old guy Leng Chioka gave it to her? Long Zimo nodded. Yes, she told me about this matter. It's just that she's been back for many days, and the sensor hasn't responded. We thought it was too old and couldn't be used. Long Zimo told him everything that happened after he and Luo Su entered the interstellar hunting ground. Luo Situ slapped his forehead. Oh, you should have told me earlier, you don't understand. The core of the game has a powerful technology, and building a fantasy space at any time is one of them. It can allow multiple time and space to overlap at the same time. It's terrible. Jiang Hao said, will we be overlapped with another time and space in this novice village one day? Luo Situ said, no, the novice village is a space we built, equivalent to the Ark, which is very safe. What about the Sunlong continent? Jiang Hao asked again. The Sunlong continent was created by Luo Su based on the modeling supported by the game. It has a certain connection with the game, and is relatively safe. Luo Situ said. Lu Qingyun asked, Dad, when Susu disappeared, was it possible that she entered a fantasy world? 1. Don't worry. Since the life monitoring system of Sunlong base shows that Susu's life signs are good, it proves that she is not in danger of life now. But where is Susu? Grandma asked anxiously. Lu Qingyun took her mother's hand and comforted her. Mom, as long as Luo Su is not in danger of life, she will come back after breakfast. We will try our best to find her. Don't worry too much. I knew that Susu missed you and doubted the most. Only when you are all well, she will not be shocked and try to go home. When Grandma heard this, she said, yes, Dowdu and I must be fine, and we can't add burden to Susu. Long Zimo asked Grandpa Luo Su a lot of questions about the game. In theory, Long Zimo and Emperor Huang have overlapping identities, so he should know everything he has experienced. But he just can't remember the memory of developing the game. Luo Situ said that Emperor Huang once recruited talents and personally led an elite team to develop a survival game. Luo Situ was a member of the development team under Emperor Huang, and he was mainly responsible for building map space technology. Based on his understanding of the game, the core of the game will not directly kill a person, which is the most basic rule of the game. But it will embarrass the player through the difficulty of the game, and the illusion of the illusion, so that the player will kill himself. If you are trapped in the illusion, 3 aspects are very important. The first is to have a firm belief, and not give up hope easily. The second is to have enough food, and not starve yourself to death. The third is to find a way to break through the illusion. Long Zemo frowned slightly. The current situation of Susu may be that she is really trapped in the illusion. Chapter 447. In the depths of the distant universe, there is a planet surrounded by many cyclones. This is a barren planet, covered with deserts. A ragged woman woke up in the heart of the desert. She licked her cracked lips and swallowed saliva with difficulty, but her mouth was full of dry sand, which scratched her throat. She coughed a few times and struggled to get up. After stumbling a few steps, she barely stood firm. She looked at the rolling yellow sand in front of her, and a hazy sun hung in the sky, casting a gray light. Her mind was in a mess, and a series of questions popped up. Who am I? Where is this? She couldn't remember anything, and her head hurt. She held onto her body and stood for a few seconds, but she had exhausted her strength. She fell down and gasped. The air mixed with sand and dust poured into her nose and mouth, and she felt like her lungs were about to explode. She fumbled and tore off a piece of the clothes that was close to her body, covered her mouth and nose, and tied it behind her back, making a simple mask. Although she was very tired, she knew that she couldn't stay here any longer, otherwise she would die. She forced herself to walk forward in the same direction, stumbling and waking up, and finally came to a simple shelter. This was a small shelter made of stone, wood and canvas. There was no one inside, but there was a water bag and a blue card. She rushed in. She picked up the water bag and gulped down a few mouthfuls. The cold water rushed into her stomach, and she felt that she was alive. There was still a little water in the water bag, and she planned to save it and drink it slowly. She picked up the blue card next to her. The card glowed blue in her palm. Just then, 2 men rushed in. Ah, blue card! Quick, don't let her take it away. The 2 men rushed forward. She kicked up a gust of sand with her toes and threw it on their faces. The 2 men were caught off guard, and the sand flew into their eyes. They covered their eyes and hesitated for a moment. She took the opportunity to escape out the door. The 2 men cursed for a long time, then their eyes soon calmed down, and they hurriedly chased after them. The light of the card in her hand became brighter and brighter, and she even felt a chill spreading from her palm. She was a little confused. But the 2 men were chasing her relentlessly, and she didn't dare to slow down at all. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded over the entire desert. Exile number 80666 has obtained the qualification to enter Devil's Island. Ah, Devil's Island. Is 80666 talking about herself? She was in doubt, and suddenly felt her body lighten and disappeared from the spot. She heard the whistling wind and felt that she was falling down. She opened her eyes and found that she was falling from a high altitude. She couldn't help but scream in her throat. Ah! Puff! She landed on a huge leaf. The thick leaf sank down and then broke a hole. She fell through the hole and landed on another leaf, repeating this several times. Ah! Puff! Ah! Puff, puff, puff! Bang! She finally fell into the mud. A witch-like voice rang in her mind. Welcome to Devil's Island. You will spend 30 days here in an exciting and thrilling way. You must kill 1,000 demons within 30 days before you can leave. Otherwise you will be left on this island forever and become a real demon. Chapter 448. Luosu nervously calculated the flying speed, and then found the right time to launch. A pebble flew out quickly. Puff! It hit the red-haired bird's head. The red-haired bird's neck softened, and its whole body fell straight down. Before it landed, the little monkey took the opportunity to break free from its claws and rushed out. Hearing the witch's prompt sound again, Luosu was happy. Ding! Successfully killed the demon 3/1000, obtained 50 exchange coins, and 10 rare feathers. Luosu walked over to look at the little monkey. Are you okay? The wound hurts. It pointed to its back and said, we must first find a wandering merchant to exchange some hemostatic drugs. Let's leave here first. Can you still climb up? Luosu saw that it was not in good condition. Carry me up. Luosu cut a vine with a Swiss Army knife, wove a simple basket, and then put the little monkey in the vine basket and carried it up. Under the guidance of the little monkey, she quickly found the wandering merchant. Hello, I have everything here. As long as you have enough currency, You can exchange anything. The wandering merchant said a line in a very NPC style. Luo Su checked the exchange interface. A piece of bread is 5 coins. A bottle of mineral water is 5 coins. A banana is 50 coins. A medicine box is 200 coins. A set of adventurer clothes is 500 coins. Luo Su was speechless. She only had 80 coins in her pocket, and could only exchange for food. No way, a medicine box costs 200 coins, I don't have enough money. The wandering merchant said very experiencedly, I also buy various demon materials. If you have materials, you might as well sell them to me. Luo Su took out a snake skin, a giant toad coat, and 10 rare feathers. Take a look, how much do you charge for these materials? If the price is fair, I will sell it to you. Luo Su said. The wandering merchant's eyes lit up, picked up the rare feather, and said, I finally found it. I am willing to pay 10 times the price, sell it to me. The little monkey widened his eyes, and whispered to Luo Su, you are really lucky. Whenever there is an NPC with 10 times the price, after you sell things to him, there will be a series of hidden tasks. If you can collect all the things he wants, there will be a big reward at the end. Luo Su asked, how much is 10 times? 500 currency/piece, 10 pieces is 5,000 currency. Luo Su asked again, what about the other two? The wandering merchant said, large toad coat is 50 currency, snake skin is 30 currency. Luo Su was ecstatic, but she looked calm on the surface, and said, the price is not bad, I will sell it to you. One payment and one hand, 50-80 currency was in her pocket, and now she has 5,160 currency. Let's take a look what to buy. She looked at the physical column, and asked the wandering merchant, how often do you come? The wandering merchant replied, I usually come once every 7 days, but recently I urgently need a batch of materials. If you promise to help me find them, I will come every 2 days. Luo Su heard this and thought, isn't this the hidden task that the little monkey mentioned? She hurriedly said, what materials do you need? I can help you keep an eye out for them. The wandering merchant said, I need a total of 8 materials, rare feathers, purple pearls, Sanshan deer antlers, luminous scales, snow mountain spring water, leaves of the tree of life, tulips that never fade, and the blood of the whale king of the underworld. The wandering merchant handed her a list and a special small bottle, saying, the blood of the underworld whale king must be stored in this small bottle, so that its medicinal effect will not be lost. When Luo Su heard the words underworld whale king, he felt a little difficult and asked, if I don't find all your things, there will be no punishment, right? The wandering merchant said, there will be no punishment. I will be grateful for any material you find. If you collect all the materials, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Okay, I understand. Luo Su took the list. The witch's voice popped up in his mind. Congratulations on accepting the hidden mission. Wandering merchants wish January 8th. Luo Su saw that the feather he had just sold to him was already counted in the mission, and sighed that he had really met a conscientious NPC. Exchange the medicine box quickly, my blood is almost gone. The little monkey said listlessly. Luo Su, oh, right away. She checked the exchange page and exchanged a medicine box, 10 breads, 20 bottles of water, a set of adventurer suits, and 10 bananas, spending 1350 exchange coins. She still had 3,180 exchange coins. She put the things into her backpack. Fortunately, similar items can be stacked, otherwise her 20-slot temporary backpack would not be able to hold them. Come, I give you hemostatic medicine first, and then exchange for weapons. Luo Su opened the medicine box, and treated the monkey's wound. For some reason, she could not regard the monkey as a player. She subconsciously felt that this monkey was probably an NPC. The wound was treated, and the bleeding stopped. Luo Su gave him 2 bananas. After the little monkey ate the bananas, the wound healed miraculously. Both Luo Su and the little monkey were surprised. Luo Su smiled and said, if I had known, why would I have applied medicine? Wouldn't it be enough to just give you bananas? Luo Su put away the medicine box, and continued to exchange things. She exchanged a lighter for 10 coins, and a camping tent for 1,000 coins. An emergency flashlight for 100 coins. Toothbrush plus toothpaste plus towel plus wash basin for 100 coins. 200 for a pot. The only weapons she had were a crossbow and a quiver. She exchanged a crossbow and 10 quivers for 2,000 coins. There were still 400 coins left. Luo Su then realized that she could buy an expansion backpack, 200 coins per slot, so she expanded the backpack by 2 slots. The little monkey was surprised to see that there was a pot among the items she exchanged. He asked, Why do you want a pot? You can't cook the things on this devil's island. You can't drink the water either. Otherwise you will be polluted and slowly evolve into a demon. Luosu was a little surprised. It seems that even the stream water can't be drunk. I feel that 20 bottles of mineral water are still a little less. But now the currency has been used up. Forget it. If I save it for 2 days, it should be enough. I think I put away everything silently. She admired this temporary backpack. No matter how big the things are, even something as big as a tent can be put down, and it only takes up one space. After she exchanged the things, she took the little monkey to find a relatively safe place, and set up a tent. She changed into clean clothes, and came out of the tent. She looked at the adventurer's suit, which seemed tailor-made and fit her perfectly. The whole suit included a top, pants, leather boots, and a hat. It also had defense and waterproof effects, and was very soft to the touch. Luosu was very satisfied with this good quality and inexpensive beginner suit. Chapter 449. Luosu quickly went around a big tree and attacked the black bear from behind. She raised the crossbow in her hand, and 3 arrows flew out. The black bear was hit by 3 arrows in the back, but it did not stop its attack at all. It turned and pounced on Luosu, and began to emit black mist. The little monkey panicked, left a word, and then grabbed the vine and swung far away. There is poisonous mist. I will retreat first, you be careful. Luosu did not dare to slack off at all. When she saw the black bear coming towards her, she ran away in a hurry. This black bear looks like it weighs several hundred pounds and is very strong. If he gets close to me, it will be troublesome. Just running like this is not a solution. If I encounter another demon, I will be dead. Luosu weighed the pros and cons, and looked back to see that the black bear was still 4 or 5 meters away. She decisively put away her crossbow, quickly climbed up a big tree, found a good position, took out her crossbow again, squatted on the tree and watched the black bear get closer and closer, aiming at its eyes. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows flew at the same time, knocking out the black bear's 2 eyes with one shot. Great! Luosu was secretly surprised and reloaded the arrows. The black bear turned into a blind bear, running around furiously, roaring continuously, and the devilish black energy emanating from its body became more and more. The blind bear turned to the branch under her feet, but it didn't notice it at all, and was 1 meter away from Luosu. Luosu took out an axe and smashed it at the black bear demon. Puff! An axe hit the head. The black bear staggered a few steps, leaned back, and finally turned into black mist and disappeared. Ding! Successfully killed 5 out of 1,000 demons. Got 200 exchange coins, 2 bear paws. Luosu was happy, just about to get down from the tree. Suddenly someone kicked her from the back. She fell down. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain on her body, rolled sideways, and stood up quickly. A chimpanzee demon jumped in front of her, staring at her condescendingly. Luosu retreated urgently, and took the opportunity to raise his hand to attack. Puff! The chimpanzee demon was caught off guard, and was hit by one of the 3 arrows on his arm. Roar! 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 The chimpanzee roared, grabbed a vine with one hand, swung his body hard, and kicked towards Luosu. Luosu dodged behind another big tree, and quickly loaded the crossbow arrows. The chimpanzee had already chased him under the big tree. Luosu made a quick attack, turned around and ran towards the stream. The chimpanzee roared and chased him relentlessly, and the devilish black aura on his body became thicker and thicker. Luosu loaded the arrows while running. Seeing that the chimpanzee was about to catch up, Luosu hurriedly fought back. This time, the chimpanzee was hit by 3 arrows in the abdomen, and it pulled them out by itself. For a moment, blood and intestines flowed out. A lot of black gas came out from the wound on its stomach. Luosu did not hesitate and rushed to make up for it. Puff, puff, swish. This time it hit the vital point, and the chimpanzee held on for a few minutes, but was finally worn to death. Ding! Successfully killed the demon 6/1000, and obtained 2 yuan 00 exchange currency. The little monkey jumped down from the tree by the stream and said, "The wandering merchant is about to leave. Do you have anything else to exchange?" Luosu thought for a moment and said, "Let's exchange it again. Anyway, the materials in the backpack take up space." She trotted all the way to the wandering merchant. She sold all the materials she had just obtained to the wandering merchant. For mountain cat claws, 200 exchange coins. 2 bear paws, 300 exchange coins. 3 white pearls, 1,000 exchange coins. Luosu was surprised. She didn't expect pearls to be so valuable. Now she has another 2,000 exchange coins. Warm reminder. The wandering merchant will leave in 5 minutes. The witch's reminder sounded in her mind. Luosu hurriedly opened the exchange interface and exchanged for a 9-slot temporary backpack and 2 quivers. In this way, she didn't have to worry about running out of space in the backpack for the next 2 days. Chapter 450. Luosu and the little monkey walked to the north. Do you see that iceberg in the north? Let's go there. Luosu pointed to the iceberg in the distance and said. The little monkey looked up to the north. I've never been to such a far place. I heard that the further north you go, the more dangerous it is, because there are many wild beasts in the north. The two walked and talked, and unknowingly came to a single plank bridge. This is the only way to the north. The little monkey looked under the bridge and exclaimed, So high? I was so scared that I almost had acrophobia. You? Acrophobia? Don't be ridiculous. How can a monkey who jumps on trees all day be afraid of heights? Although I look like a little monkey, my soul is that of a human, okay? The little monkey said. It doesn't affect your talent as a monkey, Luosu said, letting the little monkey go first. She followed behind and crossed the single-plank bridge carefully. This bridge is just an ordinary single-plank bridge. But the scenery at both ends of the bridge is indeed completely different. Just now, there was a tropical rainforest over there, but on this side of the bridge, it was already a northern scenery with snow all over the sky. This made Luosu marvel at the magic. But it was too cold. Although her adventurer suit also had a warming effect, it was difficult to resist the cold climate. The little monkey had a furry body, and it didn't seem to be afraid of the cold. It jumped in the snow in front, and the soft snow buried half of its body. It turned around and saw Luosu shivering with cold, so it said, As soon as I set foot on this land, I could sense the presence of another merchant. Luosu was delighted and asked, You mean, there is a merchant here who can exchange goods? The little monkey nodded, Yes, it's not too far from here. I take you there, but you have to carry me. This snow is really not suitable for monkeys to walk. I'm almost buried. Luosu picked it up and put it on her backpack. This should be fine, right? The little monkey stood on the backpack, with its 2 front paws on her shoulders, dancing with joy. Okay, that's great. Luosu followed the direction indicated by the little monkey and walked forward. This place is sparsely populated, and there is no road at all. Luosu walked on the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, making a crunching sound. She crossed a small valley, and saw a man carrying a large bag on the snow 100 meters away. From his luggage, it can be confirmed that he is the wandering merchant on this snowy land. He should have winter clothes to exchange. Luosu was so happy that she could not help but speed up her pace, and almost trotted to catch up. Slow down, be careful. The little monkey on her backpack was almost thrown out several times, holding on to her backpack straps tightly. Got it, Luosu said. Just as she slowed down, she suddenly felt her feet soften, and the ground collapsed. She slid down, and the light around her became darker and darker. She didn't know how long she slid, and finally saw a ray of light again. Bang, she fell from the end of the slope to the platform more than 1 meter high. The little monkey also slid down, and hit her on the head. Puff! She survived all the way, twisting and turning, and was already dizzy, and finally she was hit by the little monkey. She was even more dizzy. The man and the dog took a long time to recover. Listening to the sound of the spring water, Luosu obviously felt that the air here was much warmer. What is this place? Do you know the little monkey? Luosu asked in a low voice. The moment she fell just now, some pictures popped up in her mind. It seemed like she had experienced something similar before, where she missed a step, fell into a dark hole, and finally fell into the monster's cave. Later. Then, there was no more picture. But the feeling of falling was real. What had she experienced before? I don't know, but there is light ahead. Let's go and take a look, the little monkey said. Chapter 451. Luosu followed the little monkey and walked towards the light. She was puzzled. From the height she fell from, she could tell that this was an underground cave. How could there be light in the cave? She and the little monkey quietly came to the corner. There was a pool of hot spring deep in the cave, steaming hot. The light was coming from the hot spring. It was not the spring water that was glowing, but a strange monster that was soaking in the spring water. The monster had 3 horns on its head, and a glowing bead was on top of the 3 horns. The bead glowed white, like a light bulb, illuminating the cave. This was a cave with smooth inner walls, not very spacious, but because of the hot spring, the whole cave seemed very warm. Ha-ho! The monster was soaking in the hot spring pool, drowsy, and didn't notice that someone in the cave was secretly observing it. It yawned loudly and squinted its eyes to sleep. At this time, the little monkey tugged at Luosu's clothes, looking a little nervous, and said, "Let's go quickly. I can feel that this demon's aura is ridiculously strong. It may be a big boss." "Big boss?" Luosu stared at the sleepy demon beast, feeling a little bit unbelievable. He asked again, "It's a strong aura? Why can't I feel it?" The little monkey was anxious and said, "You are in exile. You definitely can't feel it. I am half beast and half human, and I am evolving towards the direction of demon, so I can sense it." "Oh, that's it." Luosu finally understood the reason. Thinking back to what the little monkey said just now, there are still some things that I can't figure out. "But you are evolving towards a demon. If you don't eat 100 bananas in 3 days, will you really become a demon who has lost his mind?" The little monkey nodded sadly. "Theoretically, that's the case. So let's go quickly now. I don't want to become the food of this demon boss." "Where are we going?" Just then, a strange male voice came from behind Luosu and the little monkey. This scared her and the little monkey, and they suddenly stepped back and looked back. It turns out that the person standing behind Luosu is the four-legged demon beast. Ah, how did it get up? When did it come here? It was clearly still soaking in the hot spring just now. The little monkey was so shocked that he was incoherent. Luosu was also shocked and turned to look at the hot spring pool, which was empty. She had many doubts in her mind. What is going on? When did this four-legged demon beast come here? Also, this demon beast can actually speak human language? The monkey asked with a stiff face. "You can actually speak human language? Are you also evolved from humans? But how can your aura be so strong?" The Cebu Xiang devil sneered and said, "I can tell you, so you can die knowingly. A long, long time ago, I was indeed a human. From Exile Island to Devil Island, I have been constantly evolving and becoming stronger." The little monkey asked, "How did you become stronger?" The Cebu Xiang devil continued, "In the desert of Exile Island, I killed many exiles and accidentally received a power bonus and a blue card. I later arrived at Devil's Island. I originally thought that as long as I killed 1,000 monsters within 30 days, I could leave here. Unexpectedly, this was a trap. Even if I completed the task of killing monsters, the ending was still the same. I was left behind and turned into a rabbit, and began to evolve towards the direction of a demon. I had to eat 100 carrots within 3 days to turn back into a human. This was an impossible task. Each carrot required 200 exchange coins, and it was impossible to earn 20,000 exchange coins in 3 days." Luosu asked coldly, "So, you really became a real demon, gained the power of a demon, and then started to kill your own kind?" The Cebu Xiang demon laughed. "That's true. You also saw that I am now the Demon King, and I was sent to the road by the Demon King himself. You should feel lucky." The Cebu Xiang demon's laughter suddenly stopped. It had a gloomy face, and its hair moved without wind, and the beads on its head turned red. "Now, I will send you on your way." Chapter 452. Little Monkey Jimmy said, "Don't worry, I can find the location of the wandering merchant. He is now on our left." They went down the hillside. Luosu glanced at the beads on Yuli's head and dimmed, feeling a little strange. "Yuli, where did you get the beads on your head?" "I exchanged them with the merchant to increase my combat power. I exchanged all the exchange coins I got from killing monsters for roads to increase my combat power," Yuli replied. Luosu was surprised. There are also props to increase combat power. "How come she didn't notice?" Yuli said, "Each merchant has 2 store interfaces. One is the demon store, and the other is the wanderer store." "There is such a thing?" Luosu was surprised. He said, "Then let's try it later, and see what we exchanged." "Can we exchange them?" Yuli said, "Well, let's try." As soon as they crossed a valley, they saw the wandering merchant walking in front of them. But at this moment, they encountered trouble. The monkey Jimmy jumped onto Luosu's backpack in fear. "Where did all these wolf-bear demons come from?" Yuli said, "They must have been waiting here for a long time. Their snow-white fur is a good camouflage on the snow, we just didn't notice them." Yoli pulled out the 2 axes behind him and said, "Before the wandering merchants go far, let's quickly deal with these wolf-bears." Little monkey Jimmy was already trembling with fear. No wonder, now it has thin arms and legs, and has no fighting power at all. The wolf-bear group rushed over. Yuli rushed forward first. He was a powerful fighter with high HP and strong defense, which made him very suitable for charging into battle. Luosu held a crossbow and assisted him from behind. Swish, swish, swish. She shot 3 arrows in a row and hit the wolf bear that was at the front. The wolf bear felt pain and lost its position and fell off the snow. Yuli took the opportunity to swing his axe and hit 2 more knives to kill one. Then he rushed into the wolf bear group, shooting arrows left and right, with great fighting power, and injured many wolf demons in a blink of an eye. Luozu raised her axe and quickly finished off the enemy. The witch's prompts kept coming to her mind. Ding, 5 wolf bears were killed in a group, 200 exchange coins, 5 bear galls, 10 wolf fangs, and 215/1000 progress on the demon mission. 20 minutes later, all the wolf bears were cleared. Yoli put away his axe and sat on the snow panting, "It's a good harvest. This time I exchanged them all for carrots to see if I can change my face back like the little monkey Jimmy," Yoli said, his eyes full of hope. "Give it a try, maybe it works," Luozu said with a smile. She looked at the harvest in her backpack, which was also quite considerable, and was in a good mood. With the addition of Yoli, not only did she lose a strong enemy, but she also gained a capable assistant. She counted and found that she had killed 52 wolf bears this time, and obtained 2080 exchange coins, 52 bear galls, 104 wolf teeth, and 267/1000 progress in the demon mission. Little Monkey Jimmy did not participate in the battle, so he did not receive any rewards. However, he was a guide in the team, and his induction was very sensitive, so Luozu would not treat him unfairly. The 3 of them stood up and chased in the direction of the wandering merchant. They did not encounter any obstacles along the way, and soon caught up with the wandering merchant. This wandering merchant was not the same as the last one. Luozu estimated that there was a wandering merchant in each map on this island, and they appeared at different times. "Hello, 3 adventurers, if you have anything to exchange, please put it on the trading interface." The wandering merchant greeted him warmly. Yoli couldn't wait to open the devil's shop. "Haha, there are really carrots, and they are cheaper here." He exchanged 28 carrots in one go, and then sat next to him and ate the carrots crunch crunch. Little Monkey Jimmy sat on the stone opposite him, staring at him intently. "Yoli, I keep an eye on you. If there are any changes, I tell you the first time." Yoli was greatly encouraged and ate the carrots more vigorously. Luozu smiled and ignored them for now. She needed to exchange things now. She opened the Wanderer exchange shop. She now had 3,900 exchange coins and a bunch of materials. She put all the materials on the trading interface first. A snake skin was sold for 100 exchange coins. 50 pieces of wild honey were sold for 750 exchange coins. 52 bear galls were sold for 1560 exchange coins. 104 wolf teeth were sold for 1040 exchange coins. After buying the materials, she had a total of 7,350 exchange coins. She bought 5 compressed biscuits, 5 boxes of milk, 5 dried meats, and 5 apples, spending 500 exchange coins. She spent 4,500 coins to exchange for 90 bananas for the little monkey. There were still 2,350 coins. The weapon column she received was still a crossbow, and there were no other more powerful weapons, which really disappointed her. She spent 1,000 coins to exchange for 10 quivers. Looking at the warm cotton coat, which cost 1,000 coins, she was a little reluctant to buy it because it only had the function of keeping warm and did not have the defensive properties of the adventurer suit. She asked Yuli. Yuli said that this place was not far from Sanshan, and it would take at most 2 hours to get there, and the climate in Sanshan was warm. She decided not to buy a cotton coat. She still had 1,350 yuan in currency, so she bought 9 carrots for Yuli. Including the original 28, Yuli ate 37 carrots in total, but his face still did not return to its original appearance. His rabbit ears disappeared, and turned into human ears. This made him very excited. It seems to be useful, but it may require a lot of carrots. As long as there is hope, he will not give up turning back into a human. Luozu put the basket of bananas in front of Jimmy, and he was so moved that he burst into tears. "Captain Luozu, you are so kind. I worked like a cow and a horse all. I will never forget your kindness." Jimmy wiped his tears, and said gratefully. Luozu laughed and said, "Okay, let's eat while walking. If we don't leave here, I will be frozen to death." Luozu was so generous to Jimmy that he deeply moved Yuli. Yuli carried the bamboo basket on his back and said, "Let's go, I will help Jimmy carry it. He can eat while walking, and we can leave here as soon as possible." Jimmy lay in the basket, eating bananas quickly. He wished he could turn back to his original appearance immediately. However, eating 92 bananas was not something that could be done in a short time, and he didn't know if his stomach would be full to death. 2 hours later, They arrived at the foot of Sanshan Mountain. The climate here is warm, with lush green pines and bamboos, and birds and animals can be seen everywhere. But Sanshan Mountain is very large, and it may be difficult to find the location of the deer in a short time. Along the way, Jimmy ate 67 bananas and didn't feel full, and he didn't know why. But the effect was amazing. He had turned back to human form, and had returned to his original height of 1.8 meters, although there were still many monkey hairs on his body that had not completely faded. But Jimmy was already very happy. He ate 5 more bananas in one breath. He puffed his cheeks and said, "I must eat all the bananas." Luo Su shook his head and said, "Slow down, don't choke yourself to death just after turning back to human form, then I will lose a lot of money. I still want to wait for you to recover your fighting power and kill monsters together." Yoli put down the bamboo basket and said, "Why don't we just rest here? We can also eat something and replenish our physical strength, and it won't be too late to climb the mountain again." Luo Su nodded and found a clean stone to sit down. Looking at the sparsely populated Sanshan Mountain, and the fact that there was no way to go up the mountain, he thought that it would not be easy to climb up. Chapter 453. Luo Su took out a bag of dried meat, a bag of bread, and a bottle of mineral water, and handed them to Yuli. "Thank you, no thanks, I also have my own food." Yuli was quite polite, and insisted on eating his own food. He took out a small bag of dried meat and water, sat under a tree, and chewed slowly. "Whatever you want." Luo Su kept it for herself. She ate some dried meat and milk, and it tasted much better. "I had been eating bread and mineral water for the past 2 days, and I almost vomited after eating so much." Turning around, he saw Jimmy looking at the milk in his hand, and asked him, "Jimmy, do you want some milk?" "No, I'm saving my stomach for bananas." Jimmy smiled. They took a short break, and when Jimmy finished eating the 100th banana, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. "Oh my God, I'm finally back." Jimmy touched his face, Adam's apple, stomach, and finally put his hand on his chest, feeling the strong beating of his heart. Overjoyed. Yuli was also excited when he saw him back. He also wanted to change back as soon as possible. He wanted to kill more demons, and buy hundreds of carrots. He silently set a goal in his mind, and then stood up. "Let's go, we start climbing the mountain," he said, took out 2 axes, walked in front to clear the way. Jimmy took out a small silencer pistol from his backpack, and handed it to Luo Su. "Captain, this gun is for you. Before I changed back, I couldn't open the backpack function." Luo Su took the pistol and tried it. It was quite smooth. "You gave me the gun, so what do you use?" "I still have some." He pulled out another pistol, and a wooden crossbow. "Where did you get so many weapons?" Luo Su was surprised. "I exchanged them from the traveling merchants before," Jimmy said. "Oh, thank you." Luo didn't bother to be polite with him, and put the pistol into his backpack. Turning around, he found that Yuli had walked a long way. "Let's catch up quickly." When they arrived, Yuli made a hushing gesture to them. Luo Su and Jimmy calmed down and listened carefully. They heard that there was indeed an animal approaching. The sound of a wild boar? "I think it sounds like a wild boar too." As soon as they finished speaking, a huge wild boar demon jumped out from the bushes. It had a pair of long fangs, and was surrounded by black mist. The wild boar demon rushed over when it saw the 3 of them. "Yuli, don't be so stubborn," Luo Su said, and took the lead in launching an attack. Swish, swish, swish. The first wave hit the wild boar's eyes. "Wow, 2 sharpshooters!" Yuli exclaimed. The wild boar demon lost his sight, and became even more violent, but his hearing was obviously not that sensitive. He rushed forward based on his instincts, but always went in the wrong direction, hitting either a stone or a tree root. He hit himself, and his head was bleeding. With the help of Yuli's 2 axes and Luo Su and Jimmy's crossbows, they quickly killed this wild boar demon with questionable IQ. Ding! Kill a wild boar demon, get 200 exchange coins and a wild boar tusk. Jimmy said, "I have a 200 exchange coin reward." Yuli looked at his backpack. "Mine is 200 coins and 1 fong." Luo Su, "Mine is the same as Yuli's. It seems to be allocated according to the damage value." "Very good," Jimmy said. The 3 continued to explore the mountain. They encountered many mutated beast demons along the way. Before dark, they barely walked to the middle of the mountain. "There is an open area here, and that rock is quite suitable for camping," Jimmy said. They asked Luo Su to set up the tent on the highest boulder. Jimmy and Yuli's tents were set up on the lower open spaces on both sides, leaving a small open space in the middle, just right for a small fire. Luosu gathered around the fire and boiled some hot water. Yuli and Jimmy chopped a pile of wood and made a simple defense line around it. The three of them ate dinner around the fire. I'm afraid there will be wild beasts attacking tonight, so Jimmy and I will take turns to keep watch, Yuli said. They discussed and decided that Jimmy would keep watch in the first half of the night, and Yuli would keep watch in the second half of the night. Luosu was really tired. Since the two gentlemen were so gentlemanly and took the initiative to keep watch, he had to obey their orders. She took out 2 bags of dried meat as a thank you. You will be hungry when you keep watch at night. You can eat some dried meat. Thank you for your hard work. Luosu simply washed her face and went back to the tent to rest. At night, Luosu was awakened by a dog barking. She hurriedly picked up the crossbow beside her pillow and ran out of the tent. She found that Jimmy and Yuli were already standing by the fire, holding weapons, and facing the wolf dog jumping in from the fence. Hey, let me come in and hide. I am also a human being. The dog spoke. Luosu was shocked. Another human controlled by the devil? The wolf dog was very panicked. He said there was a tiger chasing behind him. Yuli cursed. Damn it, you actually led the tiger here. Do you believe I will shoot you to death now? The wolf dog panicked and said hurriedly, No, 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 as long as you are willing to take me in, I will do anything. Yuli looked at Luosu. Luosu said, Let him in. It's too late to let him go now. Look, the tiger has already discovered us. Yuli walked over and let the wolf dog in. Save my life, I will take you to a place tomorrow, I guarantee you can earn a lot of currency. The wolf dog said. What's your name? How long have you been in Devil's Island? Luosu asked him. The wolf dog said, My name is Langduodu. I have been on this island for 3 months. I basically stay in this mountain. No one is more familiar with the terrain here than me. If I hadn't encountered trouble today, I wouldn't have been targeted by this tiger. Yuli stared at him and said, Langduodu, right? Go, you are responsible for attracting the monster. We will kill it. Langduodu was a little scared. He looked at Luosu. Luosu nodded. Go, the tiger can't hurt you for a while through the wooden bar. We just need to kill it as soon as possible. Are you sure? Langduodu felt a little unreliable. Can the wooden bar stop a tiger demon? Luosu nodded, 70%. Otherwise, do you have a better way? Langduodu, okay, I believe you. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the wooden fence. Uh-huh. A tiger roared, getting closer and closer. At this time, Jimmy had made 7 or 8 torches and tied them above the wooden fence. The whole battlefield was brightly lit. I saw a big tiger slowly walking over, staring at the 2 people and 2 animals in the fence, with a look in his eyes, as if he was looking at the luncheon meat on his own table. Chapter 454. Langduodu trotted up to lure the enemy. Luosu took out his crossbow and aimed at the tiger's eyes. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows were fired at once, but unfortunately they missed the eyes, but all hit the tiger's face. In other words, the tiger had 3 arrows stuck in its face, and it roared in pain. Yuli and Jimmy's guns also hit it. 1 shot hit the neck, and 1 shot hit the shoulder. The tiger probably didn't expect that it would have such a bad start, and the wild dog was still barking at it from the wooden fence. This was a naked provocation. Uh-huh. The tiger rushed towards Langduodu angrily, but it couldn't do anything to the little wild dog because of the high wooden fence. In addition, the 3 arrows on its face hurt when they touched the fence, which was really a disgrace to the king. The tiger decided to retreat and come back to collect the luncheon meat in 2 days. It turned and left. Hey, fellow villager, don't leave. Langduodu, who was trembling just now, suddenly became braver when he saw the miserable appearance of the tiger. Yuli ran synchronously with the tiger, shooting all the way and shooting at the tiger. Hit the tiger's abdomen. Luosu's 3 arrows also hit the tiger's, but in the end they failed to kill it. Luosu and his friends did not dare to chase outside the fence, fearing that the tiger had companions nearby to pick it up. Ha ha ha, that tiger was so miserable. 3 sticks of incense on its face, 3 sticks of incense on its butt, and finally ran away in disgrace. Ha ha ha. Langduodu thought of the miserable appearance of the tiger just now, and couldn't help laughing. Luosu and his friends looked at each other, and were quite speechless. This person is really conceited. Has he forgotten how miserable he was when he was almost eaten as midnight snack by the tiger just now? Langduodu saw that the 3 of them were staring at him, as if they were looking at a stupid monkey. He quickly stopped smiling. He said respectfully, Thank you all for saving my life. Yuli glared at him and asked seriously, How are you going to thank me? Langduodu smiled and said, Don't you know? There is a treasure on this Sanshan mountain. What treasure? Jimmy became interested. There is a cave on this mountain, and there is a money tree in the cave. Money tree? The three of them wanted to beat him up after hearing this. How could he brag about such a thing? Money tree? Will it drop gold or silver? Or will it be full of currency? Isn't this nonsense? The three of them didn't believe him. It will be 3 hours before dawn. You are responsible for keeping watch, Yoli said to Langduodu. He yawned and went back to his tent. Jimmy and Luosu also turned around and went back to their tents. Hey, you can ask me to keep watch, but you have to give me some food, right? I haven't eaten for the whole day, I'm starving. Langduodu shouted. Yoli sighed in the tent. Oh, I accidentally picked up a giant baby, and it's a boastful giant baby. Seeing the change in Langduodu's expression, Luosu laughed and turned around to throw him 2 bags of bread and a bottle of water. Thank you, sister, you are kind and will be rewarded. Langduodu praised happily. Luosu ignored him and went to sleep in his own tent. In the second half of the night, it was very quiet until dawn, when Luosu woke up. Seeing Luosu walk out of the tent, Langduodu wagged his tail and walked over. Good morning, beautiful sister. Did you sleep well last night? Are there any bread left? You have to eat a full breakfast to have the energy to find treasure, right? Such a noisy dog. Yoli walked out of the tent and said, Good morning. Wu Xiang. Big brother? Looking at his appearance, Langduodu really didn't know how to address him. Yoli was hit in the rage. Believe it or not, I have a dog meat hot pot for breakfast. Hee hee, just kidding. Actually, in my mind, you are the most handsome guy on the island. Langduodu said with a smile. Jimmy also stretched and got out of the tent. Good morning, everyone. It's so lively today. I like this atmosphere, Jimmy said. I also like excellent people like you, Jimmy brother. Langduodu licks everyone he sees, and his mouth is as sweet as if it were smeared. Luosu finished washing up and prepared to have breakfast. Langduodu smelled the fragrance of dried meat and ran over with a drooling mouth. He was hit hard on the head by Yoli with something. Langduodu thought, this big brother is so vindictive, never make fun of him again. He looked back and was stunned by the thing that just hit him. It turned out to be a bag of dried meat. This. Haha. He laughed secretly in his heart. I didn't expect that this 5. No, mighty big brother, is actually a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Good man. Langduodu held a bag of dried meat and moved closer to Yoli. Thank you, big brother. From the first time I saw you, I knew you were a good person. Get away. Yuli glared at him unhappily. If I wasn't worried about the captain's lack of food, I wouldn't bother with you. Hee hee. Langduodu felt warm in his heart, so he lay on the stone beside him, bit open the bag of dried meat, and then chewed the meat with relish. It smells so good. I have forgotten how long it has been since I had such dried meat. The peddlers on Sanshan are all hard-hearted. Every time I beg for a long time, they don't give me any meat to eat. They are so stingy. If you ask me, meeting you is my blessing in 8 lifetimes. Yuli really couldn't stand this bitch. He was eating a meal, and he was still making nonsense beside him. He took the food and walked away. To be quiet. Alas, isn't it good to be a quiet man? Chapter 455. After eating and drinking, the 4 of them packed up their tents and prepared to set off. Langduodu, have you seen Sika deer on this mountain? Luosu asked. Langduodu said, I have seen them once or twice, but they are always elusive. Why are you looking for Sika deer? I want some antlers for the mission, Luosu said. Langduodu, come on, I take you to look for them. The group walked out of the fence and continued to climb the mountain. They encountered many wild beasts and demons on the way, and also found a tiger that was injured last night lying on the ground and wailing in pain. Luosu simply gave it a quick death. Ding, kill the tiger demon, get 500 exchange coins, a tiger skin, and the task progress is 280/1000. Langduodu, cross this valley and walk up a little further, and you will reach the cave where the treasure is. The brothers were not interested in the treasure he mentioned, but Luosu only wanted to find the antler. They entered the valley, and the view was a little dark. They pushed Yuli to the front, and the beads on his head would light up when they were in a dark place. Langduodu whispered, Everyone be careful, there is a terrible monster in this valley. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. Everyone held their breath. Langduodu felt saliva dripping on his head. He looked up, and was immediately shocked. Did the child run away? Suddenly, a huge head popped out from the bushes. Roar. It was a monster with a big mouth on its forehead, and between the 2 rows of long teeth, there was a smelly saliva flowing. Although it was 2 or 3 meters away, Luo Su could still smell it. Run! The devil is the boss. Although Lang Duoda was scared away, he did not forget to shout to the team. Puff puff puff. It scared away many birds in the forest. The devil is the boss. Luo Su could feel its breath from a distance. It was really strong. She raised her crossbow and launched a wave of attacks before the monster chased her. Swish, swish, swish. The crossbow arrow missed and hit one of the monster's shoulders. The monster jumped suddenly and rushed over. The teeth on its head were clattering, and a tree stuck it. Luo Su and the others took the opportunity to retreat. Everyone fought and retreated at the same time, cooperating well. Luo Su said, "Pull the monster into the dense forest. The monster is big. Where the trees are dense, it can be stuck for a while." Yuli led the demon boss into the dense forest, greatly slowing down its speed. Surround it from a distance and attack it fiercely. An hour later, the demon boss was finally worn down. Ding! Kill the demon boss. Get 2,000 exchange coins. Task progress 290/1000. Luo Su was surprised. It turns out that killing a boss, 1 is worth 10. Lang Duoda heard no sound from this side not far away, so he ran back again. Amazing! You can actually kill the demon boss. Lang Duoda started to talk too much again. Yuli was motivated. After all, the harvest this time was too good. He wanted to continue to pick up bargains. Where can I find such a boss monster? Yuli looked at Lang Duoda and asked. Lang Duoda pointed to the depths of the valley and said in a panic, "The depths of the valley is his lair. There should be another one." Yurik turned to Luo Su and asked. "Let's go. Let's deal with the boss first, and then continue on our journey," Luo Su said. The group slowly walked deeper into the valley, and there were many flocks of birds that would attack people along the way. Those green and yellow birds were not big, but their beaks were long and sharp. When they found someone intruding into their territory, they began to attack in groups. Ah! Luo Su was hit by the sharp-beaked birds through the mask, and it hurt a lot. Chapter 456. Luo Su raised his crossbow and fired 3 arrows at once, killing several sharp-beaked birds. Jimmy was wearing ordinary clothes, without a hat or mask, and was pecked and screaming. He protected his eyes, and said, "It would be great if there was a net. There are too many birds, and the bullets are limited when shooting with a gun." Yuli didn't use any weapons at all. He caught the birds with his bare hands, and he could kill one with his hands and pull it hard, and throw it to one side, and the bird's body turned into black mist and disappeared. Prompts kept popping up in Luo Su's mind. Ding! Kill 3 sharp-beaked bird demons. Get 180 exchange coins, and the task progress is 299/1000. Ding! Kill 3 sharp-beaked bird demons. Get 180 exchange coins, and the task progress is 302/1000. 7 or 8 minutes later, a group of flying birds was wiped out. Luo Su got 3,000 exchange coins, and the task progress was 346/1000. Today is the 3rd day. At this rate, she can complete the demon task in 10 days. Luo Su estimated that she would be able to complete the demon task in another 10 days. The group continued to move forward. Luo Su took advantage of the break to change a new quiver. They killed 7 or 8 more monsters along the way, and finally came to the lair of the tiger demon boss. There was also a big tiger here. They didn't dare to get too close, and the tiger jumped out very alertly. With a black gas around it, it looked a bit creepy. Luo Su held up a crossbow and fired 3 arrows at once, directly injuring one of the tiger's eyes. Others also began to attack. This time, Yoli did not fight hard in close combat. Instead, he used a rifle as a weapon, and shot out the tiger's other eye very accurately. The tiger roared in pain. It dodged several attacks. Luo Su took out his pistol and aimed and shot. Lang Duoda was barking to attract the tiger's attention. The other 3 people were using their pistols to attack with all their strength, and soon knocked down this tiger. Ding! Kill the tiger demon boss. Get 2,000 exchange coins, and the task progress is 356/1000. Everyone got another 2,000 exchange coins, and without stopping, they followed Lang Duoda to the valley. They just passed through a dense forest, and were stunned by the scene in front of them. They saw a wide open space in front of them, with green grass. The most exciting thing was that there were 2 Sika deer eating grass with their heads down, and they didn't notice their arrival at all. Is this Sika deer also a demon? There doesn't seem to be any black hair on them, Luo Su asked. Of course it is a demon. Look at the top of its antlers. Langduoda said. Luosu looked at the top of the antlers of the Sika deer, and there were a few wisps of black mist that were not easy to detect. Luosu exclaimed, "It's really a devil. This deer runs very fast. We have to attack at the same time and kill them with one shot, otherwise they will be startled and run away in a blink of an eye." Langduoda reminded everyone. Everyone raised their guns and aimed, divided the targets to attack, and then shot at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. One was knocked down on the spot, and the other ran away with injuries. Yoli chased it unwillingly and finally killed it more than 10 meters away. Ding, killed 2 plum blossom magic deer, got 500 exchange coins, got a deer antler, and the task progress was 358 out of 1000. Ding, got the special task item deer antler, and the task progress was June 8th. Luosu was happy. Another item for a special mission has been obtained. Now we only need the tulips that never fade, the leaves of the tree of life, and the blood of the whale king of the underworld to complete the mission. Langduoda looked at the terrain nearby and said, "This is very close to the treasure cave. Let's go and take a look." Luosu nodded, and Jimmy and Yuli also agreed. They followed Langduoda through the valley, and soon came to a wide cave entrance. It was dark inside. "Is this the treasure you mentioned? Dare to trick us to come up, I will punish you," Yuli said angrily. Langduoda had a strong desire to survive, and hurried over to hold Yuli, saying, "Brother, I didn't trick you, I did see a glowing tree of life in the cave." The pedestrians looked at each other, after hearing what he said. Chapter 457. "Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? It's so cute and powerful. It gained weight right after eating. I'm sure it's not a demon. It doesn't have the smell of a demon. I can't sense the smell of a demon either. Then where does it come from?" Everyone looked at Luosu. Luosu looked helpless and said, "Don't look at me. I don't know where it comes from either." At this moment, the tree of life rustled, and other fruits were about to fall. The little beast sniffed, "These fruits are so fragrant." The 2 fruits had just fallen down, and before they could transform, the little beast swallowed them all one by one. Such pure energy fruit," the little beast exclaimed. It looked at the tree of life with greed in its eyes. Luosu interrupted it hurriedly, "Hey, stop! Stop! You can't eat this tree." "Why?" The little beast was puzzled. "Luosu, anyway, you can't eat it." After saying that, she stepped forward and picked off 2 leaves. Rushing. With a sound. Except for the 2 leaves in her hand, the other leaves withered one after another. Everyone was surprised. What's going on? Why are all the leaves on the tree withered?" The little beast sniffed and shouted hurriedly, "Oh no, this tree is going to run away." Run away? The leaves will run away." Everyone was shocked. The little beast rushed up and bit the root of the tree. The tree of life shook violently a few times, and the branches whipped the little beast. The little beast was not afraid at all. It still bit the root of the tree tightly, and refused to let go. The tree of life seemed to be held by the life gate, shaking and struggling desperately. But it could not get rid of the little beast's poisonous mouth. The tree of life shook wildly, shaking out countless small golden bright spots. When the golden bright spots touch the human body, they will be absorbed. Luosu was closest to the tree of life, and the golden bright spots fell on her. Luosu heard the witch's voice again. "Ding, absorbing the essence of life, your body is repairing itself. Ding, your body functions are adjusting to the best state. Ding, your mental system is found to be damaged and is being repaired. Ding, your energy is recovering." Luosu listened to the prompt sounds that appeared one after another in his mind, and was surprised. Mental damage? Is there something wrong with the brain? Energy recovery? What energy of mine? Amid a series of questions, Luosu began to feel subtle changes in her body. First, some familiar memories slowly emerged, and then the energy in her body increased. She slowly remembered some things and some people. Daodu, my son. But not the little beast in front of her. He is in the novice village. Zimo is also in the novice village, and his family is in the novice village. How did she get here? A small part of her memory has not been fully restored, but the people and things she remembered made her very excited. Ding, your body has recovered to its best condition. Ding, your skills and talents have been revived. Ding, your battle pet warehouse has been repaired. Luosu opened the battle pet interface and saw the long-lost fire Kirin and the turtle. She released the fire Kirin. She rode on it and tried it. Increase attack power by 20%, reduce damage by 50%. The status is still there. It's good, now she feels much safer. Luosu put away the fire Kirin and found that the other 3 teammates were bathed in the golden light of the Tree of Life. Their bodies are changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yoli and Lang Duodu have changed the most. Yoli has recovered from a 4-legged beast to a human form, which makes him very happy. But at this time, the Tree of Life no longer drops golden light. Ah, that's it? I'm recovering my human body, don't give up halfway. The little beast loosened its mouth, and then it rubbed its swollen mouth. Chapter 458. Luo Su lay on the bed, and checked her task progress. The progress of the monster-killing task was 465 of 1,000. The progress of the special task was 6/8, and she still needed tulips and Whale King blood. Her current exchange currency was 2,500. She had awakened her memory and space skills, so the exchange currency was not so important to her. After all, there were a lot of supplies in the space. As long as she could open it, survival would not be a problem. She opened the space and remembered that there were still 500 flame stones that had not been used. She decided to strengthen the rings first. 500 fire stones could only barely strengthen the 2 rings to level 5. She put on the rings, and her critical hits and attack power increased a lot. After she finished these chores, she lay down to rest. After relaxing a little, she fell asleep quickly. In the middle of the night, Luo Su was awakened by the alarm of the spacecraft. She sat up suddenly and ran to the cockpit to check the situation. In the cockpit, only Lang Duodu was alone. What's wrong? What's going on? A pack of wolves is approaching. Lang Duodu pointed at the large monitoring screen in the cockpit and said. Luo Su saw a large group of wolves on the screen. With a thought, she locked 50 meters around the spacecraft and started to kill monsters. Ice plate. Ice field plus tornado effect. Some weaker wolves were directly eliminated. Super storage X10 combo. All the wolves around disappeared. The witch's voice sounded in Luo Su's ears. Ding! Kill 120 wolves in a group. Get 6,000 exchange coins. Game progress 585/1000. Yuli and Jimmy just came out and saw the wolves on the screen a minute ago. They didn't expect to be cleared so quickly. The captain's group attack skills are really amazing. Big boss level combat power. Luo Su smiled and said, okay, the crisis is temporarily resolved. It's only 2 o'clock in the morning now. I'm going back to sleep. Okay. Yoli and Lang Duodu changed shifts, and he was on guard for the next 2 hours. Luo Su was so sleepy that he went back to his room and fell asleep. Fortunately, the second half of the night was calm and no accidents happened. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone prepared to set off in the spaceship. Yuli was in charge of driving the spaceship, the other 2 were catching up on sleep, and Luo Su was fighting monsters in the air. She had only completed half of her mission, and she thought she would kill as many monsters as she could on the way. Her group attack range was now 2 kilometers away, and she locked the maximum range and enabled the group attack 10-hit combo. Within 2 kilometers around, all the demons flying in the sky and crawling on the ground were harvested by her. Ding! Group killed 58 demons, obtained 1,500 exchange coins, and the mission progress was 643/1000. 2 hours later, Luo Su's mission was completed. Ding! Kill 36 demons in a group, get 1,000 exchange coins, task progress 1,000/1000. Ding! Congratulations on completing the demon task. Please return to the wetland forest of Devil Island to receive the task reward from the witch. The deep wetland forest is the forest where Luo Su entered Devil Island on the first day. She decided to complete the task of the Whale King, and then go back to receive the task reward. Yoli said, look, this is the underworld sea. Luo Su looked at the dark green ocean, and felt a strong sense of oppression. Jimmy and Lang Duodu came over to watch. Through the glass window, they saw Minghai's expression, which seemed a little uneasy. This uneasiness came from an inexplicable sense of oppression, and everyone present had this feeling. Yoli flew a small circle along the coastline. He found a higher place and stopped. Let's discuss how to find this Whale King first, Yoli said. The inexplicable palpitations made him unable to concentrate on driving, so it was safer to stop. Luo Su also had no idea. This was her first time here, and she didn't know what was going on here. Yoli said, the last time I passed by here, I didn't feel this oppressive, and the sky was brighter than it is now. Luo Su looked outside, the dark sky, the dark sea waves rolling, giving people a sense of oppression and restlessness. It was clearly 10 o'clock in the morning, and it was still early before dark, but the sky was gloomy, which was very abnormal. Lang Duodu and Jimmy also came to the dark sea for the first time, and they didn't understand the situation here. Luo Su locked the 2-kilometer range around him and activated the group attack skill. Super collection. Nothing was found. Yuli, drive the spaceship to the sea, go 2 kilometers, and I try again. Luo Su decided to slowly eliminate the guesses in his mind. Okay. Yuli drove the spaceship up and tried to fly as high as possible. 2 kilometers away from the sea, there was a fog and the vision became blurred. Luo Su locked the maximum range again and continued to activate the group attack skill. Super collection. Still nothing was found. It's impossible that there are no creatures in this sea. There are not even small fish and shrimps. It's too abnormal. Go 2 kilometers out and see. Luo Su said. Yuli pulled the spaceship up several dozen meters and continued to drive out. 5 kilometers away from the shore, there was a strong wind and huge waves on the sea, and the sound was particularly scary. Just now, I couldn't see the situation here at all from a distance. Yuli said. Is this an illusion? Jimmy was surprised. Lang Duoda swallowed his saliva. He couldn't swim, and he had an instinctive fear when he saw the huge waves. Luo Su locked the surrounding 2 kilometers of atmosphere and activated the group attack skill. Super Storage X10 combo. This time, there was a response. The skill target damages 20,000 health points. As a huge wave surged, a huge whale surfaced, and a strong fountain sprayed towards the bottom of the spaceship. The spaceship shook. Yuli reacted quickly, accelerating and pulling away from the sponge. There really is a whale king. Oh my god, what a big whale. How can we kill this huge monster? This nether sea is its territory. Luo Su stared at the whale king on the sea and said, No need to kill it, I just need to take some of the whale king's blood. She locked onto a small area on the whale's flank. Ice Storm. Super Storage X10 combo. Immediately afterwards, a prompt sound popped up in her mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blood of the Nether Sea Whale King, and the progress of the 3 special tasks is July 8th. Chapter 459. After everyone exchanged everything and sorted out their equipment, they followed Luo Su to hand in another task. Now everyone is returned to their original appearance, and their memories and combat power have been restored, but they have not yet found the exit to leave Devil Island. Luo Su led 3 teammates to the depths of the wetland forest, in front of the witch NPC's wooden house. I didn't expect you to complete the task so quickly, the witch said happily. Since your team has completed the hidden special task and the demon killing task, the clearance conditions have been met, and now you will be sent away from Devil Island. In the blink of an eye, Luo Su's team returned to Blue Star. Luo Su saw Fong Ji at first sight. Fong Ji seemed very surprised to see her. After all, Luo Su had been missing for 10 days, and had no news. The two greeted each other, and chatted for a few more words. Luo Su took Yuli, and the others back to Songlin Continent. Yuli, Jimmy, Langduodu, this is my hometown, you stay here temporarily. I will find a way to send you back after I deal with the urgent matters at home. Luo Su arranged accommodation for the 3 new friends. Yuli and the others were very grateful. It was a blessing to be able to follow Luo Su to leave Devil Island, and now they have come to live in a place with mountains and water. It is much better than the harsh living environment on their own planet. My home planet suffered a disaster a few years ago, and there is nowhere to go. Langduoda said frankly. My hometown is the Red Mist Galaxy. Before I came in, there was an ice disaster, and I don't know if I can go back. Jimmy said, looking around and feeling a little strange. Yuli was the happiest one. Since he was born, he lived with his tribe in the dark underground. After he was recruited into the game, he slowly adapted to the light outside. He was very satisfied with the living environment here. The residence of these 3 friends was together with Yiguching and his friends. Luo Su was greeting several friends of Jiuxing, and Long Zimo, who got the news, had hurried over. Luo Su saw him just appearing in the portal, and teleported to her. Su, are you okay? His deep voice was filled with worry. Zimo, I'm fine, Luo Su said, giving him a smile. Seeing that he looked much more haggard, he knew that she had been worried during her disappearance. Let's go back to the novice village, Luo Su said, turned around and said goodbye to everyone, then followed Long Zimo back to the novice village, on the 3rd floor of the villa. Long Zimo took her around and found that she had lost a lot of weight, and the scars on the back of her hands showed that she must have suffered a lot in the past 10 days. What happened in the interstellar hunting ground that day? Long Zimo asked, hugging her. Luo Su recalled and told him everything that happened in the interstellar hunting ground that day, and how he was exiled to Devil Island. Long Zimo was surprised. Exile Island? Who exiled you? Do you have any clues? Luo Su thought for a while, and said, at the beginning, the game kernel deliberately gave us signal clues, and led us to the interstellar hunting ground. Later, it set up a double space to lead us into the game. I think the exile was most likely done by the game kernel. Long Zimo frowned, thinking of something, and said, a few days ago, your grandfather took Ling Chun and Yi Guqing of Jiuxing to see the two seniors for the last time. It turned out that Yi Guqing was the grandson of senior Yi Hanyuan, and Ling Chun was the grandson of senior Ling Chioka. Grandpa personally presided over the funeral and buried the two comrades. Now the two seniors have been buried. Luo Su nodded, that's good. Long Zimo continued, after the funeral, Grandpa called all of us, including the official leaders of Huagua and the top leaders of Sanglong, to hold a meeting and told everyone about the game kernel. Luo Su continued to listen to him quietly. Grandpa explained to everyone that the current game core is actually an artificial intelligence system with high intelligence. Its purpose is to plunder more interstellar resources as nutrients for its continued survival. So the game core is positioned as the biggest boss of the artificial intelligence system, referred to as the core boss. That is to say, I was exiled to the demon ghost because of this core boss. Luo Su said. Yes. Long Zimo nodded and continued, I am very worried now. This core boss may have other abilities that we cannot imagine, and it is infiltrating our lives all the time. It can interfere with our freedom at any time, gradually control our spiritual world, make us powerless to resist, and eventually become its puppets. Luo Su said helplessly. Yes, that's its terrible thing. But we are in the light, it is in the dark, we can't find it at all. This time I was exiled to Devil Island. Not only my memory and abilities were erased, but also my original equipment and the sensor I brought back from the end of the galaxy, all disappeared. I hope this won't happen again. Long Zimo looked at her and said. Luo Su looked at him, and felt that there was something behind his words. Zimo, are you hiding something from me? Luo Su asked in a low voice. Long Zimo shook his head, gave her a warm smile, and said, let's go downstairs, everyone is waiting for you. Chapter 460. Luo Su and Long Zimo retreated urgently. The bearded man closest to them pounced on them. Long Zimo kicked out instinctively. Bang! The big man fell to the ground, quickly got up, and staggered over. These people in wet clothes. They attacked like crazy. Don't come over. If you come over again, I shoot. Luo Su felt vaguely that they were no longer human, but he still hoped that they could be conscious. But no one stopped. On the contrary, because she spoke loudly, she attracted people who had just woken up from farther away. Long Zimo shot them in the back with his gun and broke their legs. When they died, it was not bright red blood that came out, but a thick blue liquid that gave off a fishy smell. Several people in the front row had their legs broken, but they still crawled on the ground to attack people. They seemed to have no sense of pain. The people behind them stepped directly over them and came forward. They had the same goal, all to attack Luo Su and Long Zimo. They have become zombies. Long Zimo said. Then let's make a quick decision. Luo Su shot the zombies in the head one by one. Luo Su and Long Zimo cooperated well, and the monsters around were quickly cleared. There was no reward prompt for beating these zombies. This is what happened in reality. Maybe the core boss planned to turn the first level planet into a hell level zombie copy, but before the arrangement was completed, Luo Su and Long Zimo broke in. The two cleared the people on the whole street. Long Zimo pulled Luo Su to run and walk on the street. Many zombies chased them from the street next to them, at a very fast speed. After running through 3 or 4 intersections, more and more people chased them. If they couldn't run away, they might as well fight. Luo Su made up his mind. Zmo, we won't run anymore. We kill as many zombies as we can hear until they are all gone. Long Zmo nodded, okay. The two stood back to back and slowly cleared out the crazy zombies in front of them. After fighting for about 3 hours, Long Zmo's gun had run out of bullets, but fortunately he had put a lot of spare weapons in the player backpack. Luo Su was exhausted from fighting. No, I need to rest, she said, and gradually stepped back a few steps due to exhaustion, and was a little unsteady. Are you okay? Long Zimo reached out and supported her before the monsters in the distance came over. Luo Su shook her head and said depressedly, the magnetic field here is so strange, we can't teleport now. When we first came in, we could teleport back to the novice village. Long Zimo raised his hand, eliminated the 2 zombies that were approaching quickly, and then looked up at the tall buildings in the distance. He said, if I'm not mistaken, there should be a big boss here who can control these zombies and time and space. Luo Su became more excited. Where is it? Let's kill the big boss first. These are endless. When will it end? Long Zimo smiled and agreed readily. Okay. Capture the leader first. Luo Su and Long Zimo got rid of the last few zombies, and ran quickly to the city center. Along the way, zombies that had just awakened kept attacking them. Luo Su raised her energy gun, and swish, swish, swish quickly killed a bunch of them. One of the advantages of this gun, in addition to being silent and having a high hit rate, is that it has a strong penetrating power. 2 or 3 zombies close to each other on the same line can all be penetrated with one shot. This makes her clear monsters very fast. However, speed will still be exhausting in the face of absolute quantity. Don't fight to the death. Fight your way out and cross this street directly. Long Zimo reminded her. Okay. Luo Su fought quickly and decisively, clearing all the way and running wildly. 2 hours later, they came to the square in the center of the city. There were many zombies dancing in the square, and the antis seemed to be able to smell the popularity from a distance, and they swarmed over. Luo Su felt that her head was about to explode when she saw the black mass of heads surging. She raised her gun and fired a burst of shots. A few minutes later, the zombies in the square were cleared. But the zombies on the surrounding roads rushed over from all directions. They were so dense that one look at them for a second gave people goosebumps. Where is the boss? Luo Su looked around. Let's find a higher place. There are too many zombies on the street, Long Zimo said.